In this world, where monsters and spirits abound, where strange arts and cunning schemes intertwine, the exploration of the unknown is paramount in the eyes of those who have received a modern education with a serious demeanor. Joining the Privy Council is solely for the purpose of academic research. Enticing the female spirits is also for the sake of scholarly pursuit. Everything is for research. Research is everything. Princess is engaging with me also for research, Xia Fan. That is to cultivate an environment conducive to research and foster the next generation of scholars. Chapter 1. The Town. Qingshan Town, nestled on the mountainside, is an ordinary town seldom visited by outsiders. Yet at this moment, it buzzes with excitement due to the imperial examinations. Next, from Fenghua County, Xia Fan, the proctor called out from the list. Upon hearing his name, Xia Fan stepped out of line, presenting his wooden sword and bundle. Immediately, two assistants took the bundle, unfastened it, and scrutinized its contents. Clothes, 2 sets compliant. Medicine pouch, 1 bag compliant. Lottery papers, 1 stack compliant. Silver coins. One of them weighed the coin pouch in his hand, revealing a look of surprise. Less than 5 taels that a few subdued chuckles emerged from behind Xia Fan. Though the laughter was muted, he could still catch words like penniless and country bumpkin. As long as it does not exceed the limit, any amount is acceptable. The proctor responded nonchalantly, as if accustomed to such scenes. Please place your handprint here and proceed across the bridge. Following instructions, Xia Fan bowed slightly and crossed the small suspension bridge connecting the town to the outside world. I could see this moment. He had truly entered the examination hall. The candidates ahead had already scattered throughout the streets. It appeared they shared his thoughts. Xia Fan mused that upon arriving in an unfamiliar place, the first task is to familiarize oneself with the surroundings to better tackle the forthcoming assessments. Half an hour later, after exploring the town, he gained a rudimentary understanding of the examination hall. The town was far smaller than he had anticipated. It was more akin to a village. Situated in a remote location, backed by a great mountain and isolated by ravines, it had only one access route: a suspension bridge made of hemp ropes and wooden planks. The surrounding vegetation was lush, with towering trees dominating the landscape, and the earthy scent of damp soil wafted through the in another era. This secluded dwelling would undoubtedly be considered a picturesque retreat, a perfect spot for nature enthusiasts. Yet in the present, isolation signified poverty. And backwardness. Point 4, intertwining dirt paths roughly divided the town into a grid, with fewer than 30 houses, most being thatched roof cottages, some already showing signs of long neglect. Clearly, its scale had diminished over the years. The center of the grid bore a semblance of a town, with at least 2-story brick houses lining the roads, along with an inn and a tea house. This area, naturally, became the most bustling part of Qingshan Town. "Excuse me, my good fellow," someone suddenly patted Xia Fan's shoulder. "Are you also from Fenghua County?" Xia Fan turned to see a slightly plump man of similar age, beaming at him with an expression of anticipation. "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" "Ah, fellow townsman." The man seemed relieved. "I am Wei Wuxuang. I was just a few places behind you in line and happened to overhear the proctor's inquiry." "I see." Noticing Xia Fan raise an eyebrow, Wei Wuxuang hurriedly waved his hand. "That I don't think there's anything wrong with bringing only half a bag of coins. Not everyone comes from wealthy families. Only those disciples from prominent clans tend to look down on others. To be honest, I harbor a strong dislike for them as well. Say, shall we go inside and chat over a drink?" He glanced at the tea house. "Let me treat you. Is this a gesture of camaraderie or mere flattery?" Xia Fan pondered, but since he had nothing pressing to attend to, he agreed, curious about the man's intentions. They found a vacant table on the second floor, and Wei Wuxuang adeptly ordered a pot of green tea, along with a plate of boiled peanuts and a dish of sliced pig's ears, clearly a regular patron of such establishments. While this may seem quite ordinary, Xia Fan knew this was not a common lifestyle for the average citizen. Those who could afford to dine out in this era likely had some spare change. At least, he had never done so. This would serve as a unique perspective on life. "Don't be shy." Wei Wuxuang gestured for him to help himself. "If you wish for anything else, just let me know." "This is sufficient." Xia Fan poured himself a cup of tea. "Money is limited. It's best to be frugal, as we don't know how long this examination will last." "True." Wei Wuxuang's demeanor visibly dimmed at the mention of the examination. I've heard that while the acceptance rate for the imperial examinations isn't low, there are distinctions in quality. If deemed inferior, it would be better not to be selected at all, as that would lead to a grueling existence. However, that sigh. Both of us come from humble backgrounds. How could we possibly compete with those elite disciples? Every time Xia Fan heard about the imperial examinations, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. Though he had long accepted this as reality, he could not ignore the dissonance created by the collision of two sets of knowledge. Indeed, in this world, phenomena once confined to ghost stories have become commonplace. They do not exist merely in remote caves, tombs, or desolate areas, but have genuinely impacted all facets of life. To address these supernatural events, various dynasties established the Privy Council to select suitable talents for safeguarding public safety. The selection process involves public examinations, with all successful candidates becoming officials known as feng shui, enjoying the same status and treatment as regular bureaucrats. Consequently, over time, the imperial examinations have evolved into the third major national examination, following the civil and martial examinations. Due to the Privy Council's direct oversight by the emperor, its prominence has recently surpassed that of the martial examinations. Like the civil examinations, the imperial examinations occur every 3 years, but unlike the tiered selection process in autumn and spring, any willing participant can apply for registration prior to the summer examinations, provided they pass the identity verification, granting them eligibility to sit for the exam. The imperial examinations typically last several days, after which results are determined. From what Xia Fan had previously learned, the acceptance rate for the imperial examinations is around 50%, seemingly more lenient than the civil examinations. However, considering the responsibilities of the feng shui, this is a reasonable expectation. Participation in the imperial examinations is significantly lower than that in the civil examinations, and given that they occur every 3 years, raising standards further would inevitably lead to a shortage of personnel in the Privy Council, adversely affecting public safety. However, examinations will always yield varying results. Those who barely pass may obtain official status, yet their assigned locations will hardly be favorable. The issue lies in the fact that even if those newly appointed civil officials are assigned to impoverished regions, they can lead a modest life, gradually accumulating experience for future opportunities. The Privy Council, however, entails unavoidable interactions with various supernatural phenomena, where a single misstep could lead to a fatal mishap while on duty. With this distinction in mind, it is no wonder that Wei Wuxiang harbored concerns about his ranking. Participation in the imperial examinations is voluntary. If you hadn't come, you wouldn't have these worries, Xia Fan remarked nonchalantly. Clearly, Wei Wuxiang was not the type inclined to take risks. With a pocket full of spare change and the ability to dine out, he could live quite comfortably without the need for official status. Don't laugh at me, my good fellow. I was practically coerced by my father, Wei Wuxiang replied with a wry smile. He insists that being a merchant is a dead end, a mere businessman. Compared to a respectable official, it's like comparing the heavens to the earth. He even said that if I didn't come, I would disgrace my ancestors, squander the talents bestowed upon me by heaven, and dishonor the rice I consumed. Out of course, the primary reason remains that whip he wields. Xia Fan couldn't help but smirk. You must not be the eldest son of your family, then? Are you aware of this as well? Wei Wuxiang murmured as he took a sip of tea. My father has 3 sons and 2 daughters, and I am the second eldest. It appears he is indeed of the same bloodline. Were it not for the fact that his benefactor had taken him in as an orphan and cared for him for over a decade, Xia Fan would have been inclined to walk away without a word. No, it's nothing really. Wei Wuxiang paused slightly, then scratched his head. I thought, since you and I hail from Fenghua County, perhaps we could keep each other company and look out for one another. If you encounter any troubles, I could lend a hand. Is that all? Xia Fan inquired with a calm demeanor. Of course, I harbor no ulterior motives. After a moment of being scrutinized, Wei Wuxiang cleared his throat twice. Well then, it would be even better if we could assist each other during the upcoming scholar examination. Naturally, this would be within the bounds of propriety. I certainly have no intention of bribing you with a cup of tea. Are you suggesting collaboration? Yes, collaboration. Wei Wuxiang nodded vigorously. I believe the scholar examination is quite distinct from the other 2 major tests, and mutual cooperation may not be deemed as cheating. On what basis do you make that assertion? Xia Fan slowly sipped his tea. Take the autumn examination as an example. Upon arrival at the examination hall, One is thoroughly searched before entry. Inside, there are partitions, and once inside, one must refrain from making noise, let alone speaking with others. In fact, even a trip to the restroom requires an escort from the proctor. But here, Wei Wuxiang gestured around the tea house. We find ourselves within an examination venue, yet we cannot help but converse in hushed tones, even dining while engaging in discussion. Then there are those dressed in identical robes. He pointed to a large table at the center. I noticed they clustered together from the moment they queued. They are likely scions of prominent families and should possess information that eludes us. If this were a traditional examination, where all are competitors, they would not be so unguarded with their peers. However, it appears the situation is quite the opposite. I suspect that the scholar examination may indeed permit assistance in passing the assessment, and the advantage of a group far outweighs that of an individual. Xia Fan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This fellow, appearing somewhat simple-minded, surprisingly exhibited a keen sense of observation. For a youth yet to reach adulthood, this was quite a rare quality. Chapter 2. Due to ignorance, Xia, what do you think? Wei Wuxiang inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity upon noticing his silence. Xia Fan smiled gently. I ponder that instead of indulging in wild speculation, it would be more prudent to inquire with someone knowledgeable. Who would know? He raised his hand and beckoned the innkeeper. Excuse me, could you come over for a moment? Hey, coming right up. Xia Fan tilted his head, indicating that the knowledgeable individual had arrived. Wei Wuxiang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Do you really believe that the innkeeper can uncover the intricacies of the scholar examination? In truth, I have always found it peculiar that a remote village nestled halfway up a mountain would boast an inn and a tea house at its center. He placed his teacup down, articulating his doubts. It is neither close to a major city nor situated on a thoroughfare. If not for the scholar examination, who would venture here to seek lodging? It seems a wholly unprofitable endeavor, something no one would willingly undertake. Wei Wuxiang was momentarily taken aback. You express a point that indeed carries weight. Observing the weathered blue brick floor, he added, this place has certainly been around for decades. It does not appear to be a hastily erected establishment. The fact that this inn has remained in operation for so long suggests that there must be alternative sources of income sustaining it. Who, I wonder, would be willing to invest in such a place without regard for profit? Could it be the Privy Council responsible for organizing the scholar examination? But even so, what connection does this have with the innkeeper? Wei Wuxiang remained puzzled. The scholar examination requires merely a paper and a pen, while the martial examination necessitates only an open space and weapons. Both are not particularly location-dependent. As for the scholar examination, it seems unlikely that any random spot would suffice. Otherwise, the Privy Council would not have gone to such lengths to gather everyone in this remote town. Xia Fan gently guided the conversation. From the perspective of administrative and operational costs, a major city would always be the optimal choice. This explains why the final tests for both examinations are held in the capital. Administrative costs? Wei Wuxiang repeated, struggling to comprehend. Do not concern yourself with terminology. Think of it simply as the difference between the expenses incurred and the profits gained from hosting such an event. He extended 2 fingers. In essence, it can be inferred that there are specific requirements for a venue suitable for the scholar examination, and the number of such venues is likely limited. Furthermore, maintaining such a venue necessitates a steady influx of financial resources. Although the Privy Council holds considerable importance, they cannot afford to squander funds frivolously. Their long-term sustenance of Qingshan Town must be for reasons beyond merely this examination. In other words, it stands to reason that multiple scholar examinations have been conducted here. Xia Fan concluded, if the innkeeper is a local, he likely has experienced similar occurrences. Wei Wuxiang found herself momentarily speechless. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? The innkeeper approached their table amidst their discussion. Xia Fan ordered a portion of braised beef and then shifted the topic, casually inquiring, by the way. How long have you worked at this tea house? It seems unusually busy today. You are correct. It has not been this bustling in quite some time, perhaps since 5 or 6 years ago. Were the patrons at that time similar to us? Wei Wuxiang eagerly probed. Xia Fan realized the innkeeper possessed considerable experience. It seems you are quite knowledgeable. He cleared his throat, gesturing towards his waist. Wei Wuxiang took a moment to react, then retrieved half a tael of silver from his pouch and placed it on the table. The innkeeper's face brightened as he smiled. Sweeping the silver into his sleeve, that should suffice. I recall the topics they discussed revolved around the scholar examination and spells, though I confess I do not fully comprehend the specifics. Wei Wuxuang's excitement surged. Do you know the content of their assessments? The innkeeper promptly fell silent once more. To be honest, I am not entirely sure. He chuckled. I dare not meddle in their affairs. Moreover, that group tends to operate in secrecy during the late hours, often venturing into the mountains. We barely have time to avoid them, let alone inquire about their activities. If anyone in town knows, it would likely be a few old hunters. I heard that someone once hired them as guides and earned over 10 taels of silver in a single night. As Wei Wuxuang prepared to extract more from his pouch, Xia Fan restrained him. That will be enough. You may return to your duties. Very well, the innkeeper replied. Wait, I still want to observe the surroundings, Xia Fan interjected. It was then that Wei Wuxuang noticed several tables of patrons had begun to pay attention to their conversation, despite their attempts to appear engaged in their meals. The frequency of glances toward them had markedly increased. Innkeeper, over here. Several patrons called out as the innkeeper turned. See? There is no need to squander all our resources here. Xia Fan tossed a peanut into his mouth, reasoning that since others were willing to spend their silver, it would be better to let them have the opportunity, as long as we ascertain that this is not the first scholar examination held here. It matters little whom we inquire. Furthermore, if we can deduce this, the Privy Council must also be aware, and the examiners do not prohibit communication with locals, suggesting they have confidence in maintaining confidentiality. Probing too much could potentially work against us. Wei Wuxuang furrowed his brows in contemplation before suddenly exclaiming, Are you referring to the silver? 10 taels is not an insignificant amount, yet it is hardly exorbitant, Xia Fan affirmed. When adjusted for purchasing power, 1 tael of silver in this era is roughly equivalent to 500 yuan. For him and his modest master, 10 taels would be a considerable sum. But for the scions of wealthy families, it is merely a drop in the bucket. The limitation on the amount one could carry into the town likely relates to the examination. Were you not informed? Wei Wuxuang sighed after a moment. May I inquire as to the esteemed identity of your master? Esteemed? Xia Fan could not help but envision his modest master. A middle-aged man who would proclaim to everyone that he could alleviate their misfortunes, yet struggled to gather the fees for the scholar examination, often relying on his disciple to cover the costs. You may have a misunderstanding regarding the term esteemed. However, your insights have truly left me in awe. I have spent my life in commercial establishments and pride myself on being financially astute, yet I find myself lacking in comparison to you. Wei Wuxuang expressed admiration. If it were not for your master, you must have traversed many places. Xia Fan stifled a laugh, while he had indeed accompanied his master to numerous locales. It was hardly an adventurous journey, but rather a meandering existence. Considering his experiences across 2 lifetimes, the number would be even greater. Yet, he had no intention of divulging such details. Moreover, Xia Fan sensed peculiarities beyond the tea house. For instance, the reactions of the locals. Qingshan Town's population likely numbered no more than a couple of hundred, while there were at least 400 examinees. If a throng of outsiders flooded into this secluded area, it would naturally incite resistance and wariness. However, after a brief exploration, he noted that the locals behaved with an unsettling normalcy, going about their business and even greeting the examinees, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences. Is your family involved in commerce? The dabbing grain store is my family's establishment, Wei Wuxuang replied. Xia Fan nearly choked. Isn't that the most prosperous grain store in Fenghua County? They even distribute relief porridge from time to time. My master often takes advantage of that. To operate a grain store in Qigua is no small feat. Even if one is not from a prestigious family, they are certainly not mere petty merchants. Have you encountered it? How could I not? That store occupies the prime location in the county. Xia Fan shot him a disapproving glance, mentally categorizing him among the bourgeois adversaries. Well, yes. Once the scholar examination concludes, I shall treat you to a feast in Fenghua County. No, 1 meal would suffice. Xia Fan rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Wait a moment. Wei Wuxuang momentarily failed to respond. It was evident he lacked the resolute determination to succeed in the imperial examination. The latter's face flushed noticeably. For a fleeting instant, he anticipated that the other would become indignant and unleash a torrent of invective, yet ultimately, Wei Wuxuang remarkably restrained himself. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. What about you? Aren't you afraid of failing to achieve a commendable ranking, just like me? Who said that? I do indeed care for my own life. Then why? Perhaps it is due to ignorance, Xia Fan sighed softly. Ignorance? Wei Wuxuang's expression was one of astonishment. He simply could not reconcile the notion of ignorance with the person before him. It was precisely because he was oblivious to this new world that he yearned to delve deeper into understanding it. Xia Fan was acutely aware that the dissonance he felt stemmed from the clash between reality and common sense, arising from the responses of an unfamiliar environment. If he were merely an ordinary person throughout his life, it would suffice. Yet, he possessed a unique talent. Repaying his master's debts was merely a prelude. Even without this incident, he would inevitably embark on this path. As the governing body of all anomalies, the Privy Council undoubtedly represented an ideal platform. Moreover, for someone who had undergone systematic education, the quest for knowledge and understanding had become an instinct deeply ingrained in his soul. However, articulating this sentiment would likely render him incomprehensible to the people of this world. With a dismissive gesture, he turned and walked away. Chapter 3. Assessment content. However, Xia Fan did not leave the tea house immediately. Instead, he lingered at the corner of the staircase, waiting until the attendant brought over the freshly ordered braised beef before he called out to the young man, discreetly stowing the beef into his pocket. Faced with the peculiar request from the guest, the attendant harbored no suspicion, particularly since he had previously shared a table with Wei Wuxuan, who remained seated in his original spot. After packing away the beef, Xia Fan leisurely exited the tea house, thus saving himself the trouble of lunch. After all, his fellow townsmen had advised him not to be polite and to order whatever he desired, and he trusted that Wei Wuxuan would not mind the sudden disappearance of the braised beef. To be honest, he held a fairly good opinion of this young lad. His character was commendable, and despite feeling embarrassed, he could still confront his own shortcomings. This was rare, especially considering his affluent background, which would undoubtedly make life in Fenghua County much more pleasant if they managed to form an alliance. Unfortunately, the truth remained that he was compelled by his family to participate in the scholar examination, rendering any risk unnecessary. His master had repeatedly cautioned him that dealing with the sinister was a matter of grave seriousness. Without resolute determination and thorough preparation, one should never lightly involve themselves in such affairs. Given that his master typically dealt only with minor spirits and would steer clear of the officials from the Privy Council, it was highly likely he was not misleading him. By the afternoon, the proctor finally gathered everyone in the town center to announce the content of the assessment. Surprisingly, the task was quite simple: to collect a full bottle of spirit fire within the allotted time. The so-called spirit fire was a term commonly used to refer to ghostly flames, which could be dried, ground, and utilized as a material for various spellcasting, thus relatively easy to obtain. Xia Fan certainly would stand up to declare that this phenomenon should be referred to as phosphor fire. Burning phosphine derived from decaying human bones. Indeed, those powders could invoke some extraordinary phenomena, exhibiting a degree of reproducibility that was paramount in scientific experimentation. His knowledge, however, was of little use here, or rather, it seemed to operate in a manner he was yet unaware of. Since spirit fire was not particularly rare and could be easily gathered with just a shovel, the announcement of the main examination content incited a commotion among the crowd. It was no wonder the candidates were astonished. Even an ordinary person, given sufficient courage, could accomplish this task with ease. The proctor paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd, instead unveiling a red silk drape to reveal a notice board and a long table beneath it. The table was adorned with a multitude of porcelain vials, evidently the containers needed for the examination. The inked characters on the notice board provided further clarification on the assessment rules, yet overall, the guidelines were remarkably succinct, comprising merely 3 points. 1. The examination lasts for 7 days, during which candidates must not leave Qishan town. 2. Interference with the daily lives of villagers is strictly prohibited. 3. Any harm against fellow candidates is forbidden. Any candidate who violated any of these rules would be deemed unqualified. The proctor proclaimed loudly, "Thus, the 10th scholar examination of the Great Qi Kingdom commences. I wish you all success." With that, he turned and departed, offering no further explanation. Wait, 7 days? The crowd erupted in astonishment. A task that could be completed in a day, why extend it to such a lengthy duration? Wouldn't that mean everyone could qualify? Never mind. Let us grab the vials first. This thought seemed to awaken the others, and chaos ensued. Those at the front seized their vials yet did not exit, while those at the back found it impossible to enter. In the midst of the pushing and shoving, several porcelain vials slipped off the table and shattered into fragments. The candidates still awaiting their vials, fearing disqualification for lack of a container, pushed harder, and some even stumbled, nearly triggering a stampede. Everyone, stop. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out across the chaos. A young woman leapt onto the long table, drawing a wooden sword from her waist, poised as if to strike. "If anyone moves another step, I shall shatter every last one of these vials." The tumult came to an abrupt halt. No one dared to refute her, as they realized that the rules did not explicitly prohibit the destruction of the containers. If she truly acted on her threat, it was uncertain whether the crowd would turn against her, but it was clear that they would be unable to complete the assessment. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" A young man, dressed similarly to the girl, stepped forward anxiously. "Maintaining order," she replied, displaying a charming smile. Then, she pointed her sword toward the crowd. "You there? Please assist the fallen. And you, help someone up. Why should I listen to you?" Someone protested indignantly. The girl pressed her sword downward slightly. The pressure instantly shifted to the protester, and under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, the singled-out candidate reluctantly extended a hand toward the fallen. "Excellent. Now, all of you, come forward and receive your vials. Do not worry, there are still several boxes of vials behind this table, more than enough for everyone. Fellow brothers and sisters, don't just stand there, come help me." With just a few simple words, she dissipated the potential for a stampede. Finally able to breathe amidst the crowd, Xia Fan moved forward with the flow, his curiosity piqued as he observed the young woman. She appeared petite, at most 15 or 16 years old. Her youthful features already hinting at beauty. Particularly striking were her large, expressive eyes, reminiscent of a clear spring. Her exquisite brocade robe was equally captivating. The light blue fabric was undoubtedly of considerable worth, with feathered floral embroideries adorning each shoulder, their intricate patterns vividly apparent, almost lifelike. Looking at the other candidates dressed similarly, it became evident that this group belonged to the aristocratic family mentioned by Wei Wuxuan. They are members of the Luo family from Yuzhou. The dual feathers of the vermilion bird, it cannot be mistaken. Hearing whispers nearby, Xia Fan could not help but interject. "Hey, my friend, is the Luo family quite renowned? You've never heard of the Luo family?" The individual cast a dubious glance his way. They are prominent in the scholar examinations, consistently producing qualified candidates. It's commonplace for them to secure a spot among the top 3. By the way, I've heard that the current generation of talented disciples from the Luo family is quite plentiful. Is that girl the one they speak of? Another chimed in. Surely not. Such an impulsive act hardly seems characteristic of a genius. Did you not see how displeased her senior brother was with her actions? Indeed. If she were not a member of the Luo family, her chances in this examination would have been all but extinguished. Offending so many people. Even if she is a scion of an aristocratic family, the following days may not unfold peacefully for her. Xia Fan, however, remained unconvinced by this reasoning. The reason she was able to swiftly seize control of the situation had little to do with her identity. Rather, it was her acute awareness of the candidate's vulnerabilities that allowed her to command the crowd's attention with just a few words. Even an ordinary person, if they recognized the key to the situation, could achieve the same. With an orderly figure maintaining control, the flow of the crowd accelerated, and before long, Xia Fan received his porcelain vial. At that moment, the young woman had already descended from the table, called aside by her senior brother. Observing their expressions, it seemed they were engaged in a disagreement, though the man appeared more worried than angry. As Xia Fan passed by, he overheard snippets of their conversation, evidently not making an effort to lower their voices. "You should know that we are not the only ones participating in the scholar examination. The Fei family, the Fong family are observing us, as are those from the palace." "Senior brother, I am aware. Then why did you choose to act in such a manner?" "We all find ourselves entering the Privy Council, and the primary duty of the Privy Council is to uphold the order of this world. Adapting in advance is not without its merits." Moreover, as she spoke, she turned her head slightly, as if aware that Xia Fan could hear her words, and smiled at him. At that moment, we were at the center of the vortex, and remaining merely an observer might very well lead to being swept up in the chaos. It seems this young lady possesses quite an astute sense of perception. Following her insightful assessment, Xia Fan added another observation. The porcelain vial in his hand was a pristine white, bearing the seal of the Privy Council at its base. Presumably prepared specifically for the scholar examination. Its size was comparable to that of a mineral water bottle, and filling it would evidently require a substantial amount of bone powder, or rather, the source of spirit fire, considering that around 400 individuals were participating in this examination. The total quantity of spirit fire required was indeed considerable. Without a vast cemetery, it would be quite a challenge to procure. The issue lies in the fact that Qingshan town is rather small, even if all the residents were buried. it is doubtful the number needed for the examination could be met. Naturally, since this is an examination, it is only normal for a portion to be eliminated. It appears that the assessment primarily tests the candidate's ability to gather information. Xia Fan also noted that while the majority of the participants remained skeptical about the exam's content, a small group had already discreetly departed from the central area. It seems these individuals have realized that whoever can locate the source of spirit fire in Qingshan Town first will gain a competitive edge. Inquiring with the locals or asking them to guide them would be excellent choices. However, after a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to head to the inn first. If the scholar examination lasted only a day, he would have certainly joined that small group. Yet, the invigilator had provided 7 days for the task. In other words, the upcoming accommodations would likely need to be arranged by themselves, and the modest and appeared insufficient to accommodate everyone. Fitting 100 guests would be quite an achievement. Thus, it is evident that the guest rooms would be a scarce resource, and most candidates would likely have to seek lodging in the dilapidated houses outside. Therefore, he resolved to first rent a room for his stay. Chapter 4. The Fox. It has been proven that Xia Fan's choice was indeed wise. When he broached the subject with the innkeeper, he discovered that the available rooms were few and far between. The prime accommodations had already been reserved by the scions of noble families, leaving only either exorbitantly priced superior suites or dim, poorly ventilated lower-level rooms. Even the smallest single room commanded a fee of 1 or 2 taels of silver per day, a price comparable to that of the grand inns in the capital, clearly indicative of a predatory pricing strategy. Xia Fan finally comprehended why the examiners had stipulated that they must not interfere with the daily lives of the villagers in the examination rules. If such a nefarious establishment were to operate in the open, it would likely be reduced to rubble within days. Following this line of reasoning, it was reasonable to suspect that the inn's meals were also priced for tourists. If he did not manage his 10 taels of silver with great care, it was unlikely that he would last until the end of the examination. The disciples of the Great Door were not short on funds. Yet under the constraints of the rules, silver had become an essential resource. Whether to use it to maintain their own well-being or to exchange for information was a decision each candidate had to make for themselves. Xia Fan sensed he had grasped the mindset of the examination organizers. In contrast to the question-and-answer format of the civil service examinations, the martial examinations, which required one to take up arms, clearly placed greater emphasis on the candidate's overall capabilities. This approach allowed for more freedom, but also demanded consideration of various factors, with multiple possible solutions as long as they adhered to the established rules. For the people of this era, such a testing method might seem quite peculiar. Yet for Xia Fan, it had become rather familiar. He preferred this form of evaluation that entirely relied on personal performance over a mere assessment of magical abilities. He withdrew 3.5 taels of silver and directly booked 3 nights of accommodation, along with dinner for the evening. After a long journey from Fenghua County to Qingshan Town, he felt weary and decided it would be prudent to rest well for the night to restore his vigor. Upon returning to his room, Xia Fan could not help but grimace. True to his expectations of the leftover accommodations, he could not ascertain if the space even measured 5 square meters. The entire furniture consisted of a narrow bed and a wooden table. The floor was somewhat elevated, approximately 3 meters above the ground, resulting in the windows being placed quite high, making it impossible to reach without standing on the table. Thus, he could not hope to study while enjoying the view outside. Nevertheless, the room was remarkably clean. There were no cobwebs in the corners of the beams, nor any dust at the foot of the bed. Compared to the neglected straw huts, it was undoubtedly far superior, indicating that the funds from the Privy Council had not been squandered. Another advantage was that it was located at the end of the first-floor corridor, at the corner of the inn, making it the quietest place in the establishment, ideal for cultivation. With this in mind, Xia Fan set down his belongings and climbed onto the bed to meditate. Ever since he was taken in by his frugal master, he had never ceased such practice, regardless of the season or weather, for a total of 15 years. This was the foundational method of all techniques, drawing qi into the body. Though it may sound cliché, the ancients believed that when the universe began, chaos transformed into duality. What was heavy became matter, sinking and solidifying into lifeless objects, while the light ascended, spreading throughout the cosmos and coalescing into living beings. While living entities were born of qi, they also lost the vitality of qi. Thus, to enhance oneself, one must reacquire the methods of absorbing qi, allowing it to purify them continuously, thereby re-establishing the connection with qi. This theory bears a resemblance to the notion of Tao giving rise to one. one giving rise to two, two giving rise to three, and three giving rise to all things. At first glance, it seems highly idealistic, yet the truth remains, qi does indeed exist. In fact, the ability to perceive qi is a prerequisite for crossing the threshold into the realm of the practitioners. Xia Fan still vividly remembers the night under the starry sky when, guided by his master, he first perceived qi. Suddenly, something more striking than the stars appeared, not like clouds or mist, but akin to another form of celestial bodies, points of light flickering, dancing in the wind, densely packed and innumerable. Only in the distance did they coalesce, forming a state of qi. That day shattered his previous understanding. A torrent of questions surged in his mind, akin to a volcanic eruption. He exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress these inquiries, which far exceeded the bounds of his age, from escaping his lips. Moreover, he was acutely aware that even his master might not provide satisfactory answers. From that point onward, Xia Fan devoted immense energy to his cultivation. Day after day, he sat in meditation, even fasting, never neglecting his practice, learning the art of talisman drawing, and absorbing all knowledge pertaining to practitioners. Even his indifferent master was taken aback by his performance, remarking that while countless talented individuals exist in this world, few possess such perseverance and insight at a young age. Only Xia Fan understood that he was no prodigy. His insight stemmed from systematic education, and his determination was merely a byproduct of age. Indeed, he had once lived in an entirely different world, with memories of that place still vivid. Yet, he could not recall how he had come to this era. The boundaries between the two seemed indistinct, as if it had happened in the blink of an eye or perhaps taken an eternity. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself a destitute orphan rolling in the mud. Even the name Xia Fan was derived from his past memories, a name he had chosen for himself. Fortunately, his frugal master did not delve deeply into this matter. Perhaps he thought it was not unusual for a 3-year-old to remember the name given by their parents. With his advanced learning capabilities, Xia Fan quickly gained a comprehensive understanding of this world. Although he had yet to encounter truly malevolent demons, he had assisted his master in dealing with minor malevolent spirits, confirming that they were not mere folk tales. Moreover, through his qi cultivation thus far, he could genuinely perceive changes in his body, both strength and reflexes, as well as vision and hearing, far superior to that of the average person. Had it not been for these changes, he might not have survived in an era of poor medical care, where a mere rain could prove fatal. While following his master on their arduous journey and reaching this age, these tangible improvements further fueled his motivation for cultivation. Once in a meditative state, Xia Fan felt as though those minute stars were merging with his very being. Through them, his consciousness appeared to possess limitless expansiveness, each breath seeming to originate from both himself and the universe. He remained in this state for several hours. Regrettably, the focus required to sense qi could not replace the necessity for rest, nor could one train while sleeping. Thus, when it was time to sleep, he dutifully closed his eyes. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Xia Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. He opened his eyes abruptly to find the window above him inexplicably ajar, allowing a crimson glow to seep in from the outside. What on earth was happening? He grasped his wooden sword and cautiously stepped onto the table, straining to peer outside. To his astonishment, he beheld a blood-red moon hanging high in the sky, casting the earth in a ghastly hue. Simultaneously, an unsettling transformation occurred within the town. Numerous mounds emerged from the ground, each gradually being pushed aside as skeletal figures clawed their way out, emitting terrifying shrieks. Xia Fan was momentarily stunned. This scene felt eerily familiar. Moreover, those skeletal creatures seemed to possess an odd charm. Wait, charming? One of the skeletons appeared to have noticed him, turning and leaping towards the window. In the next instant, Xia Fan jerked upright, realizing he still lay in bed. This is a dream? He unconsciously glanced at the window, his heart tightening slightly. The window had indeed been opened, and there was something new at the window. After a few seconds of adjusting to the darkness, he discerned the outline of a shadowy figure seated by the window, its gaze fixed intently upon him. The reason for this assertion lies in the fact that, amidst the enveloping darkness, the most striking feature is the pair of golden eyes reflecting faint glimmers of light. In that instant, Xia Fan realized that this bizarre dream was intricately tied to the figure before him. Could it be that you too are an aficionado of outdoor cooking? Why should I fear a group of chibi skeletons? Nevertheless, the willingness of the stranger to speak offered him a modicum of relief. Surely, if the visitor harbored malevolent intentions, they would not have waited for him to reopen his eyes. He fumbled about, retrieving a fire starter from the clothes at the foot of his bed. After blowing on the spark, he ignited the candle on the table, and the dim flicker promptly dispelled the gloom of the room, revealing the visage of his companion. The first realization that struck Xia Fan was that the newcomer was not human. Though she appeared to be female, the prominent ears atop her head were undeniably conspicuous. Unless she were a cosplay enthusiast, this hybrid of non-human traits typically belonged to a class of beings known as Juriao. Dog. Xia Fan ventured tentatively. Cat. The reflective eyes, glimmering in the night, indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of a feline. Still, silence prevailed. Wolf? He guessed again. Enough, it is a fox. Her voice finally wavered with a hint of emotion. Chapter 5. First encounter, is that so? I apologize. The various branches of the canine family are quite similar, and I truly struggle to distinguish between them. Xia Fan chuckled awkwardly, yet his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Goodness, he had encountered a fox spirit. His master had once remarked that spirits, despite their malevolent nature, posed relatively lesser threats, primarily because they possessed their own thoughts and understand how to avoid danger. Consequently, most spirits tend to shun human dwellings and minimize interactions with people. Thus, records about them are scant, with most tales merely passed down through oral tradition, lacking substantial documentation. The only certainty is their existence, stemming from various animal transformations. Of course, his master had not been so courteous in his descriptions, bluntly referring to them as beasts and denouncing them as the tainted remnants of a decaying world. Canine family? What does that entail? It is a broad classification encompassing wolves, dogs, bears, and foxes. Are you referring to that dream? Xia Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. That nightmare, she emphasized. You orchestrated it, did you not? Indeed. The fox spirit confirmed without hesitation. A celestial phenomenon, a blood moon illuminating the sky, the dead rising, malevolent spirits possessing the living. These are all things you fear most. With just a little guidance, you would conjure your most terrifying visions from the depths of your memory. And it would be entirely normal to be so frightened as to lose control. But why do you not seem terrified? Hey, could you refrain from being so blunt? Xia Fan had begun to grasp the origin of that dream. Apparently, the other party had crafted a nightmare scenario, incorporating various horror elements, allowing the dreamer to unleash their own imagination. In this era, even a meteor shower could be interpreted as an ominous sign, inciting widespread panic. How much more so a bizarre phenomenon where the night sky is stained crimson. Yet, therein lay the crux of the matter, the element of personal interpretation. The blood moon was so iconic that Xia Fan's memory conjured countless corresponding scenes, coupled with the resurrection of the dead. The most fitting imagery that sprang to mind was the moment in the game The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, when monsters respawn during a blood moon. He could hardly confess that, rather than fear, he felt a twinge of nostalgia and anticipation. After all, the appearance of a blood moon indicated a chance to gather weapons and materials from monsters. Perhaps it's because I have experienced it firsthand, which is why I remain composed. Xia Fan coughed lightly. You have experienced it? The woman stared at him incredulously. How could that be? Shouldn't these visions originate from my imagination? It seemed she took considerable pride in her nightmare design. The world is vast. How can you be certain that no similar phenomena have ever occurred? The other party fell silent, seemingly pondering whether he spoke the truth. After a moment, she turned away, as if intending to leave. Wait, Xia Fan hastily called after her. The woman halted, casting him an impatient glance. Why are you doing this? I cannot be the only one having nightmares tonight. Xia Fan believed he was not a particularly special individual. It was unlikely the fox spirit had targeted him specifically. You ask knowingly, she scoffed. You all intend to become practitioners of the arcane, correct? And the extermination of spirits and demons is a mantra often uttered by practitioners. In other words, you will be my adversaries in the future. What is wrong with taking preemptive action? That makes a certain degree of sense. Are you attempting to eliminate your foes at their inception? If that is the case, why not act directly? It would be easy for you to infiltrate Qinshan Town silently with a dagger, replacing nightmares with pleasant dreams. I doubt many would react before being attacked. That is because you have yet to become practitioners. What? Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback. Is that difficult to comprehend? You have never truly slain a spirit. To kill you based on a potential future is not a wise course of action. It would only solidify your claims of vilification. And such an act is not one I would undertake. She spoke dismissively. Conversely, is not arbitrary killing for an inexplicable reason a common human behavior? Xia Fan was left speechless. Have spirits come to possess such rational perspectives in this day and age? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. These 8 words are simple in theory, yet few can genuinely adhere to them. Even in a past life where basic education was widespread, there were many who were strict with others but lenient with themselves. The Privy Council holds examinations every 3 years. Scaring you away with nightmares is akin to reducing the number of practitioners. The woman shook her ears. Unfortunately, it seems this tactic is ineffective on you. Xia Fan took a moment to respond. Are you not afraid I will reveal this to others, foiling your plans? Therein lies your most intriguing facet. The fox spirit grinned. The number of practitioner slots is limited. Those who are frightened will lose their qualifications. Your chances of passing the examinations increase significantly, do they not? Moreover, should you disclose the truth, how many would truly believe you? Those who were meant to be scared away. No, they would never admit to being deceived by a mere spirit using such simple tricks. They might even harbor resentment against you. Considering these 2 points, do you still wish to speak up? This individual, could it be that this was not her first time executing such a scheme? He suddenly realized that perhaps he was not the only one who had sensed something amiss about the nightmare. Very well, I shall not divulge it. You were quick to concede, she remarked, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. For humans, as long as it benefits them, the morality of the act itself holds little significance. Even the most fearsome malevolent spirits could be exploited if there was something to gain, let alone a mere spirit like her. Having said that, she turned toward the window, preparing to leap out. Wait, Xia Fan called out again. The woman's movement halted abruptly, her foot nearly slipping off the edge. If you wish to buy time, why cannot spirits cooperate? Xia Fan asserted confidently. To be frank, I have never encountered a true spirit before, but if all spirits were as reasonable, principled, and polite as you, what issue would there be with cooperation? Principled, polite? The fox spirit appeared somewhat bewildered. Not wishing to commit acts of injustice is a display of principle. When I call, you halt, which signifies respect for the interlocutor. Of course, this is a demonstration of politeness. In contrast, malevolent spirits cannot communicate and will not cease their harm simply due to their wrongdoing. Equating yourself with them is manifestly unjust. Thus, I must correct your assertion. Xia Fan seized the opportunity, pressing further. Moreover, you previously mentioned vilification, indicating that humans harbor certain stereotypes against spirits. Yet, is your perception of humans not a form of prejudice as well? Even if the majority are unworthy of respect, exceptions certainly exist. You possess the ability to understand human speech. Someone must have taught you. What of that mentor you spoke of? Are they one of those you disparage? For a fleeting moment, he detected a hint of softening in her gaze. However, that flicker of change vanished in an instant, as if it were merely an illusion. You are quite the silver-tongued individual. Thank you. I brush my teeth daily. The woman scoffed. You have said so much, merely to persuade me to assist you covertly. Easing your path through the examination, yes? Regrettably, I am uninterested in whether you pass or fail and shall not cooperate with someone aspiring to become a practitioner. Perhaps when you have the time, you can come and chat with me in the evening. Xia Fan replied leisurely. Cough, cough. The fox spirit nearly choked. What did you just say? As for the content of our collaboration, he replied with a calm demeanor. If you have no pressing matters, I propose we converse. As for the timing, you may decide. Consider it a period of respite after the fright. The other party still appeared somewhat skeptical about what she had heard. Chat. Since it is a collaboration, I certainly would not expect you to work for nothing. Xia Fan picked up a fabric bag from the table and unfolded it before her, revealing the reward for their conversation. What do you think? Wrapped within the cloth was the braised beef she had previously acquired from Wei Wuxuang. It must be said that the culinary skills of the shopkeepers in this remote town were surprisingly commendable. Not only was the flavor of the braised dish rich and aromatic, but the slices of beef were also cut with remarkable texture. He had initially intended to save some for the next day. As Xia Fan lit the candle, she noticed that despite the imposing presence of her companion, she was dressed in a wrinkled burlap garment, perhaps as a creature of the wild. Her resilience to the elements far surpassed that of an ordinary human, rendering her indifferent to sun and rain, to the hardships of life outdoors. However, that did not imply she lacked preferences or an appreciation for comfort, especially given that she had evidently received some form of human education. Suddenly, Xia Fan heard a faint rustling sound. How utterly perplexing. The fox demon forced herself to avert her gaze and declared, Enough, human. I have no time for your rambling. Keep this food for yourself. With that, she swiftly leapt out of the window, her agility seemingly fueled by a fear of him calling after her. Xia Fan hurriedly climbed onto the table and called out into the pitch-black night, Whether you come or not, I've left the beef on the windowsill. Remember to come and take it once you're finished. To his surprise, she truly departed. He recalled his master's advice when encountering a demon. It was best to avoid them if possible. Folklore regarding such beings was scarce, primarily because they seldom interacted with humans. However, one could also argue that those who had encountered demons might have met untimely ends. To claim he felt no tension or wariness would be self-deception. In truth, Xia Fan had always been prepared to draw out the medicinal pouch from his pocket, ready to unleash his spell should any unexpected situation arise. Though he had no confidence in their potential effectiveness, nevertheless, beyond his anxiety, he was filled with excitement and curiosity. How does one come to understand the unknown? Clearly, the answer lies in approaching it firsthand. This was also a primary reason Xia Fan had chosen to partake in the scholar's examination. How could he possibly let the opportunity to converse with a fox demon slip away? Chapter 6. The Overseers that night, within a grand tent outside Qingshan town. The flaps were suddenly thrust aside, allowing two figures, one tall and one short, to enter. Under the flickering candlelight, the proctor Shinchun observed the newcomers. Both clad in black high-collared robes, their faces obscured by silver half-masks, the standard attire of officials from the Privy Council. The taller man bore 3 red lines embroidered on his shoulder, signifying a district commander, equivalent to a third-grade official within the 6 ministries. It was evident that the visitors were the long-awaited inspectors, the esteemed Lord Ba Xingtian. However, the other individual. Shinchun discreetly shifted his gaze towards the shorter figure, as he had not previously heard that 2 inspectors would be overseeing the examination. Moreover, the man's black robe bore but a single white line, indicating a rank akin to a novice sorcerer, which, by all means, rendered him unqualified to enter such a significant examination venue. Nevertheless, as his superior had not voiced any objections, he deemed it prudent to feign ignorance. "Oh, this mask is suffocating," the tall man proclaimed as he entered the tent, promptly yanking off the silver mask and casting it aside. "Is there any wine available?" "Lord Ba." Shinchun replied with a resigned salute. "Only tea is available here." "Pa." The latter scoffed, plopping himself down at the table, his robust frame causing the chair to creak ominously. "Then I shall have a pot of tea, chilled." The shorter individual neither removed his mask nor spoke, instead settling beside Ba Xingtian, signifying their equal standing in at least a formal sense. Shinchun found himself harboring a newfound respect for the silent figure. Despite the lack of words, he poured a cup of cold tea for him. Although the Privy Council primarily dealt with sinister occurrences and differed from the formal officials of the 6 ministries, one must possess a basic discernment in their position, lest they inadvertently offend someone and find themselves facing dire consequences without recourse. Ba Xingtian immediately tilted the teapot to his lips, draining it with gusto. After finishing, he sighed contentedly, wiping his mouth with his sleeve before finally broaching the matter at hand. "What is the general situation regarding this examination?" For 100 candidates, even in Qingshan town, a satisfied expression graced his features, indicating that the Privy Council would soon welcome numerous new faces this autumn. With such numbers, will the passing standards not be elevated? "It would be quite a feat if they were not lowered," he replied, shaking his head. The locust plague from last year still cast its shadow, and both Qi and Gao are restless, creating a pressing demand for personnel across the board. The upper echelons have also exerted considerable pressure. This matter strayed into state affairs, and Shinchun felt it prudent to refrain from further comments, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The greater the calamity, the more frequently sinister occurrences arise. At times, the damage inflicted surpasses that of warfare, and these challenges necessitate the intervention of sorcerers. However, how could one expect those who could not even pass the assessments to effectively confront such grave threats? Furthermore, the costs associated with training a sorcerer are substantial, and he did not believe that lowering standards would genuinely resolve the issue. Ba Xingtian did not linger on this matter, instead gesturing towards an open ledger on the table. "Are the names crossed out? Those who have been eliminated?" 9? Shinchun inquired. "Eliminated on the very first day?" The shorter man finally spoke, his voice surprisingly light, suggesting he could not be too advanced in years to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lord Ba at such an age. Shinchun felt a twinge of curiosity regarding his identity. The reasons are all noted in the remarks. They were eager to gather information and spent all their silver in a single afternoon, only to realize the significance of their finances by dinner. For sorcerers, failing to endure until the 7th day while starving means they opted to forfeit the exam. A lack of resolve, Ba Xingtian commented disdainfully. "If they lack it, they may as well seize from others. If they possessed your strength, they certainly could, Shinshan smiled. I believe their decision to withdraw indicates a modicum of self-awareness. Those who stubbornly persist will only magnify their failures. The shorter figure leafed through the ledger. So those candidates at the lower end of the silver scale are facing elimination? But what of this individual who started with only half a bag of silver? Isn't that somewhat inequitable? Following the direction of the man's finger, Shinshan noticed the name Xia Fan inscribed in that column. Compared to other candidates who boasted a full 10 taels, his meager sum of less than 5 stood out starkly. We can only ensure that the rules are generally fair. Moreover, the level of preparation reflects one's seriousness. He paused, adding, additionally, this individual's expenditures are not less than others, proving he was oblivious to his exceedingly disadvantaged position, making his elimination entirely justifiable. The shorter man nodded, seemingly conceding to Shinshan's perspective. Yet, Shinshan felt a tinge of regret. He had retained a faint impression of the candidate named Xia Fan. After all, it was rare to encounter a candidate who could not gather 10 taels of silver, making it difficult to overlook. When others had scoffed at him, he had remained unfazed, displaying a commendable maturity, which was praiseworthy. Yet, within a single night, he had squandered nearly all his silver, even opting for the most expensive dinner, as if entirely unaware that he possessed barely half of what others had, showing a complete lack of vigilance. It can only be said that I misjudged him, Ba Xingtian declared, waving his hand dismissively. What value is there in discussing these inept individuals? Let us instead converse about the potential top 3 candidates. Who do you believe they will be? The shorter man turned the ledger to its front pages, and Shinshan observed that he lingered longer on each page, as if attempting to memorize the names of the candidates. Without a doubt, Fei Nian from the Fei family, Fang Xianao from the Fang family, and Luo Qing from the Luo family shall be the top 3 in this examination at Qinshan Town, Shinshan articulated, word by word. One from each family? Ba Xingtian remarked with a playful smile. You have proven yourself a competent proctor. Your grace is too kind. Shinshan bowed his head in modesty. Having served as a proctor for many years, he had come to understand that examinations not only sought to identify talent, but also to allocate benefits. Moreover, these 3 individuals indeed possessed extraordinary talents, having engaged with the cultivation of qi earlier than their peers, rendering their performance unlikely to falter. Thus, it would be challenging to find fault with them. Of course, the final outcome would be determined after the examination concluded, at the discretion of the Lord. Is there no one of non-aristocratic origin? The shorter man inquired suddenly, not even among the top 3, let alone the top 10 or 20. This. Shinshan hesitated, sensing a hint of dissatisfaction in the man's tone. The order of names in the ledger did not equate to actual performance. The final results would depend on their examination performances. It is only natural that there are none, Ba Xingtian interjected with a smile. Consider this. If both are promising seedlings, one emerges from poverty, learning to read at 10, while the other recognizes characters at 3 and cultivates qi by 5. Which one possesses greater potential? If the former surpasses the latter, it would be an undue elevation of the term genius. The shorter man fell silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. The inspector cleared his throat and rose. There is an urgent matter to discuss. Shinshan promptly followed suit, clasping his hands in respect. I am not concerned about the examination rankings. You may proceed as you see fit, Ba Xingtian stated, turning his back to him. More critical than the examination is the elimination of potential hazards. You ought to comprehend the purpose for which the Privy Council has dispatched us to oversee this matter. Shinshan's heart raced. He licked his lips, tentatively inquiring, is it because of the listener? You are indeed aware. Ba Xingtian's tone darkened suddenly. 10 years ago, mere knowledge of this term would have been a grave offense. I have overstepped my bounds. Indeed, my lord. Shinshan lowered his head in acknowledgement. However, I have merely heard others mention the term listener. I am entirely unaware of their characteristics or how to identify them. Might you provide more detailed clues? Nothing at all, for the listener is not a singular individual, but rather a class of individuals. Ba Xingtian lifted a talisman and casually flicked it, causing a gentle breeze to sweep through, instantly silencing the surrounding chirping of insects. Shinshan realized that it was a soundproofing talisman. In truth, my knowledge regarding the listener is rather limited. Only the 4 heads of the Privy Council possess comprehensive insight into its intricacies. You cannot either? I am only aware that they can perceive certain extraordinary phenomena, such as secrets that should remain unknown to the world or arcane arts that have never been witnessed. Ba Xingtian spoke slowly. Yet what is more prevalent are the utterly incomprehensible murmurs, which is how the listener acquired its name. Murmurs? Those phrases that, when viewed in isolation, seem trivial. Yet when strung together, convey an obscure meaning. Consequently, they often do not live long. They either fall victim to assassination or succumb to madness. However, before descending into insanity, they are capable of inflicting astonishing devastation. If an uncontrolled listener were to emerge in our realm, what would transpire? Ba Xingtian cast a penetrating glance at him, foreboding the peril of a nation's downfall. Xin Chun involuntarily shuddered, beginning to regret his inquiry. Indeed, I shall exhaust all efforts. Xin Chun bowed deeply. There is no need for such concern, the inspector said, patting his shoulder with a hand resembling a fan. I am merely acting in accordance with protocol. As far as I know, there have been no suspected listeners in the past decade, which is why the restrictions on information have been relaxed. Vigilance is necessary. Yet the examination must remain the primary focus. Upon hearing this, it would be difficult to dismiss the matter entirely, Xin Chun thought bitterly. He was only grateful that he had passed the age of 30, making it improbable for him to face madness. However, that short individual, he could not help but glance at the other person, gauging by his tone and apparent age, likely under 20. Despite being well within the high-risk category, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as if utterly indifferent to the matter of the listener. Such a demeanor transcended mere calmness. Who exactly is he? After a moment's hesitation, Xin Chun ultimately suppressed this question deep within his heart. Chapter 7. Venture capital. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window the next morning, Xia Fan awoke. Without the jolting of a carriage or the annoyance of mosquitoes, he enjoyed a particularly restful slumber, and the fatigue from his previous travels vanished like smoke. Even the fox spirit that had appeared the night before seemed but a fleeting dream. Wait a moment. Xia Fan leapt from his bed and sprang onto the rickety wooden table to peer out the window. A smile crept onto his lips as he noticed the empty plate on the windowsill. It seemed that his previous perception was not merely a figment of his imagination. The removal of the braised beef meant that the other party had accepted the agreement. Suddenly, he felt a surge of anticipation for the evening ahead. Dressing in his outer robe, Xia Fan washed up briefly at the well in the backyard before heading to the main hall, where he spent 2 coins on a steamed bun. This was a trivial amount for other practitioners as well. Xia Fan attributed it to the curious ways in which the conservation of energy manifested itself in various forms. Good morning, Brother Xia. A voice called from behind him. Indeed. Wei Wuxuang's familiar face soon appeared before him. Do you mind if I sit beside you? Not at all, Xia Fan replied with a blink. It seemed that this fellow townsman had not taken his act of stealing the beef to heart. Alongside him, Wei Wuxuang placed a large platter of breakfast, which included not only the steamed bun but also rice porridge, tofu pudding, and pancakes. Xia Fan began to understand how the other's slightly plump figure had come to be. For a practitioner, gaining weight was no easy feat, Brother Xia. You're right. I've thought about it all night and have made a decision, Wei Wuxuang said seriously without immediately digging into his meal. What have you decided? The position at the Privy Council is not suitable for me. He paused. I'm not saying that protecting the people and ensuring their safety is undesirable, but just the thought of facing terrifying malevolent spirits makes it impossible for me to eat. Xia Fan glanced at the lavish breakfast spread before them. What does that make you then? A coward? I never said that, Wei Wuxuang retorted with a smile. On the contrary, I would say you are quite brave. You needn't comfort me. This is no consolation. In my view, the courage to be honest with oneself is no less than that required to confront malevolent spirits. Stepping back has nothing to do with bravery. It merely suggests that being a wealthy heir is a more promising path than being a lowly practitioner in a remote area. Wei Wuxuang regarded him for a moment before chuckling softly. To be honest, not many share your perspective. Once you are employed by the Privy Council, even the smallest practitioner is still an official, while a merchant remains merely a merchant. Yet, I believe you have a point. As if releasing a burden, he took a hearty bite of the pancake. Brother Xia, if you haven't passed, come to the Great Bull Granary to find me. I promise to treat you to a good meal. Xia Fan rolled his eyes. Shouldn't you wish me smooth sailing during this time? I wish I could. But this assessment is far from straightforward, Wei Wuxuang replied between bites. Yesterday, someone inquired about the situation in Qingshan town. While there are indeed ghostly fires, the scale is pitifully small. Logically, for hundreds of candidates to collect an entire vial of spiritual fire, at least a chaotic burial ground would be required. Yet, I've heard there are only a few scattered graves. Isn't that a bit too few? Xia Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, even if every grave produced spiritual fire, it would only satisfy a scant number. This will inevitably lead to conflict. Perhaps this is the examiner's intention, without some struggle. One cannot hope to obtain the qualification to pass. But for those not from prominent families, it is exceedingly unfair. Moreover, the expenses of food and lodging over 7 days are also a hindrance. Although I believe you have already perceived this, you initially possess only half the funds of others. If you fail, it won't be due to a lack of ability, so don't push yourself too hard. Indeed, Xia Fan replied calmly. I originally planned to resolve the issues in 3 days, but it now seems that 3 days may not be sufficient. If the information you've gathered is accurate, this conflict may very well persist until the very last moment of the examination. Unfortunately, I cannot assist you further. Have you found a way to raise funds? Wei Wuxiang asked, surprised. Perhaps. Xia Fan nodded. By the way, did you have any nightmares last night? Nightmares? I don't recall having any. I hardly dream. Wei Wuxiang replied, while scooping some tofu pudding. Xia Fan's expression stiffened, feeling a sudden uncertainty. Let me rephrase that. If you were to have a nightmare featuring a blood-red moon and monsters lurking everywhere, would you be afraid? Wei Wuxiang pondered for a moment. Of course, that would be a scene straight out of hell. If I found myself in such a scenario, I'd probably faint from fright. Really now? Is it that exaggerated? Xia Fan was taken aback. But it was merely a dream. Dreams are significant omens, he insisted earnestly. While I seldom dream, I understand that dreams are extensions of consciousness. For those who guide energy, this is especially true. One must never take the implications of dreams lightly. Is that so? Xia Fan mused. This is a world where consciousness can impact the material, which implies that dreams are no longer trivial brain activity. To evaluate dreams merely by their frightfulness is akin to applying outdated knowledge to new problems, merely an exercise in futility. That's good to hear. He smiled, feeling relieved. I initially just wanted to try it out, but now that you mention it, I feel quite confident. Really? Wei Wuxiang set down his pancake. Can you show me? Oh, I don't mean to take advantage. I'm just very curious. Xia Fan pointed behind him. Follow me. We should go while it's still early. In front of the suspension bridge connecting Qingshan Town to the outside world, Xia Fan awaited a hurried examinee carrying a backpack. Excuse me, kind sir. Please hold on. He approached with a respectful gesture. I am Xia Fan, an examinee from Finghua County. The other person regarded him with suspicion before slowly halting his steps. I am Chu, from Yuzhou. It appeared he had touched a sore spot, as the other's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. What does that have to do with you? I do not wish to mock you, nor inquire about your reasons for leaving. Xia Fan spoke in a gentle tone. I am merely here to forge a connection. Speak plainly. I hope you can lend me the unused silver to assist me in my endeavor. Are you insane? Why would I help you? The man exclaimed in disbelief. If I can pass the scholar's examination, I promise to repay you tenfold in the future, Xia Fan stated, ignoring the sarcasm in his words, as if he had not heard it. Even if I fail, I will repay the borrowed amount, using this promissory note as proof. What do you think? With that, he withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket. This palm-sized sheet, typically used for crafting talismans, had now been transformed into a promissory note. The other man scrutinized him for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you think you're a genius from the Luo family? If you could pass, what guarantee do you have? The pass rate for the scholar's examination is not low. That may be, but it doesn't concern you. Step aside. Xia Fan stepped aside, gesturing for him to pass. Brother Xia, is this your strategy? As he walked away, Wei Wuxiang emerged from behind a large tree, looking puzzled. Indeed. Xia Fan replied without flinching. Borrowing money in Qingshan Town might be somewhat challenging. This is not borrowing money. He squinted into the distance. Stay hidden. Someone else is coming. The second and third examinees appeared, responding similarly. But the fourth presented a different situation. He took Xia Fan's promissory note and handed him 5 taels of silver. Then came the 7th and 10th. Wei Wuxiang, concealed behind the tree, was utterly astonished. He could not fathom why someone would lend money to Xia Fan based solely on a fleeting acquaintance. Even more perplexing was the fact that, on the very second day of examinations, Xia Fan was able to wait at the suspension bridge for so many individuals who had chosen to forego their tests. How had he known these people were leaving Qingshan Town? As the 36th person arrived, a new development unfolded. I'm afraid you're too late, the individual said, spreading their hands. The Fei family has purchased my silver, medicinal supplies, and bedding slips. All I have left are 2 sets of clothing. Purchased? What did they use? Gold. The other replied candidly. They claimed that as long as I handed over the receipt to the servant waiting outside the town, I could immediately exchange it for an equivalent amount of golden leaves. Is that so? Then I wish you a safe journey home. Aren't you going to wait? The latter inquired, extending their head forward. Well, waiting would be futile. The next examinees crossing the bridge will likely be as destitute as that individual, Xia Fan observed, glancing at the sky. In less than an hour, there has already been a response. Truly impressive for a scion of a noble family. I don't understand, Wei Wuxiang said, hastening over with eagerness. He cheerfully jostled the slightly heavy purse in his hand. You may ask, if you deem this not a loan, then what is it? Xia Fan replied with a slight smile. This is known as venture capital. Chapter 8. Luo Qingqing, Risky Investments? Wei Wuxiang couldn't help but repeat the phrase. Indeed, the question lingered. If it were not in Qingshan town, would 10 taels of silver be considered a substantial amount? Wei Wuxiang shook her head, stating that sometimes her family's shop could earn that much in a single day. At this point, Xia Fan refrained from elaborating further, as he noticed a spark of understanding in Wei Wuxiang's eyes. Clearly, she had grasped the essence of the matter. Not everyone could evaluate the pros and cons involved, but with enough inquiries, a few individuals with broad perspectives would emerge, unconcerned with minor sums of money. As Wei Wuxiang pondered further, she uncovered deeper implications. While the high-interest loans prevalent in the marketplace seemed similar, a fundamental distinction existed. The latter preyed on the vulnerable, extracting every last bit without remorse, whereas the former focused on the future, seeking mutual benefit. The mere fact that it could bear its own risks made it far more palatable than the avaricious moneylenders. Moreover, risks could be mitigated, for instance, by enlisting more participants to share the borrowing costs. Even a failed investment could significantly reduce losses. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, her hands trembling slightly with anticipation. The potential of this venture likely surpassed that of selling grain. This principle could potentially be applied to commerce, she exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Xia Fan smiled, acknowledging that this idea was indeed rooted in the world of business but chose not to respond further. Unfortunately, the Fei family reacted swiftly, discovering within 2 hours a small-scale withdrawal among the candidates and immediately implementing the most advantageous countermeasures. It was worth noting that there were over 400 candidates in Qingshan town, each rising and acting at different times, making the variance in street traffic quite normal. The preparedness of the aristocratic disciples was evidently substantial. Xia, I now understand the concept of venture capital. Wei Wuxiang gradually calmed down from her reverie. It is indeed a brilliant scheme, but without a plethora of options, its efficacy would likely diminish. How did you know that a group of candidates would abandon the exam this morning? That is a personal secret, Xia Fan replied casually. Cannot share? Wei Wuxiang displayed an expression of curiosity that suggested she was determined to know. Cannot. Xia, 10 meals. Just send me to a restaurant. Beyond that, there was a winding path leading up the mountain, though it was overgrown with dense vegetation, making it quite difficult to traverse. Aside from the hunters in town, few dared to venture deep into the mountains. Where does that path lead? Xia Fan inquired, slightly intrigued. As such trails should have been formed over many years of foot traffic, merely a handful of hunters could not account for its existence. I cannot say. The waiter shook his head. The mountains backing Qingshan town stretch endlessly. It's unlikely that this path could traverse the entire range and emerge on the opposite side. It is most probably a dead end. All right, I have no further questions for now. Xia Fan tossed him a half-tael of silver. 1 portion of braised beef. Delivered to my room. Certainly. The waiter nodded vigorously. I have resolved not to involve myself in the scholar examination. You should proceed alone. I will remain in the tea house, and should I happen to overhear any useful information, I may be able to assist you. Thank you, Xia Fan replied, downing his tea before turning to leave. After walking several hundred meters past the intersection, the small town was now behind him, though some earthen houses remained visible. Their dilapidation rendered them akin to ruins. Either the roofs had collapsed or only half the walls remained. The weeds along the path grew increasingly lush, and the encroaching tree shadows made the air noticeably cooler. What once seemed a distant cliff now loomed overhead. In another world, this nameless mountain might be insignificant, but here, anyone aspiring to scale, it would be deterred by the interwoven vines and thorns. If the waiter was correct, the road beneath his feet would soon split in two, as if cleaved by the mountains themselves. At that moment, Xia Fan suddenly heard a commotion. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, he approached the source of the noise. There, at the fork in the road, a group of candidates had formed a circle, shouting angrily. Opposite them stood a group of individuals clad in white. Due to the limitations of dyeing techniques, pure-colored garments were scarce in this era, with white being particularly rare. In Xia Fan's recollection, the only participants in the scholar examination who donned white and frequently moved in groups were the disciples of the Fei family. The 7 or 8 of them stood in a line, effectively blocking the path to the mountainside. The leader, with striking features and an air of distinction, remained unfazed by the uproar. On what grounds do you prevent us from passing? This is the Great Qi Scholar examination, not your Fei family's backyard. Aren't you afraid we will report you to the examiners? If you insist on this, do not blame us for being impolite. The leader remained unmoved. My words are clear. Based on last night's observations, there are not many spirit fires in that area. Competing for them would only diminish collection efficiency. Rather than waste time on futile scrambles, it would be wiser to establish an order. Once the Fei family is collected, you may go afterward. Are we not allowed to pass either? A woman in a blue robe stepped forward, her embroidered feathers on her shoulders indicating her status. The Luo family from Yuzhou has arrived, someone murmured. Xia Fan recognized her as the girl who had leapt onto the examination table, commanding the crowd to comply with her orders. Miss Luo Qingqing. It is a pleasure to meet you, the leader acknowledged with a nod. I have heard of your name during my time in the capital. Your literacy and innate talent are unparalleled in Yuzhou. Flattery, indeed, she replied. Reputation does not arise without reason. Even rumors must have extraordinary origins, or so I believe. Oh, this fellow certainly knows how to speak, Xia Fan thought to himself, noting the enchanting face and earnest praise, an appealing combination for any suitor. Indeed, but we will only collect for one day. The woman extended a finger solemnly. Regardless of our success, we will withdraw from this place tomorrow and not return until the examination concludes. Only one day. Only one day. Afterward, you may arrange your own plans. If necessary, we could even assign some to help guard this location. The leader of the Fei family cast a disdainful glance at her followers. If you disagree, you will have to rely on your strength. Unfortunately, this examination does not favor the strong over the weak. Should those opportunistic rats seize the spirit fire, you would surely feel discontent, would you not? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Qingqing finally nodded. All right. The crowd erupted in chaos. What does this mean? Are the aristocratic families colluding to bully us, the common candidates? If the Fei family takes a day, and the Luo family takes a day, what about the Fong family? If each of you takes a day, what are we to do? Enough of this chatter. Let us charge together. Surely he cannot block us all. Do not make me laugh, the leader shouted, causing the crowd to fall silent. Even so, you still have 3 days remaining, do you not? This is the Qi National Scholar Examination, not a place for you to muddle through. Only those with the capability can become scholars. Is that not a matter of course? To be weaker yet expect to seize the spirit fire amidst chaos, how absurd. He paused, one hand behind his back and the other gesturing forward. Of course. I welcome anyone who wishes to prove themselves now. As Luo Qingqing turned to leave and passed by Xia Fan, he regarded her with interest, surprised by her decisive agreement. Are you not afraid that the people here will spread the word? Does the Luo family lack the courage to contend with the Fei family? It is you. Luo Qingqing seems to recall him, adopting a posture of feigned helplessness. The young lady was never a remarkable figure, and it is hardly surprising that she finds herself at a disadvantage before Fei Yin, the foremost of the younger generation of the Fei family. Had they already been embroiled in conflict before my arrival, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. However, it appears that Fei Yin's assertions were indeed accurate. Luo Qingqing chuckled softly and waved him farewell. Furthermore, even the most flawed order is preferable to an absence of order altogether. Chapter 9. The Duel of Sorcerers in the midst of rising fury among the crowd. Someone could no longer contain themselves and produced a pouch of herbs and a piece of divination paper, preparations for casting a spell. Xia Fan had previously dabbled in sorcery, and perhaps it was this practical experience that allowed him to reconstruct his understanding. However, witnessing a magical duel was a first for him. In this realm, a complete spell is typically divided into 3 components: the thought, the binding, and the action, which together unleash the full power of the spell. In simpler terms, one must first conceive the spell in their mind, then utilize the corresponding herbs as a catalyst, and finally manifest the process of its transformation. A man clad in a blue robe pinched a small black object between his fingers, simultaneously drawing forth a piece of paper inscribed with incantations. Xia Fan squinted for a moment before realizing that the object was a cicada shell. Invoke the essence of the cicada, let the sound resonate. With his soft command, a piercing shriek erupted, striking the minds of the unprepared, causing expressions of pain to contort their faces. Utilizing the cicada shell as a focus, he produced a sharp and thunderous sound. This was the essence of his spell. The blue-robed man's intent was to intimidate his opponent with sound and seize the opportunity to breach the defenses of the Fae family. Unfortunately, this was not an uncommon spell. He had not concealed his choice of materials at all. If Xia Fan could recognize the cicada shell, the disciples of the Fae family would certainly have noticed as well. However, compared to Xia Fan's reflexive response of covering his ears, the white-clad man displayed a more composed reaction, merely tossing out a talisman to completely nullify the sound. The efficacy of a spell relies not only on the caster's strength but also on the environment in which it is executed. In the open wilderness, the power of noise is inherently limited. The blue-robed man, attempting to charge forward, was swiftly struck on the shoulder by a sword, collapsing instantly. Yen, what are you waiting for? Charge! With this roar, several more individuals rushed from the crowd, but this time, the outcome was even more disastrous. They barely had time to unleash their spells before being knocked to the ground by wooden swords while still fumbling with their pouches and papers. Watching the first duel of sorcerers left Xia Fan's lips twitching. As more than 10 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, he could only feel one sentiment. Is this it? It was undeniable that their combat experience was even inferior to that of street thugs. Moreover, few attempted to disguise or confuse their actions during casting. Some even fumbled for the wrong herbs, turning their pouches upside down in utter disarray. All were novices, with only a handful of spells to their names. And upon seeing the herbs, it was as if they laid bare their intentions, even if one or two managed to cast their spells. They posed little threat to the disciples of the Fae family, especially after Fei Nian declared that those who instigated trouble would be thrown across the suspension bridge. Crossing the bridge meant leaving the confines of Qinshan town, essentially equating to failing the examination. In other words, enduring a little longer could yield other opportunities. But being knocked out here would mean the end of their assessment. A quarter of an hour later, no one in the crowd dared to take a step forward. If they had clashed before my arrival, there might have been a chance for a turnaround. But it seems Fei Nian was not mistaken. Xia Fan suddenly heard Luo Qingqing's voice. Now it made sense. This was probably why the Luo family's prodigy had turned away. The individuals before him were not worth her effort against the Fae family. If they truly could unite, not only would the Fae family be unable to stand firm, but the fallen would not lose their qualifications either. Yet they did not act, for from the very beginning, they aimed to fish in troubled waters. With this realization, Xia Fan stepped forward. Do you wish to try your luck? Fei Nian frowned slightly, placing his hand back on the sword hilt. I have warned you, once you fall. The examination concludes prematurely. The crowd stirred with excitement. Fear not. He is merely trying to intimidate you. With us here, he would not dare to act against you. As long as you can defeat Fei Nian, we will charge together. Xia Fan smiled, walking towards Fei Nian with his hands spread wide, indicating his palms were empty. Fei Nian made no move, merely waiting for him to approach step by step. The atmosphere grew tense, all eyes focused on the two of them. As if a new round of combat was on the verge of igniting. Fei Nian's expression grew increasingly grave. His hesitance to strike first stemmed from a desire to maintain his image. As the leader of the new generation of the Fae family, he must always appear calm and composed. This individual was unlike the others. He sensed this. He did not brazenly unveil his pouch, nor did he display the usual apprehension and tension of an impending duel. He appeared to be full of openings, making it difficult for others to seize the moment for counteraction. Such a demeanor was something Fei Nian had never witnessed in his peers. What would he do next? Draw his sword or resort to a more direct approach? Perhaps waiting for him to strike was already a miscalculation. Unbeknownst to him, Fei Nian had gripped the sword hilt tightly. Just then, Xia Fan shifted, turning to walk down a different path, as if oblivious to the surrounding tension. Fei Nian, whose momentum had peaked, was nearly choked by this unexpected turn. It felt as if he had swung his weapon at a target only to miss entirely. He covered his mouth and coughed several times, managing to suppress the surge of frustration rising within him. What on earth is this person doing? Meanwhile, the onlookers erupted in confusion. Do you even want the spirit fire? TSK, I knew he was a coward, lacking the guts to stand against the Fae family. How can you face us after we stood by you? They shouted indignantly, treating Xia Fan as a traitor. Look, admiring the scenery? Even Fei Nian was taken aback, watching Xia Fan walk away with such audacity that he could not muster a single rebuttal or sarcastic remark. Seizing the moment while everyone was still in shock, Xia Fan had already circled around the base of the cliff, entering the dense thicket. The once clear path had transformed into a narrow and hidden trail, likely overgrown from disuse. He needed to clear the way with his wooden sword to discern the direction of the mountain path. According to the innkeeper, this path would ascend alongside the Qingshan, with few in town having seen its end. After half an hour, Xia Fan halted, panting heavily. Walking through a true forest was no simple task. Aside from the annoying vines underfoot, the persistent dew in the low grass was enough to be bothersome. After traversing for a while, his trousers and shoes were soaked, each step feeling as though he were treading through mud. There were also the mosquitoes. These pests did not confine themselves to the cover of night, but buzzed about in broad daylight. If not for his mild repellent against smaller insects, he doubted he could have persevered this long. Upon exploration, he confirmed that there were no graves or tombs along this winding path, diminishing the hope of finding an alternative route to acquire the spirit fire. Simultaneously, he realized that this path was not forged by the town's hunters. Despite being cloaked in weeds, its actual width and evenness rivaled that of Qingshan Town's main roads. Compared to the path leading only halfway up the mountain, this one appeared to be the true thoroughfare. Why would anyone construct such a wide road on the mountain? Even with the assistance of sorcerers, it would be an immense undertaking. More strangely, why abandon a meticulously built mountain path? Unfortunately, he lacked the means to uncover the truth. He let out a soft ah, crouching down to part the underbrush. Before him lay a severely decayed wooden beam, partially embedded in the earth, measuring approximately 4 fingers in width. Its length difficult to ascertain at first glance. To his astonishment, this timber, marked with evident planing scars, did not appear to be carelessly abandoned. Rather, every half-meter or so, a wooden peg was firmly inserted into the beam, anchoring it securely to the ground. Above the beam sprawled countless long impressions. Although time had taken its toll and some areas had succumbed to insect damage, it remained apparent that it had borne considerable weight in the past. This was indeed a railway track. Chapter 10. Farewells and Absences in the Dead of Night. Xia Fan leaned against the headboard, contemplating a metallic object he had discovered by the edge of the track. It appeared to be crafted from bronze, measuring approximately 1 inch in length and 2 inches in width. After wiping away the verdigris, he could still discern faint inscriptions, though the characters were difficult to decipher, seemingly diverging significantly from the current script of the Dachi kingdom. And then there were the tracks. Wooden tracks were hardly a rarity. For ages, people had conceived the idea of using straight timber to replace uneven road surfaces, simply requiring the addition of rolling logs to facilitate movement. The crux of the matter lay in the limited compressive strength of the wooden beams, coupled with their susceptibility to insect damage, which rendered such specialized pathways unable to attain mainstream status. No one was willing to expend vast financial and material resources to construct a road that required repairs every few months, unless absolutely necessary or in urgent need. Thus, wooden tracks predominantly appeared in mountainous regions, as it was impractical to lay down a durable bluestone road on a hillside without a nearby quarry. Was Qingshan Town merely a remote settlement nestled halfway up a mountain? No, these two artifacts were ample proof that Qingshan was not an obscure place. It had once been frequented by many. The examiner had clearly concealed crucial information. What had transpired to transform Qingshan into its current state? Creak. A faint sound emanated from the window above. Xia Fan tucked away the bronze piece and turned his gaze towards the shadow at the window. Thinking he would not see you tonight, there stood the fox spirit, bathed in the gentle moonlight that illuminated her pointed ears. I have eaten the beef, she stated. I know. Therefore, you should understand that I have accepted your plea. She shifted from a squat to a seated position, crossing her legs. Perhaps you are accustomed to a lack of integrity, but I am not. Was it truly a plea? Also, it would be better if the moonlight were a tad brighter. But it's nearly midnight. You wouldn't intend to wait until I fall asleep just to steal a midnight snack. Would you? Steal? The fox spirit furrowed her brow in confusion. Though she appeared not to comprehend the phrase, she seemed aware it was not a compliment. When I arrive is my prerogative. You did not specify a time in advance. Moreover, I am quite busy myself. If not for the beef. She abruptly stopped, adding, in any case, if you doze off, you cannot blame me. I have fulfilled my promise. Less than yesterday, the fox spirit replied bluntly. If a person experiences other emotions, the potency of their dreams diminishes. Yet tonight, their emotions are escalating. What kind of emotions? Anxiety and hatred. Xia Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was this influenced by the exam environment? The need to meticulously manage finances, the inadequacy of the candidate's spirit fire, and the established order set by noble families. It seemed only natural for dissatisfaction to spread. By the way, he pondered, producing the bronze piece he had found on the mountain, Do you know what this is? The fox spirit cast a disinterested glance. I do not. Why would you think a fox spirit would understand human artifacts better than you? Perhaps it is because you have lived for several hundred or even 1,000 years. Xia Fan formulated his response, reasoning that the phrase well-informed could not be far from the truth. Huh. She initially grinned before bursting into laughter. That laughter was clearly devoid of kindness, filled instead with irony. If spirits could live that long, do you think it would still be humans ruling the world? Is that incorrect? While vitality may prolong life, it merely equalized spirits and ordinary people. Even practitioners of the arcane arts could surpass them. Only the ignorant in the countryside would propagate tales of spirits' longevity. This revelation greatly astounded Xia Fan, implying that the average lifespan of a spirit was merely 50 or 60 years. The tales of gaining intelligence after a century of cultivation and transforming into a human after a millennium were likely mere fabrications. Then how do you come into existence? He inquired, voicing his most pressing curiosity. What do you mean? I mean, when did you realize you had become a spirit? From the very beginning, she replied, shaking her ears in annoyance. You do not think I was born merely as an ordinary fox, do you? Spirit precedes intellect, and humans are the same. Did your master not teach you this? Yes, he did. But what connection do these two matters have? Foolish. The fox spirit exhibited a look of exasperation. The essence that manifests determines the nature of the spirit that emerges. Do you understand? Your ability to sense essence was decided long before you were even conceived. The same applies to all beings. In the womb, essence adheres, some ordinary, some extraordinary. The ordinary are the multitude, while the extraordinary are like you and me. This process is unpredictable and unalterable. It is innate nature. Xia Fan's mouth fell agape. He suddenly realized that the half-angled silver and beef truly held great value. His cheap master had mentioned essence and spirit, but never with such depth and specificity. He now comprehended that spirits did not require cultivation or opportunities. Their very nature rendered them as such from birth. Can spirits breed with humans? Xia Fan posed his second question of curiosity. The fox spirit's gaze shifted noticeably. Clearing her throat, she added, I merely wish to delve deeper into this. I have no other intentions, he quickly clarified. The fox spirit scrutinized him for a moment before retorting, in this regard, your folklore is not entirely inaccurate. Though rare, exceptions do occur from time to time. Does that mean it is possible? Xia Fan pressed on. Why is it so uncommon? Isn't that obvious? Unless one is a pervert or has psychological issues. Who would willingly marry a spirit? She exclaimed angrily. Spirits cannot completely conceal their characteristics. Whether scales or tails, do you not perceive them as grotesque beasts? Of course. Do not think humans are any better. Being completely hairless is equally unsettling. Is this the generational gap? Xia Fan instinctively rubbed his chin, contemplating whether a beard might be more appealing in the future. Enough. If this is what you call a conversation, I see you are merely looking for trouble. Regardless, I have already visited. I have not broken my promise. Farewell. With that, she sprang up and turned to leave. Wait. Xia Fan employed his previous tactic once more. The fox spirit's body stiffened. Her gaze filled with barely contained fury. I have yet to provide today's payment. Xia Fan produced the cloth pouch containing the beef and extended it towards her. I am uncertain of how you envision a conversation, but I simply wish to learn more about you. If I have caused any offense, I hope you can forgive me. She did not accept it, but instead stared at him. After a moment, she finally spoke. Why do you wish to understand spirits? Do you not often say that there are many prejudices between humans and spirits? The root of prejudice lies in misunderstanding. I believe that by engaging further, we can dispel this bias. There are many kinds of spirits, including those that consume humans. Do you think you can alleviate people's fear of spirits? Can you persuade practitioners to cease hunting spirits? I cannot, but at the very least, I can help them not fear the non-carnivorous spirits. As for practitioners, am I not one? Humph, she scoffed, though the anger in her eyes had diminished somewhat. You have yet to pass the scholar's examination. Then would you help me? Dream on. She resolutely declined. You are the first person I have encountered with such a mindset. Spirits are diverse, and humans are even more so. What is so surprising about that? After a moment, she bent down and snatched the pouch from his hand. It seems you can utter a sensible remark or two. Who said we are on the same path? I would never condescend to associate with practitioners. Moreover, do you truly believe you can alter the Privy Council with your solitary efforts? The fox demon revealed her sharp fangs, appearing both mocking and forewarning. If such thoughts cross your mind, I suggest you withdraw from the examination at once. The Privy Council is far more formidable than you can fathom. Should you harbor any unrealistic fantasies, it will only lead to your utter demise. Why does her tone suggest an intimate knowledge of the Privy Council? Xia Fan keenly sensed a subtle anomaly. As a demon, this was utterly inconceivable, even among the people of Tachi. Few possessed insight into the inner workings of the Privy Council. By the way, who is your master? I doubt an ordinary person could impart such reason. A sense of justice and manners to a demon like you. She abruptly fell silent. I have no master. No. Then who taught you these things? It is of no concern to you. The fox demon suddenly grew impatient, flicking her tail as she leaped down from the windowsill. I have accepted your payment. But there shall be no next time. You would do well to focus on the scholar examination. Hey, wait. Xia Fan jumped onto the table, leaning out to gaze into the night, but the figure had already vanished into the darkness. Did she truly depart so swiftly? He had no choice but to call out softly, tomorrow, I will prepare braised beef again. Remember to come and collect it if you're finished with your tasks. Yet, Xia Fan harbored a faint feeling that this time, she was likely serious. She would not return for further conversation. Chapter 11. Enmity. Humans are indeed clumsy creatures. Even after mastering the art of harnessing energy, their limitations remain evident. Li crouched beneath the window, listening to the sounds and hushed whispers from above. A smirk forming on her lips. It was only when silence enveloped the window that she flicked her tail and rose to depart. The hour had just surpassed midnight. A most suitable time for dreams, particularly for those unfortunate souls who, unable to secure a room at the inn, were forced to sleep in the dilapidated straw huts on the town's outskirts, vulnerable to nightmares. Yet, for reasons unknown, Li found herself devoid of enthusiasm. Even the braised beef she cradled in her arms seemed to have lost its once delectable aroma. It was already absurd enough for a practitioner of the arcane to seek understanding of the supernatural, let alone one who naively believed that prejudice could be eradicated through knowledge and advocacy. What difference was there between that and courting disaster? Of course, she could not entirely blame him. With his meager understanding, he could hardly grasp the significance of the Privy Council. Centuries of bloodshed had forged the current order and the council's standing among mortals. Any transgression would be deemed an unforgivable affront. Even her mentor, faced with such a colossal entity, exhibited no semblance of defiance. How could a mere novice hope to contend? Logically, she ought to feel elated. After all, the world would be rid of yet another practitioner without her lifting a finger, a most favorable outcome. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself unable to rejoice. Why was that? Li could not fathom the answer. They had known each other for merely 2 days, and she did not even know his name. She had encountered countless individuals and heard myriad sentiments: fear, pleas for mercy, threats, rage, murderous intent. Yet only vague emotions lingered in her mind. The specifics of their words almost entirely erased. In stark contrast, every utterance from this young practitioner remained vividly etched in her memory, as if their exchange had encompassed more than all her prior conversations combined. Could it be that you two are an aficionado of outdoor cooking? The first exchange commenced here, an utterly bewildering opening that bore a strange familiarity and nostalgia. Reaching the edge of the town, Li retrieved the cloth bundle containing the braised beef, hesitated momentarily, then hurled it into the abyss below. To oppose the Privy Council inevitably meant becoming an adversary to all practitioners. Such exceptions were best left unseen. What mischief is this? A mere fox spirit? Suddenly, a rough voice resonated from behind her. A towering human male, nearly 6 feet in height, with shoulders twice the width of an ordinary man, clad in a dark, high-collared robe, appeared like a small mountain under the dim moonlight. How could such a colossal figure approach her without a sound? Alarm bells rang loudly in her mind. I am Ba Xingtian, guardian of the southern territories of the Qi nation. What is your name? Came his voice from beneath a silver mask. You need not know. Li slightly bowed her head, revealing her sharp fangs at the corners of her mouth. Do not hurry, this is merely the first question. My second inquiry is, what brings you to Qing Shantown to disrupt our esteemed examination? He paused. And the final question, who sent you? Li scoffed. Might I not simply wish to come? Spirits rarely encroached upon human territories. They were meant to dwell in the wilderness like beasts. Moreover, the examination was a closely guarded secret of the Privy Council. If no one had instructed her, how could he have possibly found this place? As the fox spirit and Ba Xingtian scrutinized each other, he recalled the first day's eliminations, 9 candidates, which had escalated to 74 the following day. While unexpected occurrences were not uncommon in examinations, the panicked expressions of the departed candidates had seized his attention. He vaguely remembered a similar issue during the Hidden Island examination 3 years prior. However, that examination pertained to mental resilience at the time. He had lacked the authority to intervene directly, leaving the matter unresolved. Only now, in this round of the Qing Shantown examination, did he suddenly perceive the connection. To his astonishment, the culprit was a mere fox. Fox spirits excelled in enchantment and illusion, which could rationally explain why the candidates appeared so distraught. Yet, Ba Xingtian could not comprehend why she merely resorted to intimidation without directly attacking. It was entirely natural for spirits to resent practitioners, particularly one who approached them so brazenly. They would typically seize the opportunity to exact a brutal vengeance. The only explanation he could conceive was that she harbored a deeper motive, one not typically conceived by the average spirit. Furthermore, the fact that this was the second consecutive examination where disturbances had occurred in one of the testing venues inclined Ba Xingtian toward this hypothesis. The fox spirit appeared youthful, indicating limited strength. Capturing her alive and subjecting her to rigorous interrogation would be the most prudent course of action to unearth the identity of her instigator. I ask you, have you ever slain a spirit? Li broke her prolonged silence. Certainly, Ba Xingtian replied without hesitation. The number is not insignificant. And what of those spirits that bear no connection to humanity, living in isolation? She inquired. Does it make a difference? When I crush them, I have no interest in their histories. Then, you cannot claim to be innocent. Li inhaled deeply, her legs coiling with power as she lunged toward Ba Xingtian like an arrow released from its bow. She initiated the assault. If she was to stand against the Privy Council, it was inevitable that she would confront high-ranking practitioners, and this man was undoubtedly one of them. Should she succeed in slaying him, it would undoubtedly weaken the Council's strength. In an instant, Ba Xingtian felt an overwhelming wave of murderous intent crash upon him. The ground beneath him seemed to transform into a sea of blood, the acrid scent of iron assaulting his throat, thick enough to choke him. The flora and fauna around him vanished, replaced by dismembered limbs and scattered entrails. In such an environment, the average person would struggle to remain upright, let alone engage in combat. Was she attempting to enhance her odds with an illusion while attacking? Ba Xingtian could not help but admire her strategy. It was indeed a clever maneuver. However, while others might be daunted by a landscape of corpses, he felt invigorated. Planting his feet firmly on the ground and slightly tilting his body, he drew back his right arm to its full extent and unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at the oncoming fox spirit. With a resounding crash, the illusion shattered. Bloodlight splintered like glass, sending the fox spirit hurtling backward. She tumbled several times before coming to a halt, while he merely took 2 steps back. As Li rose, her right hand bore evident signs of deformation. Jin technique, return to Shun? Li frowned. Oh, you are aware of this? Ba Xingtian's tone turned grave. The art of the practitioners was not to be divulged lightly, even among esteemed families. Not only had she violated this decree, but she had also imparted it to a spirit. I am increasingly compelled to uncover the individual behind you. Ha! Ba Xingtian roared, assuming a defensive stance, ready to counter any eventuality, his most familiar tactic. In the face of overwhelming force, no trickery could pose a threat. As she charged, the fox spirit unexpectedly produced a talisman from her bosom. What an act of rebellion! Ba Xingtian seethed with fury. His ire was not directed merely at this spirit, but at the one who had imparted arcane knowledge to her. Spirits naturally possessed the ability to harness energy and wield innate techniques without instruction. In terms of innate talent, they surpassed humans. Their greatest disadvantage lay in their instinctual techniques, which were largely fixed. For instance, fox spirits were adept at deception, and if one could counter this trait, they would be left without recourse. Thus, teaching arcane techniques to spirits was an absolute taboo, a consensus shared among all practitioners. Yet now, someone dared to flout this edict of the Privy Council so brazenly? That individual was unworthy of existence. Despite this, Ba Xingtian showed no intention of retreating. Nature is, after all, nature. Due to the inherent limitations of their supernatural abilities, monsters find it exceedingly difficult to invoke other forms of sorcery. He had discerned that the talisman in question was unmistakably a Qian talisman, even though he was not entirely familiar with its intricate strokes. The fox demon belonged to the Qin category, and the Qian was merely one sun position away. Even if she managed to activate it, the outcome would likely be exceedingly limited. Furthermore, with one of her hands rendered useless, relying solely on a talisman to guide a dual technique was hardly worth considering. However, as he navigated through a thicket, Li's tail swept across, hurling a multitude of debris towards him. What kind of trick is this? Even if a dozen daggers were to come flying, he, empowered by the immovable spirit of the Jin technique, would find no need to evade. Ba Xingtian spread his arms wide, reaching for Li, determined to break her other hand this time. Amidst the chaos of flying stones and grass, he caught sight of her tightly shut eyes, along with several fireflies that had been swept along. Qian technique, for the Yin. Moonlight brilliance. In an instant, a radiant white light erupted between the two, filling Ba Xingtian's entire field of vision. Chapter 12. The immutable deity. Unexpectedly, it was a case of local resources. Her objective was not the weeds, but rather the fireflies nestled within the grass. The talisman, combined with the ignition, transformed the moonlight into a complete triple technique, momentarily blinding Ba Xingtian, even though he was unaccustomed to such dry magic. What a clever stratagem. He followed the path etched in his memory, forcefully closing his arms. Yet grasped nothing. Immediately, a gust of wind surged from behind him. This transpired in an instant, leaving an ordinary person with no time to react. Ba Xingtian instinctively turned, swinging his fists toward the source of the wind. Another resounding crash echoed. However, this time, the opponent did not soar away. Instead, he felt an overwhelming force at the tips of his arms, accompanied by the cracking sound of the immutable deity. As the white light faded and his vision returned, he beheld an enormous paw. The woman had vanished, replaced by a colossal fox, towering over him, its claws sharp as blades, having already pierced his stone-like skin. Had he not instinctively defended against this strike, the outcome would have been entirely different. Sensing his own magical defenses crumbling, he relinquished his restraint, lunging forward with a powerful shoulder charge, shoving aside the massive claws and swiftly unsheathing his heavy sword. With an upward strike, he forced the fox demon to retreat. Didn't you say that dealing with me could be accomplished with just your hands? Li exhaled a breath of frustration, speaking slowly in a changed tone, while secretly astonished. This person's strength was extraordinary, far beyond that of an ordinary sorcerer. The force of that last blow could have shattered rock, yet he had withstood it with mere flesh. I admit I underestimated you, Ba Xingtian acknowledged calmly, realizing that capturing her alive solely by his own efforts would indeed be quite challenging. A display of bravado. Li swept her forepaws, but he blocked her with unwavering resolve. Come again, Ba Xingtian called out. Now it's my turn, watch closely. With that warning, he unleashed his first strike. Simple yet unavoidable, this blow was not random. It was meticulously timed to intercept her paw strike, leaving her no option to evade the heavy sword's range, forcing her to endure it. The claws met the blade, shattering one after another, as searing pain instantaneously pierced her mind. Had the sword been sharpened, her entire forearm would surely have been severed. Yet Ba Xingtian did not pause, following swiftly with a second strike. This time, though her tail barely deflected the blade, it left a deep gash visible to the bone upon her fur. As he raised his heavy sword to deliver a third blow, Li suddenly realized she had fallen into a trap. His soaring momentum and willingness to let her strike first were all part of a cunning scheme. What appeared to be brutish and reckless was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated series of attacks designed to draw her in, forcing her to believe he would rely solely on brute strength. Once he seized the opportunity to exploit her inability to change tactics, he would immediately retaliate. This extensive assault was inescapable, yet it provided her a sliver of leeway, compelling her to choose between injury and death. Should she choose to sustain injury, she would inevitably descend into despair, with no power left to resist. The notion of being difficult to capture alive was merely a ruse. His intentions had always been to subdue her, transitioning from bare hands to a heavy sword. A few more strikes, and she would truly be at his mercy. In a fleeting moment of realization, Li resolutely made her decision. Facing the third strike, she did not evade the vital points but lunged toward the blade, directing her sharp claws at Ba Xingtian. It was a desperate, mutual assault. With her last ounce of strength, Li spun and swept her tail, knocking Ba Xingtian to the ground. She then leaped forward, bounding across the unfathomable cliff and stumbling into the dense forest. Had she been discovered? Impressive. Ba Xingtian brushed the bloodied fur from his body and slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, a straight crack appeared on his silver mask, swiftly widening. Ultimately, the mask shattered into two pieces, clattering to the ground. He acknowledged that in their final encounter, he had indeed taken a step back, which allowed the fox demon to survive the third strike. As a guardian of the realm, he had no intention of trading blows with the demon. Yet her judgment and decisiveness still compelled him to admire her. Utilizing the power of the immutable deity, he launched an unending barrage of attacks with his heavy sword, exhausting the enemy in defense until they succumbed to accumulated wounds. Many could detect traps along the way, but few possessed the courage to confront dire straits and gamble on a counterattack. even if they understood it might be their only chance at survival. Few could match the fox demon's remarkable audacity. The essence of fighting for one's life lay in the very act of fighting, if fear and panic infiltrated their techniques. They could not compel him to relent. What appeared to be desperate attacks, once focus was lost, would merely lead to demise. It had been ages since he encountered such an exhilarating opponent. Despite her still limited combat experience, her spirit alone was commendable. Given time, she might indeed become a foe memorable to the Privy Council. However, that possibility was now lost. Though the third strike had been miscalculated, it remained a mortal wound. In this desolate wilderness, where not a single soul could be found, let alone a healer willing to tend to a demon's injuries, her self-healing abilities would not sustain her for long. After death, demons bore no distinction from ordinary mortals. Their bodies would gradually decay, their essence returning to the heavens. This verdant mountain would serve as her grave. Ba Xingtian retrieved the heavy sword and fragments of the mask from the ground and turned towards the suspension bridge. Was this the strength of the Privy Council? The wounds on her hands and legs were bearable, but the gaping tear in her waist had already revealed to her the scent of death. The presence in Qingshan town was evidently not the most powerful sorcerer of the Privy Council, yet even so, she could perceive not a glimmer of hope for victory. Not to mention, the Privy Council had more than one guardian, with higher ranks like the Azure Sword and Feather Garb. No wonder her master had repeatedly warned her against antagonizing the Privy Council and cautioned her not to draw their attention. I have no other expectations. I only hope you can survive. Do not seek me out, nor exact revenge on my behalf, as if I had never crossed your path. These were the final words her master left before confining her. However, how could she ever forget all that had transpired? Li had believed such days would continue indefinitely until the Privy Council came knocking. The azure-clad woman vanished without a trace, leaving her alone. Her master had imparted many lessons, yet had taught her not how to confront the Privy Council. She must forge her own path. But now, everything seemed to drift further from her grasp. The excruciating pain rendered Li nearly breathless as she leaned against a sturdy tree, her hand pressed to her abdomen, now soaked in warm blood. She did not fear death. Yet, before achieving her goals, she could not simply succumb. Should she perish, no one would remember her name, nor recall the time she found a newly birthed fox demon in a bamboo grove. Should she die, her master would die along with her. No, she could not remain in these mountains. Even if Ba Xingtian did not pursue her, her fate was sealed. In her current weakened state, she could not withstand even the wild beasts drawn by the scent of blood, let alone a sorcerer. But where could she possibly go now? Healing requires clean water, sustenance, a place to rest, and perhaps a collection of herbs. Yet the nearest town lies at least 500 miles away, and she cannot traverse this vast mountain range on foot. If only she had not discarded that piece of beef. For reasons unknown, Li suddenly recalled the peculiar young sorcerer. She admonished herself to abandon such hopes. Expectations in times like these are but the feeble remnants of weakness. The other misdemeanor is predicated upon the disparity of their strengths. Should he discover that she has lost all capacity for resistance, would he still be inclined to engage in dialogue as before? The likelihood is exceedingly slim. Humanity is, after all, an inherently fickle species. Perhaps the only course left to her is to recount her master's tales to him, ensuring that her name does not fade from existence. As for her own fate, that is a concern beyond her current ability to address. Chapter 13. Chaos on the third day of the examination, as Xia Fan entered the hotel lobby. He was immediately struck by an unsettling atmosphere. It was the silence that enveloped the space. Approximately 10 individuals were having breakfast, and under normal circumstances, it would be common for them to exchange news or forge friendships. However, today, not a single soul initiated conversation. Moreover, the distance between them had widened significantly, with each person seated several steps apart, as if they were wary of some unseen threat. If those sitting apart were disciples from prominent families, he might have understood. Yet, the people present were merely ordinary candidates. As he entered, many turned their gazes towards him, their eyes glinting with a coldness that made him furrow his brows. What was the meaning of this? Had his actions before the Fei family the previous day spread throughout Qingshan town, marking him as a target among the other candidates? Surely not. If they were indeed so united, they would have breached the Fei family's defenses yesterday. Suppressing his confusion, Xia Fan ordered a steamed bun and a packet of marinated beef, adhering to his routine from the previous day. Although the fox spirit had mentioned it would not return, one could never be certain. After all, this principle applied to any diverse world, and it was prudent to be prepared, even if the spirit did not show up. He could consume the food himself. After finishing the bun, Xia Fan intended to take a stroll in the back mountain, hoping to discover something new. The morning dew was heavy, but the mosquitoes were relatively sparse, and if he walked along the tracks, perhaps he could explore further than his last venture. Upon exiting the inn, he was surprised to find that the streets of Xishan town seemed notably less populated today. Just days before, candidates could be seen everywhere, spending money to gather information. Was it that their funds had run dry, or was the fox spirit working too diligently at night? As these thoughts crossed his mind, an unexpected commotion erupted from the alley ahead, accompanied by hurried and chaotic footsteps. Suddenly, a person burst out of the alley, panic etched on their face, followed closely by 4 or 5 others wielding wooden swords. It was evident that the former was being pursued. Xia, hurry, run. Coincidentally, the unfortunate soul being chased was none other than Wei Wuxiang, a familiar face. Before Xia Fan could step aside, the group behind had already noticed him. Just 2 of you. We have the numbers. Surround him. No sooner had the words left their mouths than 2 of them sped past Wei Wuxiang, blocking Xia Fan's escape route. Now, he had no opportunity to feign interest in the scenery. Be careful, they are robbing candidates. Wei Wuxiang gasped, finally managing to respond. I was lured out under the pretense of exchanging new information, but once I arrived, I realized something was amiss. The leading man in a yellow shirt glared at his accomplices, then turned to Xia Fan with a smile. We do not wish for this to escalate too much. As long as you hand over your silver and medicinal supplies, I will allow you to leave. Have you exhausted your funds? We have a little left. The man admitted candidly, but it won't last until the examination concludes. The places yielding spiritual fire are currently occupied by the prominent families, and we can only wait for opportunities in the coming days. What do you expect me to do if I give you my money? Xia Fan pointed at himself. The 4 exchanged glances, amusement evident on their faces. Brother, how about you return in 3 years? For now, let us take what we need, even if we are strangers. Stop pretending. This isn't about familiarity, said a shorter man, stepping forward. Do you not understand the situation? The examiners clearly do not intend for everyone to pass. Those with stronger fists can remain in Xishan town longer. We can only gather this many to feed on the scraps left by the disciples of the prominent families. Indeed, individuals like you stand no chance of passing the examination, the man in yellow shirt bluntly stated. Even if you evade today, you cannot escape tomorrow or the day after. Xishan town is no longer a safe haven. Individuals like us are everywhere. I have even heard of plans to confront the prominent families. What fate is better than yours? Rather than allowing others to benefit, why not surrender to us? Xia Fan recalled the unsettling scene he had witnessed in the lobby. So that was the reason behind the peculiar atmosphere. It seemed a significant number of individuals had realized that those still in Xishan town were gradually transforming from candidates into either hunters or prey. Conversations had become perilous, hence the distance and silence among them. As for the glances cast upon him when he entered the lobby, they likely contained both caution and scrutiny, assessing whether he could serve as an ideal target. Brother, why waste time with him? A lanky man with an elongated face grew impatient, waving his wooden sword. 1 strike, and he won't dare refuse payment. If we leave him with a piece of clothing, it would be a sign of our kindness. Brother, I remember this guy. He was the one who mocked everyone in front of Fei Nian yesterday. If it weren't for him, the others wouldn't have shown signs of retreat. He is likely in cahoots with the Fei family and should not be let off easily. You heard that too? The man in the yellow shirt said, his expression troubled. My offer still stands. If you surrender your silver and medicinal supplies, I will let you leave. But delay, and my leniency may wane. How many can you handle? Xia Fan lowered his voice, glancing at Wei Wuxiang. Although he had suspected this encounter might not be sheer coincidence, Wei Wuxiang's reaction seemed too genuine for it to be an act. Never mind. If someone strikes at you, just protect your face, understand? Just shield my face? Precisely. As long as your face remains unharmed, no one will know you've been beaten. Huh? Wei Wuxiang was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Xia Fan retrieved a medicinal packet from his pocket. Drinking wine without offering a toast? You brought this upon yourself. The man in yellow shirt understood what the packet signified immediately. Brothers, charge. Fool. At such close range, you think you can prepare a technique? The lanky man led the charge, shrieking as he lunged forward, seeking his demise. Before he could finish his sentence, Xia Fan hurled the medicinal packet at his face. The contents burst open, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust that struck him directly. What? Cough, cough. What technique is this? His question was met with a sword strike to the head. The dull thud echoed as the lanky man collapsed to the ground, motionless. seizing the moment of chaos. Xia Fan held his breath and struck, aiming for the opponent's vital areas, throats, waists, and groins, to ensure a single blow would incapacitate them. This was the first principle of street fighting his master had taught him: strike first for victory, or suffer the consequences. Being influenced by the energy of the technique, Xia Fan's reflexes and speed surpassed those of ordinary individuals. With his keen intuition and strategic thinking, he had proven himself unbeatable in street fights over the past decade. His master even praised him for being naturally suited for the underworld. In contrast to Xia Fan's seasoned skills, the others were clearly less prepared, their eyes wide with surprise, eager to see what he would extract from the packet. This only amplified the effectiveness of the dust cloud. Brother, this doesn't seem like a technique. It's just ordinary dust. Cough, cough. I don't care what it is, just cough, cough. Take him down. While all candidates were permitted to carry only one medicinal packet upon entering Xia Town, there were no restrictions against swapping contents or crafting new packets. Xia Fan certainly would not merely carry a pouch of dust to obscure vision. The second principle of combat is to remain motionless until the moment strikes. Then act with the ferocity of thunder, never ceasing until the adversary is thoroughly subdued. After depleting his second pouch of ash, he found himself surrounded by no standing foe. The man in the yellow shirt was no exception. He fell unconscious, struck cleanly by a decisive blow to the neck. From the onset of the skirmish to its conclusion, a mere span of 10 seconds had elapsed. Wei Wuxiang executed his advice commendably, crouching down with his head cradled in his arms, sustaining little more than a cloud of dust upon him. Rise, it is over now, Xia Fan instructed. Wei Wuxiang cautiously released his grip and stood, his astonished gaze sweeping the surroundings before he turned to Xia Fan in disbelief. You are astonishingly formidable. Formidability is contingent upon one's opponent. And it seems these individuals are likely novices in the art of robbery, Xia Fan replied, bending to hoist one of them onto his shoulder. You should carry one as well. We must hasten, lest they regain consciousness. Regain consciousness? Wei Wuxiang's expression shifted. Xia, you cannot mean to? What are you thinking? Xia Fan shot him a look. To harm exam candidates would immediately disqualify us. I merely intend to transport them across the bridge, of course, after thoroughly looting them. The absence of silver coins does not constitute grounds for failure in the examination. Should this group awaken and choose to seek vengeance, it would indeed pose a significant inconvenience. It is far more prudent to deliver them across the bridge. Once they have crossed the boundary, they shall not set foot in the examination grounds again. A solution that is both effective and final. Ah, I see. Wei Wuxiang exhaled slightly in relief. By the way, when I was taken to the alley's end, I noticed 2 others lying there, likely previous victims of deceit. Should we return their money? There is no need, Xia Fan interrupted. They will comprehend the situation upon awakening and will have no means to trace it back to us. Perhaps it is better for them to withdraw entirely. If they cannot navigate this circumstance, gaining admission to the ranks of practitioners would only lead to their detriment. Wei Wuxiang lowered his head slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Perhaps you should consider whether departing early might be for the best. He did not shy away from addressing the feelings of his companion, but spoke candidly. This is only the 3rd day, and the ramifications of money have escalated to this extent. Future conflicts may very well intensify. One thing that the deceiver mentioned holds truth. Xia Town is no longer a safe haven. Chapter 14. Night Walk. After dealing with the 5 individuals, the morning had nearly slipped away. The situation mentioned by the man in the yellow shirt was gradually manifesting into reality. In the quest to secure their chance to remain in Xia Town, the candidates began to turn against one another, and this discord even spilled into the entrances of inns and tea houses. If not for the rule prohibiting interference with the villagers' daily lives, Xia Fan suspected these individuals would have transformed the establishments into battlegrounds. Fortunately, they refrained from causing a ruckus within the tea house. Wei Wuxiang, still shaken, remarked that it seemed the examiners had shown some restraint. Not necessarily, Xia Fan countered, shaking his head. Why do you say that, Brother Xia? Wei Wuxiang asked, surprised. The examination rules clearly state that candidates must not interfere with the villagers' lives, but there is no prohibition against wrecking the inns and tea houses. Well, Wei Wuxiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Consider this, Xia Fan lowered his voice. If you were to cause a disturbance in an inn, breaking a few tables and chairs, what would the proprietor do? Just pay for the damages, unless the funds are insufficient. He trailed off, realizing the implications. Exactly, Xia Fan replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. If compensation is adequate, the innkeeper would likely welcome you to smash every old table in sight, and the authorities would hardly intervene in such trivial matters. In Qingshan town, causing a scene would count as a violation. Only failing to provide compensation would. Wei Wuxiang was left speechless for a time. Xia Fan refrained from elaborating further, knowing that given Wei Wuxiang's insight, he would grasp the significance of what had been said. The reason no one had yet resorted to violence boiled down to two factors. First, they had not yet recognized this loophole, and second, their finances were still insufficient. Just because they remained unaware now did not guarantee that they would not come to realize it in the coming days. Similarly, a lack of funds currently did not imply that it would remain so. As candidates continued to be eliminated, their resources would coalesce, ultimately forming a formidable force. This trend was nearly inevitable. In the final days, it was likely that those remaining would possess considerable funds, allowing them to afford the destruction of a few tables or the doors and beds of the inns. Faced with an inevitable scarcity of spiritual fire, the only option left would be to seize it from other candidates. Xia Fan could envision the ensuing chaos, whether by day or night. Within the tea houses or the inn rooms, Qingshan town would transform into a hunting ground. It could be said that those who amassed greater wealth would assume the upper hand. Wei Wuxiang's expression shifted, revealing his distress. This unfolding scenario was evidently the worst possible outcome for him, and, indeed, for every candidate. Trust and cooperation would vanish, and even the temporary alliances formed would have to be wary of internal betrayal. After all, what the examiners sought were jars filled with spiritual fire, indifferent to how those jars were filled. After offering a faint bow to Xia Fan, Wei Wuxiang departed, looking utterly dejected. Xia Fan then settled into a corner table on the second floor of the tea house, ordering a meal while observing the situation at the inn. At that moment, the core of the examination seemed to surface. Yet, Xia Fan remained plagued by doubts. From every perspective, the rules favored the scions of noble families far too much. Compared to the makeshift alliances formed, their internal cohesion was undoubtedly more stable. It was even possible that they had predetermined their allocation of places before the examination, allowing a select few to focus solely on supporting their peers, thereby maximizing overall benefits. While connections and lineage were indeed facets of strength, this would inevitably result in the selection of candidates with noble backgrounds, certainly not the outcome the royal court would desire. However, the political implications of the examination were not his immediate concern. Regardless of how the powers that be weighed their options, it was irrelevant to him. His pressing need was to acquire a vial of spiritual fire to ensure his eligibility. As midnight approached, the outside world was steeped in silence. Xia Fan interrupted his cultivation, letting out a soft sigh. At this hour, the fox demon had yet to appear, likely confirming his suspicions that she would not return. Feeling a tinge of regret, he began preparing for the night's tasks. The examination permitted candidates to bring 2 sets of clothing, aside from the standard robe. He had crafted a set of night attire himself. Unlike the loose garments favored in this era, his design adhered strictly to simplicity and utility, lacking buttons. It featured an integrated hood, with leather sewn into the cuffs, elbows, and chest for durability. The fabric was not pure black, but a deep navy, as theoretically, the ideal color to blend with the night would be a deep purple. However, due to the limitations in dyeing techniques, he had to settle for a less rare deep blue. As for black, while it appeared most akin to the night, it easily drew attention in the presence of light, rendering it less effective for concealment than gray. Taking a deep breath, Xia Fan scaled the wall, adhering to the structure as he ascended to the second floor. Unlike the smooth concrete walls, the wooden exterior of the building featured numerous protruding wedges, making it a natural climbing surface. Even someone of his limited skill could scale several stories with ease. He had spent the afternoon observing the residences and movements of the noble families, ultimately selecting a house closest to his own as his target. Currently, the sources of spiritual fire were being monopolized in rotation by the Fei, Luo, and Wei families, with only these 3 able to reliably procure it. Xia Fan's plan was to pilfer a vial of spiritual fire from their hands, although he was unaware of who resided within. Individuals clad in the Luo family's blue robes had frequently entered and exited this dwelling, each exhibiting a high degree of vigilance, glancing about before entering. Considering the possibility of being attacked, Xia Fan surmised that their countermeasures would involve centralizing the collection of spiritual fire for collective oversight rather than allowing it to be carried by individuals. He also noted that 6 rooms connected to the corridor outside the house, 4 of which were rented by the Luo family. If someone attempted a direct assault, A single call would enable the Luo family to swiftly occupy the corridor, creating an impregnable barrier. The noble families, lacking clarity on the examination's content, could not have anticipated the layout of Qishan Town. This was undoubtedly their own improvised strategy based on the circumstances at hand. By occupying a corner of the inn at a height, mutually supporting one another, they had established a position that was easy to defend yet difficult to attack. It must be said that the thought processes of the noble families were indeed more seasoned than those of most of their peers. However, Xia Fan had never intended to confront them head-on. He stealthily maneuvered to the edge of the window, loosening the cloth belt around his waist and looping it over the eaves to secure himself in midair. He then retrieved a hairpin, puncturing the window paper from the corner and gently probing inside. This particular hairpin was tapered at one end and wider at the other, hollowed out to allow him to catch a glimpse of the room's interior. A swift scan revealed that the Luo family had stationed 2 guards for the night. Further confirming his suspicions, time was of the essence. He produced a pouch of herbs, filling the hairpin with a mixture before lighting it with a fire starter, carefully blowing into it. This concoction, crafted from mandrake, aconite, night peony, illusion mushrooms, and winter ferns, was a prized creation of his master, renowned for its rarity and not to be shared lightly. Once ignited, the smoke it emitted was gentle and elegant, colorless and odorless, inducing a profound sense of tranquility in those who inhaled it. Prolonged exposure would inevitably result in a deep slumber, unbroken until dawn, and its hypnotic effect surpassed even the most potent narcotics found in the black market. Xia Fan had personally tested it several times, and it had proven to be one of the few instances where his master's claims were not exaggerated. Even a practitioner would find it challenging to detect its presence. Even his master, before succumbing to its effects, had shown no reaction, later remarking on how soundly he had slept. This was his most significant reliance for the plan at hand. Without this item, he would never have dared to spend his silver recklessly on the very first day. In truth, the contents of Xia Fan's medicine pouch comprised merely a small handful of herbs related to his craft. The majority were healing salves, sedatives, and antidotes. After a decade of apprenticeship, he had acquired little knowledge of the art itself, yet had made modest progress in various street tricks and the subtle arts of deception. Thus, it is evident that maintaining one's integrity is paramount, as survival is the undeniable truth that must be upheld in any circumstance. After approximately half an hour of waiting, silence enveloped the room. Although the Luo family had arranged for some young children to keep vigil, it was unrealistic to expect such youths to maintain high levels of focus at the door for several hours. Prior to igniting the sedative incense, both individuals had already succumbed to sleep, and the incense merely nudged them further into slumber. Xia Fan deftly unlatched the window, covering his mouth and nose with a damp cloth, and gracefully entered the room. This chamber was significantly larger than the one he rented, divided by sheer curtains into 2 distinct areas, the outer space serving as a parlor, while the inner room functioned as a bedroom. He parted the curtain and stealthily conducted a search, quickly locating his objective. As he had anticipated, the Luo family had gathered all the collected spirit fire in this very place, unimaginatively concealed beneath the bed. In the dim glow of the candlelight from the parlor, he discerned at least 20 porcelain vials nestled under the bed, each tied with a slender cord. Although the exact connections of these cords were obscured, it was highly likely that disturbing any of the vials would trigger a mechanism linked to the strings. Xia Fan surmised that these were probably connected to bells or similar devices, capable of alerting the Luo family to an intrusion in the bedroom. However, this was hardly a challenge for him. After all, having studied the sciences, he felt prepared for any situation. He expertly sliced 2 strips of fabric from the corner of the bed sheets, crafting them into a makeshift rope. By applying the principles of vector addition, he secured the 2 fabric strips between the slender cord and the bed frame, aligning the resultant force with that of the cord. Once these preparations were complete, Xia Fan severed the slender cord. The liberated string recoiled slightly, but was soon held taut by the fabric strips, remaining in its original position. Thus, he faced no further obstruction in retrieving the porcelain vials. It was only when his feet touched the ground that he finally exhaled in relief. The entire endeavor had unfolded remarkably smoothly. From departure to success, it had taken little more than an hour. Should I deem it unexpected that a practitioner of the arts would excel in such clandestine affairs, or should I consider it a matter of course? However, the next moment, a voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him, sending a chill of dread coursing through his veins. Chapter 15. A long night. Had someone stealthily entered this room during his absence? Moreover, the intruder had witnessed his entire infiltration of the Lua residence. In an instant, a wave of dread surged within Xia Fan. Yet, he soon recognized the voice as vaguely familiar. After a brief standoff, Xia Fan attempted to retrieve a fire stick, reaching towards the candlestick on the table. The stranger did not intervene. As the candle was ignited, the flickering flame dispelled the darkness, revealing the identity of the visitor. It was the fox spirit who had peered into his window just days prior, now much closer. What the hell? Is it really necessary to speak from behind like that? You could scare someone to death, you know? Turns out you can feel fear too. She smirked, her lips curling in a teasing manner. Of course I can feel fear. I'm not a machine, Xia Fan retorted, though he found her current demeanor less mocking than before. Wait, what was happening to him? Was he growing accustomed to her jests? Why would a machine not feel fear? Because the programmer did not code it to. Then he caught a faint whiff of blood. If only it were merely an illness. The fox spirit forced a smile, attempting to push herself up against the wall. But her expression suddenly changed as Xia Fan strode over to her, leaning down like a shadow enveloping her. In that moment, the thought of fighting for survival surged in his mind, accompanied by guilt and remorse towards his master. However, Xia Fan pressed his hand against the wall behind her. This is blood. He examined the crimson stain on his fingertip, frowning as he said, "You're injured." She began, but Xia Fan interrupted. "Let me see." He decisively pried apart her arms that were clasped protectively around her chest. Though she resisted, her strength was inadequate. Seeing the crimson and black stain across her abdomen, Xia Fan could not suppress a gasp. Although the wound itself was obscured, the volume of blood lost was clearly excessive, with some having already coagulated into dark clots, indicative that her injury was not recent. Hesitating briefly, he exerted a bit more force. Tearing away the wet cloth that clung to her body, she instinctively clenched her jaw, as if enduring excruciating pain. A gaping, jagged wound, half an arm's length long, was revealed, with the faint outline of intestines visible at its deepest point. This confirmed once more that the woman was not human. For an ordinary person, such a wound would typically only sustain life for 3 to 4 hours at most. More commonly, the victim would lose consciousness from the pain immediately. Without urgent medical attention, survival was unlikely. In the context of ancient times, even enduring longer was futile. A disembowelment was tantamount to a death sentence. When did you get hurt? It's not important. The fox spirit attempted to push him away but failed. Listen to me. Fine, perhaps as recently as a day ago. Xia Fan glanced around, noting the absence of bloodstains or any fresh bleeding. Had the internal bleeding ceased? All I can do is try, he murmured. I've never been a doctor, not even a veterinarian. Wait, what? Are you going to do? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to save your life. In other words, any action taken was better than doing nothing at all. Xia Fan first requested a pot of hot water from the innkeeper. The kitchen always maintained a fire to cater to guests' needs. Given that observing spiritual flames typically required nighttime, his request was hardly unusual. However, when he produced a needle and thread for mending clothes, insisting they be boiled together, he elicited a peculiar look from the attendant. Fortunately, the promise of a silver coin for service brightened the innkeeper's demeanor, and he readily agreed. Next, Xia Fan handed over some braised beef to the attendant, asking him to crush it and mix it into a porridge for later delivery. Late-night snacks were standard fare at the inn, and the attendant complied without hesitation. The soiled clothing must be replaced entirely, as well as the contaminated blood surrounding the wound, all potential sources of infection. Surprisingly, the fox spirit remained silent, neither questioning nor resisting, merely watching him with a resigned expression. After repeatedly cleansing the wound with hot water, he picked up the needle and thread, whispering, "This may hurt quite a bit. Am I allowed to scream?" She asked weakly, her lips barely moving. "No, hold it in," Xia Fan instructed. Taking a deep breath before administering the first stitch, her body trembled involuntarily. This was undoubtedly a long and agonizing process. Performing sutures without anesthesia could only be described as torturous. While a sedative might alleviate pain and soothe the spirit, he could not ignite the incense while also stitching. "Human, are you saving me or seeking revenge?" She panted, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "I've never heard of this method. The skin has tension, and it is difficult for it to heal on its own. Suturing not only shortens the healing period, but, more importantly, prevents bacteria from entering the body. By the way, my name is Xia Fan." The fox spirit gazed at him for a long while before finally responding. "Li, what?" He was momentarily taken aback. "My name," she clarified, closing her eyes tightly, surrendering herself to his ministrations. It took Xia Fan nearly half an hour to complete the suturing, and he marveled at her endurance. Throughout the ordeal, she had not uttered a single sound, even as her nails dug into her palms, drawing blood that soaked the sheets with her sweat. The final step involved applying medicine and bandaging the wound. Though the remedy was a natural herb, it was commonly used in medical halls for its hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. So it should have some effect. Once he finished, Xia Fan felt an unexpected wave of fatigue wash over him. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation since learning to channel energy into his body. Yet, there was no time to rest. He sought out the innkeeper again, requesting a set of clean sheets and clothes to change for the fox spirit. Cleanliness was paramount in the healing process. Even frequent changes of bandages and undergarments could significantly reduce the likelihood of infection. As the dawn gradually broke on the horizon, Xia Fan finally sat beside her, spooning porridge into her mouth. "Don't you want to know how I got injured?" Li could not help but ask softly. "I do. But can we discuss it later?" Xia Fan continued feeding her. "I suspect the story is rather lengthy. If we start from the beginning, it certainly is. Then let us wait until you finish eating and have had some rest." He shrugged. "You've managed to hold on until now. But I suspect your strength will soon wane. The first rest after a significant injury is crucial. Do not fight against your body. I've done all I can. How effective it will be is anyone's guess, but it largely depends on your own healing capabilities. You do not loathe monsters?" "I do not loathe you." Xia Fan smiled. "Didn't you say it yourself? There are many kinds of monsters. I'm not obliged to like them all." As he spoke, after finishing her porridge, a wave of dizziness washed over Li, lulling her into a near slumber. This weariness surpassed even the pain from her wound, rendering her unable to resist. Yet, she seemed no longer in need of resistance. At that moment, Li still felt a tinge of unreality. Before her arrival, she had prepared herself mentally for various scenarios, including a drastic change in his attitude, reporting to the Secretariat, or even being treated cruelly. She remained uncertain about the price she would have to pay to ensure the other party would patiently listen to her tale of the master. However, she never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. Without inquiry or demands, assistance was almost instantaneously extended, leaving her no room for dissent. Li had never believed in altruism without cause. She was convinced that every action was motivated by self-interest, and Xia Fan should be no exception. According to his own words, he sought to understand the supernatural through her, yet her only perplexity lay in whether the meager benefit was worth such an endeavor on his part. After all, beyond that, she could scarcely conceive of any leverage she possessed. As her consciousness began to fade, reminiscent of the day she was injured, she found herself no longer resisting. Through her hazy vision, a silhouette loomed nearby, a situation that would typically warrant caution, yet now brought an inexplicable sense of solace. In the long-awaited tranquility, she gently closed her eyes. Chapter 16. Misunderstanding. Despite having spent an entire night awake, Xia Fan did not feel excessively fatigued. Rather, the mental strain had been the greater burden. With his counterpart now asleep, the pressure eased, and he felt a newfound lightness throughout his body. Staring at the empty bowl that once held kanji, his stomach rumbled in response. After tidying his quarters, he made his way to the inn's lobby, ordering a meal amounting to double his usual fare. "Please enjoy your meal." The young waiter promptly served his breakfast. Compared to the atmosphere of mutual suspicion from the previous day, the lobby was significantly quieter today. Perhaps it was due to his early rise, for he found himself alone in the spacious room, relishing a sense of seclusion. Indeed, there were benefits to waking early. However, this sense of ease began to shift into surprise as he reached for his second bun. How long had he been here? A quarter of an hour? Or perhaps longer? Slowly setting down the bun, he grasped a wooden sword. They stood side by side, blocking the passage behind them. Soon, another group entered the lobby, occupying the exit. These candidates, clad in the blue robes of the Luo family, fixed their gazes upon him. It was not that he had risen too early, rather, the Luo family had preemptively controlled the flow of patrons at the inn. They awaited the precise moment he stepped into the lobby. "Indeed, your powers of observation surpass my expectations. Alas, you have applied them inappropriately." A melodious voice accompanied Luo's graceful entrance at the lobby's entrance. Yet, despite her calm demeanor, Xia Fan detected an undercurrent of suppressed indignation and anger. Could they have discovered his actions so swiftly? And while he might remain silent, the display of force suggested the Luo family had great confidence in their position. To deny it now would only be self-deprecating. Reflecting on this, Xia Fan chose to concede. "I am quite curious. How did you ascertain this?" "Luo, you are A petite girl with short, curly hair promptly stepped forward. It's the scent. I detected your scent. This vaguely familiar statement left Xia Fan momentarily dazed. What? He touched his nose. My skills in elemental arts allow me to track scents within a 10-mile radius. The thief entered through the window and was by my senior sister's bedside. Get to the point, Luo urged, her teeth clenched. Oh, my apologies. Luo Yue replied sheepishly. In any case, I followed the scent to room 129. The innkeeper confirmed that only one person resides there, and that is you. Ah. So it was not by licking that she had determined this. 4. The spiritual fire? Luo lightly unsheathed her wooden sword. Shameless. I thought you were a decent individual, but you have proven to be despicable. Wait, is it really that serious? Enough of this pointless chatter. With a swift admonition, she lunged at Xia Fan, her sword's shadow resembling a striking phoenix, aimed directly at his neck. Xia Fan had no choice but to parry with his sword, attempting to overpower her. Yet their blades did not clash. Luo's sword merely grazed his blade before smoothly gliding aside, as if using his force against him. Aiming for the bowl he had just set down, his complexion paled. He released the sword's hilt to avoid the attack, switching hands to grip the sword's body, and swung it at her like a hammer. However, this unexpected maneuver posed no trouble for her. With a simple shift, she evaded his counterattack. After all, with a real sword, he could not have shifted to grip the blade without consequence. The outcome would have been predictable. Was this the prowess of a genius from the Luo family? The subsequent exchanges confirmed his suspicions. This woman was unlike those he had previously bested. In terms of swordplay, she had reached a level of mastery, her skillful techniques compensating for any lack of strength. She was a true practitioner of systematic training. Meanwhile, he struggled merely to defend against her relentless onslaught. With another feint followed by a sharp thrust, Luo charged forward, aiming directly for Xia Fan's chest. As he desperately sidestepped, her wooden sword grazed his skin, tearing open a significant rip in his clothing, causing the medicine pouch and various items hidden in his pocket to spill onto the floor. This was dire. Although she wielded a wooden sword, being struck would lead to a grim fate. Breaking a bone or two was entirely plausible. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. The question remained, how to retaliate. Though he had absorbed his master's teachings and possessed a fair understanding of martial tricks, that did not signify he was limited to them. As one of the few capable of sensing qi, his elemental arts were his true trump card. However, that particular technique was of the shock type. Its power challenging to control, and even with his modifications, it could prove fatal if used recklessly. Xia Fan preferred not to employ it against his fellow candidates. Was it worth risking his life for a vial of spiritual fire? Absurd. And this girl, she was merely claiming a vial of her spiritual fire source? Such shamelessness and vileness were utterly incomprehensible. Wait. Suddenly, Xia Fan paused, realizing he had overlooked certain crucial details. Your powers of observation surpass my expectations, alas. You have applied them inappropriately. The thief entered through the window and was by my senior sister's bedside. Their previous conversation replayed in his mind. Could it be that the room in question belonged to Luo? Hey, wait a moment. Xia Fan barely dodged another attack, exclaiming, You can't possibly think I did anything inappropriate. Can you? Luo staggered, her fierce movements faltering momentarily. Otherwise, what? Luo Yue interjected. My senior sister awoke this morning to find her blanket on the floor. The scent indicates you spent the most time near her bed. Shut your mouth. Luo shot her a deadly glare, prompting her to cover her mouth. Xia Fan was stunned. So that was the reason. Please, do not tarnish my innocence. He protested while dodging her sword. I had no idea someone was lying in the bed when I entered. How could I possibly do such a thing? Moreover, the vial was hidden beneath the bed. Naturally, I would spend the most time there. As for the blanket being on the floor, could it not be that your sleeping position is less than ideal, causing you to kick it off? Wow. Senior sister, he has quite the audacity, Luo Yue remarked. You would never admit it. I didn't expect you to, Luo seethed, raising her sword anew. The examination rules forbade harming fellow candidates, but I can still manage to beat you half to death. What if I can provide evidence? This statement halted her in her tracks. What evidence? The scent? Xia Fan pointed towards her junior sister. You must carry a sachet, correct? If I had intended to do something to you, I would have been very close, leaving behind a similar scent on me. Let your junior sister take a whiff, and the truth will be revealed. Yet the innkeeper claimed you requested a basin of hot water last night. Luo Yue pouted. How do we know you didn't clean yourself thoroughly? Really, this innkeeper will say anything for a few coins. Is there no regard for a guest's privacy? Do I appear as though I have just bathed? After a moment of silence, Luo spoke. Whether he is bathed or not, you will know by scent. But senior sister. Luo Yuer shivered, sensing the underlying threat, and reluctantly approached Xia Fan. As she drew near, she produced a mint leaf, placing it before him, and softly uttered, "Wind technique, return to the abode, seek the breeze." In an instant, the leaf transformed into a wisp of green smoke. Luo Yuer inhaled the smoke. Circling around Xia Fan, her expression increasingly complicated. "Where's the answer?" Luo's gentle voice grew colder, as if a mere nod from her junior sister would prompt immediate action. Senior sister, he lacks your scent. There's no mistake when one is this close." Luo Yuer waved her hand dismissively, adding, "Moreover, he not only hasn't bathed, but I fear he hasn't found respite throughout the night." "What do you mean?" Luo pressed gently. "But you still went in," she murmured softly. "Yes." Completely unaware of the circumstances. "I deeply apologize for that." At this moment, Xia Fan could fully comprehend the other's embarrassment and anger. In this era, the honor of an unmarried maiden was no trifling matter. A single misstep could lead to a lifetime of tragedy. "I will not speak of this. Provided your fellow disciples remain silent, then no one else shall ever know." After a prolonged silence, Luo gently nodded, visibly relieved. "The bottle of spirit fire and the items from this tavern." Xia Fan glanced at the disarrayed hall, recalling how the other had clearly unleashed genuine ire. Disregarding the tables and chairs beside them, as long as compensation is made at full value, it does not constitute a breach of rules. The Luo family will handle it appropriately. Indeed, she had noticed this loophole, or rather, the trap within the regulations. Additionally, regarding your clothing, I will arrange for the tavern to send you a new one. Luo lightly coughed twice. "This matter. I too have." Her voice dwindled to a barely audible whisper. "Are you implying that you two have overstepped?" Luo Yua tilted her head. "If your words are too soft, others will not hear them. Then, I shall take my leave." Luo gently sheathed her wooden sword. "Do not see me off." Just as she had taken half a step towards the corridor, Luo paused, astonished, gazing at Xia Fan. "Wait, is there something else?" He barely registered the swift motion before she crouched before him, extracting a metallic object from amongst the scattered debris. "Where did you acquire this?" Luo's demeanor appeared even more serious than during her previous confrontation. Chapter 17. History. In her hands lay the bronze coin discovered on the back mountain. Xia Fan paused for a moment. "Do you recognize this object?" "You haven't heard of the Luo family from Yuzhou or their extensive knowledge of all things." Luo Yuer mumbled, still holding her forehead. "Half of the libraries in the nation were established by the Luo family, and our Yuzhou prefecture alone houses over 10,000 rare books. No one can rival the Luo family when it comes to worldly knowledge. You seem somewhat decent in appearance, yet I never expected you to be so naive." "So, their family operates a library?" "This is a cast coin, often referred to as a knife coin due to its blade-like shape," Luo Qingqing explained. "To my knowledge, only the Yong Kingdom use such currency." "Yong Kingdom?" Xia Fan pondered, unable to recall any pertinent information from memory. Now, even Luo Qingqing's expression turned peculiar. It was a dynasty over a century ago, which was ultimately replaced by the new 6 kings due to the Yong King's tyranny, leading to the division of the Yong Kingdom into 6 parts, one of which is the Qi. Xia Ran suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. "Are you suggesting that this is a relic from the previous dynasty?" Following that, the 6 nations conducted extensive purges of the remnants of the Yong Kingdom. Any possession of Yong dynasty artifacts was considered a grave crime, and coins were no exception. If reported, the informant would receive a reward of 100 taels, while the accused faced exile at the least, or worse. "Really? It's about 700 or 800 meters up the mountain path. I mean approximately 2 miles. Besides finding the bronze coin, there are also wooden tracks." As she spoke, Xia Fan's voice trailed off. He detected a hint of a smile on her face. "Hey, are you trying to deceive me?" "Deceive? What a peculiar term," Luo Qingqing shrugged. "What I said is not a lie. I simply didn't specify the present time. In fact, the purges were only frequent in the initial 20 years. Nowadays, there are hardly any remnants of the Yong dynasty left. Even if you were to collect knife coins, no one would bother you. So there is no need to be so anxious. However, considering that everything we brought in was searched by the proctor, it's highly likely this item was discovered in Qingshan town." Xia Fan remained silent for a while, realizing that this was undoubtedly a form of retaliation. Nothing is more frustrating than being at a disadvantage in knowledge, leaving one with no means to retaliate. 2 miles from the back mountain, Luo Qingqing mused. "It seems necessary to verify this. There is not even a small path, and it would take several people to climb up. If the senior brother found out, he would certainly object, Luo Yuer advised. We need to divide our forces to assist the Fong family, while also being wary of individuals like him. She glanced at Xia Fan. I fear the number of people remaining at the inn might not suffice. I will explain it to him, Luo Qingqing insisted. After all, this place is rather peculiar. Do you also sense something amiss? Xia Fan inquired. I don't mind telling you. She nodded expressionlessly. The place where we gathered spiritual fire. Those graves are buried quite shallow, seemingly excavated hastily. Moreover, we found 2 abandoned caves, carved into the mountainside, which are not small. Xia Fan's heart skipped a beat. Here we go again, remnants of large artificial structures, just like the wooden tracks on the mountain path. Were there any items stored inside? We only found a few wooden kites. Wooden kites? What are those? Hey, do you even have any common knowledge? Luo Yuer exclaimed. They're large kites. The biggest ones are larger than a person, with animal skins covering them. They can carry a person for over 100 steps. Have you never read craftsmanship? I really haven't, he admitted, recalling that while wandering the world with his mentor, he could barely feed himself, let alone read. Yet, Xia Fan understood that the crux of the matter was not this, but rather why a burial site would contain such items. How much did the residents of Qishan Town know about this? Just as he was about to ask more questions, another female disciple from the Luo family hurried into the hall. Senior sister, we can hardly hold them back outside. It's my fault for taking too long. Let them in, Luo Qingqing instructed, then turned to Xia Fan. Do you wish to go to the back mountain again? With you all? No thanks, Xia Fan replied. Self-aware that in the inn's hall, he would still be restrained, but outside, it would be a different story. I have already acquired the source of spiritual fire. I just need to guard it over the next few days. Seeing this, Luo Qingqing did not press further and turned to leave the hall. The other disciples of the Luo family dispersed in turn, and when the other candidates rushed in, they were met with a scene of chaos in the hall. From lockdown to departure, it barely took a quarter of an hour. Considering their response time was only a little over an hour since discovering the house had been invaded, Xia Fan gained a new appreciation for the coordination and organization of the Luo family. Returning to his room, he found Li lying on the bed, already in a state of discomfort. Her complexion was distinctly flushed, her breathing slightly labored, and beads of sweat continuously trickled from her forehead, dampening her cascading hair. Only then did Xia Fan have the opportunity to scrutinize her appearance closely. If one overlooked the pair of ears atop her head, she appeared no different from any other person. She had long black hair and fair skin. Despite being smeared with dirt and blood, her beauty still shone through. Her eyebrows were not long and untrimmed, appearing somewhat coarse, which was not the standard for a beauty, yet it softened the sharpness of her features, making her seem more approachable. If he had not encountered her beforehand, he would have found it challenging to connect the mocking fox spirit from that night with the woman before him. Another distinctive feature was the hint of crimson at the corners of her eyes, which at first glance seemed like a shadow, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that it was natural. This splash of red accentuated the contours of her eyes, bestowing upon her an otherworldly charm. As for her ears, which matched the color of her hair, Xia Fan discreetly reached out to pinch one, confirming its authenticity. There were no additional ears at the sides of her cheeks, leaving him curious about the structure of a fox spirit's head and what she looked like before her hair grew. What a marvel of evolution, he mused to himself. At that moment, Li's brows were slightly knitted, and she occasionally let out a soft groan, as if enduring immense pain. Xia Fan was uncertain how the microscopic elements of this world functioned, but based on various knowledge and phenomena, it was clear that bacteria and other minuscule organisms played a crucial role in maintaining the balance of life. Once injured, they became the greatest adversaries to survival. Li's ability to pull through depended largely on these few days. He filled a basin with clean water, wiping the sweat from her brow, and placed a damp cloth on her forehead. This was one of the few things he could do at present. At 4 in the afternoon, deep within the Qingshan Mountains. Senior sister, are you sure we should keep searching? Luo Yuo pouted in complaint. Soon the sun will be setting. The issue is not time, but rather what exactly we are searching for. We have discovered the wooden tracks and several knife coins, but that merely proves that the man did not lie. Luo Yuer sighed. Surely you don't expect us to crawl along the tracks all the way to the summit? That's a place even the hunters from the town have yet to reach. Since ascending to the halfway point of the mountain, the Luo family disciples had been searching the dense forest for nearly 4 hours. Even with the aid of magic, carving a path through the thick woods was no simple task. coupled with the sweltering heat and the incessant nuisance of mosquitoes. It only amplified the drain on their physical and mental energy. Most importantly, she genuinely had no idea what they were meant to find, without a target. There could be no psychological expectations, which contradicted the principles of planning. Logically speaking, she should not have organized such a search without a clear objective. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in Luo Qingqing's heart. In addition to the remnants of the warehouse discovered in Linghua district, she had also heard from her senior that both the Fei family and the Fong family seemed to have unearthed some anomalies in the small town, such as particularly wide drainage channels beneath several dry wells, which branched off extensively, and certain dead-end paths that were inexplicably sealed by stone doors, leaving no one to ascertain where they ultimately led. If the sole purpose was to gather spiritual fire, why would the Privy Council choose to hold the examination in a place replete with ominous signs? Perhaps the answer behind this enigma was the key to determining whether the candidates could qualify. After searching along the track for another 15 minutes, Luo Qingqing contemplated for a moment before stating that if no new discoveries were made, they would descend the mountain. "Oh, do we have to continue? I'm so hungry." Luo Yue murmured weakly, yet under the pressure of her senior, she had no choice but to comply. Just as she turned to step away, she suddenly stumbled and fell into the grass with a cry. "You really are being overly dramatic, junior sister. Is this truly all it takes to bring you down? After all, we are cultivators. How can your stamina be worse than that of a hunter?" "Not at all. I merely tripped," Luo Yue retorted, getting up in a huff and trampling down the weeds beneath her feet. Then she exclaimed, "Oh, there is a new track here." "What did you say?" Luo Qingqing, slightly surprised, hurried over to inspect. "This is a side path. The track has forked, but aren't we on a cliff? There shouldn't be anything nearby." "Indeed. We are on a winding mountain path. If it were to curve inward, it might lead to a cave or similar place, yet it is curving outward." The others discussed among themselves. Luo Qingqing pondered for a moment before swiftly making a decision. "We shall follow the new wooden track. Aren't we going to continue climbing?" Luo Yue rubbed her ankle. This time, they quickly reached a dead end. After traversing a thicket that was half their height, a steep cliff emerged before them. Chapter 18. The buried treasures of the Green Mountains. There's no way forward, Luo Yue whistled. Without her saying so, everyone understood that the wooden tracks abruptly ended at the cliff's edge, and the width of the valley's ends hardly suggested the possibility of bridging the gap. She turned her head and noticed Luo Qingqing was quietly contemplative, while the other seniors wore expressions of deep thought. The builders of the tracks had no intention of crossing over. Their purpose was here. What were they discarding? This was the only plausible explanation. "I concur," another voice chimed in. Moreover, the necessity of constructing a specific wooden track indicates a considerable quantity involved. So perhaps answers lie at the bottom of the cliff? They exchanged opinions. "What are you all discussing?" Luo Yue scratched her head. Luo Qingqing glanced at her, sighed with resignation, and noted that crafting and laying the tracks was laborious work. One wouldn't divert the path lightly unless it was of utmost importance. If someone had once built the tracks here, it suggested that the items discarded below might illuminate our current uncertainties. "Ah, I see," the latter realized. Then tilted her head and inquired, "So what exactly is our uncertainty?" "Oh, it's nothing," Luo Qingqing said, pinching her forehead and opting to disregard her junior's inquiry. She leaned over to gaze down the cliff, observing that this low valley seemed to extend from the direction of the suspension bridge, rendering the entire Green Mountain a semi-isolated peak. However, the cliff's mouth before the town was merely 5 zhang wide, while here it was over 10 times that, with a significant height difference. Beyond 50 meters down, mist enveloped the area, obscuring the view of the bottom. "Looks like we'll have to resort to talismanic techniques." Luo Qingqing nodded to her companions, Luo Tang and Luo Changtian. "Understood. Leave it to us," they replied in unison. Retrieving materials from their pouches, one producing a paper crane folded from red paper, while the other presented 2 feathers. Luo Tang affixed the talisman to the paper crane and waved his hand, invoking the spell, "Qi returns to the rooster, grant life." Luo Changtian followed suit, pointing the feathers at the seemingly animated origami, declaring, "Sun returns to the dragon, long winds." In an instant, the feathers transformed into a swirling ball of wind, enveloping the paper crane, which flapped its wings twice before soaring toward the cliff's base. As it pierced through the mist, Luo Changtian clenched his right fist and shouted, "Break." Suddenly, the paper crane exploded, unleashing a tempest that shredded the fog into fragments. The force of the wind, with nowhere to escape, surged up the cliffside, uprooting various weeds and vines, which were carried along as they burst forth from the valley. When the wind subsided, a vast opening appeared within the mist. "Is this a delayed application of technique?" Lo Yuo exclaimed, astonished. "Senior brother, you're incredible. Applying talismanic techniques to objects and triggering them at the opportune moment is considered an advanced control skill, demanding a higher level of proficiency and understanding of the art. For those of them yet to pass the scholar exam, it was already a rare feat compared to your senior sister. I still have a long way to go." Lo Changtian laughed lightly, though his gaze strayed towards Lo Qingqing. Indeed, there has been noticeable improvement in power compared to before. Lo Qingqing simply commented before redirecting her attention to the cliff's base. Lo Changtian's expression dimmed slightly. "Have you discovered anything?" The others gathered around. "The distance is a bit far. It's hard to see clearly. Who among us has the keenest eyesight? Don't rush. Once the mist blowing in dissipates, we should be able to see clearly. It seems to be many white stones." Initially, the group was somewhat chaotic, but soon they fell silent, holding their breath. A chilling sensation crept up from Lo Qingqing's feet, coursing through her spine. Even though the summer sun had yet to set, she felt cold. "I can't be mistaken." Lo Yuo swallowed hard. "What I see should be the same as yours. Senior sister, what lies beneath his bones?" Lo Qingqing spoke slowly. "Not just one or two, but thousands of them, piled together to form a mound, leading one to initially think it was a mountain of white rocks. These remains had likely been abandoned here for countless years, many reduced to unrecognizable forms. Yet, even these incomplete bones were sufficient to indicate that something terrible had transpired on the Green Mountain. "What on earth is this place?" Lo Yuo murmured. Lo Qingqing understood in her heart that this time, the scholar exam would likely not pass without incident. On the 5th day at dawn, Xia Fan was startled awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. He rose from the ground, glancing at the still slumbering fox demon, and cautiously approached the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Xia brother," came Wei Wuxuang's anxious voice. "Hurry up, there has been a major incident." "Wait for me a moment. The townspeople are all missing," Wei Wuxuang declared uneasily. "Who is missing?" Xia Fan looked at him in confusion. "Aren't you still here?" "It's not the examinees, it's the residents of Qishan town." He waved his hands frantically. "This morning, as usual, I went to the hall for breakfast, but the waiter wouldn't respond no matter how I called. Later, when more people gathered, it fell off, so I went to the kitchen to check, and discovered there wasn't a single person in the place." "Closed for the day?" "They should at least inform us," Xia Fan remarked. "That's what everyone thought at first, but then the tea house started causing a ruckus. We went around and found that not a single shadow of a person remained in the entire town." "Are you certain there isn't a single resident left?" Xia Fan began to realize the seriousness of the matter. "Yes, some even pried open the residents' doors to confirm the situation inside. It's as if they vanished overnight." "What about everyone now?" "They're all gathered in the town center. The atmosphere should not be good, right?" Thinking of how the examinees had previously been suspicious and plotting against one another, Xia Fan couldn't help but frown. Everyone is shouting, aside from the missing residents. There are also disputes and retaliations brewing since a few days ago. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let us go over there. Regardless, that's where the most information will be." "Xia brother has a point," Wei Wuxuang nodded. Wei Wuxuang paused, staring at the porcelain bottle. "Could it be that you've already indeed? I was fortunate enough to gather a bottle of the source of spiritual fire," Xia Fan replied. "If the Lo family sees the bottle on me, it should at least deter them from targeting my residence." "You're truly full of surprises, Xia brother." Wei Wuxuang expressed his admiration wholeheartedly. "Let us not talk about that. We should head to the town center." Xia Fan strode out of the hall. After walking several dozen steps, the small square came into view. Just as the townsfolk had described, the scene was chaotic. Everyone was shouting for themselves, with no unifying voice. The families and scattered sects were at odds, with a clear divide, unlike the previous situation at the mountainside fork, where scattered sects came and went. Their strength could hardly contend with the esteemed families of Fei, Luo, and Fong. Now, nearly all scattered examinees had gathered here, far outnumbering the offspring of the noble families. It was evident that Fein Yin and the others appeared significantly more serious. "This is a signal from the proctors." Yin Di, who had previously been chastised by Fein Yin, shouted loudly, "The residents' withdrawal is meant to let us fight freely, now that the source of spiritual fire is in the hands of the families. If we do not bring them down, none of us will qualify. Indeed, this is our last opportunity. Do not fear, everyone, we outnumber them significantly. If we unite, what grounds does Fein Yin have to obstruct us? Seize the spirit fire, secure the accommodations, and descend to high office. It all hinges on this single endeavor." The Fei family is not entirely silent. Immediately, someone retorted, mocking, "You should go first. Aren't you merely seeking others to shield you, hoping to profit from the ensuing chaos? I recall you. You were once bested by Brother Fein Yin with a single strike, and when the fight truly commenced, you were the first to retreat. Your proficiency in feigning death suggests that you have practiced this art quite a bit. Let us be clear. Those he has incited have already been eliminated. Yet he remains here. What this signifies should require no further elaboration." A cacophony of discontent erupted, as both sides found themselves at an impasse, neither able to overpower the other. However, not every participant was focused on seizing the spirit fire, securing rooms, or attaining high status. A faction of candidates was embroiled in disputes over other pressing matters, such as sustenance. Are you suggesting that not a single morsel remains in the kitchen? Was it consumed by the first group that discovered it? That seems implausible. To my knowledge, the inn ceased food service since last night. Could it be that those who evacuated took all the provisions with them? Not only the inn, but I have scoured every household in Xia town, and to my astonishment, every rice jar is empty. At this rate, we won't just struggle against the noble families for the spirit fire. Even enduring until the examination concludes will be a challenge. How could this happen? Such conversations echoed throughout the crowd. Just as the atmosphere thickened with panic and unease, a resounding voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Silence, everyone. Allow me to speak." Xia Fan raised an eyebrow in surprise as he beheld a woman leap onto the long table beside the notice board, resembling her initial appearance. It was none other than Luo Qingqing from the Luo family. "Junior sister," another young man hastily urged. Yet, she remained undeterred. As the crowd's attention turned toward her, she declared, "I propose that everyone withdraw from the examination immediately and return in 3 years." The crowd erupted in chaos. "What did you say? Why should I heed your words? If you wish to withdraw, let the Luo family demonstrate first." Indeed. Luo Qingqing produced a talisman, silencing the discord. "Listen closely. This is no longer a matter of passing the examination, but a question of survival. We are not even in Xishan town." Chapter 19. The Night of the Great Wilderness. What do you mean by that? Not Xishan town? Are you suggesting that the Privy Council is deceiving us? If you claim it is not called Xishan town, then what is its true name? This statement stirred a commotion among the crowd, even catching Xia Fan by surprise. However, he quickly recalled that his understanding of Xishan town came solely from the Privy Council. He had not arrived here on his own accord. Rather, he had first reached Jianglin City with a group of examinees, transported by the official carriage thereafter. In other words, he had never had the opportunity to verify the existence of a place named Xishan town. This was not a matter of oversight at that moment. The map was a top-secret document, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Given the constraints of information dissemination, it was entirely reasonable for residents of a town to be unaware of the villages in the vicinity. Without proper guidance, it would have been challenging for most examinees to locate the examination venue nestled amid the mountains in a timely manner. I am fully aware of this, which is precisely why I suggested returning after 3 years. In the face of the uproar, Luo Qingqing maintained her composure and asserted, "In truth, this place is known as the Qingshan Formation." The Qingshan Formation? Is that so? Wei Wuxuang's expression shifted dramatically. "Is there any distinction between the two?" Xia Fan inquired. Feeling somewhat bewildered, acutely aware of his lack of knowledge. Why had his master not imparted more wisdom regarding the arcane? Instead, he had been taught how to exploit others and gain advantages. "Have you never heard of this?" Wei Wuxuang retorted in disbelief. "It is said to be the origin of the downfall of the Yong Kingdom." Finally, a term he could comprehend emerged. Yong Kingdom. That was a previous dynasty, wasn't it? Indeed, the Yong monarch indulged in extreme extravagance, with countless treasures in the palace. Local officials catered to his whims, forcibly conscripting the populace to mine resources. This practice incited divine wrath in the 31st year of Yongxing, triggering a catastrophic event known as the Great Wilderness Night, leading to the swift decline of the Yong Kingdom, which disintegrated entirely within a decade. Wei Wuxuang patiently elucidated, adding that the rumored epicenter of that calamity was indeed the Qingshan mining area. What is the Great Wilderness Night? Well, I am not entirely certain. Frankly, I only heard about it while accompanying my father on business trips. All I know is that it is a dire omen caused by numerous vengeful spirits. Wherever it passes, the living perish and the dead arise. It is said that even practitioners of the arcane face peril in its wake. The Yong Kingdom reportedly expended vast resources to eradicate this omen. And it was only after that calamity that the Privy Council established the 6 departments of the government. Xia Fan inhaled sharply, realizing that if Luo Qingqing was correct, it meant they, as examinees, were situated at the very heart of a perilous locale. The once boisterous crowd fell into a hush, clearly requiring time to process such startling news. Do you have any evidence? Yin Di raised his voice once more, demanding proof for the assertion that this was not Qingshan town, but the Qingshan mining area. Surely there must be concrete evidence. Indeed, who knows whether your clan is deceiving us to induce us to withdraw voluntarily. Luo Qingqing exhibited a knowing expression, as if she had anticipated such skepticism. She gestured, and two members of the Luo family placed a dull gray object upon the table. This is the evidence. You may examine it closely. Someone in the front row questioned, is that a ceramic mold used for smelting? Precisely. I discovered it on the mountainside. Luo Qingqing affirmed, recounting her experience of finding wooden tracks and heaps of bones. After witnessing the scene in the valley, she had searched nearly a mile toward the mountain's peak before locating the broken ceramic mold. Its elongated shape was clearly designed to hold molten metal. What confirmed to me that this place is indeed Qingshan was the inscription on the mold, she declared in a melodious voice. Year 28 of Yongxing. Supervised by the Taihu Gold Casting Bureau. The Yongxing years, that indeed corresponds to the era of the Yang Kingdom. The Taihu Gold Casting Bureau? I feel like I've heard that name before. The crowd murmured in discussion. Could you elaborate for us? Xia Fan pondered for a moment, finally grasping that the so-called ceramic mold was a form of mold crafted from clay. Remarkable, truly impressive, Wei Wuxuang murmured. The admiration from his fellow townsfolk mirrored the sentiments of most examinees present, as an unexpected silence enveloped the area, erasing previous doubts. Clearly, Luo Qingqing's willingness to speak indicated her confidence in the veracity of her claims, even if the mold could be aged or forged. The tracks on the mountain and the bones in the valley were irrefutable. The interconnection of several key points formed a compelling chain of evidence. Although Xia Fan had never encountered the two reference texts, their titles suggested they were not essential classics. One appeared to be a local gazetteer, while the other could barely be considered a historical account. In simpler terms, both were supplementary readings. Merely having read them was one thing, but remembering them so vividly could only be attributed to extraordinary talent. Have you never heard of the Luo family from Yuzhou, the masters of celestial knowledge? He suddenly recalled Luo Yu were mentioning. Half of the libraries across the nation are established by the Luo family, with the Yuzhou main office housing over 10,000 rare books. In terms of worldly knowledge, no one surpasses the Luo family. It appeared that Luo Qingqing herself could be regarded as a living library. Luo Qingqing nodded slightly, clarifying that this cycle was not a secret. It was documented in the chronicles of the Privy Council, occurring approximately every 5.5 years. I calculated that the next peak period will occur precisely 2 days from now, and today marks the 5th day of the examination. In other words, the final day of this examination would coincide with the Great Wilderness Night. Following a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. Is that truly possible? What a coincidence! What of the proctors? I demand to consult the proctors. Do you believe the Privy Council would overlook such a matter? This is likely the crux of the assessment. Are you jesting? It's either pass the examination or perish. I refuse to gamble my life in this cursed place. Could it be that the locals evacuated to escape this calamity? Perhaps. Does anyone wish to venture to the mountains to verify? Indeed, that is valid. Thus far, it is merely the Luo family's word. We cannot allow them to lead us by the nose. The examinees were clearly unsettled, and the square descended into chaos. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice cut through the din, asserting, there is no need to go. I can attest to the truth of her claims. In fact, you can verify it yourselves. This statement immediately captured the attention of the examinees, who turned as one to focus on a young man clad in gray, holding a paper fan and bearing a somewhat pallid complexion. The hexagram diagram on his back signified his identity as a disciple of the Feng family. Isn't that Feng Xiandao? Wei Wuxuang whispered. Do you know him? Xia Fan inquired. Well, I hadn't planned on passing the examination, so I've been spending my days in tea houses gathering information and have met quite a few people, Wei Wuxuang replied, nodding. While the Feng family may not wield the same power as the Fei or Luo families, they possess unique strengths, especially in divination and hexagram analysis. This Feng Xiandao is said to be the most adept disciple in the new generation. Pray tell, what do you mean by we can verify? Someone asked eagerly. The omens have already spoken clearly. The matters described by Miss Luo align closely with my divination results, indicating that on the final day of the examination, a great calamity will surely occur. Only those who seize the opportunity will be able to avert disaster. Feng Xiandao opened his paper fan, speaking calmly. I understand that this method of divination is profoundly intricate. Not everyone can master it, but the flow of energy itself serves as a portent. As participants in this examination, many among you must have received a forewarning by now. What kind of forewarning, you ask? If memory serves me right, during the initial 2 days of the examination, numerous individuals experienced a harrowing nightmare. With a decisive snap, Feng Xiandao closed his paper fan. Dreams are manifestations of consciousness responding to the ethereal energies of the world. Though they may lack the precision of divination, they can occasionally be strikingly specific. Is there a more blatant warning than this nightmare? A blood-soaked crimson moon. The deceased clawing their way from the earth, malevolent spirits tainting the living. If this does not allude to the great wilderness's malevolent night, what else could it be? Xia Fan momentarily lost his composure and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Why do you laugh, Brother Xia? Wei Wuxuang inquired, astonished at his reaction. However, the other candidates thought otherwise. What you described. I experienced that as well. So did I. So that's it. The dream had already forewarned us. I had thought I was the only one who had endured such a nightmare. To discover so many others, it seems that dream was far from coincidental. In their eyes, while the aristocratic families may deceive the commoners could not possibly conspire to deceive themselves. All doubts dissipated. And in less than a quarter of an hour, the matters of the Qingshan array and the great wilderness's malevolent night had become a shared consensus among the candidates. Chapter 20. An irreplaceable proof to my astonishment, you would actually speak on my behalf. As Feng Xiandao approached, Luo lightly leaped down from the long table. Is this truly so peculiar? Wasn't it the mutual assistance among noble families that enabled the prior exclusive occupation of Linghua land? Feng Xiandao waved his fan, asserting that although it was only a matter of 1 day, my family had not participated in the discussions. Beside them, the young man, Luo Foqing, the eldest brother of the Luo family, could not help but frown. This matter did not arise from thorough discussions at the table. It was initiated by Feng Yan. And unfortunately, no members of the Feng family were present at the time, which can only be said to be a matter of urgency. Moreover, with the numerous scattered sects, 1 day seems a reasonable stipulation. Otherwise, if they truly caused a ruckus. Enough. I did not come here to listen to your lectures. Feng Xiandao interrupted him. I simply wish to confirm one matter. Even amidst the great wilderness's shine, the Luo family will not concede so easily and will obediently withdraw from Qingshan town, correct? His inquiry was directed at the Luo family, yet his gaze was fixed solely on Luo Qingqing. As I suspected, Feng Xiandao chuckled lightly. And your method must involve utilizing the wells beneath Qingshan town, correct? The entrance is narrow, yet the interior is labyrinthine, easy to defend but difficult to assault. It is indeed a commendable choice. Alas, the moment the wells were mentioned, Luo Fengqing's expression grew tense, and as soon as the last phrase was uttered, he immediately retorted, Alas, what? What a pity that the finest locations have already been occupied by my family. Feng Xiandao grinned broadly. Luo Fengqing was momentarily taken aback. Did you think that while the Fei and Luo families occupied the Linghua land for those 2 days, we were merely idle? He toyed with his fan, stating that while divination cannot accurately predict the details of events, it can certainly indicate danger and assist in locating safe havens. The collection of Linghua was your first gain. This time, it should rightfully be the Feng family's turn. Do you remember what I said? Only those who seize the initiative can turn misfortune into fortune. You. Luo Yuer exclaimed in exasperation. Are you saying this merely to provoke us? Then, until we meet again in 2 days, I hope you remain safe until then. This fellow is truly detestable. Luo Changtian fumed. Detestable as he may be, his words hold some truth. Luo Fengqing cast a reproachful glance at Luo Qingqing. I fail to comprehend why you insist on making public the leads we have painstakingly acquired. This action, apart from thrusting the Luo family into the limelight, serves no beneficial purpose. Qingqing, it is not my intention to wield my seniority over you, but your behavior these past 2 days has been rather unusual. You previously led the female disciples to block the inn's lobby, and subsequently whisked away a group of people to the mountains, without providing any explanation from beginning to end. Do you not trust me? Luo Yue shrank back. It is not a matter of trust. I did not inquire of you. The eldest brother glared at Luo Yue, continuing, now that the Feng family has taken the lead, the viable locations within the wells are already scarce. With their occupation, it is uncertain how many of us will remain, and the entire plan will essentially need to be redrafted. Moreover, even if the Fei family is aware of the great wilderness's shine to a lesser extent than us, they are certainly not ignorant. Your disclosure is akin to preemptively alerting the Fei family to prepare, thereby increasing your own competitive pressure. He paused, his tone growing more severe. Junior sister, I do not disallow you from having secrets, but you should not place personal interests above those of the Luo family. If you do not wish for me to report this matter to the master and the patriarch, you must clarify the reasons and thoughts behind your actions over these past 2 days. Tell you? You will not inform the master, will you? Luo Qingqing countered. I shall assess the gravity of the situation. Luo Fengqing replied solemnly. In truth, I have been contemplating the essence of this examination, or rather, what the invigilators truly wish to observe. After a brief silence, she spoke. Is it the collection of Linghua? As long as the location is chosen appropriately, any ordinary person could achieve it. And what have we done? We have exploited our numerical advantage to exclude the scattered sects, internally negotiating distribution results to ensure that a portion of the disciples can pass the examination. Beyond that, there is nothing else. Is there a problem with this? Luo Fengqing stated matter-of-factly, reinforcing one's own advantages while concealing weaknesses, striking at the opponent's vulnerabilities, is the key to invincibility in battle. This is the wisdom imparted to us by the master. Luo Yuer and Luo Changtian nodded in agreement. Luo Fengqing shook his head. Those individuals cannot even sense the air. They are utterly unqualified to participate in the examination. Why must you entertain such a degrading hypothesis? I merely provided an example. The reason why Fengshe are Fengshe is that they can accomplish what ordinary people cannot. The Privy Council seeks Fengshe, not a gang that relies on numbers to win. Luo Qingqing stated calmly, now I understand our uniqueness, or rather, the essence of this examination. To contend against the malevolent? Luo Yuer inquired tentatively. Not merely that. Do you recall what I mentioned regarding the duties of the Privy Council? It is to maintain order in this world. She shifted her gaze towards the panicking crowd in the square. If this is not an examination, what should the Fengshe of the Privy Council do? First notify the local authorities to disperse the populace, and then halt the spread of the great wilderness's Cheyenne? Luo Changtian observed the scene for a moment, suddenly displaying an expression of disbelief. Could it be that you mean? Precisely, I believe the collection of Linghua is merely a superficial pretext. The core of the examination is a simulation of a malevolent incident involving the talents present here, with the participants themselves playing the role of the populace, not the local residents. Luo Qingqing spoke softly against the gentle morning breeze of late summer. The seemingly calm words reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the Luo family disciples. Those fearful of risk, those afraid to confront the malevolent, we shall remind and evacuate. As for the impending Cheyenne, we shall stand firm against it. Regardless of how arduous the circumstances may be, maintaining order remains the foremost duty of the Fengshe. It is unrelated to numbers, nor does it distinguish between noble families and scattered sects. Those who dare to remain are all our allies. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of Jianghu sects or tyrants. Luo Qingqing tucked away her wind-tousled hair, articulating every word. This is precisely what Fengshe can achieve. And it serves as our irreplaceable proof. Wow, Luo Yuer was the first to exclaim. After you put it that way, I feel as though my entire mind is cleared. Truly deserving of the title of genius among the new generation of the Luo family. Luo Changtian and Luo Tang echoed their praises. Luo Fengqing, however, was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing at the woman standing elegantly against the wind. Though she was within arm's reach, he felt as though she was becoming increasingly distant, to the extent that he could only perceive her silhouette. When did this transformation begin? He recalled the times when Luo Qingqing had amazed everyone, and he had genuinely felt joy for her from the depths of his heart. Very well, I concur with your assertion. If it were merely about seizing Linghua, the advantage of noble families would indeed be somewhat greater. Luo Fengqing inhaled deeply. Yet what does this have to do with your blockade of the inn lobby and your decision to take people to the mountains without informing me? That, I must regretfully decline to disclose. Luo Qingqing blinked. Junior sister you. Just as Luo Fengqing was about to say more, a flurry of urgent shouts interrupted his inquiries. No, this is not good. A candidate stumbled into the square, breathless, exclaiming, "This is terrible. We are trapped in this town." Trapped? What do you mean? Do not speak in half-truths. What exactly has happened? The already anxious crowd erupted into yet another wave of turmoil. Upon noticing the townspeople's absence, I thought to check the situation near the suspension bridge, but unexpectedly, the bridge has been cut down. What did you say? This news struck the assembled candidates like a bolt from the blue, leaving them dumbfounded. Only the Luo family disciples maintained their composure. Senior sister, Luo Qingqing, Luo Yuer, Luo Chatian, and the other members of the Luo family simultaneously turned their gazes toward Luo Qingqing. She understood that whatever she chose to do next would receive their unwavering support. She retrieved a third amplification talisman and ascended the long table once more. "Do not panic. There are multiple routes to leave the town," she proclaimed. "Within the ridges of Linghua land, we have discovered 2 caverns containing several large wooden kites. Although they bear the marks of time, their structures remain largely intact and can be repaired for use. Our immediate task is to construct a launching platform and prepare for evacuation. Those willing to lend a hand, please follow me now. Join us. Stand with the Luo family." The other descendants of the Luo family echoed her call. The escalating chaos in the square began to subside, while many continued to engage in heated debates. At least for this moment, they had a temporary objective to rally around, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw. Regardless of its efficacy, they were eager to try. A portion of the crowd began to move toward the verdant hills, with the Luo disciples in blue robes and dual feathers leading the procession. In stark contrast to the situation 3 days prior, the noble families of Yuzhou had now emerged as the leaders of the throng. Chapter 21. The Azure Sword Brigade. What do you plan to do? At the edge of the broken bridge, Wei Wuxuang inquired of Xia Fan. "Frankly, I do not know," Xia Fan replied, crouching before the chasm and surveying the opposing cliffs, which appeared to be approximately 15 meters apart, not an insurmountable divide by any means. When everyone realized that Luo Qingqing's words were not unfounded, and that there was indeed a wooden kite within the cave, their anxiety lessened considerably. They were no longer as restless as before. After all, preserving one's life is of utmost importance. Although this failure is regrettable, there are those who rise again after repeated setbacks. The scholar examinations do not necessitate immediate success, and one can always return in 3 years. For Xia Fan, 3 years represented a significant period for understanding this world, especially since he had already obtained a vial of spiritual fire essence. If he could endure for just 2 more days, he would surely succeed. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to concede defeat. However, the crux of the matter lay in his inability to ascertain whether the time had indeed come for such a drastic decision. What form does the great wilderness's night of carnage take? What are its dangers and countermeasures? The scant information he possessed rendered effective analysis and judgment exceedingly challenging. He had not forgotten that the Privy Council was a department fraught with high risks. The notion of casualties during examinations seemed all too plausible. Even his modest mentor had repeatedly emphasized that dealing with malevolent forces was a serious matter. And the great wilderness's night of carnage was likely among the most sinister of threats. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. "Xia, brother, perhaps you should consider withdrawing with me." Wei Wuxuang hesitated before speaking. "I know your abilities far exceed mine. Gaining entry into the Privy Council is merely a matter of time. If that is the case, delaying for 3 years is hardly significant. Look at those scions of noble families. They do not all intend to stubbornly endure this ordeal." It must be said that this reflects the common reasoning of sensible individuals. No examination is worth risking one's life. Simultaneously, it hinted at a grim possibility. The final day of the scholar examination not only harbored risks but substantial ones at that, rendering it impossible for the 3 great families to protect all their candidates. Otherwise, they would not have arranged for their disciples to withdraw. After all, when it comes to understanding the great wilderness's night of carnage, none present could rival the Luo family. Their decisions spoke volumes. However, conversely, those resolute in remaining in Qing Mountain Town had dwindled to less than half. Based on the previous near 50% pass rate, this suggested that simply staying would exponentially increase the likelihood of passing the scholar examination. This truly placed Xia Fan in a dilemma. "Allow me to ponder this further," he mused after a prolonged contemplation. "Constructing a launching platform would take at least half a day. I can decide by tomorrow. You may as well queue up and strive to get through early." Seeing this, Wei Wuxuang refrained from further persuasion and merely nodded silently. Yet, Xia Fan was acutely aware that, even if he chose to leave, he must wait until no one remained before departing quietly. For there was still an immobile fox spirit in the room. To exit in plain view with the fox spirit would likely lead him straight to the Privy Council's dungeon. Upon opening the door to the room, he was momentarily taken aback. The candle had been lit at some point, and a figure was leaned against the headboard of the bed. Li had awakened. "If I were you, I would refrain from moving until my injuries have healed." Xia Fan approached the bedside, noting that her complexion was flushed and beads of sweat adorned her forehead. Clearly, even a simple act of sitting up had drained her considerable energy. "I am a demon, not a human. I am not as fragile as you." Her tone remained as acerbic as before, yet the faintness of her voice betrayed her true condition. Xia Fan smirked, climbed onto the table, and opened the window, allowing brilliant sunlight to flood into the room. The fox spirit instinctively shielded her head, a hint of alarm creeping into her voice. What are you doing? Letting the air circulate. A well-ventilated room is more conducive to recovery for the ill. He observed her closely, noting that the part she had shielded was undoubtedly her upright ears. Considering that he was already aware of her identity, this was undoubtedly a reflexive action. It is not my first time seeing them. There is nothing to hide. Besides, I find them rather fascinating. They are at least not unappealing. Once Lee realized this, she slowly lowered her hands and frowned in displeasure. What nonsense are you spouting? It is the truth, believe it or not. As Xia Fan spoke, he lifted the blanket to examine her wounds, and this time the fox spirit showed no signs of resistance. Strangely enough, she seemed more concerned about her appearance than the close contact. Bloodstains had seeped through the bandages, likely due to her unwarranted movements. Yet compared to the gaping wound across her abdomen, this minor loss of blood was insignificant. It was not the kind of severe bleeding that would soak through clothing, which was already a fortunate sign. To regain consciousness in just a day and a half while managing to stem the escalation and deterioration of her injuries indicated that Lee's earlier words were not mere bravado. Had she been human, she would have long since perished. Do not move about unnecessarily. Just lie still and rest. Xia Fan gently pressed her back down. I will administer another round of medicine tonight and change the bandages. Of course, pain is inevitable, but if you could endure the stitching, changing the dressings should pose no issue. Why? Lee interrupted him softly. What? Xia Fan raised an eyebrow. Why, do you wish to save me? After a moment of silence, she repeated her question. What a strange inquiry. Saving a collaborative partner does not require any extraordinary justification, does it? He actually referred to her as a partner? Lee was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time she had heard a human refer to her in such a manner. What exactly do you intend to gain from me? No, that is not right. She cannot be swayed by mere terminology. Human actions are driven by self-interest. A matter of essence rather than sentiment. There is quite a lot, Xia Fan shrugged. Lee stifled her pain-ridden wounds and inhaled deeply. Pray do tell. Roughly the same as before. Primarily, it involves conversation. However, I wish to continue our collaboration, ideally in a long-term capacity, for there is much I seek to understand. And a day or two is hardly sufficient. Lee was momentarily speechless, questioning her own hearing. Was this individual in his right mind? If her understanding was correct, a person aspiring to become a scholar would actually contemplate establishing a long-term connection with a demon. Did he not realize that he was destined to serve in the Privy Council? Considering he had previously dared to advocate for understanding in order to dispel prejudice. Extending such absurdity to the scholarly community, perhaps he truly was a bit unbalanced. No, I refuse, she declared resolutely. Why? I seek vengeance against the Privy Council. And you are one of their scholars. We will inevitably become adversaries. For what reason do you seek vengeance? My master. Lee's voice trailed off. Her tone subdued as she confessed that the Privy Council had captured her. But you clearly stated that you had no master, Xia Fan remarked curiously. Because she never accepted disciples and forbade me from calling her master. In truth, I do not even know her true name. However, she paused. After coming to an understanding, I have always regarded her as my master. Is she human? Lee nodded. Is it due to her association with demons? No. Xia Fan quickly dismissed this hypothesis. If that were the case, they should have prioritized capturing her. However, from your words, it seems the Privy Council was not after you. Indeed not. They are even unaware of my existence. What are you saying? Lee looked at him incredulously. Who told you my master was dead? Cough, cough. Xia Fan nearly choked. She is not dead? Due to her emotional turmoil, Lee abruptly broke into a fit of coughs, blood frothing at the corners of her mouth. Xia Fan gently patted her back, and once she had calmed down, he asked, when was your master captured? 8 years ago. Indeed. It seems she has not only been to the examination grounds once. My master is no ordinary criminal. A troublesome offender is likely to endure even greater misery. Before encountering me, she was a member of the Privy Council, known as the Azure Sword. It seems she is unlikely to escape her fate. Wait. Xia Fan paused in astonishment. Did you just say your master was once part of the Privy Council? What is the Azure Sword? The Azure Sword ranks just below the feathered garb, equivalent to a second-rank official in the 6 ministries, Lee replied slowly. My master has committed no crime. She merely defected from the Privy Council. Chapter 22, the method of passing considering that the individual who adopted Lee is no longer in office. It is more appropriate to regard this as a personal grievance. He is uncertain whether defection constitutes a serious offense in the Privy Council. But since it involves the internal higher-ups, it is likely that the means of handling it would differ from those applied to the lower-ranking practitioners. She mentioned that the Privy Council would not endanger her life, which may indeed hold some truth. This also elucidates why a fox demon is so well acquainted with the Privy Council. Her master was once a Qingjian, and Li could at least be considered half a disciple of the Qingjian, if she were not a demon. She might even rank above the examiners responsible for the scholar examinations. Why did your master flee the Privy Council? She had never disclosed her reasons. Is your understanding of the Privy Council solely imparted by her? Li weakly nodded, affirming that everything she knew was taught by her. Xia Fan's heart stirred. Did this include knowledge related to the arts? I have taught quite a bit. The so-called arts that only humans can master are not as profound and incomprehensible as they seem. She shot him a sidelong glance as if to say, did he feel offended? Even at such a moment, she did not forget to throw in a taunt. Her master truly had trained an exceptional apprentice. Do you really think I am so arrogant as to believe my talent in the arts is unparalleled? Xia Fan responded. There are many candidates in Qingshan Town who surpass me. It is hardly surprising to be outshone by a fox demon. Xia Fan was momentarily perplexed. What was the issue here? Are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending? Li scrutinized him. The Privy Council stipulates that all arts belong to humanity, and no aberrations may lay claim to them. Now, the very things you take pride in have been mastered by demons, some even more adept than yourselves. Do you harbor no thoughts on this? Why should I care? Xia Fan blurted out. What? Realizing he had tarnished his image, he quickly amended. What I mean is, stagnation yields no benefits. Moreover, teaching without discrimination and mutual learning are indeed the best ways to enhance oneself. Simultaneously, he inwardly grumbled. I did not teach you. What can I do about it? Your quick learning is your own merit. Must you threaten others with the Privy Council simply because your abilities do not measure up to a demon? That would be utterly self-deceiving. Furthermore, the Privy Council's so-called rules sound good, but the reality is that knowledge of the arts is entirely under their control, and the average person has no access to it. Otherwise, he would not have had to participate in the scholar examination to seek knowledge and clarity. Li was also scrutinizing Xia Fan. She slightly furrowed her brow, a result of both her injuries and an inner confusion. She could not discern whether he was lying, yet she sensed an air of indifference in his tone. This was rather astonishing. Even her master had shown a hint of hesitation when imparting arts to her, as that was the foundation upon which practitioners towered over ordinary individuals. Yet, he seemed entirely oblivious to this, leading Li to feel an illusion that in Xia Fan's eyes, she was no different from him. Moreover, he bore no distinction from those who could not perceive qi. How could this be? The confusion in perception left Li momentarily speechless. She realized that the more she interacted with him, the less she could fathom what sort of person he truly was. How about this? Xia Fan's words interrupted her thoughts. Let us renegotiate our collaboration. This aspect of our conversation remains unchanged. I will help you inquire about your master's whereabouts. Surely, this is agreeable? You want to help me? Indeed, but in return, you must also share with me what you have learned. He stated plainly, for as a fox demon, discovering the whereabouts of a Qingjian would not be an easy task. However, if someone in the Privy Council offered assistance, the situation would improve considerably. What do you say? Such an opportunity will not come again. Li could not help but widen her mouth. Most practitioners aspiring to join the Privy Council did so either for power or fame, thus unwittingly upholding the prestige and rules of the Privy Council. Yet, this individual before her seemed devoid of any loyalty to the Privy Council. Contemplating undermining it even before gaining entry, this was utterly unprecedented. May I ask you a question? She could not contain herself. What exactly is your purpose for participating in the scholar examination? Xia Fan pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is to step into realms I have never encountered and witness sights I have never beheld. After a prolonged silence, she sighed softly. If you insist on such a path, do you agree? Provided you truly can pass this examination and become a member of the Privy Council. Well, Xia Fan revealed a somewhat awkward smile. What if I pass the next scholar examination instead? Li was taken aback, promptly retorting. You dare to boast about being an insider of the Privy Council, yet you lack confidence in passing the examination? The situation is rather unique. He helplessly recounted the general circumstances of the scholar examination. No one knows what the situation will be during the Qingshan Array's Great Wilderness Calamity Night. I can manage alone. But bringing you along may jeopardize safety. Ah, I see, Li mused. No wonder there are so many wells beneath the town. Wells? Xia Fan inquired curiously. What is the connection between the two? Do you truly know nothing about the great wilderness calamity night? The fox demon raised an eyebrow, beginning to doubt whether collaborating with him was a mistake. Ahem, my situation is rather special. Did your master mention this to you? Of course. It not only affects the local inhabitants, but also brings forth numerous secondary issues. If mishandled, it can lead to devastation. It is one of the most closely monitored malignant phenomena by the Privy Council. Indeed, the fox demon's knowledge in this regard far exceeded his own, Xia Fan thought. She had once been a disciple of the Qing Jian, even if she could not compare to the Luo family, who possessed the heavens' knowledge of all things. She certainly surpassed other candidates by a significant margin. He had initially sought to understand the demon race through her, but he had not expected her to possess considerable knowledge of the arts, which was an unexpected delight. Please elaborate on the great wilderness calamity night. Li took a deep breath. Very well, consider it the fee for treating my wounds. After a quarter of an hour, Xia Fan finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the great wilderness calamity night. According to Li, it was not a rare occurrence. During the final years of the Eternal Kingdom's demise, calamities had appeared in multiple locations, whether due to war, famine, floods, or celestial disturbances. Any abnormal surge in unnatural deaths could potentially trigger the Great Wilderness Calamity Night during a time of heightened darkness, as each region's period of heightened darkness varied. The Privy Council had to monitor them separately. A single Great Wilderness Calamity Night could last from several years to decades, until all the accumulated vengeful spirits dissipated. The nature of these vengeful spirits differed from what he had imagined. They were not the lingering consciousness of the deceased, but rather phenomena induced by a strong, dense atmosphere. When this peculiar atmosphere spread, it would produce effects akin to what Wei Wuxiang described, living beings dying and the dead coming to life. The essence and death would recombine, resulting in chaos. This primordial matter, akin to the universe's inception, would not harmonize with any order in the world and was fundamentally incomprehensible to humankind. It manifested in the form of corpses rising from the ground, the deceased breaking open their coffins and attacking the living. The cries of anguish echoed throughout the land. Hence the term Great Wilderness. This made Xia Fan think of a phrase, zombie siege. He specifically confirmed with Li whether mere bones could animate. Receiving a disdainful glance in return, the answer was that not only bones could not move, but even decayed and damaged corpses could not. They merely provided a framework. The true impetus for their movement came from the atmosphere and the accumulated essence that could be mud, sand, stones, or dried branches from the surroundings. Once the vengeful spirits grew powerful enough, they could even self-form without a skeletal structure. These entities were driven by the atmosphere, and once their energy was depleted, they would disintegrate on their own. Thus, the chi of the living was the best supplement for them. This also rendered his experiment with the perpetual motion machine for zombies a failure before it could even commence. The Privy Council referred to the minor malevolent entities as spirits and the larger ones as demons. However, whether spirit or demon, they possess no intelligence and respond sluggishly. Consequently, fortified cities with robust walls or narrow pathways exhibit formidable defensive capabilities against these malevolent beings. The true challenge lies in the fact that no one knows how many corpses are buried beneath the towns, nor when new foes might emerge. This uncertainty prompted the Privy Council, upon gaining independence, to mandate the construction department to revise building regulations. The most critical stipulation was that cemeteries must not be established within the city, but rather at least a mile away from the outer walls, and the interment of criminals. Wronged souls, or individuals of unknown origin, was strictly prohibited. Animal remains must be incinerated in concentrated efforts. Those who discard them carelessly would be considered criminals, facing fines or imprisonment depending on the severity of the offense. Li's account opened Xia Fan's eyes to the realities of the situation. He began to understand why the other party mentioned the well. The small town not only lacked walls but also had no wooden fences, making the hidden passages beneath the dry wells relatively easy to defend. When the numerical advantage could not be leveraged, the threat posed by spirits was not particularly grave. If they held their ground, with a steadfast defense through the night, there remained a glimmer of hope. If it truly becomes untenable, you need not force yourself. Li murmured. I have also spent time beneath the town. The space available for refuge is limited, accommodating at most 50 or 60 individuals. Beyond that, the risk of suffocation escalates. Since you did not secure the upper hand, it is likely that the larger areas have already been claimed by influential families. Competing with the scattered factions may not guarantee your victory. Moreover, some wells are exceedingly deep, and no one knows what lies within. In the pursuit of concealment and confinement, one might inadvertently find themselves ensnared in peril. Her voice dwindled, becoming faint, her breath growing shallow. It was then that Xia Fan noticed the tips of the fox spirit's hair, drenched in sweat, felt alarmingly hot to the touch. This individual, in her determination to finish speaking, was enduring physical discomfort in silence. Chapter 23, Evacuation Plan. Meanwhile, within the grand tent outside Xishan town, a sand table had been meticulously arranged upon a redwood long table. The proctor, Xinchan, was diligently adjusting the deployment of flags based on the continuous intelligence flowing in from the town. Ba Xingtian scrutinized the sand table for a moment before exclaiming with interest, "Have they realized their situation? Indeed, this is only the 5th day, nearly 2 days faster than the last occurrence 12 years ago." The town guard nodded in approval. "Why 12 years ago?" another inquired. "The scholar examinations occur every 3 years. Even considering the unique circumstances of the Qingshan formation, it should be every 6 years." Although he was aware that his superior had a particular leniency towards this young man, Xinchan could not help but marvel at the straightforwardness and spontaneity exhibited by the other party, given their rank disparity. Yet this question intrigued him as well. So he carried on adjusting his sand table as if nothing had transpired. "Is the pass rate too low?" Ba Xingtian chuckled. "My memory is a bit hazy, but I believe over 140 candidates sat for the exam, yet only 9 succeeded." Xinchan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard such an insider's tale. This implies that the pass rates in other testing grounds were significantly elevated, inadvertently benefiting those candidates outside the Qingshan formation. Reflecting on this, he realized he was akin to a qualified candidate from 12 years ago. Could it be that he had inadvertently benefited from this location? Wasn't he this rather unjust? Indeed, but the Qingshan examination sites are tailored to local conditions. How could they all be the same? Ba Xingtian shook his head. Where there are challenges, there are also easier routes. Naturally, when distributing positions, the authorities consider this. Those emerging from the Qingshan formation start at a higher level than others. Oh, that is indeed a viable strategy. He continued, moreover, the low pass rate is not the sole reason for the cessation of this site. In fact, unnecessary losses are another crucial factor. Ba Xingtian stroked his beard, seemingly reflecting. That year, more than 30 candidates perished here, which exceeded normal limits. In other examination sites, they might have become exemplary practitioners. This was a failure on the part of the authorities. However, this year, we shall not repeat the same mistakes. Over 30. A loss rate of nearly 20%. Xinchan's heart raced. Even after all these years, did the dangers of the Qingshan wilderness still pose such a threat? No wonder the authorities had established so many demon-sealing stakes in the town. The cessation 6 years prior was likely to assess the situation. And only upon ensuring absolute safety did they resume operations. It appears our efforts have not been in vain. Ba Xingtian, satisfied, stroked his beard again. One major reason for the previous issues was the lack of guidance. Most candidates only realized the existence of the wilderness at the last moment, leading to widespread chaos. Indeed, my lord, Xinchan was well aware that the town guard referred to those within the ranks who disguised themselves as townsfolk and traded information with candidates. They not only influenced the examination's trajectory but also gained first-hand intelligence from within the town, providing a basis for the proctor's evaluations. Such an examination format mirrored real-world conditions, and the proposer was undoubtedly a genius. Yet, there remained a peculiar aspect. Ba Xingtian pointed to the position of a broken bridge on the sand table. Each candidate or group should have received varying amounts of information. Why do their actions appear so coordinated? According to reports from my subordinates, Luo Qingqing voluntarily shared her discoveries with all the candidates. Xinchan handed a note to the town guard. Moreover, their evacuation is also orchestrated by Luo Qingqing. Is that so? The latter swiftly scanned the note and then burst into laughter. What an impressive young lady. She has already taken it upon herself to act as a practitioner of the authorities, addressing the local malevolent entities. Indeed, this individual undoubtedly has a bright future ahead. Xinchan smiled appreciatively. It seemed she was likely to be the top candidate in this examination. However, the supervising officer did not share in the mirth. He took the note and pondered silently for a moment. The Luo family, you say, is their discontent? Ba Xingtian grinned. It has been quite some time since I have encountered a young lady with such initiative. The authorities lack those well-versed in practical arts and formidable in combat. We are in dire need of those capable of leading and strategizing. Should she venture to the capital, I assure you she will be pursued by all factions. You must consider this carefully. Opportunities near the water's edge are scarce. Consider what? What is the town guard insinuating? Shin Chun sensed an underlying tension. Why would his superior speak of such matters with a supervising officer of significantly lower rank? After the latter inquired about several individuals, he suddenly remarked, "Didn't you say this fellow would be eliminated swiftly? Why is he still in the town? And not only has his wealth multiplied several times, but he has also acquired the source of spiritual fire?" Shin Chun squinted, realizing the individual in question was Xia Fan. His luck is indeed remarkable, according to compiled reports. He has managed to gather considerable silver from eliminated candidates, thereby overcoming his initial crisis. As for that vial of spiritual fire, it remains unclear how he acquired it. Yet, apart from luck, he has not demonstrated much exceptional ability. Do you not believe he can succeed? Indeed, a significant criterion in examinations is negotiation skills. And the only person he is closely associated with is a fellow townsman. The fewer allies one has, the lower their resilience to risks. Particularly in high-stakes events like the wilderness, the likelihood of an individual surviving unscathed is negligible. Of course, he might also exit alongside other candidates, which could be a prudent choice. At this point, Shin Chun sighed inwardly. He could not deny that this candidate named Xia Fan was rather peculiar. Initially, when he had only 5 taels of silver, he spent extravagantly, yet when he amassed over 20 taels, he became cautious. Had he dispersed that silver to rally fellow candidates into small teams, his ranking would likely not be as it currently stood. For some reason, Shin Chun felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, the other party leaned forward, placing both hands on the table. "By the way, I nearly forgot to ask you, Proctor Shun. Have you noticed any signs of potential listeners these past few days?" Shin Chun instinctively took a step back. "And no, of course not. If I discover any clues, I will report them to both supervising officers at the earliest opportunity." The latter nodded, and they walked out of the grand tent together, leaving Shin Chun in a state of bewilderment. For a long while, he could not comprehend why the other's inquiry had been laced not with caution or warning, but with an undercurrent of anticipation. "Senior sister, here is the list of evacuees for tomorrow, filled in according to the order they reported." Luo Yuer placed a sheet filled with names on Luo Qingqing's desk. "Thank you for your hard work. Remember, it is crucial that they leave the town in this order tomorrow morning." "I want to forget," Luo Yuer interrupted. "You've repeated this many times." "Very well then." Luo Qingqing replied with a hint of exasperation. "You may continue your work. I shall not disturb you." The younger sister smiled as she departed the chamber. Luo Qingqing rubbed her slightly sore eyes and rose to lengthen the wick of the lamp. The fire blazed brighter instantly, illuminating the now pitch-black night outside. Today, the assembly of the wooden kite had not gone smoothly, perhaps due to prolonged storage. Several issues had arisen with its framework. Nevertheless, it had not impacted its functionality. For safety's sake, she decided to postpone the launch until tomorrow morning. As long as there were no strong winds or heavy rains, it should not be difficult to carry both people and ropes across the less than 5 zhang distance. Of course, crossing over was merely the beginning. To evacuate so many candidates from the town, a few wooden kites alone would be insufficient. They would need to create a rudimentary bridge using hemp ropes. This rope bridge is certainly incapable of bearing excessive weight. Therefore, each individual attempting to cross must exercise meticulous control. Additionally, there are concerns regarding time and the management of unforeseen incidents. It can be asserted that the planning, preparation, and execution required for this undertaking are markedly distinct from the trivial skirmishes of the past. As the initiator, she cannot afford any missteps. It appears that she will have to endure a sleepless night. Luo lightly chuckled to herself, yet a sense of reassurance washed over her, as at least she need not worry about someone stealthily entering her bedroom while she slumbers. To be candid, upon discovering the intrusion in the morning, her heart had plummeted into a chilling abyss. Fortunately, the intruder had not truly harmed her. Otherwise, she would have been utterly at a loss for the next steps. She understood this to be a lingering impression that could only fade with time, and perhaps staying awake tonight would bring her greater ease. Once that individual departed from Qingshan town and the examination resumed, this matter might finally be laid to rest. As for the future, Luo lightly harbored no concerns. She did not believe there would be further encounters between herself and that person. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Someone wishes to see you," Luo Yuo announced as she peeked inside. "Did I not instruct you to direct any visitors to seek out senior brother Luo Foqing?" Luo lightly frowned. Her junior sister revealed a look of hesitation. "This individual is rather special, and he insists he only wishes to speak with you." "Who?" "Xia Fan," Luo Yuo replied. Chapter 24, No choice, Luo Qingqing pondered for a while and decided to meet the visitor in the outer chamber of her bedroom. At this hour, it was hardly suitable for a visit, especially considering that the guest was a young man. However, she had her reasons. He undoubtedly understood the implications of his presence. And out of caution, he should not have been within 10 steps of her. His awareness of this yet continued approach suggested ulterior motives. As a prodigy among the new generation of the Luo family, she had encountered the complexities of human nature numerous times. Although Xia Fan's initial demeanor was agreeable, it did not guarantee his continued amiability. The shift in his stance within 2 days was somewhat abrupt, yet it remained within the realm of her worst expectations. Should he drastically alter his attitude and attempt to leverage last night's events for his gain, she felt it necessary to convey that such actions were akin to chasing phantoms. Moreover, he would have to bear the consequences for his reckless breach of trust. Under the watchful gaze of Luo Yuer, Xia Fan entered with a porcelain basin. "Good evening. Fortunately, you are still awake." His manner of greeting was ambiguous. Luo Qingqing could not discern whether he was jesting or genuinely inquiring. "I don't believe this is an appropriate time for a visit. Couldn't you have waited until tomorrow?" She abruptly halted mid-sentence, captivated by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. This was not a matter of willpower, but rather a primal response, due to the evacuation of the town's residents. Regular meals had been completely disrupted. Although the Luo family typically stocked up on provisions, the meager reserves were merely for emergencies and insufficient for daily sustenance. Considering they needed to last another 2 days, Luo Fengqing had consolidated the remaining food, intending to distribute it among those who remained on the final night. In other words, she had not eaten for almost an entire day. While the busyness had kept her preoccupied, the moment she paused, combined with the alluring scent, her body reacted instinctively. With a growl, Luo Qingqing's stomach betrayed her. The sound shattered her previously gathered composure. The source of the aroma was undoubtedly the basin in his hands. "Why are you? I guessed you hadn't had dinner, so I made a little extra," Xia Fan replied, placing the basin on the table and lifting the lid. "This dish is suitable for eating while conversing. If you find it agreeable, you might call others over to share." Initially, Luo Qingqing intended to question his motives. But upon the lid's removal, her words transformed. "Is this crab? You've had it before?" Xia Fan asked, somewhat surprised. "Not exactly, but I have heard of it." Luo Qingqing examined the basin, filled with crabs that gleamed a bright golden hue. It is said that in the upper echelons of Yonghua, the art of crab consumption was quite popular. Northern blue crabs are typically crushed and mixed with sugar to create a crab paste, while the larger southern lake crabs are better suited for steaming. To my knowledge, 3 ancient texts reference this, although due to their unsightly appearance, they were often relegated to mere seasoning or side dishes and never gained widespread popularity. "You should stop calling yourself Luo Qingqing. Perhaps you could be dubbed Luo Encyclopedia instead," Xia Fan murmured. "What are you saying?" Cough. "I meant, the Luo family truly excels in comprehensive knowledge, even knowing the various methods of crab preparation so thoroughly. However, those texts did not document your method." Luo Qingqing remarked with interest, "This crab is neither lake crab nor blue crab. It resembles the small mountain crabs commonly found by the creek. Can this actually be eaten?" "Hey, your throat sounds rather skeptical," Xia Fan teased. With a mere bite, the crisp shell crumbled effortlessly. Anyone who heard that crackling sound could imagine its delightful crunch. Luo Yuer could hardly contain her excitement. Mimicking Xia Fan by popping an entire crab into her mouth, her eyes lighting up. "Senior sister, this is delicious." Once the junior sister had taken the lead, Luo Qingqing could no longer hold back. While she chanted to herself that this was merely for the sake of historical verification and not for personal gratification, her hand reached for the porcelain basin. As half a crab entered her mouth, a rich, oily flavor burst forth, enveloping her palate. The golden shell shattered, releasing the succulent juices within, presenting an entirely different texture. What lingered on her tongue was the crab meat, which, after the initial salty impact, retained its inherent sweetness. The delicate strands melted in her mouth, and the harmonious blend of flavors elevated the crab to an entirely new level of delectability. Although the junior sister's expression was simple, it conveyed her appreciation for the dish most directly. Is this method deep-fried? While fried foods were not commonly encountered, Luo Qingqing had experienced 1 or 2 such delicacies in the heart of Qigua, typically found only in the larger shops of the capital. Yet, whether spring rolls or fried sticks, these were primarily vegetarian pastries. She had never witnessed a live crab being cooked in oil before. "Exactly," Xia Fan confirmed with a nod. Although the rice bin in the inn's kitchen was completely emptied, some seasonings remained, perhaps because these items were not substantial enough to fill the stomach. The townsfolk did not take them. I discovered a living creek during my previous excursion to the back mountain, teeming with crabs, and fortuitously found some cooking oil in the kitchen, so I prepared this. Not just a few, he had effortlessly caught nearly 100 crabs, clearly untouched by the terrifying claws of the upright ape. By merely turning over a stone, they scuttled into his basket in droves, allowing him to gather a feast with little effort. Compared to the more traditional steaming method that emphasized purity, these small crabs, which could be caught in handfuls, had little meat and no roe. They were typically sold deep-fried by street vendors during childhood. However, the high-fat, high-calorie methods once scorned were now delicacies sought after by commoners in ancient times. Driven by instinct, the satisfaction derived from rich oils far outweighed the flavor of the ingredients themselves. As for modern culinary techniques, such as high-temperature moisture retention and double frying, they merely adorned a dish that was already irresistibly tempting. Luo Yuer's exaggerated admiration soon attracted the attention of others. Within moments, the Luo family disciples stationed in the main hall had gathered. After a day without food, they were utterly defenseless against the golden delicacy, one by one surrendering to the allure of fried crabs. Luo Qingxing was astonished to find that in less than a quarter of an hour, the disciples who had previously regarded Xia Fan with cold indifference were now engaging him in conversation. This development only heightened her apprehension, given the current situation. The idea of using her reputation and integrity to threaten her seemed overly cautious. After all, that incident itself was the greatest bargaining chip. Whether or not food was involved would not aid in any complete severance of ties. However, Xia Fan's late-night visit was clearly not merely a gesture of goodwill. The adage of a soft mouth eats the soft food of others loomed large. Should he take the opportunity to propose some lenient demands, such as requesting the Luo family to include him in their plans for the forthcoming night of the Great Desolation, she would likely find it more challenging to refuse. Enough. State your purpose for coming. Luo Qingxing cleared her throat and addressed Xia Fan earnestly. This deep-fried crab is indeed commendable, but in comparison to the interests of the Luo family, the latter holds greater significance. I trust you will not place me in an uncomfortable position, unless you promise to prepare crab for us every day, Luo Yuer interjected, adding a playful note. Without hesitation, Luo Qingxing delivered a swift reprimand to her. Hey. The latter protested, cradling her head in mock dismay. Isn't negotiation about bargaining? I've seen Master and the others conduct discussions like this. Some matters cannot be compromised. You need to step aside. All right. Luo Yuer, holding a crab leg, obediently squatted in the corner of the room. Xia Fan could not help but chuckle. He spread his hands and said, I mentioned before that I brought you a portion simply because I had caught too many. So I thought it would be better than arriving empty-handed. As for the matter I wish to discuss, it bears little relevance to the crabs. He continued. My primary purpose in coming here is to inform you that evacuating the majority is not the optimal choice. In fact, I possess a superior strategy for dealing with the imminent chaos of the night of the Great Desolation. You? Luo lightly furrowed her brow in confusion, as she had not anticipated the conversation to unfold in such a manner. Indeed, but this method necessitates that everyone remains in Qingshan Town. The strength of each candidate is crucial. Uniting as one will enable us to harness nearly the full potential of the group, far surpassing the effectiveness of fragmented families or teams in combat. Her response was laced with skepticism, as Luo lightly had no desire to inquire about his proposed method. While 10 individuals are certainly stronger than one, the underlying challenge lies in aligning their interests, a factor that grants the aristocratic families an undeniable advantage. You make a valid point, but others may not heed your words. The candidate's choice to stay or leave is not dictated by the Luo family, but rather stems from their own volition. I fear I may not be of much assistance to you. I understand. I have no intention of persuading them. Xia Fan replied calmly. I merely aim to leave them with no alternative. For reasons unknown, a wave of unease washed over her. What exactly do you wish to discuss with me? It is not a discussion, it is a notification. Xia Fan shook his head slowly. Since the evacuation plan originated from the Luo family, I believe you should be the first to know. I should be the first to know? The statement came across as somewhat arrogant. She had envisioned scenarios where he, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, would threaten her, and had contemplated whether the Luo family truly had the capacity to accommodate an additional rogue candidate for the examination, yet none of her imaginings included the current circumstance. At a loss for words, Luo lightly found herself ensnared in an eerie silence between them. This silence was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps and the frantic shouts of Luo family disciples outside the room. Not good, senior sister Luo. Something terrible has happened. The door burst open, and a female disciple rushed in, momentarily taken aback by the sight of everyone savoring crabs, but she quickly recalled her mission. Her gaze turned to Luo lightly. Senior sister, the launching platform and wooden kite are on fire. What? Upon hearing this news, everyone instinctively slowed their chewing. How could there be a fire? There shouldn't be any ignition sources there. How severe is the blaze? Where are the guards? Is anyone attempting to extinguish it? The room erupted into chaos, yet Luo lightly remained still, her heart turning icy. She suddenly recalled Xia Fan's words. I have no intention of persuading them. Merely to ensure they have no choice. It is not a discussion, it is a notification. With disbelief coursing through her, she slowly turned her gaze toward Xia Fan. Chapter 25, City of Green Mountains. With these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. Luo Yuer, holding half a crab, found herself at a loss. Unable to eat or set it down. Have you lost your mind? After a moment of hesitation, Luo finally managed to utter this phrase. Realizing that the other party wasn't merely speaking in theory but had already taken action. Yet the question remained, what advantage did this bring him? Against the Luo family? The significance was negligible. Organizing an evacuation was not an obligation, and if it failed midway, it would not be the Luo family's fault. Instead, it could unite them with other candidates. The only one in the direst situation was Xia Fan. If the candidates planning to withdraw discovered that he was the one blocking this passage, they might very well tear him apart. It would have been better if he had kept silent, but he audaciously admitted it publicly, placing himself in opposition to all the candidates. Rest assured. I know what I am doing, Xia Fan replied calmly. Excessive choices will only disperse the group's strength. To confront the Great Wilderness Slaughter Knight directly. This is the most effective approach. You think too simplistically. Luo stamped her foot. The crowd, as a whole, possesses power. Individual motives merely create a heap of loose sand. We have the source of spirit fire, and naturally, we will exert ourselves for that night. But what about those candidates without spirit fire? Why should they listen to you? Because I can ensure that they all pass the examination. Even so, that was insufficient for you to assert such a thing? Luo paused abruptly. I said, I can guarantee that those who remain will pass the examination. He reiterated, the source of spirit fire originates from corpses, and the Great Wilderness Slaughter Night is also triggered by corpses. Be it minor charm or major demon, a vast number of surrounding dead entities will gather. As long as we eliminate a sufficient number of evil spirits, won't the ground be filled with the source of spirit fire? Conversely, your insistence on hiding in the wells and prioritizing self-preservation will not achieve this. Is it possible to think this way? Luo felt her common sense being upended. Is there a problem with striving for self-preservation in the face of the Great Wilderness Slaughter Night? Yet this individual viewed the Great Wilderness Slaughter Night as a shortcut to see spirit fire. Theoretically, what he said was indeed plausible. Tens of thousands of corpses piled together, after a century of sedimentation, could very well yield a considerable source of spirit fire. However, that remained merely a theoretical possibility. If survival itself was not guaranteed, how could there be spirit fire aplenty? Moreover, they not only had to survive, but also confront a multitude of evil spirits head-on, which seemed rather fanciful. It seems you possess considerable knowledge about the Great Wilderness Slaughter Night. Thus, you should understand why the wells are the first choice of the aristocratic families. Luo vehemently rebutted. By simply guarding the front and rear entrances, the numerical advantage of the evil spirits can be minimized. If necessary, we can even seal the entrance and wait for rescue from the Privy Council the following day. But to resist them outside? You have no idea from which direction they will appear. Once someone collapses in the darkness, a chain reaction will swiftly ensue. At that point, when faced with the crowds pushing and trampling, do you think you could manage? Xia Fan couldn't help but regard this Luo family prodigy with newfound respect. Her ability to articulate such thoughts indicated not only her extensive knowledge but also practical experience. She understood that merely having a common goal does not instantly forge a disciplined unit capable of strategic retreats and advances. Furthermore, the Great Wilderness Slaughter Night was a nocturnal battle where fear and chaos would always be the greatest adversaries. I cannot. Hence we should strive to avoid such situations. And how can you guarantee that? Xia Fan extended a finger, stating, the purpose of the examination is ultimately to select qualified practitioners. The Privy Council does not wish to witness a one-sided disaster. Qingshan Town is no longer the landslide formation of a century ago. The Privy Council must have its considerations for designating this as an examination site. In other words, if the dry well waterway beneath the town can become the preferred position, the intensity of the Great Wilderness Slaughter Night should fluctuate around this level, which can be understood as the standard answer. Luo pondered this statement several times before grasping its meaning. She truly could not comprehend why his choice of words was so peculiar, as if he had deliberately forced certain phrases together simultaneously. She realized that what he was contemplating might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Seemingly nonsensical remarks seemed to stem from meticulous thought. This prompted her to involuntarily ask. And then? Xia Fan raised a second finger, stating, "We only need to elevate the standard of our new defense line above the standard answer to withstand this Great Wilderness Slaughter Night. From what I understand, aside from the narrow pathways, cities and fortresses with high walls possess commendable resistance against evil spirits. They can accommodate far more individuals than the underground waterways, without the worry of suffocation or collapse. By gathering everyone within the city, we can leverage our numerical advantage while significantly reducing the risk of scattering." But what city exists in this town? Luo began to speak, only to abruptly stop as she discerned from Xia Fan's gaze that he was not jesting. "If there isn't one, we shall construct one." Xia Fan enunciated each word clearly. The following morning, all candidates reconvened in the small square before the inn. The news of the fire at the launching platform and wooden kites had spread, leaving many sleepless through the night. Had it not been for the Luo family stepping forward to calm the crowd, assuring them of alternative preparations, they likely would have rushed off in search of a way to leave the town. After all, this was already the 6th day of the examination. Delaying any longer could result in being trapped, and when the 7th day's ominous peak arrived, they would truly be at the mercy of fate. Consequently, the atmosphere was quite oppressive as everyone patiently awaited the Luo family's announcement of their backup plan. Most had already placed their hopes on 3 years later for this examination. However, it was surprising that standing at the long table was neither Luo Qingqing nor Luo Foqing, but rather a young man unfamiliar to many. Who was this person? Not wearing a blue robe, he was not a member of the Luo family. I have a vague impression of this guy. Isn't he the one who fled in front of Finian? Hey, what are you doing up there? Only Wei Wuxuang gaped in astonishment, recognizing that the individual on stage was Xia Fan, a fellow townsman from Fenghua County. Yet he had no idea why Xia Fan would appear in such a scenario. Facing the agitated crowd, Xia Fan took a deep breath, producing a wind-calling talisman, which he preferred to call an amplification talisman. This was something Luo Qingqing had given him minutes earlier. There are 6 in total. The effect will gradually diminish after each use, so keep it brief. Actually, it doesn't have to be me speaking. You already know my entire plan. What? Are you stage fright? If it fails, I would not want the Luo family to bear the blame. Moreover, since this is your proposed order, it should rightfully be you who informs everyone. Those few brief exchanges lingered in his ears. Was he truly concerned about avoiding blame? By leveraging the Luo family's influence to propose this plan, a connection had already been established, and if something went awry, it would inevitably impact the Luo family. One could only say, she did not wish to claim this plan as her own, especially in the context of the examination. It seemed he owed her a favor. Xia Fan smiled helplessly, tossing the talisman into the air. The amplification talisman swiftly transformed into a gentle breeze, spreading outwards. Everyone, listen closely. His first sentence, under the talisman's effect, rolled across the town like thunder. This examination is far from a time to flee. The Great Wilderness Slaughter Night is indeed terrifying, but only for those who are unprepared. As long as everyone sets aside past grievances and unites, not only can each of you safely weather the final night of this examination, but you can also secure qualifications for passing. You have not misheard. All who remain will pass this examination and thus become official practitioners of the way. An uproar erupted among the crowd. What did you say? Xia Fan did not immediately clarify, but waited for the astonishment and confusion to pour forth before producing a second amplification talisman. In truth, ensuring everyone's success was not an impossible feat. It merely required seizing the key to the Night of Malevolence. He then recounted the details of the Great Wilderness Night of Malevolence, explaining that we needed a fortified city to thwart the malevolent forces. When the night passed, what would be scattered across the ground would be the very essence of spiritual fire. A city? What nonsense are you spouting? It sounds plausible, but where is this city? The crowd clamored. Of course, it exists. It is right beside us. Xia Fan's unwavering tone quelled the dissent, asserting that he referred to the inns, tea houses, and the surrounding cobblestone homes where everyone had resided for several days. The grid-like arrangement constituted a natural defensive structure, The minimum height of 2 stories was sufficient to repel the attacks of the charming. However, these walls were incomplete and required our collective effort to be fortified. You have 2 days to transform it, whether through magical arts or your own hands. Demolish the outer structures of the grid, seal the breaches in the inner circle, and connect all the buildings at the town center into a cohesive whole. This is our city. This is our bulwark against the malevolent forces. Wei Wuxuang stood in stunned silence. Constructing a camp in Xishan town within a day and a half? At first glance, it seemed preposterous. Yet upon a moment's reflection and surveying the surroundings, he found a semblance of reason in this assertion. The houses situated at the heart of the grid were not only sturdy, but also closely knit together, making it no arduous task to seal the gaps between them. Once the roofs were removed and wooden planks laid, these brick houses would become natural walls, accessible above, yet defensible below. And that is not all. Xia Fan activated yet another amplification talisman and continued, stating that if we are to withstand the Night of Malevolence, everyone must contribute their strength. We need to gather medicinal herbs and place them in the hands of those skilled in the magical arts. We must arrange reinforcements to replace those injured in battle. We even need to form a hunting party to venture into the Qingshan Mountains to collect provisions for the next 2 days. From this moment forth, all present shall no longer be competitors, but rather cooperative allies. United, we shall achieve the impossible. Chapter 26. A gradual realization. Lo lightly pursed her lips, surprised that this fellow could articulate so well. She had expected him to stammer and falter, ultimately relying on her to intervene. Yet, it was peculiar how someone from a small county could maintain such composure in front of a crowd. She had spent considerable time training to overcome her own stage fright. And then there was the crab. While ostensibly unrelated to the matter at hand, bringing such an unexpected delicacy in the evening likely served to demonstrate his ability to establish a foothold in the isolated town of Qishan, despite the supply cut. Who exactly was Xia Fan? Lo shifted her gaze to the crowd, still processing the information. The previous restlessness had transformed into a subdued murmur, indicating that the most impactful revelation was not the notion of unity in confronting the impending calamity of the Great Desolation Night, but rather the fact that everyone had a chance to pass the examination. Additionally, the proposal to transform the town into a fortified city had alleviated the anxiety among the candidates. People naturally gravitate towards collective assurance, and the larger the crowd, the stronger the sense of security. Regardless of the proposal's efficacy, merely having the aristocrats and commoners in the same place was a significant comfort to them. As it stood, the plan was progressing smoothly. Lo Qingqing, what do you mean by this? Suddenly, an irate voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see Feng Xiandao approaching. His face contorted with anger. I just heard that your family has expelled my personnel from the well and sealed the entrance. You cannot secure a favorable position for yourself. So you wish to drag others down with you? Brother Feng, you are being too harsh. I acted solely for safety's sake, Lo Qingqing replied, inclining her head slightly. Last night, a disciple reported discovering several animal carcasses deep within the well. Once the calamity arrives, they would undoubtedly become part of the malevolent forces. Given the many hard-to-explore corners of the well, sealing it was the most prudent course of action. This is clearly a necessary risk. Feng Xiandao dismissed her reasoning outright. Even if there are a few carcasses, they would come in a line. For the aristocrats, it merely means sending a couple more people to deal with it. Now that the well is sealed, how do you intend to survive the Great Desolation Night? That is an astute question, and it is precisely what we are discussing, said Lo Cha Tian, who had just arrived. I'm here, he responded. Could you please explain our new strategy to Feng Xiandao? If he has any further inquiries, he can come to me, Lo Changtian instructed. Understood. Brother Feng, please follow me, he added. What new strategy? This is nothing but retaliation. Wait, don't pull me. Hey, stop. As Feng Xiandao was led away by his senior brother, Lo Yuer made a playful face. Humph. Serves you right for trying to claim a spot and aggravate others. Lo Qingqing allowed a slight smile to surface as she recalled her discussion with Xia Fan the previous night. I see, your plan is indeed feasible. But what about the Feng family? They have the means to guard the well and need not heed your instructions. Quite simply, we must ensure they, like the commoners, have no choice in the matter. Are you not concerned about incurring their wrath? If everyone can pass the examination, what enmity could remain unresolved? At worst, I shall invite them to a feast of deep-fried crabs. Why not reserve this batch of crabs for the Lo family, ensuring they have no choice? I can facilitate this for you. How does that sound? Oh, do you harbor a dislike for the Feng family? It is merely a matter of reciprocity. I must admit, this sentiment is rather pleasant. Lo Qingqing, are you certain about your collaboration with Xia Fan? Lo Tang expressed her concerns. It seems the senior brother is quite displeased, believing you should publicly disclose the matter of arson, allowing Xia Fan to bear the full brunt of the blame while we continue searching for a new refuge as originally planned. He contends that by doing so, you would be relinquishing all reputation to another, and if word spreads, the Lo family may become the laughingstock among the other aristocratic families. Lo Qingqing gently patted her shoulder in reassurance. Upholding the order of society is a responsibility of the council's practitioners. However, we inevitably encounter a dilemma in the process, namely, which order to maintain? Which order? Lo Tang inquired. Is it one proposed by ourselves, or one suggested by others? If the latter is inferior, there is no need for consideration. However, what if the latter surpasses the former? Lo Tang opened her mouth, but found no words to articulate an answer. Just as the council emerged from the 6 ministries to quell the rampant malevolent incidents following the fall of the Eternal Nation, if we continually select a superior order, then the newly established order will only improve. As custodians of this new order, we shall never become a source of ridicule. She exhaled softly. Upon hearing his plan, I did indeed feel a twinge of reluctance, yet that does not hinder my collaboration with him. I hope you understand, it is not that I chose Xia Fan. Rather, I chose a better order. This is the new batch of medicinal herbs collected by the logistics team. I am entrusting them to you. Are the talismans ready? Just a moment, it will be done shortly. I'll start. The trigram of Jin for the ugly, construct from Mount Long. As a candidate performed the incantation, the ground between 2 buildings began to rise, creeping up the walls until it halted just shy of the top floor. I can't go on. I've exhausted all my energy. Upon ceasing the incantation, he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Immediately, someone approached to measure the height of the elevated ground, which had risen a total of 9.5 feet. Impressive, surpassing the previous group's achievement. Who will go next? Let me give it a try. Another practitioner took the medicinal pouch and positioned himself before the building. Progress seems to be moving swiftly. Lo Qingqing observed for a moment and then turned to Xia Fan. It is hard to believe these individuals were plotting against one another just 2 days prior, embroiled in conflict. From the announcement of the plan to the afternoon of that very day, the center of Qingshan town had transformed into a cacophonous construction site. All the commoner candidates had been mobilized, engaging fervently in this grand renovation. The team responsible for demolishing the outer perimeter, comprising over 40 individuals, had managed to clear the surrounding residences within a mere 2 hours. Every tool that could serve a purpose, pots, cauldrons, door panels, and hose, was gathered at the tea house. Next came the leak sealing team, which boasted the largest number of participants, nearing 60, with a significant representation from the aristocratic families. In terms of technical prowess in the arts of magic, the aristocrats undeniably possessed an advantage that the commoners could hardly rival. They utilized the Jin and Kuan techniques to seal the gaps between buildings, constructing simple defensive structures such as railings and platforms from timber. In just half a day, the appearance of the town had drastically changed. The once smooth blue brick roads were now pockmarked and uneven, while a multitude of bricks had been repurposed as construction materials. The inner 2 layers of buildings were crudely connected by earthen walls, which in many instances intruded into the structures due to control issues, lending an unsettlingly animated aspect to the town, both unsightly and fearsome. Nevertheless, compared to the original Qishan town, it now bore more resemblance to a fortress. Of course, the enthusiasm did not manifest from the outset. Even with the backing of the Lo family, a significant number of candidates remained skeptical of the plan. Their primary concern was not whether they could withstand the Great Desolation Night, but rather whether such a multitude could secure enough prey in time to endure the final 2 days of the examination. The sole drawback of the practitioners lay in their consumption. Should they fail to sate their hunger, the efficiency of their techniques would plummet, rendering them no different than ordinary individuals. Thus, it was not the demolition team or the leak sealing crew that first achieved results, but rather the hunting squad. Following their guidance, they swiftly captured a substantial number of crabs from the lively stream at the back mountain within half an hour. While it may not suffice to feed everyone to their fill, it undoubtedly served as a morale booster for candidates who had gone a day without sustenance. It can be said that it was only after indulging in a feast of fried crab that everything fell into place. Their conflict stemmed from interests, and now their collaboration is also driven by the same. Xia Fan chuckled lightly, noting that external pressures from the great wilderness deadly nights and the internal allure of passing examinations would compel them to endure, provided there are no irreconcilable enmities. This does not resolve the underlying tensions. At best, it merely suppresses them. Over time, they may resurface, yet fortunately, we only need to persevere for 2 days. Oh, I had thought you would commend yourself for your astute decision-making and remarkable oratory skills, she remarked. Am I truly perceived as so lacking in self-awareness in your eyes? You certainly seemed that way when you approached me last night. Luo gently clasped her hands behind her back and stepped forward. By the way, where did you acquire these skills? Not only are you adept at organizing personnel, but your grouping strategies are quite intriguing. The leak prevention team, the measurement squad. You implement and reassess as if you possess an innate understanding, as though you have managed such affairs before. Don't tell me you learned it all from books. They certainly do not cover these matters. Indeed, books would not contain such knowledge, much like they do not document the tricks of underworld factions, Xia Fan replied. Gradually catching up. I have wandered with my master for over a decade, and I have picked up a few tricks along the way. Is that so? She tilted her head, her gaze filled with skepticism. It is of no consequence if you choose not to disclose, however. It would be wise to refrain from mentioning your past, especially for someone with a promising future, serving under the emperor. A humble origin is hardly a credential worth boasting about. Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Me? Who else could it be? Luo said, her expression one of mild surprise. As long as you can endure the deadly nights, with your decision-making skills, you are sure to emerge as a top contender. Those who place in the top 3 of the civil examination will be assigned to the capital, ascending to greatness and standing above thousands. Is there anything wrong with describing it as a promising future? He found himself at a loss for words, as this was a notion he had never contemplated. For Xia Fan, the sole purpose of participating in the civil examination was to gain access to all things related to sorcery. He had never entertained thoughts of rising to prominence. Fear not, you will adapt. Luo gently misinterpreted his expression, turning to him with a radiant smile. I had thought that once the examination concluded, our paths would diverge, but it seems I was mistaken. We are likely to work together in the same office in the future, so I hope to receive your guidance then. Chapter 27. The Great Wilderness collaborating with the exceptional disciples of the Luo family's new generation. It certainly sounds rather appealing. Luo not only possesses remarkable capabilities, but is also a paragon of beauty. Having such an outstanding woman by my side would undoubtedly make our future endeavors exceedingly intriguing. Wouldn't it? Hey, what are you smiling about? A voice laced with disdain interrupted Xia Fan's reverie. The fox demon curled her lips after brushing against the spoon, looking as if she had been scalded. Strangely enough, Li regarded him with an even more peculiar expression, almost as if assessing him like an oddity. After a moment, she slowly sipped the meat broth. Why do you suddenly inquire about Shangyuan? Shangyuan City is indeed the grand capital of the Qi Kingdom, a significant place in the hearts of the people. Oh, it's nothing much. I was merely pondering what might transpire should I find myself there in the future. Xia Fan stirred the minced meat in his bowl. I've been told that the top-ranked candidates in the scholar examinations are assigned to the Privy Council in the capital. However, as the royal capital, the occurrences of malevolent spirits there should be minimal, right? With so many practitioners residing there. Surely they must be rather idle most of the time? I haven't been there myself, but my master mentioned that while Shangyuan appears grand and prosperous, it is, in truth, fraught with peril. Those practitioners who manage to establish themselves there are anything but ordinary. Peril? Xia Fan remarked with surprise. You can't possibly think that the Privy Council is solely dedicated to combating the sinister, can you? At this, Li revealed a sardonic smile reminiscent of a previous moment when she had mentioned, the Privy Council is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Indeed, while major cities lack chaotic burial grounds and possess far better order than smaller locales, how could Shangyuan, as the epicenter of power into Qi, remain tranquil? According to my master, not only are there numerous practitioners, but there are also many extraordinary individuals hailing from distant lands, such as seekers of knowledge from across the seas, missionaries from the westernmost regions, and delegations from neighboring nations. Merely monitoring them would keep the Privy Council overwhelmed. What do you mean? Xia Fan inquired. If adversaries employ sorcery for nefarious purposes, and the higher-ups are unprepared, wouldn't that leave no room for resistance? Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback. To possess powers beyond that of ordinary beings, yet utilize them solely against malevolent spirits seems rather wasteful. The reality is that while malevolent beings do harm, their numbers are but a fraction. The true perpetrators of violence are often your own kind, yet you remain oblivious to it. If practitioners can become a sharp blade, then how one wields such a weapon should be straightforward. What was once used for combat should still serve the same purpose. You never got the chance to ask how I was injured, so allow me to enlighten you. She recounted in detail her encounter with Ba Xingtian, declaring, "This individual is what I refer to as a weapon. I could sense the overwhelming aura of death surrounding him, indicating that the lives claimed by his hands are not merely in the hundreds, but potentially nearing 1,000. And he is merely a sentinel within the Privy Council. Those above him must have blood on their hands far exceeding his. Do the officials in Shangyuan truly care how many malevolent spirits they have slain?" She paused, as Xia Fan had just offered her another spoonful of soup. She shot him an annoyed glance, but ultimately opened her mouth obediently. I had indeed simplified my thoughts earlier. However, this situation should not be regarded as the norm. Xia Fan defended his kin. People naturally desire a better life. With a leader, the world will invariably improve. By that time, even if one wields formidable weapons, they would restrain themselves from using them lightly. Have we not all come this far? If there had been no progress, humanity would still be foraging in trees and living off raw flesh. I hope you continue to think this way in the future, Li replied, nonchalantly shrugging. If I were to go to the capital, Xia Fan hesitated. Would you accompany me? The fox demon fell silent for a moment, then flicked her ears. Rest assured, I have no habit of shirking my responsibilities. While the risks there are substantial for demons, the opportunities are equally significant. If there were a place most suited for imprisoning a young swordsman, it would likely be the Privy Council in the capital. However, but what? Do you genuinely believe you can secure a top position in the scholar examinations? Li rolled her eyes. Forgive my candor, but with your abilities, I could easily subdue you with a single flick of my tail before I was injured. Merely being eloquent will not suffice to eliminate the impurities lurking in the chaotic night. I previously advised you not to push yourself. Waiting another 3 years would be wise. Yet here you are, not only failing to escape, but also aspiring to be the top candidate. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to survive the perils of the great wilderness during the chaotic night. By the time Xia Fan succumbed to slumber, it was already well past midnight. Li, however, remained awake. This was her first experience sharing a confined space with a human while fully alert. The other party had laid out a set of blankets and bedding on the floor, allowing for a semblance of privacy. Yet, considering her identity as a demon, this proximity was nothing short of astonishing. However, speaking of the extraordinary, was she not equally so? Determined to seek vengeance against the Privy Council, she found herself cohabitating with a practitioner aspiring to enter it, all while accepting his hospitality without reservation. What was amiss? In a moment of reflection, she became ensnared by the moonlight cascading onto the empty bowl that had once held porridge. The image of Xia Fan blowing on the spoon surfaced in her mind. Could someone truly go to such lengths for a demon? No, that couldn't be right. No one would do such a thing unless they did not regard her as a demon or an aberration. A nascent realization flickered within Li. To her surprise, since their first encounter, Xia Fan had exhibited no trace of repulsion, as if there were no fundamental differences between them. This was precisely why she had initially found him peculiar. Even her master never treated her in such a manner. She could sense that in her master's eyes. She remained an outsider, a being apart from humanity, which is why she had been repeatedly instructed to avoid getting too close to others. It was as if he were not a novice in dealing with demons, but rather someone who had experienced countless similar encounters. Yet, curiously, he claimed she was the first demon he had ever met. Having never engaged directly, yet feeling an innate familiarity, it bore semblance to a kind of instinctual knowledge. But could such a phenomenon truly exist in this world? 2 days passed swiftly. On the evening of the 7th day, as the hour of the rooster approached, the remaining candidates had gathered in the center of Qingshan town, ready to face the final challenge of the scholar examinations. Xia Fan ascended to the top floor of the inn, where the premier suite had been converted into a defensive command center due to its excellent vantage point, allowing him to survey the entire town. Around 6 o'clock, as the sun began to set, its crimson and orange hues painted half the sky. The verdant mountains, stretching to the limits of his sight, were no longer lush. Large shadows cast down at their bases, as if heralding the arrival of night. Coupled with the distant birds returning to roost and the chirping of insects, everything seemed as peaceful as ever. Gazing at this serene landscape, he occasionally questioned whether his deductions had been erroneous. Luo Qi was the first to notice Xia Fan's arrival, putting down her documents and approaching him. He had sensed a noticeable shift in the Luo family's prodigy's demeanor towards him since the day of the speech. Isn't that a good thing? Holding the source of spiritual fire equates to being qualified. Just wait until tomorrow, Xia Fan replied with feigned nonchalance. As for this town, I can't imagine the Privy Council would require us to compensate for any demolition losses, would they? The notion of normal did not encompass the town itself. After undergoing a transformation, the inner circle of Qingshan Town has become a cohesive entity. Unlike a typical fortress, it lacks even a single city gate. The sole entrance was permanently sealed after the hunting group completed their final hunt, theoretically eliminating the possibility of an enemy surge. However, from another perspective, this also quashes any thoughts of candidates fleeing at the last moment. The outer circle of houses has been dismantled to such an extent that it could aptly be described as a scene of utter devastation. Upon hearing talk of compensation for losses, Luo could not suppress a gentle smile. I must admit, your plan is quite commendable. Accompanying Luo was Feng Yan, the leader of the Fei family. His attitude towards the defensive strategy starkly contrasted with that of the Feng family. Perhaps driven by dissatisfaction over the Feng family's prior occupation of the well, or perhaps wishing to demonstrate the strength of the Fei family before the proctors. He not only actively participated in the defense decisions but also took on numerous guard duties. While the well may restrict malevolent forces, it equally constrains us. Now, by taking to the ground, we not only gain the advantage of height, but can also rotate flexibly, striking forcefully, in every aspect. This is far superior to being confined underground. Flattering remarks can wait until tomorrow, Xia Fan chuckled, instructing everyone to repair some items. I have a bit of experience in that regard, but leading the charge against the enemy is not my forte. Whether we can successfully hold out until morning hinges on your command. Rest assured, this is precisely the forte of the Fei family. Just as Feng Yan was about to say more, a sudden exclamation interrupted their conversation. Look towards Qingshan. The shout immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room to the window, including Xia Fan. Before their eyes, a thick veil of white mist had inexplicably risen among the mountains, resembling the steam that rises from the forest after a heavy rain. Yet, this mist bore no lightness. Nor did it reflect the fading glow of dusk. It seemed utterly disconnected from the world. As the mist spread, the contours of Qingshan quickly became indistinct, followed by the distant thickets, mountain paths, thatched cottages, and alleys. In merely a few moments, the area surrounding the town center had transformed into a vast expanse of white. Even the dilapidated houses, once clearly visible, now appeared shrouded in obscurity. Chapter 28. The arrival of the malevolent night. This fog is unusual. Naturally, fog is distinguished between morning and night. When have you ever witnessed it rising at dusk? The occurrence of the abnormal must surely herald something sinister. Could it truly be the great wilderness malevolent night? What do you mean, could it be? You speak as if you have experienced it firsthand. However, this renders it impossible for us to discern the movements of the malevolent spirits. In stark contrast to the murmuring crowd, Luo Qingqing appeared notably composed. She directly commanded a fellow disciple, "Go, ring the bronze bell and instruct those below to light their torches and assume their positions as previously arranged." Understood. As the warning bell echoed through the air, the candidates gathered in the small square began to move slowly. Although they were loud and lacked discipline along the way, the temptation of passing the assessment kept them mostly in line as they took their defensive positions. Xia Fan also departed the command center, ascending the western wall. Though termed a wall, it was essentially a fusion of two brick houses and a section of earthen wall, with much of the roof removed. Beams were laid across the top, transformed into a relatively flat platform to facilitate drainage. The entire western wall could accommodate over 30 individuals, with the narrowest section allowing 5 to stand side by side, an opulent arrangement not often found in many small towns. Luo Qingqing had hinted that should he wish to avoid confronting the malevolent spirits, he could be placed in the support team. However, Xia Fan declined her kindness. Aside from his sense of responsibility regarding his proposal, he also wished to observe the great wilderness malevolent night and witness firsthand how the practitioners battled the malevolent entities. The candidates on the western wall were primarily led by members of the Luo family, organized into groups of 5. There were 5 to 6 teams on the wall, with reserves and support teams behind them. The former was responsible for replacing injured or incapacitated candidates, while the latter managed the transportation of supplies and care for the wounded, making the overall arrangement rather straightforward. The leader of Xia Fan's group was Luo Tang, whom he had met briefly before. She appeared slightly older than Luo Qingqing, around 18 or 19, and possessed a dignified appearance, her long black hair cascading down her back, exuding an air of refinement. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a hint of caution and wariness in her gaze directed at him. Once everyone had gathered, Luo Tang spoke. "Although Luo Qingqing has already briefed you, I will reiterate to prevent any oversight. Your primary task, aside from preventing the malevolent spirits from attacking and climbing the wall, is to ensure that this torch remains lit. She pointed to the brightly burning torch beside her. Such torches were placed almost every 3 to 4 meters, creating a flickering ring of flames atop the city wall. Should the illumination be lost, the danger posed by the malevolent spirits would significantly increase. Thus, it was imperative to ensure the torches stayed alight, regardless of the circumstances. What if it goes out? Someone inquired. Then we must rely on fate and our own capabilities, replied Yin Di, leaning against the wall, chewing on a piece of grass. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, Xia Fan had come to know him better. His real name was Zhang Yin, while the name Yin Di had been given to him by his elder brother, Zhang Shi. The brothers hailed from a family of hunters and were mere villagers until they were recognized by the county magistrate for their ability to perceive energy, which led to their sponsorship for education and participation in the imperial examinations. Indeed, that is precisely my meaning, Zhang Yin responded with a whistle. Luo Tang continued. Seemingly unfazed by his interruption, the malevolent spirits belong to the Nightwalkers, and they are fearful of light and heat. The techniques of departure, Qian, and Jin possess effective countermeasures against them, and the allocated medicinal materials predominantly support these types of techniques. However, each individual is adept in different arts. If you find yourself lacking in departure or Qian techniques, do not waste the materials, leave them for those more proficient. Peering into the wooden basket of medicinal materials, Xia Fan noted the presence of several powdered substances, likely sulfur and saltpeter commonly used in departure techniques. What if the entire wall is overrun? Zhang Shi inquired in a deep voice. Unlike his brother, he was noticeably larger, with stout limbs that did not suggest agility. Typically taciturn, he seemed to embody the solidity of his name. The source of spiritual fire? Xia Fan furrowed his brow. Indeed, while spiritual fire belongs to the Yin and cannot dispel the malevolent spirits, a blazing building can, he explained. In other words, this wall is our final torch. This aspect had not been included in his plans. Clearly, this strategy had been devised by Luo Qingqing. If it truly came to that, it would be troublesome. Xia Fan mused. The fox spirit was still recuperating in her quarters. He could neither abandon her nor bring her into the public eye. So he must strive to avert the worst possible outcome. Half an hour later, the sun had completely descended beneath the mountains, and the purplish-red sky transformed into an inky black. The once hazy visibility deteriorated further, retreating to the foot of the fortress. Xia Fan estimated that even if not a single torch on the wall extinguished, their visibility would only extend about 20 meters into the streets. Beyond that, the light seemed to be ensnared by the dense fog, unable to advance further. Simultaneously, a chill breeze swept over them. Unlike the normal air currents of day and night transitions, it bore a warm tinge mixed with a slight chill and flowed invisibly, as if it could penetrate one's very being, sending shivers down their spines. The torches began to flicker. The once boisterous crowd had unknowingly fallen silent. The candidates holding their breath, eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness, not daring to exhale. Everyone recognized that this night would not pass easily. Suddenly, Xia Fan noticed a peculiar change at the edge of the flickering light. A portion of the darkness appeared to detach from the night and mist, descending to the dim ground. It did not overlap with the ground but stood upright, implying it was neither shadow nor illusion, but something approaching corporeality. Yet, the movement of the shadow was exceedingly slow, almost unnaturally disjointed, as if the steps taken were not fluid but rather a blink away. They're coming, Luo Tang whispered. Is that the malevolent spirit? Zhang Yin withdrew a short bow. The earlier levity entirely evaporated. The term malevolent spirit is merely a collective. They are the entities of the great wilderness malevolent night, and this is my first encounter. She swallowed nervously, attempting to mask her tension. As more shadows peeled away, the chilling wind intensified, causing the torches atop the wall to sway noticeably. Xia Fan keenly observed that the area shrouded in darkness seemed unlikely to be illuminated again. Once the light receded, the darkness would seize it. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but comparing it to the width of visibility on the streets confirmed that their field of vision was indeed shrinking. The ink-black expanse of heaven and earth seemed to meld into one, with this fortress standing as the sole flickering beacon of light amid the encroaching darkness. As the shadows drew nearer, Xia Fan's vision sharpened. Their numbers were currently not overwhelming, perhaps 8 or 9 appearing before the western wall, with the first one now within 10 meters. When its form became fully illuminated by the torchlight, Xia Fan couldn't suppress a gasp. Damn! The appearance of this malevolent spirit diverged alarmingly from his expectations. He had envisioned a horde of zombies, yet the creature before him bore no resemblance to any corpse. Its shape only vaguely resembled a human, with an oversized head and slender limbs, most of its body encased in a shell of dirt and branches. The damaged areas revealed a hollow interior, as if beneath the shell lay an unfathomable abyss, with swirling black fog. Ugh, a sound of retching emerged beside him. Xia Fan felt his stomach churn. No matter how monstrous or terrifying the creature, it should not provoke such a visceral reaction. This nauseating discomfort has transcended mere form. Delving into something far more profound, he had never encountered a sensation akin to this, making it difficult to articulate. It felt as though the very essence before him was intrinsically opposed to the living. Instinctively, any living creature would evoke feelings of revulsion and aversion. The sole consolation was that their pace remained unaltered. Traversing a mere 10 meters took nearly 5 or 6 minutes. Even a limping zombie could manage to crawl faster than they could. This at least afforded everyone ample time to prepare their spells. Fear not. As long as the torch remains lit, the specter cannot threaten us. Someone suddenly shouted from the western wall. Xia Fan turned towards the voice. Discovering that it belonged to Fein Yin, he held aloft a talisman, then cast a handful of white powder, exclaiming, "Return to the rooster, flying flower flame." In the instant the talisman turned to ash, a brilliant bridge of flames erupted between the wall and the specter. The inferno surged forth like a dancing serpent, swiftly engulfing the specter in its fiery embrace. Chapter 29. The demon in but a few breaths. The situation underwent a dramatic transformation. The entity, engulfed in flames, suddenly collapsed, shattering into a multitude of fine particles, with embers scattering in all directions, leaving behind no trace of its humanoid form, as if it had transitioned from a menacing specter to an empty shell in the blink of an eye. Is this effective? The adversary appears far less intimidating now. Allow me to give it a try. This immediate and striking blow greatly bolstered the morale of the participants. The fire petal technique is not an intricate sorcery. As one of the introductory spells in the art of departure, many are capable of wielding it, albeit with lesser range and potency compared to Fein Yin. Yet, the participants stood firmly upon the city walls, even the lowest point towering 5 to 6 meters high, making them impervious to the sluggish movements of the entity. With a psychological advantage now secured, the gathering began to handle their materials with renewed fluidity, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. Fein Yin, showing no intent to linger, proceeded towards the northern wall, clearly aiming to shatter the standoff and demonstrate to the participants the method of vanquishing the malevolent spirit. Quite impressive indeed, that fellow, Xia Fan remarked with approval. Although they were rivals, he could not deny the elegance of his execution, which would undoubtedly earn him commendation from the overseers. What merit is there in taking forever to cast a spell? Observing the limited threat from the specter, Zhang Yin became animated, asserting that what he could achieve with his arrows, others could as well. With that, he drew his iron arrow and aimed at the distant specter. Xia Fan noted that this was no mere boast. Despite the target requiring several arrows to be felled, the short bow excelled in speed, allowing him to unleash 4 or 5 arrows within the time frame of a triple spell, thereby matching Fein Yin's efficiency. Others soon followed suit, launching their counterattacks against the specter, creating a lively scene along the western wall. A plethora of departure spells filled the air with the scent of charred remnants, yet, despite the continuous emergence of the specter, none dared approach the foot of the wall. If this pattern continues, surviving the night may not be as daunting as anticipated. Is this truly the Great Wasteland's Night of Demons? It seems hardly formidable, one remarked. Do not underestimate it. This was once a catastrophe of catastrophic proportions. You are aware of its past, but let us not overlook the fact that over the last century, the malevolent energy has dissipated significantly, and the advancements in sorcery have been substantial. This sentiment found agreement among many. Indeed, their pace is so slow, even without this wall. These creatures could not possibly catch up to us, could they? After all, the information from the great clans is decades old. Discrepancies are to be expected. Had we known, we need not have constructed this fortress. A simple bonfire would suffice. Laughter erupted along the western wall. Xia Fan was unperturbed, even joining in the laughter. For as long as he could pass the examination, the means were of little importance to him. Yet, when he glanced at Luo Tang, he found her expression grave and troubling. What troubles you? Is everything not proceeding smoothly? Confronting the specter upon the wall is certainly preferable to cowering in a desolate well. Is it not? You do not understand? Xia Fan queried, perplexed. Are you not also a disciple of the Luo family? If so, the teachings you received should be quite similar. Luo Tang looked at him incredulously. Who informed you of that? Luo Qingqing is a rare genius from Yuzhou. How could the Luo family possibly educate her alongside ordinary disciples? Regardless of their esteemed lineage, the resources and manpower are limited. It is impossible to treat all disciples equally. Not even the Privy Council could achieve that. Well, it seems I have committed yet another common error. Xia Fan cleared his throat. So what have you discovered? The answer is evident. Given that even a practitioner requires a substantial half-day to traverse, these malevolent spirits may take 4 to 5 days to arrive. Considering their inability to move during the day, this time frame could easily double. They are not bound to resurrect solely from the deceased, are they? They are not earthbound spirits. Xia Fan pondered. Since the Night of Demons is a manifestation of malevolent energy, the specters appearing in this night could be somewhat arbitrary. Arbitrary, you say? Luo Tang's serious demeanor seemed to waver slightly, and she struggled to maintain her composure. Fine, I shall concede that you may have a point, but look over there. With that, she extended her finger, pointing towards a building in the northwestern direction. It stood at the end of the street, having been left intact due to its distance from the fortress, retaining a height of about 1 story. Its diagonal position relative to the town's well ensured it remained shrouded in shadows, with vast areas obscured behind and beside it. Xia Fan squinted for a long while, adapting to the darkness. At that moment, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He observed as the specter, traversing the shadows, suddenly accelerated several times over, its previously rigid movements resembling a fast-forward video, swiftly darting from behind the building to the open space ahead, only resuming its normal pace upon re-entering the illuminated area. No, the specter's actions within the shadows represent its true capabilities. The torchlight acted as a nail, pinning them in place. In an instant, Xia Fan comprehended Luo Tang's gravity. Their advantage rested entirely upon the flickering flames, and as the Night of Demons progressed, the illuminated area would inevitably diminish. Once they lose the sanctuary of light, it remains uncertain whether the participants can even perform a complete spell before the specters. Should a breach appear in their defenses, the consequences would be dire. He finally understood why the Eternal Kingdom suffered such a devastating blow during a great wasteland Night of Demons. In an age devoid of electricity, no matter how prosperous a city, once the sun sets, most areas fall into darkness, and faced with the unimpeded specters, ordinary individuals would likely find themselves utterly defenseless. If the interior cannot be secured, even the towering walls become mere decoration. As for the remote villages and towns, they fared even worse. Oil lamps and candles were not deemed essentials, and a glance could reveal scarcely a glimmer of light, leading to a grim fate. In other words, the more backward the social development, the stronger the power of these malevolent spirits becomes. As for this place, Xia Fan could only place his hopes in each group vigilantly tending to their torches. The so-called most challenging examination. The last session having claimed 1/3 of the participants, leading the Privy Council to acknowledge their oversight. Is this all it entails? On the roof of a house in the outer circle of Qingshan town, 2 members of the supervisory group stood against the wind alongside the overseer, gazing at the flickering lights in the town center. Their figures seemed to meld with the night, becoming nearly indistinguishable from a distance, though shadows occasionally flitted past their feet. None of the specters took notice of the trio. The first to speak was the shorter individual. Since receiving the news of the wooden kite's destruction and the subsequent forced stay of all participants, he had insisted on closely observing the performance of the examinees. However, Shinchun was well aware that the primary focus was on the participant named Xia Fan. Were it not for his thorough understanding of this individual's background, Shin might have doubted whether, aside from the Fei, Luo, and Feng families, another prominent family named Xia had emerged in this examination. From Lord Bashingtian's expressions of both admiration and contemplation, it was evident that such disruptions had not occurred in the examination for quite some time. Yet, the shorter individual seemed somewhat dissatisfied, remarking, "I had anticipated that a multitude of malevolent spirits would at least cause some chaos. But it appears that the one named Xia Fan has yet to lift a finger. The mountain tilt array is not merely of this caliber. Rather, it is he who has rendered it to such a state." Lord Bashingtian stroked his beard with satisfaction, noting that the Privy Council had previously designed several examination scenarios requiring collaboration to succeed, yet the outcomes had consistently fallen short, with candidates huddled together never before witnessed. This keen insight, decisiveness, and understanding of human nature undoubtedly place him among the rarest of talents. To achieve such a level, what need is there for him to engage directly? Skilled in the arts of sorcery and talismans, the Privy Council is replete with such individuals. While this assertion holds true, You are undoubtedly aware that the endeavor I am undertaking is precarious, fraught with peril, and is likely to involve personal risk. Mere cunning may prove insufficient for the task at hand. This cryptic discourse ignited Xinshun's curiosity, yet the frigid gaze of Ba Xingtian swiftly extinguished any further thoughts. One thing, however, he could ascertain. This diminutive figure was by no means a true inspector in any conventional sense. His identity was likely more intricate than Xinshun had initially anticipated. What perplexed Xinshun was the dissonance between the gravity of the situation spoken and the buoyancy in the diminutive man's tone, which seemed almost joyful, as if he relished the unfolding events. Testing the waters would not be overly challenging. Ba Xingtian retrieved a peculiar talisman from his bosom. Distinct from the incantations inscribed in vermilion, its strokes were rendered in a vibrant purple, radiating a shimmering luminescence, as though it possessed life. Inspectors are endowed with the authority to regulate and modify the examination process, naturally allowing for the imposition of additional challenges. As his words fell, the talisman disintegrated into ash, and the distant mists thickened significantly. Almost immediately, more than a dozen newly manifested specters ceased their relentless advance, coalescing into a mass, giving rise to a shadowy figure that swelled to several times its original size. Chapter 30. Turmoil. The first to notice the change was Luo Qingqing, standing atop the inn. "We are in trouble." "Is that a demon?" Luo Yuer gasped from the window. "Wasn't it said that demons would cease to exist a century after the Night of Desolation?" "Indeed, that was what the text recorded." Luo Qingqing furrowed her brow slightly. Yet the true nature of the Qinshan formation was likely known only to the upper echelons of the Privy Council. Compared to the spirits, demons possess greater bulk and destructive power, and even under illumination, they are less affected than spirits. Among various malevolent beings, while demons may not be the most enigmatic or perilous, they are the creatures that the defenders of the city dread the most. Firstly, they tend to appear in groups like spirits, and secondly, their enormous size means that towering city walls no longer serve as a sufficient barrier. If a breach appears in the light, the spirits behind them will swarm through until the defenses collapse entirely. "Senior brother, there are spirits outside," Luo Yuer reminded. "And all entrances have been blocked. I left one open. Of course, the Fong family is unaware of this," Luo Foqing said, turning to Luo Qingqing. "I know you are exceptionally gifted, and your path of cultivation has encountered little difficulty. I cannot compare to you in that regard. However, being a few years your senior, I understand the treachery of human nature far better. If a corner of the city wall is breached, your contingency plan will be rendered impossible. The scattered crowds will not retreat to the center as you envision. They will simply scream and scatter. At that moment, anyone standing in the way of their escape will be seen as a more detestable enemy than the malevolent beings themselves. So you secretly left a dry well? Would you have agreed to my actions if I had informed you?" Luo Fengqing's tone was tinged with resignation. "It has been several years since you last heeded my advice. Qingqing, you are not the only one considering the Luo family. I have also made preparations," Luo Foqing replied confidently. "I have notified some individuals to act according to the signal. When a green flame appears atop the inn, it will signal the evacuation of Qinshan town. They will take the Luo family members with them." "You were busy with this earlier?" Luo Qingqing asked, slightly surprised. She had assumed he was upset, as they had scarcely interacted in the past few days. Having an extra layer of preparation is never a mistake. In such a case, most of the scattered Luo family members can gather within a quarter of an hour and move toward the designated dry well. Most, but not all. Luo Qingqing closed her eyes, fully aware of those who would not receive the notice, such as Luo Tang and Luo Chantian, who absolutely trusted her and would report any situation. They would only hinder her senior brother's plan. As for the spirits outside, you need not worry too much. Without the Luo family present, the earthen walls will undoubtedly have numerous weaknesses. Those scattered crowds possess no other talents. They will not be outdone in their escape. It is perfect for them to attract the spirit's attention. When chaos ensues among the examinees, that will be our opportunity to withdraw." At this point, everyone in the room focused their gaze on Luo Qingqing, who speaks of treachery and unreliable crowds. The one whose heart wavers the most and is the first to contemplate escape is clearly you, senior brother. Luo Qingqing opened her eyes but did not look at Luo Foqing. Instead, she instructed Luo Yuer, "Keep an eye on senior brother and prevent him from throwing copper powder into the fire." Luo Fengqing's face turned ashen. "What about you?" Luo Yuer asked in astonishment. "I will go support Fengyan. It is indeed challenging to stop a demon, but it is not without opportunity," Luo Qingqing stated emphatically. "From the perspective of size alone, It has not yet reached the level that requires a top-tier practitioner to defeat. But I cannot match senior brother. Luo Yuer whimpered. Previously eager to compete with the genius of the Fei family, Zhang Yin now cowered behind the wall. In truth, he was not alone. Since the appearance of this anomalous creature, the morale of the crowd had plummeted. Clearly, none felt confident in easily dealing with it as they had with the spirits. This is likely what Li referred to as a demon, Xia Fan mused. According to the Privy Council's classification, demons and spirits are not fundamentally different, merely larger in size. Yet, he sensed that this creature was more than just an oversized version. Its form still bore remnants of rubble and withered branches, enveloped in a misty haze. Though the pure black portions were more pronounced. If spirits were shells encased in black mist, this entity felt as though black mist enveloped its shell. What was even more unsettling was its shape. Despite being exposed to firelight, it had not become sluggish like spirits. Rather, it advanced slowly yet steadily toward the center, nearing the city wall within minutes. Do not panic. Fei Nian's figure reappeared at the western wall. He faced the demon, which was nearly as tall as the wall itself, and unleashed the flying flower flame. The blinding flames surged toward the creature's back, exploding upon impact like a blossoming flower. Under his command, several disciples of the Fei family joined the assault, and flames danced wildly, accompanied by continuous explosions. In response to this assault, the demon not only halted its advance, but also stumbled back 2 steps. It merely appears large. Dealing with it is no different from confronting spirits. As long as we prevent the demon from getting close, it cannot harm you. Seeing the situation unfold as Fei Nian had described, some bold examinees began to wield herbs and talismans, launching their formations at the enemy a few meters away. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The demon suddenly reared up, lunging at the city wall. Ultimately, these walls were merely constructed from connected blue bricks, not true stone walls, and with that charge, a collapse ensued. The wooden planks atop the wall fractured first, followed by the horizontal beams that had merely supported the roof, clearly exceeding their load-bearing limits. They succumbed to the weight of this colossal creature, leading to a cascade of bricks and stones. With a deafening roar, the western wall was abruptly halved, revealing a breach in the defenses of Qingshan town for the first time. The examinees near the collapse fared little better, having grown accustomed to the spirit's rigidity and sluggishness. Few could react to the demon's relatively slow attack. At least 2 groups plummeted from the wall, with one member struck by the collapsing debris, their fate evidently dire. Fei Nian narrowly evaded the strike, but the confined space atop the wall left him no time to retreat to a safe area. With nothing beneath his feet, he barely managed to grasp a broken beam, dangling precariously to avoid plunging into the rubble below. Yet, in doing so, he lost his ability to fight back. The demon emitted a piercing shriek, raising its forepaw toward Fei Nian. In that critical moment, a blue figure dashed between them. Luo Qingqing had arrived just in time at the wall. Accompanying her was a radiant silver light, emanating from the tip of her sword. This swift and precise strike severed one of the creature's hands. Incredible. Is this the prowess of the most outstanding disciple from Yuzhou? However, her warning came a moment too late. Xia Fan noted that with the western wall having collapsed, 2 torches were extinguished, casting the ground below into deeper shadow. Around the demon, the wall had cast a distinct shadow. Although the surrounding torches still illuminated the area, the spirits had already regained their agility. In less than 10 seconds, the spirits that had previously lingered in the corner had emerged from the shadows atop the wall, and Xia Fan could not discern how they had ascended. Withdraw at once. Where's the reserve team? Save me. Chaos erupted in an instant. Those who previously mocked the alluring entity as a mere target have now become its prey. Their clumsy incantations fail to match the swift movements of their adversary, while the entity's method of attack remains both simple and effective. As it draws near to its victims, a shroud of dark mist ensnares them, enveloping them until they are absorbed into its being. Once it has consumed its prey, the entity takes root, swelling grotesquely, resembling glossy obsidian cocoons. Do not resort to talismans. Channel your energy into the wooden sword, fix your gaze upon the target, and strike. Luo called out, her voice resonating as she deftly dispatched an approaching entity. Her predicament was perilous. The area where the wall had collapsed was the darkest, and managing the entities alone left her in disarray. Simultaneously, she had to remain vigilant against the creature that had crawled back into the breach, seemingly intent on further expanding the devastation. Following her gaze, Xia Fan's heart sank. There was no sign of a reserve team on the western side of the square. At the moment the wall came crashing down, those responsible for guarding it had already fled without a fight. Chapter 31. The one who stands firm, let us withdraw as well. Zhang Yin retreated slowly. The collapsed area was merely 20 paces away from the Luotang group. Should another torch fall into peril, they would be the first to face the onslaught of the malevolent spirits. Just as Zhang Yin had taken a couple of steps back, she felt something hard press against the back of her neck. What do you mean? Stay where you are. Do not move, or I shall hurl you off the city wall, Xia Fan said in a low voice. Xia Fan. At this moment, Luotang finally reacted. Glancing at the three who were at a standstill, momentarily bewildered. Do not forget why you are here. Xia Fan suddenly raised his voice, shouting at her. We must hold on to our torches. She clenched her fists and addressed the Zhang brothers. If we flee, who will take in those comrades who retreat? Surely, you do not wish for the darkness to engulf our backs, do you? Besides, if everyone runs, where can we escape to? This is the night of the great wilderness. But you see, the substitute group has already fled. The malevolent spirits will continue to surge into the city. Zhang Yin countered. I will replenish the extinguished torches. No, your duty is to remain here. Xia Fan interrupted her. Let me go. You? Luotang exclaimed in surprise. But you cannot wield long-range spells, can you? Indeed, all of this stemmed from his chief master, whose teachings included a mere handful of spells, most of which were designed for retreat rather than combat. The issue is, you cannot either. Xia Fan shot a glare at Luotang. She was momentarily at a loss for words. Her prior attempts to use her adept life-giving spells against the evil spirits had yielded negligible results. I suppose I will not run then. Zhang Yin bit her lip. At least I want to lead the way. Xia Fan turned to Luotang. Fetch me a spare torch, quickly. Luotang regarded him deeply before producing a paper crane, proclaiming, Chi technique, return to the rooster, life-giving spirit. After casting aside the torch, Luotang's body swayed slightly, clearly burdened by the exertion of flight. She would find it challenging to repeat the feat in the short term. Be sure to. Be careful, she panted. I will be cautious, even without your warning. Xia Fan seized the torch, ignited it, and hoisted it upon his shoulder as he sprinted toward the breach in the wall. He understood the risks involved, yet remaining idle would only invite greater peril. While transforming the town to combat the night of the wilderness could unite the strength of all examinees, it also tethered them to a singular fate. If there was a flaw in the entire plan, it lay in his overestimation of the resolve and capabilities of the examinees. Xia Fan had initially thought himself lacking in practical experience, having only followed his master in dealing with lesser spirits. To his astonishment, he discovered that most were even less competent than he. From Luotang's words, it was evident that even among the scions of noble families, only a select few had the privilege of real combat training. Lacking experience and maturing psychologically, the examinees might manage to engage malevolent spirits from a distance atop the wall. But once it devolved into close combat, the situation would entirely flip. With the collapse of the western wall, the substitute group responsible for its defense had fled in disarray. This illustrated how the defense circle of Qingshan town was on the brink of collapse at any moment. The only reason they could still hold was the impediments in communication and the poor visibility of the night. The defenders on the other three walls could see the chaos on the western wall, yet they were less affected and faced no immediate pressure from the spirits, so they could temporarily withstand the situation. However, should the torches on the western wall extinguish one after another, even the most oblivious would sense the impending doom. Once adversity struck, how much courage would they possess to hold their ground? Xia Fan felt entirely uncertain. In other words, if immediate action was not taken to rekindle the torches and drive the spirits from the breach, the situation on the western wall would only worsen. If someone were to flee first, it would likely trigger a rout. Without the wall as their support, individual strength would become exceedingly limited, and at that point, survival would be left entirely to fate. They must quell this burgeoning crisis before collapse ensues. Just as Xia Fan reached the edge of the collapse, the malevolent spirit rose partially. This is bad. The thought barely crossed his mind when the creature's massive form crashed against the city wall. With a resounding boom, he felt the wooden planks tremble beneath him, and bricks and stones were flung into the air. All Xia Fan could do was grip the torch tightly and leap, ensuring the burning end remained elevated. This is terrible. At the moment the malevolent spirit lunged, Luoqing felt her heart plummet. She was ensnared by two spirits and unable to hinder their actions, forced to watch helplessly as the wall beneath her shattered. She too lost her footing, teetering on the brink of falling from the city wall. Through her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of flame approaching from the other side of the breach. Perhaps the substitute group had finally arrived. Unfortunately, the situation had taken a drastic turn, and a single torch could scarcely illuminate the expanding gap. If only she could hold on a little longer. At that moment, a wave of azure ripples suddenly spread out, enveloping much of the collapsed area. Waterflower, into the techniques. Her descent slowed instantaneously, and even the falling stones became discernible, as if everything around her was ensconced in an invisible liquid that significantly inhibited their speed. The only constant was the spellcaster, Feng Xiandao. She was astonished to see Feng Xiandao moving fluidly amidst the debris, simultaneously shooting a talisman towards her. As it struck her forehead, the azure wave's effect abruptly vanished. I did not expect you would come to my aid. You? Recalculated? Luo Qing could not help but inquire curiously. Indeed. And the divination was remarkably clear. This night of the great wilderness hinges entirely on me, Feng Xiandao. As long as we can endure until dawn, my family shall undoubtedly prevail among the three. He slightly raised his lips. You see, the situation is unfolding as foretold, is it not? As he closed his fan, the ripples dissipated, and the falling debris resumed its normal speed, crashing down continuously before the two. Are you both all right? Fein Yan, who had been defending against the spirits below the wall, rushed over. This spell is truly impressive. Feng's expertise extends far beyond mere divination. Feng Xiandao pointed towards the malevolent spirit crouched at the breach. Now that the three families are united, let us eliminate this monster once and for all. Charge. Yet the two remained motionless, staring at Feng Xiandao in unison. Huh, what does this mean? The spell you just cast, will you not use it again? Luo Qing asked, surprised. Indeed, Fein Yin nodded in agreement. If we can immobilize the malevolent spirit, victory will surely be ours. This. Feng Xiandao was momentarily taken aback. Do you think that spell can be casually reused? The materials it requires are rare treasures. I only brought one. Then now, I can assist in holding the line, Feng Xiandao declared resolutely. Be careful, Fein Yin suddenly warned. But alas, it was too late. A shadow descended from above and crashed down upon Feng Xiandao. Since the spirits could not fly and the three were not within the collapse zone. Few noticed the situation above. This unexpected descent was utterly unavoidable. Feng Xiandao had no time to react before he was knocked unconscious. Luo Qing was astonished to recognize that this unwelcome guest bore a striking resemblance to someone she knew. Xia Fan. Xia Fan coughed twice, barely managing to rise with the torch. The fall had been quite severe, had he not been a cultivator. Dropping from 7 or 8 meters would have surely resulted in a broken leg. For someone of a certain white-haired expert's caliber, death would have been a likely outcome. Fortunately, the torch had not extinguished after all. I have brought the torch to provide support. I hope it is not too late. Luo Qing was momentarily taken aback. The flame she had seen earlier was indeed Xia Fan. As the city walls crumbled and nearby groups fled towards the remnants of light, he moved against the tide, striving to restore the missing radiance. She had crossed paths with him before, and thus understood that he was not one to rely on mere physical prowess. Yet, despite this, he still approached. A wave of complex emotions surged within Luo Qingqing. Why, is it you? The substitute team is overwhelmed. Allow me to assist for the time being, Xia Fan said, attempting to feign nonchalance. Can we truly bridge the gap with just this torch? I fear it may not suffice, Fein Yin replied, shaking his head. The light below struggled to reach the walls, and in order to plant the torch, they would have to face the attacks of both the demons and the alluring ones. Well, I suppose that makes sense. In any case, we cannot seal the breach without defeating the demons. Fein Yin paused, however. This torch has already provided a significant aid, at the very least. It has deterred the allure from approaching us easily. The next steps will be entrusted to me and Luo Qingqing. Just the two of you? Xia Fan frowned. There is another beneath you. Xia Fan quickly leaped aside, only to realize that a member of the Feng family lay on the ground. Ah, I hadn't noticed. Understandable. It was an oversight, Luo Qingqing interjected. While we may be few in number, here, quantity holds little value. If you remain here, we will have a secure route for retreat. Even in failure, we can withdraw unscathed. Chapter 32. I will cover you. Xia Fan remained silent, gazing thoughtfully at the breach in the city wall before proposing. I have a better idea. Oh, what is it? Fein Yin inquired. Do you see those exposed beams and floorboards? If we ignite them, the entire gap will serve as a colossal torch. Not you, but I will do it, he continued. You? Fein Yin questioned skeptically. This is not a task that can be accomplished through ordinary techniques. Those beams are not torches. They lack the hemp rope and oil needed for combustion. Even with the flying fire technique, you wouldn't ignite them in the slightest. However, Luo Qingqing did not immediately dismiss his idea. Instead, she countered, "What is your level of confidence?" "More than yours," he replied confidently. Luo Qingqing nodded. "What do we need to do?" "Cover me as I approach the demon. This technique is not relying on distance." "I understand." She took the torch and tossed it to Feng Yan, saying, "You guard the retreat. I will go with him to give it a try." Xia Fan smiled and dashed towards the breach. "Are you serious? He is merely a rogue," Feng Yan exclaimed incredulously. This attempt was certainly not the same as previous trials that had been merely thrilling. Ordinary candidates would not even qualify to stand there. Only the elite disciples from noble families would dare undertake such a venture. Thus, the strength and stability of their companions were of utmost importance. He had not anticipated that Luo Qingqing would choose an ordinary rogue to take risks with rather than a genius of his caliber. Truly insane. With a resigned sigh, Feng Yan raised the torch, illuminating the path ahead for the two. "Very well, let me escort you both a little further." Several streams of fire shot into the sky like flowing flames, annihilating the approaching demons at the edges of the light. Taking advantage of this moment, the two ascended the crumbled city wall. Is this truly something a sorcerer can accomplish? Xia Fan marveled silently. The ruins at the collapse formed a small mound, comprising irregular bricks, scattered beams, and fragile porcelain shards that could easily injure one's feet. Even in broad daylight, they had to climb cautiously. Yet, she moved as if weightless, lightly stepping over one obstacle after another, her graceful form akin to that of a sprite. This reminded him of the legendary lightness of movement. Moreover, Luo Qingqing had deflected several demons that lunged at them. They were now close to the twilight zone, where the demons' figures were nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Yet, she managed to counter their swift attacks with her own, seemingly guiding the demons to collide with her wooden sword. In contrast to his own cumbersome efforts as he crawled across the debris, Xia Fan once again felt the disparity between them. "Has your master never taught you any techniques of movement?" Luo Qingqing inquired, taking a deep breath after dispatching another demon. Xia Fan noticed that she did not appear as composed as she seemed. Her breathing had quickened significantly, and her forehead was dotted with beads of sweat, clearly indicating considerable exertion. "Movement techniques? What are those?" "Indeed," she replied, her expression revealing her realization. "You could understand them as martial arts. They initially originated from the martial world. However, sorcerers are better able to harness their effectiveness. Movement techniques allow you to control your body with greater precision and can compensate for a lack of agility until one has mastered sorcery to a certain degree. Such a thing exists." Xia Fan finally comprehended why those trained in formal settings often look down upon rogues. However, once you enter the Privy Council, you will inevitably need to master these skills. Luo Qingqing halted, adding, "Now comes the critical part. How close do you mean to get?" Xia Fan reached the top of the ruins, standing before the vast gap that loomed above them like a chasm, with protruding beams resembling the worn teeth of an ancient creature. Centrally positioned in the breach was the enormous demon. From this vantage point, it did not seem so intimidating. But once viewed from below, its size appeared to magnify exponentially. Its palm alone was as wide as 2 or 3 people, and its flat abdomen could block out the sun, promising a gruesome fate if it were to crush them. The sense of oppression was absolutely incomparable to mere distant observation. Xia Fan swallowed hard. The closer, the better. Ideally, we should be able to reach out and touch the target. "Are you suggesting we need to crawl beneath the demon?" Luo Qingqing scrutinized the demon's abdomen. "Wait here for a moment." As she took a cautious step forward, the demon reacted instantly. A dark rope shot towards Luo Qingqing, who ducked and rolled to evade it. The mist rope lashed against the city wall like a whip, leaving a deep impression from its force. "It seems it does not wish for anyone to approach beneath it," Luo Qingqing panted. "Could those suspended demons be its weakness? But how do we get past?" Xia Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that he alone lacked the ability to approach the demon's side, while Luo Qingqing seemed capable of handling it alone. The addition of his presence made the situation precarious. Nevertheless, she showed no hesitation, asserting, "I will lead, and you follow closely behind." "Are you certain?" "There is no time for deliberation. If we wait for its next strike, the terrain will shift, and we will have no second chance to climb." Luo Qingqing spoke decisively. Xia Fan understood her implication. Although it had taken him less than half a minute to arrive at this point, for the candidates on the wall, it felt exceedingly prolonged. 3 torches had already extinguished, and they had not been able to replace them. The pressure from the demons was steadily increasing. Even if they managed to escape unscathed from another attack, the situation above would undoubtedly collapse, rendering any efforts to eliminate the demon futile. I understand, he replied solemnly. Excellent. I have only one request. Luo Qingqing took a deep breath, lowering her body. No matter what happens, do not stop moving. Trust me. Xia Fan nodded silently. Go. As her voice echoed, Luo Qingqing shot forth like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the demon. The demon immediately reacted, its abdomen's rope seemingly coming to life as it swung towards her. The girl positioned her wooden sword at her side, her energy gathering at the blade's tip, momentarily resembling a constellation. As the rope approached, Luo Qingqing drew her sword and executed an upward diagonal slice, cleaving the dark rope in two. Xia Fan rushed to the center of the broken wall. Although he could not match his companion's agility, the width of the wall steadily reduced with each step he took, bringing him closer to their objective. As Luo Qingqing neutralized the third attack, he was nearly at the demon's edge, the target seemingly within reach. Yet, these defenses had significantly slowed her pace, the energy surrounding her sword dimming, and she could no longer sever the flailing ropes. As if sensing the impending danger, the demon roared, and the suspended demons below began to thrash violently. Not good. Xia Fan instantly recognized that the fragile balance that Luo Qingqing had maintained was on the verge of collapse. She was already straining to counter the tentacle-like ropes, leaving her no energy to contend with the demons. As if to validate his concerns, two demons broke free from their bindings, descending directly in front of them. The light here was dimmer than when they had climbed, and the moment the demons stood upright, they vanished from sight. Luo Qingqing could not possibly fend off two demons simultaneously. Just then, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Luo Qingqing leapt directly in front of him. After piercing one demon, she used her body to shield Xia Fan from the other that lunged at him. The black energy instantly enveloped Luo Qingqing, but she countered with a reverse thrust while pushing off with her knees, propelling both herself and the demon away from Xia Fan, with scarcely a moment's respite. The demon's relentless assaults followed one after another. Two ropes shot forth, one aimed at Luo Qingqing and the other directly towards Xia Fan. It was evident that no one could offer protection at this moment. Thus, Xia Fan grit his teeth and charged toward the oncoming rope. Luo Qingqing let out a muffled groan as she was forcefully propelled away. Before she could even touch the ground, the rope had already caught up to her, ensnaring her neck. No matter how fiercely Luo Qingqing struggled, she could not thwart the demon's tightening grip, which hoisted her toward its abdomen. Meanwhile, Xia Fan had finally reached directly beneath the monstrous creature. Chapter 33. The trump card. What is Qi, and what is technique? Since he had witnessed another sky full of stars, this question had firmly rooted itself in Xia Fan's mind. To outsiders, he might appear to be incredibly diligent, dedicating all his spare time to cultivation, but in truth, while he practiced Qi, he never ceased to ponder and explore. Although the options available to him at that time were exceedingly limited, he did not merely follow his master's teachings verbatim. Instead, he endeavored to undertake as many experiments as possible. For instance, to evoke a complete technique, the use of medicinal catalysts or materials is indispensable, and these elements often bear a direct or indirect connection to the technique itself, with no strict requirements. If one perceives this connection as the consciousness responding to matter, then what is its scope? A small piece of beeswax can conjure the flame of the palm, while a large handful of sawdust can also do so, albeit with significantly diminished efficacy, rendering it nearly impractical. Thus, it is the former that is selected as the standard material, not because it is the only option. Might there exist materials more suitable than beeswax? Xia Fan did not know. He lacked the energy to research every technique, especially while wandering. Over the course of several years, he had only delved into one technique. Furthermore, 3 entities had successively detached from the belly of the demon. Even without looking up, Xia Fan knew precisely where those empty black ropes were headed. He did not even have the chance to touch the talisman paper. Within a mere second or two, the entities would surround him, and even if he were fortunate enough to evade them, he could not escape the joint strangulation of several ropes. Without the guidance of talismans, he could at most execute a secondary technique. Yet, at this moment, Xia Fan had no choice. Without hesitation, he reached for his neck, tearing off the pendant containing the medicinal package. He alone retained this item, fashioning it into a pendant to carry with him, in case of unforeseen circumstances. Xia Fan believed this material to be a unique catalyst in the world, one that no one else had ever utilized. This was indeed his trump card. Lifting the pendant, he mentally constructed the entire process of the technique, the shock technique, Return to the source, thunder roar. In that fleeting moment, he felt the entities pouncing before him, while the black ropes loomed perilously close above. Yet, compared to the might of nature, they bore little distinction from being stationary. In the next instant, both remained just as close, but a brilliantly radiant blue light surged forth, abruptly filling his entire field of vision. Was it a lightning strike? Ba Xingtian revealed a hint of astonishment. In the pitch-black night, a white streak suddenly appeared, seemingly cleaving the sky in two. Its point of impact resting upon the city wall's fracture. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing almost in the blink of an eye. Yet, this was no illusion. With a deafening roar, the entire Xishan town seemed to tremble. As the thunder rolled away, a new flame emerged from within the city wall. Initially, it was merely a few sparks, but it rapidly spread into a roaring inferno. Under the lightning strike, the wooden beams ignited completely. Waves of heat and thick smoke billowing upwards through the fracture, until new flames erupted at the top of the wall. A colossal torch suddenly appeared in the middle of the western wall. The brilliant light banished the shadows of all things, and the entities climbing the wall were fixed in place like sculptures, while the demon howled in agony amidst the flames, struggling to escape, but against this divine fire. It was destined to be in vain. The proctor, Xinshun, understood perfectly why his superior was astonished. Among all techniques, the shock technique was one of the least mastered, with not only a scarcity of those possessing the requisite talents, but also a dearth of actual practitioners. This was not due to the technique's ineffectiveness, on the contrary. It proved notably more effective against malevolent entities than the departure technique, hence the saying, when thunder strikes, malevolence is dispelled. The primary issue with the shock technique lies in its catalyst. Among the recorded lightning methods, the materials required typically involve thunderstruck wood, which, regardless of quality, is priced no lower than that of a human-sized golden leaf. Because this material is exceedingly difficult to gather, and one could go years without encountering it. Mastering the shock technique becomes an arduous endeavor. A technique cannot transition from learning to mastery without repeated practice. If the catalyst is so rare that one cannot even lay eyes upon it, how could the number of practitioners possibly increase? Yet, the lightning strike before them was formidable. Entirely unlike an amateur's work, but rather the result of rigorous refinement. As a mere wandering student, Xia Fan possessed no resources to cultivate the shock technique. Either he had fabricated his origin or had been extraordinarily fortunate to stumble upon a tree struck by lightning. However, Xinshun did not believe the latter possibility to be particularly likely. After all, the price of thunderstruck wood was well known. If anyone were to have such an opportunity, merely selling the wood in batches would yield enough income to sustain them for several lifetimes, rendering the need to pursue the path of a practitioner moot. My lord. He was preparing to suggest a thorough investigation into Xia Fan when he was interrupted by the hearty laughter of his superior. It is merely thunderstruck wood. Even if he desired meteorite iron or spirit jade, what of it? The short figure dismissed it nonchalantly. Do you think I would lack for such trifles? Indeed. Ba Xingtian stroked his beard. However, I have heard that individuals inherently gifted in the shock technique possess fiery tempers and are difficult to manage. The greater their talent, the harder they are to control. Isn't that preferable? The short figure chuckled lightly. If this person can be easily manipulated, then anyone could do the same. What reason do I have to outshine my siblings? Yet there is one regret. What is that? He is not a listener. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Only Xinshun felt a chill run down his spine. With the short figure's attitude, it seemed that if the other were indeed a listener, he too would not be spared. As for how Xia Fan acquired the thunderstruck wood, that matter paled in comparison to the prospect of a listener. Had he known this, Xinshun would have preferred not to accompany the two for such a close observation of the examination. Yet, Ba Xingtian was his superior, who said that speaking candidly before him was not a form of trust. Thus, even if the burden weighed heavily, he could only remain obediently present. Enough. Ba Xingtian ceased his laughter and instructed Xinshun, let the examination conclude here. Allow the others to reset the formation and clean up the aftermath. No? Xinshun asked in surprise. It is barely past midnight. Continuing the examination serves no purpose. Even demons cannot breach the city wall. Do you think those entities still hold any value? The other waved his hand and turned to descend the stairs. This is sufficient. At the moment the thunder reverberated over Qingshan town, it jolted Li from her chaotic thoughts. She pressed down on the bandage over her wound and walked slowly to the sealed window. Through the nailed wooden planks, the fox demon could faintly see the flickering flames in the distance. Have they even resorted to the shock technique? She could almost envision the intensity of the external conflict. This was humanity's examination, summoning all Qi practitioners to exert their utmost in a near-combat exercise. Only the victors could cross that threshold and join the Privy Council, revealing the immense and unfathomable entity she would have to confront. When Xia Fan had invited her to accompany him to the capital during the Lantern Festival, she realized that her predominant feeling was one of trepidation. She could feign strength and hold her ground before him, yet her true thoughts were inescapable. Even Li herself found it surprising. She feared nothing, yet the mere thought of drawing near to a being her master dared not confront left her unable to sleep soundly. It was as if this fear arose from the depths of her soul. Li had considered departing without a word once her injuries healed, for Xia Fan's abilities were insufficient to keep her in check. The journey to the capital was long as she relayed everything she had heard before their separation. It could not be deemed a betrayal, as his request was precisely that. Surely he did not genuinely wish to remain with the Fox Demon. Revenge against the Privy Council was a matter requiring long-term planning, until the thunderclap resounded. In Li's eyes, the examinees of the small town were both timid and clumsy, largely driven by self-interest, and she would typically regard them with disdain. Yet, even this group would wager everything for a chance at qualification, fighting valiantly amidst the chaos of the Great Desolation Night. This resolve thundered like a storm, pulling her out of her indecision. Indeed, what harm was there in collaborating with the sorcerers? What was the issue with venturing into the capital? The tasks she aimed to accomplish were already nearly impossible. Would adhering to convention truly be beneficial? The opportunity to engage with the supernatural was a rare stroke of fortune, one she ought to seize rather than hesitate over. As a creature of the supernatural, Li had believed she would never develop any fondness for thunder, yet in this moment, she unexpectedly found that the thunder was not entirely unwelcome. If human candidates could forge ahead with unwavering determination, how could she possibly fall behind them? As the blue light dissipated, the allure vanished, revealing a gaping wound in the abdomen of the demon, from which black mist poured forth with its anguished cries, as though it were its very blood. This was the answer he had sought for years. For the art of thunder manipulation, could there be a more suitable material than the thunder-striking wood? A magnet entwined with copper wire would suffice. Pure red copper alone would not do. Nor would any arbitrary piece of magnet suffice. Only by meticulously thinning the former and tightly winding it in circles around the latter could such remarkable effects be achieved. If this connection could be regarded as a manifestation of consciousness responding to matter, Xia Fan felt he had, in some vague manner, brushed against the fringes of understanding. Perhaps, as he had previously surmised, his knowledge was operating in a form he did not yet comprehend. To unravel this mystery, he would have to journey to the Privy Council. Chapter 34. The outcome: we must leave this place swiftly. Can you still walk? The recent blow had nearly drained all his energy, and at that moment, all he desired was to lie down and rest for a while. However, Xia Fan understood that the battle was not yet over. The beams on both sides of the city wall were aflame, and soon this place would be engulfed by fire. He had to evacuate the breach before that happened. Luo Qingqing attempted to rise several times, but was unable to stand. From the pained expression on her face, it was evident that the blow from the black rope had inflicted considerable harm. "Allow me to lend you a hand," Xia Fan offered, extending his hand towards her. In the past, he would have bent down to carry Luo Qingqing without hesitation. "Don't worry, no one can see us here." Luo Qingqing hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to laugh, but the moment her lips curled upward, she winced in pain, biting her lip and inhaling sharply. "Do you take me for a fool? Incapable of adapting?" she retorted. "Compared to that, the latter half of your sentence is far more likely to be misunderstood. We are merely assisting each other in battle. Even if someone were to witness it, so what?" With that, she grasped Xia Fan's hand and pulled herself up. Xia Fan momentarily was at a loss for words, feeling as though he had never spoken correctly in her presence. "Hurry, didn't you say we need to leave quickly?" Luo Qingqing urged. "Watch your step," he replied helplessly, supporting her as they cautiously made their way down the rubble. Compared to the considerable disparity in speed during their ascent, this time they were on the same level. The only improvement was that the raging fire had ignited behind them, ensuring that the specters could not attack them. Just as they climbed halfway, Xia Fan suddenly realized that the shouts and incantations that had surrounded them had ceased. The small town seemed enveloped in an eerie silence. His heart sank. Could it be that he had acted too late, and the other candidates had not managed to endure until the moment the demon fell? If the defense line had been breached, their situation would be perilous. Given their current state, even a minor evil could spell their doom. Luo Qingqing also sensed the shift, but her expression remained unchanged. She paused to listen intently for a moment before softly speaking. Something feels off. Listen again. Xia Fan concentrated and listened for a moment longer, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Sounds gradually emerged from the direction of the city wall. But they were not the sounds of battle or escape. Rather, it resembled the sound of cheering. This was no illusion, for the voices quickly rose and fell, echoing in all directions. More and more people joined in the jubilation, and the oppressive atmosphere of the night seemed to dissipate like mist. It was still early before dawn. What on earth had transpired above? They exchanged glances and, without a word, quickened their pace. When Xia Fan and Luo Qingqing finally ascended the city wall, a remarkable sight unfolded before them. The dense black fog had completely receded, revealing a starry night sky. Yet, more captivating than the stars were the flickering spiritual flames on the ground. They swayed like delicate plants, sometimes appearing emerald green, other times a soft lavender, stretching from the town to the horizon. Compared to the usual unpredictability of their flickering, this scene exuded a sense of tranquility and peace. Under the illumination of the spiritual flames, the earth resembled a shimmering sea. These were the remnants left by the specters, the evidence of their qualification in the examination. The remaining candidates atop the wall either raised their arms in triumph or congratulated one another. At least in that moment, they regarded those beside them as comrades in arms. The night of the great wilderness had come to an end. A day later, all candidates gathered once more in the center of Qinshan town. Through casual conversation, Xia Fan learned quite a bit of information, such as the fact that the town's residents were all disguised personnel from the Privy Council, and that among the candidates were official examiners. In essence, while the night of the great wilderness appeared perilous, it had been under the control of the Privy Council throughout, and the injured had received timely medical assistance. Except for a few unfortunate souls, the losses among the candidates were not as severe as expected. This somewhat confirmed Xia Fan's suspicions. The purpose of the examination was to select talent for the nation, rather than to serve as a deadly game. While risks existed, they were fundamentally within manageable limits. Of course, the topic that ignited the most fervent discussions was the thunderous strike that had slain the demon the previous night. Due to a lack of eyewitnesses, speculation primarily focused on the three leading families, as only those with the capability to procure the lightning wood and willing to utilize it in the examination were among the elite of those families. Among them, support for Fang Xiandao was the most prevalent. Considering the perspective of the surrounding candidates, Fein Yin had been rescued by Luo Qingqing, and Fang Xiandao had then aided Luo Qingqing, making the outcome rather unsurprising. Xia Fan, however, had no intention of basking in the limelight whenever the topic arose. He merely brushed it aside with a brief comment. Even if someone recalled his fall from the city wall, he dismissed it by saying the chaos had made it difficult to notice. Once everyone had gathered, the examiner who had appeared on the first day finally made his entrance. Clearly, this was the red list used to announce the names of those who had passed, corresponding to the golden list of the examination. This revelation instantly silenced the previously boisterous crowd. First and foremost, I must extend my congratulations to each of you, the examiner proclaimed as he approached the long table, his tone markedly more enthusiastic than when he had announced the rules. After 7 days of trials, your ability to stand here and successfully achieve your examination goals has proven your eligibility to join the Privy Council. A round of applause erupted from the crowd. The first and second criteria were largely uncontroversial, primarily concerning those who had exited early, aiming for the examination 3 years hence. The key issue lay in the third criterion, whereby the Privy Council evidently classified those who had fled without engaging as having conspired against their fellow candidates, implying that even if they obtained the source of the spiritual flames, they would not pass the examination. Those remaining on the city wall were naturally pleased with such an outcome, praising the Privy Council's clear rewards and punishments. Only Xia Fan regarded the matter with indifference. In his view, the defensive line had been on the brink of collapse, and the fighting spirit of most candidates was merely a matter of degree. Chapter 35, Secrets Best Left Unexplored. Moreover, based on the performance of each candidate during the examination, the final scores have been categorized into 8 ranks, determined by the Invigilating Committee and unanimously endorsed by the prosecutor. The specific rankings can be found on the honor roll. The Invigilator paused briefly, emphasizing that regardless of the positions attained, you are all now members of the court, and future advancements will not be constrained by a single ranking. From this day forth, we shall consider ourselves comrades in arms, and I implore you not to grow complacent, but to contribute your due efforts to the Privy Council. With that, he pulled aside the silk covering to unveil the list, prominently positioned in the upper left corner. The first names revealed were those of the top achievers in the civil examination. 3 individuals claimed the highest honors: Fang Xiandao from the Fang family, Luo Qingqing from the Luo family, and Fei Nian from the Fei family. Humph, I knew it would turn out this way, Fang Xiandao declared triumphantly. The divination had already foretold this outcome. The Fei family exhibited little reaction. As the most numerous among the candidates, failing to outshine the other 2 families was not unexpected. To them, achieving a commendable rank was no rarity. Only Luo Qingqing displayed a look of surprise. Xia Fan took a considerable amount of time to locate his name. He found himself at the tail end of the D rank, approximately in the 40th position, which was rather mediocre among the examinees. Esteemed Invigilator, I fear there may be an error in the order of this list, he began. However, at that moment, Luo Qingqing stood up, asserting that Xia Fan's rank should not be merely D rank. Oh? The Invigilator glanced at her. Do you have a question? Yes, Luo Qingqing replied earnestly. Although the final night was directed by the Luo family, the proposal originated from Xia Fan. Furthermore, it was his decisive strike that secured our victory against the demon. If the Privy Council has failed to document this, I can provide further details. There is no need for that, the Invigilator interjected. I shall reiterate. This list has been collectively determined by nearly 10 officials of the Invigilation team and has been reviewed by the esteemed prosecutor. There are no omissions or miscalculations. As for the evaluation criteria, the Privy Council has its own regulations, and you have no authority to contest them. Or do you imply that the Luo family questions the fairness of the prosecutor's judgment? I would not dare to suggest such a thing, but, Luo Qingqing, cease your words at once. Do you wish to implicate the entire Luo family? Luo Fengqing interjected anxiously. Even Luo Yu tugged at her sleeve. Perhaps we should inquire about the opinion of the individual in question? The Invigilator gazed meaningfully at Xia Fan. Do you believe there is an issue with the ranking established by the esteemed prosecutor? Xia Fan sensed an undercurrent of unease, though he could not pinpoint its source. Logically, the Invigilator had the authority over all examination matters, yet he repeatedly brought his superior into the discussion, as if attempting to deflect responsibility. It was evident that the Privy Council had no intention of heeding the candidates' opinions, whether out of laziness or a desire to maintain authority. This list had become a fait accompli. To question it would only risk offending those in higher positions. He shook his head. Luo Qingqing's gaze shifted to one of confusion and disappointment, while many others looked on in astonishment. They could not comprehend why a prodigy from the Luo family would stand up for an outsider. And even more incredulous was her assertion that Xia Fan had delivered the decisive strike. Did this not imply that he was the one who had executed the thunderous technique at that moment? Yet, this individual could barely gather the 10 taels of silver required for reference, let alone procure the expensive materials for such a technique. Due to the presence of the Invigilator, no one openly voiced their doubts, but the absurdity of Luo Qingqing's claims caused many candidates to regard her with strange looks. Given this, I hereby declare the civil examination concluded. The Invigilator completely disregarded the scene, bowing to the assembly. The arrangements for your return journey are to be made individually. The formal appointment documents will be dispatched to your respective local offices within half a month, with the commencement date no later than early next month. Please manage your travel plans accordingly. I wish you all a prosperous future and swift success. Once the candidates had gradually departed, Xinchun finally exhaled in relief. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in such antagonistic actions. He was merely following orders from above. When he finalized the preliminary list, the short-statured official had hastily moved Xia Fan from first place to 41st, and Xinchun felt no surprise, but rather a sense of inevitability, as if the other party had been awaiting this moment. From the outset, the short official's intention was not oversight, but selection. This had undoubtedly received tacit approval from Ba Xingtian. Even if he found it inappropriate, he had no choice but to comply. It was not unusual for those in power to recruit promising talents. Xinchun had long been aware of this practice. However, most would strive to secure a favorable ranking for the individual before disseminating the news in hopes of gaining favor, making such a deliberate downgrading unprecedented in his experience. Indeed, compared to the widely coveted rank, a lower ranking would facilitate manipulation in subsequent appointments, yet it also posed significant risks. Should the individual discover that their low ranking was intentional, it could sow discord, potentially leading to animosity rather than alliances. For the short official, it seemed more crucial to keep Xia Fan in a particular place than to earn his gratitude. Simultaneously, lowering his rank suggested that the former sphere of influence did not extend to the upper echelons. These 2 points appeared contradictory. Being outside the power center while possessing the capability to command respect from the Privy Council was a puzzling dilemma for Xinshan. Fortunately, the individual in question did not exhibit the wild temperament that Badarin had described, causing a ruckus during the examination. Aside from Luo Qingqing's unexpected reaction, the entire announcement process proceeded smoothly. Moving forward, should he discreetly investigate Xia Fan's trajectory to discern where he would be assigned? It might narrow down the identity of the short official. However, Xinshan resolved to refrain from further inquiry. The young official from the Privy Council was undoubtedly no ordinary figure, as evidenced by Ba Xingtian's demeanor towards him. In light of the importance of self-preservation over curiosity, he recognized that some secrets are best left buried in the heart. The end of Volume 1. Chapter 36. Return home. 2 carriages steadily progressed along the official road, and the surrounding scenery gradually transformed from the unfamiliar to the familiar. As dense forests gave way to sprawling fields, it signified that Fenghua County was not far off. At most, we have half a day's journey left. No need to rush, the driver remarked in a thick local accent. As long as it doesn't rain unexpectedly, I can guarantee to deliver you home before evening. Having traveled for 5 or 6 days, why hurry through this last half day? Xia Fan rubbed his forehead and said wearily, since you don't suffer from motion sickness, why not take this opportunity to practice your breathing techniques? Although he had hired 2 carriages, he mostly squeezed in with his fellow townsmen during the daytime journey. It wasn't that he didn't wish to travel with the fox demon. Rather, he was concerned that Wei Wuxiang might grow bored and seek him out for idle chatter, which could expose flaws in their cover. Please forgive me, Xia brother. I am merely a bit anxious, Wei Wuxiang said, rubbing his hands together. Anxious about what? Xia Fan straightened his back, adjusting to a more comfortable position. You are now a recognized practitioner in the Privy Council, at least an 8th rank official. Your father must be overjoyed. You may not be aware, but Wei Wuxiang revealed a bitter smile. I have a group of friends, no, rather acquaintances, the kind you frequently encounter in business. I understand, the commercial circle of Fenghua County. Xia Fan quickly grasped. Those who could associate with Wei Wuxiang were undoubtedly his peers, as every merchant had a few young masters among their ranks. The commercial circle? It does have its charm, but that's not the main point. Wei Wuxiang shook his head. To the average person, my father's grain shop may seem like a substantial business, but to them, it's quite ordinary. Xia Fan nodded silently, realizing this was akin to the man's unremarkable appearance. Moreover, my talents are limited. I can maintain the status quo but struggle to expand. Compared to their achievements, I fall significantly short, which is why they often mock me. As for this upcoming scholar examination, they all unanimously believe I cannot pass. But you did pass, Xia Fan said, puzzled. Isn't that precisely what would diminish their arrogance? That is the crux of the issue, Wei Wuxiang lamented, scratching his head. We are merely recognized by the Privy Council. We lack anything that could serve as proof. The official appointment letter won't arrive for another 2 weeks. If I claim I have been selected, they surely won't believe me. I have been pondering how to convince that group of people. If I fail to explain it well, will I be mocked even more? He looked up, Xia brother. If they throw a banquet, could you accompany me and vouch for me? Xia Fan rolled his eyes inwardly. So, you are anxious because you wish to flaunt your success, yet fear no one will believe you? Ahem, Xia brother, you are too blunt, he replied decisively. I will not go. You are part of that circle. I, on the other hand, am merely an outsider. Why should they believe the words of someone with no background? Wei Wuxiang's expression fell considerably. Moreover, I suggest you refrain from worrying about how to explain, Xia Fan continued. You can simply state the outcome and leave the rest unaddressed. Let them speculate as they wish. Would that not make me the laughingstock? Laughingstocks spread quickly. Only when they wish to make you one will they go to great lengths to circulate it. I suspect within a week, the entire Fenghua County will be aware of this news, Xia Fan sneered. However, they will only be able to laugh for half a month at most. The louder the mockery, the greater the backlash. As long as you can endure it and manage it well, they shall never be able to lift their heads in your presence for the rest of their lives. Wei Wuxiang paused. Are you certain? Very certain. Xia Fan crossed his arms. I speak from experience. Teach me, Xia brother. Wei Wuxiang leaned closer, eager to learn how to handle it properly. Simple. The appointment letter will first be sent to the government office, correct? First, discreetly inform the officials to delay its delivery and set a specific time. Then, create a scenario. Xia Fan guided impatiently. Essentially, when everyone gathers to mock you again, the door swings open, and the officials arrive with the appointment letter in hand, presenting it to you in front of everyone. That sudden shift, would it not leave a lasting impression? Wei Wuxiang, unaccustomed to such systematic guidance, lit up with excitement. From that moment on, all the ridicule will shift back onto the mockers themselves. Moreover, it will be an event worthy of amusement, ensuring it spreads even faster than before. Just remember one thing. Do not kick them while they are down, Xia Fan concluded. The more nonchalant you remain throughout, the greater the disparity between you and them will appear. Just turn and leave, allowing them to see your back. That alone will suffice. Xia brother. Wei Wuxiang took a deep breath. You truly know everything. Ah, this is merely the basics. Is there something even more formidable? How should I go about it? What you seek is the do not undermine the youth version, while the other is the retired war god version. Not quite suitable for you. However, I can share it with you. Please, Xia brother. Wei Wuxiang nodded eagerly. In the Great Qi, there was a war god who, after many years away from home, returned to find his family transformed. With a single command, 100,000 soldiers rushed to his side. Xia Fan indulged in mischievous storytelling, relishing the moment. As the serious yet lively lesson in bravado continued, the carriages rolled gently into Fenghua County. Xia brother, will you truly not stay at my house for a while? At the street corner, Wei Wuxiang lingered, reluctant to part. I have plenty of spare rooms. Since you are so carefree, I shall not insist. Once the storm has passed, I will certainly treat you to a meal, Wei Wuxiang promised earnestly. Agreed. I shall take my leave first. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to his fellow townsmen, Xia Fan instructed the driver to take him directly to the Welcome Pine Inn, where the prices were reasonable, and it lay outside the bustling center of the county, making it ideal for discreetly concealing someone. With the resettlement fee from the Privy Council, he booked a spacious room with a courtyard that featured 3 bedrooms. The courtyard was bordered by bamboo groves, allowing the fox demon to escape easily if discovered. Before the new appointment, this will be our temporary residence. After dismissing the innkeeper, Xia Fan found a moment to bring Li inside. You may choose any of the 3 rooms. If you need anything else, just let me know. Li removed the layers of cotton cloth from her head, stretching her limbs lazily. The long journey had clearly taken a toll on her. Lying in the carriage required her to stay as still as possible to prevent the driver from noticing any irregularities in her belongings. And she could not remove the cloth from her head for fear of leaving her no room for escape should unforeseen circumstances arise. It was evident what kind of experience she endured in the cramped and sweltering space. Nonetheless, the fox demon's recovery ability was equally remarkable. Although her wounds had not yet healed, she could walk, and her prognosis was quite promising, showing no signs of inflammation or infection. In his era, this would have been deemed a medical miracle. Li surveyed the room and remarked, I am accustomed to living off dew and wind. Having a place to shelter from the rain is quite satisfactory, so there is little to criticize. Not, at the very least. You need a new set of clothes, Xia Fan thought to himself, unable to restrain his thoughts. Previously, when she lay there, covered in blood, he hadn't paid much attention. Now, he noticed the fox demon's figure was indeed striking, standing tall and slender. Her exposed arms and back were not like ordinary women's, lacking in strength. Instead, they possessed a natural muscular contour, exuding a resilient beauty. Her bare feet, with well-defined toes and harmonious arches, were a sight to behold. It was worth noting that women in this era typically covered their feet more than their bodies, with coarse cloth socks enveloping them at all times. Thus, one like the fox demon, who showed no qualms about going barefoot, was exceedingly rare. If she perpetually wandered about the room clad in those tattered garments, he feared that in a matter of days, he would be lacking in iron. What are you gazing at? Li suddenly inquired. Oh, nothing. Xia Fan quickly averted his gaze. I was contemplating what to have for dinner. That hardly seems truthful. Can the truth ever be spoken? Just as he prepared to change the subject, Li interjected. All right, no need to worry about me. Go attend to your important matters. I recall you mentioned that one reason for taking the examination to become a fengshi was to rescue your master? Xia Fan nodded. You have completed the first step. You must be eager to liberate him now, right? The matter of dinner can certainly wait. Indeed. The journey to Qingshan town for the examination had consumed nearly a month, and his master had likely endured considerable hardship. Though he was a master of humble origins found by the roadside, he had nonetheless ushered Xia Fan into an entirely new realm. For that alone, their master-disciple bond was legitimate, and it could not be neglected. It would be best to free him from the clutches of malevolent forces as soon as possible. I hope that after this ordeal, my master will no longer indulge in gambling as he once did. Li nodded in agreement. Isn't that quite normal, given your abilities? I never held out much hope. Li shrugged. Rest assured, as long as you remain a fengshi, There will always be opportunities to gather the information I seek. Indeed. The familiar scent lingered. Since she felt inclined to mock, it seemed she truly did not care much about this matter. Xia Fan felt relieved as he strapped on his money pouch and departed from the chamber. Chapter 37. Redemption of the Master. The path to the casino was all too familiar to Xia Fan. After all, when his master disappeared, there was an overwhelming likelihood he had ventured to the casino, with a slim chance of him visiting a brothel instead. This lesser probability wasn't due to a lack of gambling spirit, but rather because winning was a rare occurrence. The casino's guards were well acquainted with Xia Fan, and, after ascertaining his purpose, promptly escorted him to the door of the boss's room. "Oh, his master happens to be here as well. Let him in," came the voice of the boss from within. The guard, having received permission, stepped aside and gestured for Xia Fan to enter. What? His master was here too? A sense of unease gripped Xia Fan as he pondered why a debtor would be brought into the boss's room instead of being confined in a private cell. Was it possible they were employing violence to collect debts? He hurriedly pushed open the door and strode into the room, calling out, "Stop. I have brought the ransom." However, he faltered mid-sentence. Before him sat the casino boss and his master, facing each other across a platter of boiled fish, the creamy broth garnished with flecks of red pepper. An enticing sight. Several empty wine jars lay scattered around, and judging by the pile of fish bones before them, it seemed they had already indulged in several rounds of drink. What was happening? Why, after a month apart, had his indebted master become the guest of honor at the casino? Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the scene, Xia Fan would never have believed that the rosy-faced, vibrant middle-aged man before him was his master, Zhao Dahai. "Stop what? Have you had too much to drink, brat? What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Dahai patted the mat at his feet. "Have you eaten dinner? Come over and have a bowl of fish soup first." Xia Fan thought it best to keep his distance. His master, stuffing a piece of fish into his mouth, continued, "Disciple, let me introduce you to this is Manager Xiao, who runs Chunqiao Street. Nearly all the establishments we frequented belong to him. In other words, this man not only operated the casino but also owned the brothels, tea houses, and inns along the street." Xia Fan's confusion deepened. Why would such a prominent figure associate with his master, appearing to enjoy a jovial exchange? Haha. It's not as complicated as you think. Manager Xiao seemed to sense Xia Fan's bewilderment and offered an explanation. "Zhao Dalang indeed owed a gambling debt. But he also did me a great favor. I, Xiao, believe in repaying debts and kindness, so he has a debt of gratitude towards the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Xia Fan was left with a singular thought. Is this even possible? What? Do you think I'm at my wit's end, waiting for you to save me? Zhao Dahai exclaimed, raising his cup with pride. "I've traversed the world for decades. What storms have I not weathered? How could I be trapped by a mere setback?" Xia Fan could not help but twitch his mouth. He had envisioned numerous scenarios for redeeming his master, some weeping and lamenting their mistakes, others stubbornly clinging to their pride. Yet he had never imagined this situation. It seemed that regardless of whether he succeeded in the scholar's exam, it mattered not to his master. He had indeed overthought the lesson. "By the way, did you pass the scholar's exam?" Zhao Dahai suddenly inquired. "Bah, I know what your thoughts are. It's a miracle if you thought of me even once during the month," his master replied dismissively. "However, since you've brought the ransom, it shows your sincerity. But you won't be able to accompany me on my travels anymore. Sounds like you enjoy wandering," Xia Fan remarked, no longer pretending. "When I was on the verge of fainting from hunger, didn't you say you would do anything for a meal? Now that I have become a scholar of the Privy Council, at least I can ensure you won't go hungry." "This is a different time," Zhao Dahai shot back. "Can you trust what was said out of desperation?" The two exchanged glances, and Zhao Dahai asked, "Have you confirmed where you'll be assigned?" "Not yet. But wherever it is, I can surely find you a place to stay," Xia Fan replied. Zhao Dahai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No need. From now on, you should go on your own." Xia Fan was taken aback. "What do you mean? I'm accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to settle in one place for too long. To put it bluntly, I'd rather stay here, where I want for nothing. The girls at the soft fragrance pavilion would be delighted to have me visit daily. How pleasurable that would be." "I can attest to the truth of your master's words," Manager Xiao chuckled. Are you serious?" Xia Fan frowned. "Serious, absolutely serious." "Then I shall say no more," Xia Fan replied with a helpless shake of his head. "However, once the appointment order arrives, I will inform you. Should you ever change your mind and find yourself hungry, you can always come to me. Then I take my leave, master." Go on, go on." Zhao Dahai waved him off. Xia Fan bowed and exited the room. Once he had left, Manager Xiao gazed at Zhao Dahai in amazement. I've never seen a master and disciple like you two. Most would at least feign gravitas, even if they aren't truly worthy. They would pretend to maintain some semblance of decorum. In the martial world, one must burn incense to establish brotherhood. What use is a facade of master-disciple affection? Zhao Dahai scoffed. Yesterday, they were as close as kin. Today, they would stab each other in the back over trivial gains. I've seen enough of such pretense. Sometimes it's better not to feign it at all. You should be well aware of this principle. Ha ha ha. Indeed, you make a valid point. Manager Xiao filled both their cups to the brim. However, your disciple has passed the scholar's exam and is about to become a proper official of the court. Surely, that is a moment of great joy. In other families, this would call for celebrations, yet you seem rather indifferent. Could it be? You suspect your disciple is lying? Not at all. From the moment he expressed his desire to take the scholar's exam, I knew this day would eventually come. Zhao Dahai's tone turned somber. To be honest, I don't particularly wish for him to walk this path, to become a scholar of the Privy Council. What is wrong with bringing honor to your family? Manager Xiao countered. Others would envy the opportunity to walk this path. He is different. This boy frightens me a little. Frightens you? Manager Xiao chuckled in disbelief. Old Xiao, you've had too much to drink. Drunk? Not even close. You haven't spent enough time with him to understand. I've raised him for over a decade, so I know this boy inside and out. Zhao Dahai waved his hand, seemingly eager to unburden himself, yet hesitated midway, grappling with his words. The more I teach him, the more I sense the gap between us. You cannot fathom that feeling, akin to. He struggled to articulate it even after much deliberation. I understand. The student surpasses the master, doesn't he? He has become a scholar, yet you are still Zhao Daolang. This has nothing to do with that. He interrupted. I cannot abide by the rules of the Privy Council, which is why I choose the path of a wandering cultivator. I've encountered many who consider themselves geniuses. But this boy is different from them. In what way? This time, Zhao Dahai fell silent for a longer duration. Have you ever met someone who is innately knowledgeable? Surely. You jest, Manager Xiao laughed. Are you suggesting your disciple is? I don't know. Zhao Dahai lifted his cup and drank deeply. But if such a person exists, he might be close to that. I found him when he was merely 3 years old, which is remarkable in itself, as most children from noble families begin to learn at 4 or 5. Yet he could draw talismans by the age of 5 and performed a complete spell at 6, mastering in 2 years what others take 5 or 6 years to learn. In any great family, he would be considered exceptionally talented. And when he spoke of drawing and energy, it was as if he beheld a sky full of stars. What on earth is that? Shouldn't one only perceive a faint veil of energy surrounding them? Zhao Dahai mused. Yet he indeed drew the energy into his being. And I could only pretend it was supposed to be that way. This seems somewhat exaggerated. If it were merely so, it would suffice. He somehow procured a discarded ledger, scribbling and sketching on its blank pages daily. Subsequently, I stumbled upon the realization that some of the entries he recorded predated his verbal accounts by a considerable margin. Zhao Dahai spoke with increasing rapidity, as if intentionally decelerating his pace to avoid appearing as though he had mastered the material too swiftly. Would an ordinary person engage in such behavior? From that moment forth, I became increasingly vigilant, and I discerned that this young man exhibited an ever-growing array of peculiarities. His obsessive dedication to the art was abnormal. He maintained an extreme level of self-control during his studies and executed tasks with remarkable organization. This could no longer be attributed solely to innate talent. Was not such high aptitude better suited for the Privy Council? Xiao, the shopkeeper, was genuinely perplexed. Surely, a place like the Privy Council could not thrive solely on natural ability? Given my apprentice's disposition, he would either perish within its confines or become an integral part of the Privy Council. He sighed deeply, remarking that if it were the latter, the greater the talent, the more significant the potential for havoc it could wreak. Xiao, the shopkeeper, found the topic increasingly absurd and chose to abandon his inquiries. Very well. I do not quite grasp the intricacies of this esoteric art. If you do not wish for him to join the Privy Council, then why did you not hinder him from participating in the imperial examinations? This encapsulates the contradictions of human nature. Zhao Dahai offered a wry smile, declaring that his own talent was rather mediocre, his potential capping at this juncture. Yet, the more ordinary he deemed himself, the more he yearned to witness the true heights that genuinely gifted individuals could attain. The knowledge I could impart was limited, and the only realm where he could achieve comprehensive development was indeed the Privy Council. Chapter 38. The Encounter with Spirits. Indeed, I have encountered them. Yet the circumstances are somewhat different from what I had anticipated. Xia Fan recounted the events of his journey, where he enjoyed food and drink, expressing no intention of accompanying me to the appointed location. Li exhibited a look of incredulity, questioning the authenticity of their master-student relationship. It should be considered as such, Xia Fan replied, his certainty wavering. The concept of a master-student bond as he understood it diverged significantly from the norms of this era. However, since he had articulated it thus, it seemed prudent to accept it. It was sufficient to know that his master was not imprisoned in suffering. Considering that unregulated practitioners were somewhat frowned upon by the Privy Council, perhaps his decision not to accompany me was indeed for the best. The inn-provided meals, which, though lacking the finesse of a dedicated restaurant, were far superior to the flatbreads and dry rations consumed during travel. Observing Li delicately savoring the hot soup, Xia Fan felt the fatigue from days of travel dissipate. Particularly, the moment he swallowed the soup, he noticed her tail swaying in delight, invigorating him profoundly. He mused that had this been in a future era, such a display might have led to her tail being excessively petted. It was unfathomable that anyone could find fault with this. Indeed, the chasm of time seemed more daunting than the Mariana Trench. "What are you laughing at?" Li inquired. Her brow furrowed at his mirth. "Oh, it's just a reflection on how foxes, belonging to the canine family, share a similar tail-wagging behavior," Xia Fan replied. Li's tail shot up, concealing itself behind her. "In what way are foxes akin to dogs? There are numerous quadrupeds with tails, and their distinctions are glaringly apparent. Not to mention the differences among spirits. Has this ruffled your feathers?" Xia Fan noted that his canine comparison appeared to be a sensitive subject for her, and he decided to momentarily abandon his scientific inquiry. "You do raise a valid point. One cannot hastily categorize spirits. Isn't this self-evident?" Li retorted. "I found it strange. While one might argue about foxes, the disparity between wolves and dogs is vast, so much so that humans often use the latter as a pejorative. How can you classify them together? I wonder from whom you acquired such absurd knowledge." "A book titled On the Origin of Species suggests so." Xia Fan opted to set aside the dispute. "By the way, since we have some leisure, why not impart your knowledge of magical arts? You may share what your master has taught you." "Impossible," Li replied decisively. But you once claimed that spirits are born with innate abilities, fully formed at birth, and that further practice does not alter their essence, unlike humans." Li explained earnestly. "Though my master spoke little, I recall that a person's ability to cast spells heavily relies on their disposition. Learning piecemeal from various sources not only proves inefficient but can also adversely affect one's innate abilities. This is why disciples from prestigious families generally outperform those from lesser sections. Your master evidently lacks the capacity to guide you, placing you at a significant disadvantage from the outset. The Privy Council will later provide systematic instruction for new practitioners. So rather than having me teach you, it would be wiser to wait for comprehensive training in a fortnight. Is there such a notion? I have never heard my master mention it." Xia Fan expressed his surprise. If he hails from a lesser sect, it is not surprising that he is unaware. Assessing one's disposition is no trivial task. The materials required are at least of third-tier quality, and even those from noble families may struggle to meet this standard. Li paused. Moreover, the Privy Council maintains strict control over such information, making it difficult for the common folk to access. Xia Fan resonated with this sentiment. Recognizing that malevolent entities were not rare, yet few could articulate the various categories or advise on self-defense or avoidance strategies. Even his master often relied on experience to confront such spirits, retreating when faced with uncertainty, rarely having prior knowledge of what to expect. "Do you know much about these malevolent entities?" "My master has shared quite a bit over time. I can certainly relay this to you," Li responded candidly. "However, the Privy Council will undoubtedly cover this later. Are you certain you wish to hear my account?" Xia Fan nodded eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Listening to the fox spirit was undoubtedly preferable to hearing a long-winded account from a bureaucrat. "Let us begin with classifications," Li started, but was abruptly interrupted by a knock at the door. Xia Fan glanced toward the entrance, realizing he was the sole occupant of the room, and thus the visitor must be addressing him. The issue was, he did not recognize any elderly woman. Initially, Xia Fan contemplated refusing entry but hesitated, weighing the gravity of the situation. After a moment's reflection, he decided to inquire about the purpose of her visit. "Zhao Daoist. Could she be referring to my master, Zhao Dahai?" "Let her in," he instructed, gesturing toward the shadows. "Please, inform her to enter." Moments later, the innkeeper ushered the elderly woman into the room. "I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call." before even settling herself. The elderly woman collapsed at Xia Fan's feet, pleading, "Little Taoist, please save my daughter-in-law and my grandson." Instinctively, he reached out to assist her, urging, "What are you doing? Please, rise." "I shall not rise unless you promise to help me. I implore you. You are the only one in Fenghua County who can save them." With her earnest plea, the elderly woman ceased her lamentations, allowing him to assist her into a chair. After nearly 7 or 8 minutes, Xia Fan finally grasped the situation's intricacies. In simple terms, the elderly woman's household was haunted. Chapter 39. The Commission, the Elderly Woman. Surnamed Tian, resided near the market in Fenghua County. Her husband had passed away, leaving behind a modest dwelling and a son. As the prospect of holding her grandchild drew near, Granny Tian naturally bestowed extra care upon her daughter-in-law. In her spare time, she engaged in handicrafts to sell at the market, hoping to ensure her daughter-in-law, Ruchio, had ample nourishment. However, she could not have anticipated the sudden upheaval that occurred in her household a fortnight ago. Initially, it started with peculiar sounds echoing through the stillness of the night, soft thuds that seemed to emanate from the beams above or the windowsill, occasionally startling the pair with their suddenness. As time progressed, the situation escalated. Earthenware pots and bowls inexplicably shattered, and holes appeared in the window paper, the disturbances increasingly encroaching upon their reality. Even lighting candles throughout the house could not quell these eerie phenomena. Granny Tian's daughter-in-law, already in need of care, became increasingly haggard, her health deteriorating, leaving the unborn child's safety in jeopardy. In her desperation, Granny Tian had contemplated various solutions, including temporarily relocating. Yet, given their limited means, neither a rental nor an inn could sustain them for long. She sought divine water and talismans from the nearby temple, but the strange noises persisted, seemingly drawing ever closer. Out of options, she turned to Zhao Dahai. Upon arriving in Fenghua County, Zhao Dahai had garnered a modicum of fame for addressing supernatural issues under the guise of an exorcist. Yet, in Xia Fan's eyes, these so-called phenomena were largely fanciful notions or mental afflictions of the villagers, and the fame he acquired was merely whispered among neighbors. To his surprise, Granny Tian had not only heard of him, but also remembered his name, leading her to seek his help when she found herself at a loss. Zhao Daozhong remarked that if even his apprentice could not resolve the matter, there was no one else in Fenghua County who could. Granny Tian gazed imploringly at Xia Fan. "Little Taoist, little master, I beseech you to save my family." Xia Fan silently rolled his eyes. He felt as though he was simply burdening himself with responsibilities that were not truly his own. After all, every skill he possessed had been imparted by his master. And if his master could not handle this malevolent entity, how could he? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized he might indeed manage it. If he unleashed a thunderous strike within the house, whatever malevolent force was lurking would likely be obliterated. However, such a display of power would undoubtedly damage the old lady's home, rendering his assistance moot. This approach was impractical. Nevertheless, denying her plea was not something Xia Fan could easily do. Granny Tian appeared to be in her 50s, her hair nearly entirely white, and her face, marked by wrinkles and sunspots, told the tale of a life filled with hardship. For her, witnessing the birth of her grandchild would be the greatest solace in her life, which is why she was willing to prostrate herself before a youth barely a third her age. If a miscarriage were to occur, the frail daughter-in-law would likely face dire consequences. Even if the family remained intact, it would no longer be whole as it once was. Xia Fan had been taught since childhood to assist others, but previously his abilities had limited him to simple acts of kindness. Now that he possessed the means to save lives, he found it difficult to turn a blind eye. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the shadows in the inner room. Indeed, was there not a direct disciple of the Qingjin from the Privy Council here? If she were to examine the situation firsthand, she might uncover some clues. Although the fox spirit was injured and unable to act, that was inconsequential. What mattered was devising a solution, and he could handle any necessary actions. Upon reflection, this idea surprisingly seemed feasible. Firstly, from what he gathered from Granny Tian, the disturbances in her home were not the work of malevolent spirits. Otherwise, his master would not have attempted to confront them multiple times. If the adversary were truly dangerous, he would have fled long ago. Secondly, the county's regulations were far less stringent than those of a large city. There were no curfews or night patrols, significantly lowering the risk of exposure for the fox spirit. The only remaining question was whether Li would consent to involve herself in this matter. Yet, when it came to persuasion, Xia Fan felt confident in his abilities. "I can give it a try," but there are several conditions that must be clarified beforehand. Speak, little Taoist, and whatever you wish, I shall oblige, she interjected. First, when I perform the ritual, no one may remain in the house. You must wait outside. Second, this matter must not be publicized. I do not wish for others to know of my involvement. Third, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Malevolent entities are unpredictable, and I can only promise to do my utmost. I understand. Granny Tian nodded earnestly. And fourth, he continued, I will require a set of your daughter-in-law's clothing, something loose-fitting. A hat and a raincoat would also be necessary. I will pay for them. Payment is unnecessary. But what do you require these for? Just in case the weather turns foul at night. After Granny Tian departed, Li poked her head from the inner room. Who told you I agreed to assist her? I am a demon. She is human. I have no obligation to help someone unrelated to me, just as humans would not assist demons. True to her fox spirit nature, she grasped his intentions without him uttering a word. Her tone was quite displeased, as if she resented Xia Fan's unilateral decisions. Let us be clear, my cooperation does not imply that I will heed your every command. We are not in a subordinate relationship. Collaboration should be based on mutual agreement. You are correct, but this matter concerns life and death. And I had no opportunity to discuss it with you earlier, Xia Fan soothed, adopting a conciliatory tone. As for your first point, I believe it is somewhat biased. Biased? It is already a kindness that humans do not call for our extermination. Have I not assisted you before? Xia Fan countered. You have. Am I not human? Li faltered momentarily. Well, you are somewhat different. Then if you will not help her, surely you can assist me? He pressed. Recognizing that she was not a member of the Privy Council, and aiding him would bear no adverse consequences. Did we not just discuss the classification of malevolent entities? Consider this a practical lesson. Chapter 40. Phantom's Little Taoist. This is the place, the elderly lady said, leading Xia Fan to her home. As Xia Fan glanced at the figure cowering behind the old woman, he noted the evident fear and frailty on Ruchio's face. Do not enter until I have informed you, he instructed, before stepping inside and securing the door. The house was a typical residence found in the county, with the main hall measuring approximately 10 square meters. To the left and right were doors leading to the kitchen and bedroom, respectively. A narrow door in the kitchen led directly to the toilet and backyard. After taking a minute to survey the house and confirming there were no others present, Xia Fan opened the window of the bedroom. Li, who had been waiting silently, slipped into the room like a shadow. In that moment, she resembled a figure from the martial world, although clad in simple cloth attire. The addition of a conical hat and a rain cape lent her an air of a heroic adventurer. A long sword at her waist would complete the image of a true swordsman. The characteristics of a fox demon were entirely concealed by her garments, and her demeanor was almost indistinguishable from that of a human. How does it fit? Finding clothing that perfectly matches your figure is indeed a rare endeavor, Xia Fan remarked, clearing his throat. What shall we do next? Wait, she replied, settling onto the edge of the bed. Only by witnessing the anomaly with our own eyes can we make an accurate judgment. Do we not extinguish the light? He inquired. Absolutely not, Li said, her gaze conveying incredulity. How would you observe them in the dark? If they were afraid of light, then one need not be a practitioner to deal with malevolent spirits. The fox demon let out a scoff. Even the most light-sensitive phantoms, like the May, would not flee upon encountering illumination, let alone others. Furthermore, I do not believe that the old lady encountered a ghost. Why is that? Xia Fan pressed. Ghosts are among the most formidable of malevolent beings, often manifesting as corpses. They do not lurk in hiding. That is not their style. Moreover, once they appear, they typically unleash chaos and bloodshed, making it unlikely for the two individuals in this house to have survived until now. Xia Fan discerned that he had begun to grasp the fox demon's temperament. Despite her penchant for mocking humanity, she still honored her commitments, explaining matters in detail rather than summarizing them briefly. How are these malevolent beings categorized? According to my master, the classifications have been passed down through generations, with the Privy Council merely providing further subdivisions. They introduced the terms Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liao to denote weaker spirits. Of course, the vernacular is diverse, and various names are acceptable. Thus, you say there is no essential difference between the Mei and the Mo during the night of slaughter? Xia Fan realized. Indeed, but this classification is not without its flaws, Li interjected. Firstly, categorizing demons as malevolent spirits is utterly unreasonable, a mere manifestation of human self-interest. If we are to classify, you too should fall into that category. Secondly, it cannot encompass all abnormal entities, such as certain extraordinary beings. At this point, she abruptly paused, lifting her gaze to the ceiling. What is it? He asked. Shh, she gestured for silence. Listen. In the stillness, Xia Fan discerned a faint tapping sound. Initially, he had to concentrate to hear it, but as he focused, the sound grew clearer, seeming to fluctuate in distance, at times appearing almost beside him. He realized that the old woman's words were true. This was neither a figment of his imagination nor a hallucination. Something indeed lurked within the room. It traversed the beams above, occasionally brushing past the wardrobe, the delicate yet distinct sound of its footsteps serving as evidence. Even after enduring the horrors of the great wilderness, Xia Fan felt a chill creep down his spine. No matter how he searched, he could not locate the source of the sound. It was no wonder that the old lady had been tormented into sleepless nights. Anyone who could remain calm in such a bizarre situation must possess exceptional fortitude. However, if it is merely invisible, I can still deal with it, Xia Fan declared, unsheathing the wooden sword from his back and gripping it firmly. He was poised to strike the moment the malevolent entity revealed itself. Moments later, the oil lamp suddenly flickered, and a wooden cup on the low table by the bed toppled over with a loud crash, hurtling towards the floor. Almost simultaneously, Xia Fan struck. He swung his sword towards the anticipated location. Based on the rhythm of the tapping, it could not evade his blow. With a resounding thud, the impact nearly caused him to lose his grip on the sword, which struck the table with little resistance, sending vibrations through his hand. Aside from leaving a dent in the low table, his attempt yielded no tangible results. The tapping continued, sounding almost mocking. Li clutched her abdomen, laughing heartily until the mirth transformed into discomfort, clearly aggravating her wounds. Little Taoist, are you all right? Came a voice from outside, filled with concern. No worries. I am merely catching a ghost, Xia Fan retorted, shaking his numbed hand and glaring at Li. Is it truly that amusing to fail once? Li nodded earnestly. Your intense focus on slicing the air was indeed quite entertaining. Air? It clearly knocked over the cup. Xia Fan began, only to furrow his brow in realization. Wait. Do you know its precise location? Yes and no, she replied enigmatically. What does that mean? It means that unless you see it, you will never know its precise location. Not seeing means not knowing. But if I do not know its location, how can I even begin to see it? Xia Fan's confusion deepened. The trick lies in finding a way to perceive it, Li smiled. I have already discerned what we are searching for. All right then, what is it? Xia Fan noted the knowledge, determined to understand its significance, even if it eluded him for the moment. Is it this phantom you speak of? I am uncertain. Some techniques may work, but my master never taught me. Li paused. However, even before the advent of practitioners, people discovered methods to perceive phantoms. What methods? You will soon find out. But before that, I need a large stack of window paper, the more, the better. By 9 or 10 o'clock. Gathering a substantial amount of window paper proved to be quite the challenge. Xia Fan and the old lady invested considerable effort to borrow or purchase 5 or 6 rolls of oil paper from their neighbors. Li quickly connected them end to end, crafting 3 strips of paper. These strips were affixed horizontally to the walls, partitioning the room into several sections. She then lit a dozen candles, which constituted the entirety of the old lady's reserves, distributing them throughout the corners of the house. Now, it is done, Li proclaimed, clapping her hands together. Are you certain? Xia Fan questioned, feeling as though the room merely sported a few additional strips of window paper. For the manifestation of anomalies, complexity does not equate to efficacy, she explained. Li removed her conical hat and sat cross-legged before the paper. Phantoms are manifestations of energy. You are unable to see them because you focus too heavily on your eyesight. But earlier, you said that extinguishing the light would hinder observation. Indeed. For darkness does not lead you to relinquish your vision. Rather, it amplifies your focus on sight, resulting in diminished effectiveness. Xia Fan contemplated this, realizing the validity in her statement. Then what is the purpose of these papers? Observing through the window paper renders the objects more obscure, thereby diminishing the clarity of what enters your sight. This compels you to acknowledge that your eyes are no longer reliable, enabling you to sense things that are typically difficult to discern directly. The notion of the illusory appearing real embodies this principle. The problem is, does this method only deceive one's own mind? Can it truly affect external entities? Just as he was filled with doubt, a dark shadow suddenly leapt onto the paper. In this room, aside from him and the fox spirit, there should be nothing else. Through the oil paper, Xia Fan could discern the hazy flicker of candlelight and the shadows cast by the bed frame, while the walls and windows, slightly further away, completely vanished behind the paper, as if it were an infinite expanse of space. At the very apex of the bed frame's outline, the shadow writhed and advanced slowly, resembling a crude shadow play, with the shadow serving as its stage. "I see it," Xia Fan murmured softly. Yet, it was not a true sighting. Before the phantom was perceived, it could manifest in any conceivable location, and even the realm it inhabited differed from ours. At the moment it toppled the cup, its essence need not be near the cup, in the words of my master. Our inability to comprehend the movements of phantoms arises from our entrapment within the laws of nature. Entrapped by rules, Xia Fan couldn't help but silently ponder. Could phantoms transcend these constraints? The closer one approaches chaos, the more challenging it becomes to grasp with common sense. Isn't that the very essence of the anomaly? Li spread his hands, adding that the moment this phantom is perceived by someone, it will be reined in by the laws of the universe, transforming into a tangible entity. It is time to unveil its true form. How do we do that? Simply walk towards it. Xia Fan nodded, gradually circumventing the oil paper banner, casting his gaze towards the bed frame of the Tian family's wife. Meow? Chapter 41. Benefactor, what did you see? Li inquired. A cat. Xia Fan hesitated for a few seconds before responding, struggling to connect the creature before him with the malevolent entity that had disturbed the Tian family's peace. Was this feline truly the cause of their sleepless nights? Li displayed a contemplative expression. It is a possibility, but not necessarily the perpetrator. The primary distinction between A Ling and A Miao lies in the lack of significant hostility towards living beings. Its presence here may simply be a reflection of its former habits. At this point, she turned her gaze towards Xia Fan. You should inquire with that elderly woman to see if she ever kept a tabby cat. That would be the cat belonging to the Tian family. Li crouched down, cradling the cat in her hands, yet it was no longer a living creature, but rather an ethereal illusion composed of qi. Xia Fan hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch the cat's head. He could not only feel its soft fur but also the lingering warmth. It even closed its eyes in a manner that suggested it was indistinguishable from a living being. Could this be considered a resurrection? Given that the matron of the Tian family had cherished this cat, perhaps we might. Absolutely not. Li interjected sharply, her ears perked. Wake up. Death is death. The inanimate cannot be revived. Do not conflate the two. Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a fierce expression from the fox spirit. Even if the woman adored this cat, could she truly endure sleepless nights watching over it? Moreover, every human harbors some qi within, and prolonged cohabitation with a spirit composed of qi would disrupt one's own, leading to deterioration and a drastically reduced lifespan. Li shook her head. Given her current frail state, it is likely that half of her ailment stems from her own weakness, while the other half is probably due to this ethereal presence. To bring the spirit to her would be tantamount to causing harm. I was merely hypothesizing. Xia Fan coughed lightly. There is no need for such anger. Hypothetical or not, it reveals your mindset. Blurring the boundaries between life and death is an absolute taboo for practitioners. The fox spirit stated with undeniable authority. My master has recounted numerous incidents where practitioners, in their quest for mastery over qi, mistakenly believed they could reverse life and death, ultimately straying onto a perilous path. None have met with a favorable outcome, including those from the Privy Council. Do you not find it absurd? To neglect the living while lamenting the dead, even at the risk of upsetting the natural order. I simply do not wish to see you become a figure of such folly. Was she concerned for him? All right, I see my error. Xia Fan conceded, adhering to the principle of acknowledging one's mistakes. Then what should we do about the cat? No, the spirit. I understand now. Xia Fan nodded, retrieving his wooden sword. The matter has been resolved. Upon exiting the dwelling, Xia Fan addressed the awaiting elder Tian outside. Young Taoist, is what you say true? The elderly woman's face radiated with joy. A timid young woman, previously half hidden behind the elderly matron, cautiously stepped forward. Esteemed Taoist, may I inquire if there truly is a ghost in our home? The truth, of course, was otherwise. According to Li, the essence of the deceased no longer possessed consciousness, nor any lingering emotions. Yet, he believed that framing it this way would be more palatable for ordinary folk. Moreover, the moment he plunged the sword into the body of the tabby cat, he profoundly grasped the distinction between the inanimate and the living. The wooden sword encountered no resistance as it pierced the ethereal form, which displayed no signs of pain and maintained its playful demeanor until it dissipated into a wisp of smoke. It's Ahua. Upon hearing Xia Fan's account, the matron of the Tian family immediately covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. It was a stray cat that my husband and I adopted together. It was perfectly fine until, for some inexplicable reason, it suddenly fell ill and passed away. Sob. Did it truly not blame me? How wonderful. As the young woman wept, the pallor of her previously ashen face gradually regained a hint of color. No wonder the young Taoist inquired about my cat. Elder Tian, too, felt a wave of relief wash over her, exhaling deeply. Truly, you are a disciple of a great master. Young Taoist, you have saved our family. As she spoke, she knelt once more, causing Xia Fan to fluster. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten by the Tian family. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. I owe you my life. No need for such formalities. It was but a trifling effort. And the money for the clothes and window paper? How could I possibly accept that from a young Taoist? Wouldn't tea that invite ridicule from our neighbors? If you insist, I shall remain kneeling right here. Faced with such an insistence, Xia Fan had no choice but to relent. He could discern that, although the Tian family may have struggled to articulate their gratitude or feigned solemnity, their appreciation was genuine, without a hint of pretense. Even as they prepared to part ways, the elderly woman did not forget to forcibly place a basket of eggs into his arms, accompanying him to the entrance of the inn without affording him the opportunity to decline. As they were about to take their leave, Xia Fan posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Why did you not seek the Privy Council? Indeed, Elder Tian replied. Though Fenghua County is not particularly large, it still possesses a county office and an inn, where officials could report malevolent occurrences to the Privy Council in the larger city or district. The local Privy Council should take responsibility for such unusual phenomena. You jest. Young Taoist, the elderly woman chuckled, covering her mouth. Engaging officials requires a fee. They will not act without compensation, and when they do, it could easily amount to dozens of taels of silver. How could we possibly afford that? Dozens of taels? Xia Fan exclaimed in disbelief. Regardless of the severity of the malevolence? That is merely the base price. If it is deemed dangerous, the cost will surely rise. The elderly woman wore an expression of incredulity. If one cannot gather the necessary funds, it can become quite troublesome. The authorities do not concern themselves with your circumstances. They may storm into your home and search without hesitation. Why am I rambling on? In any case, we are fortunate to have compassionate individuals like Taoist Zhao and yourself, ensuring our safety. Chapter 42. The culprit. How does it feel? Assisting someone in ridding them of a curse for the first time? The fox spirit looked at him with a half-smile, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Do you feel as though you've become a savior, capable of controlling the fates of others? To be honest, it feels rather delightful. Xia Fan intentionally bypassed the latter part of her statement, and he began to understand why his master had chosen this path, rather than entering the Privy Council. Wandering the world and alleviating the suffering of the people seems a commendable alternative. It dawned on him that, despite his master's numerous flaws, he was nonetheless a practitioner capable of drawing qi into his body. This singular advantage of qi manipulation could secure him a stable position within affluent households or escort agencies, preventing him from living like a vagabond most of the time. It is possible that his master had embarked on this journey out of gratitude. Had it not been for the necessity of entering the Privy Council to further comprehend the world's mysteries, he might have made the same choice as his master. After all, the fantasy of upholding justice is a dream shared by many. Furthermore, the grievances expressed by the old lady regarding the Privy Council piqued Xia Fan's interest. During his travels with his master, he had heard several accounts of the council's sorcerers vanquishing evil spirits and safeguarding the peace of the land. The government had propagated the Privy Council as the institution responsible for addressing all anomalous phenomena, which seemed to contradict the claims made by old Lady Tian. However, he currently lacked any means to verify this. His master never broached such topics and avoided sorcerers whenever possible. He would likely have to wait until he entered the Privy Council himself to discern whether there existed any misunderstandings. That was a conservative assessment. Xia Fan glanced at his palm. If microorganisms were included, countless bacteria perished in his hand every moment, while new ones were born. If these beings required qi to emerge, and upon death could transform into lingering spirits, then the world would indeed be quite lively. Moreover, how could bacteria even perceive? A cat could still see a vague shadow through window paper, but microorganisms, even under a microscope, presented challenges for visibility, let alone exorcism. Spirits do not simply arise without reason. Any form of malevolence requires intense emotions to have a chance of transformation. The fox spirit shook her finger and sat before the tea table, pouring herself and Xia Fan a cup of tea. These emotions could stem from anger, pain, resentment, or joy, or from other sensations difficult to encapsulate. Just as a multitude of wronged souls can coalesce into a malevolent force, their physical demise does not extinguish the potent residue of their hatred, which lingers until it incites supernatural occurrences. She pushed the tea towards Xia Fan. Have you discerned the crucial aspect of this? Xia Fan immediately grasped her meaning. The key lay in the diversity of emotions. Li nodded, acknowledging that his response was among the few commendable ones. So it is. According to the fox spirit, beings with a broader spectrum of emotions are more likely to leave traces after death. This can also be interpreted as a stronger consciousness, which can more readily influence the objective world. As for the microorganisms he had previously worried about, their lack of complex consciousness would naturally preclude them from transforming into malevolent spirits. When it comes to the richness of emotions, humanity undoubtedly reigns supreme. Not quite. Xia Fan shot Li a glance. Perhaps one should also consider the spirits. However, the number of spirits is vastly inferior to that of humans, rendering their presence less conspicuous. Thus, it follows that the likelihood of human emotions transforming into malevolence far exceeds that of other species, posing a greater threat. As he pondered this, Xia Fan felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. The veil of the world seemed to lift from him a little more. It was indeed a wise decision to enlist the fox spirit's aid. Yet, another question lingered in his mind. What emotion could possibly transform a cat into a malevolent spirit? Old Lady Tian seemed to have mentioned that Ahua died of illness, but it is not uncommon for animals to pass away from sickness. Even when livestock succumb to plagues in droves, it rarely raises significant concern. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Xia Fan's mind. He gazed at Li in surprise. That cat was not sick when it died, was it? The latter appeared to have anticipated his inquiry. Even among humans, when faced with the knowledge of their impending demise, it is difficult to muster any thoughts of resistance, let alone for a cat. To leave a lasting impression, ordinary experiences would not suffice. Therefore, the answer was evident. Only through suffering could a being indelibly engrave its experience upon existence. It was tortured to death. Furthermore, the tormentor did not aim to kill it outright. Instead, they prolonged its agony as much as possible. If it had merely been slaughtered, the fox spirit would not have remarked that ordinary experiences would not suffice. Could it be that old Lady Tian herself was the perpetrator? A shiver ran down Xia Fan's spine. This is for the best. Xia Fan tilted his head back and took a large sip of tea. As for who inflicted harm upon Ahua, it was likely impossible to ascertain, and he could not pursue the matter of a meerkat. After all, for people in this era, the cruelty of animal abuse scarcely registers as a concern. Not only is there no legal retribution, but it also evokes no moral condemnation. Yet, upon further reflection, what if the true aim of the abuser was not merely to torment the tabby cat, but to harm old Lady Tian? This individual understood that inflicting sufficient pain could lead an ordinary being to die and become a malevolent spirit, thereby targeting the living members of the Tian family first and foremost. No, such thoughts are too conspiratorial. It is unlikely that events would align so perfectly. Xia Fan shook his head, dismissing the distracting notions. Since he could not identify the perpetrator, such speculations would remain mere conjecture, forever unverified. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase Li had previously uttered. Lingering spirits are the consequence, but they are not necessarily the true culprit. Did she conceive of this at that time? If it were true that Xiao died from exhaustion, then whether intentional or not, the one who tormented the cat would qualify as a murderer. Having resolved this unexpected haunting incident, the hour was drawing near midnight. Even Xia Fan felt a tinge of fatigue. He stifled a yawn and gestured to the fox spirit, indicating that it was late and they should rest for the night. Li nodded and rose to head towards the inner chamber. Just as she reached the doorway, Xia Fan called out to her, and also, I apologize for today's events. Oh, the fox spirit cast a curious glance at him. So, even sorcerers offer apologies to spirits? For some reason, her mood suddenly brightened. However, she could not reveal this too openly. Otherwise, he might think her too easily swayed. It was imperative that he grasp the gravity of today's matter. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for an apology. As you said, I am aiding you, not them. This is merely repaying a prior debt of gratitude. What? After a moment of surprise, Li averted her gaze. I do not care for human gratitude. I do. Someday, I hope people will recognize that it is spirits who have assisted them. Someday. When you extend a helping hand to others, you need not hide in the shadows. Xia Fan gazed into her eyes and softly remarked, with this connection established, humanity will also willingly extend their aid to spirits. Chapter 43. The appointment order early the next morning, Xia Fan was startled awake by a knock on the door. Surely, no one else had been misled by the master and sought him for supernatural issues? After a long journey and a busy night, all he desired was to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Who is it? Xia Fan inquired, rubbing his eyes through the door. May I ask if this is Master Xia? I am an official from the county office, here to convey a message to you. A flutter of excitement coursed through him at the mention of the Fenghua County office. He instinctively glanced into the room, wondering if the fox demon had been exposed. However, he quickly dismissed that notion, had it truly involved a demon. The one at the door would undoubtedly be from the secret court, not the county office, which would refrain from meddling in such affairs. Even so, Xia Fan opened the door slightly, positioning himself to block the entrance. What message do you bring? The visitor, wearing a black scarf and a dark blue robe with slits, secured with a red belt, indeed appeared to be an official. He clasped his hands in a bow. Congratulations, Master Xia, on passing the scholar examination. Your appointment order has been delivered to the county office. Please accompany me so that the county magistrate may personally hand it to you. Such swiftness? Didn't they say it would take at least half a month? Xia Fan expressed his surprise, pondering when the logistics of the Qi Kingdom had become so efficient. The results of the examination should first be sent to the capital's secret court, distributed according to merit, before the appointment orders were issued to local offices. To arrive simultaneously in Fenghua County was nothing short of astonishing. One moment. By the way, how should I address you? Just call me Li Xing. How did you know I was staying at this inn? Xia Fan feigned nonchalance. Ha, Master Xia. You are not aware that the official delivering the appointment order insisted it be conveyed to the successful candidate without delay. We do not know much about you, but we were clear on 2 points. Li Xing held up 2 fingers. Firstly, you had not yet arrived in Fenghua County. Secondly, you are not listed in the household registry and have no fixed residence. Thus, I devised a method to notify all inns in the county. If anyone claiming to be Xia Fan checked in, they were to report to the county office immediately. I see. But what if I chose to stay at a private residence instead? Then we would have no recourse, Li Xing chuckled. Such is the nature of our duties. We follow orders to the best of our ability, and whether it succeeds is a matter of luck. Fortunately, my luck has held this time. Of course, even if we hadn't found you, you would eventually report to the county office. It would merely be a few days later. Who can say that a few days' delay is not prompt? Xia Fan couldn't help but regard him with renewed interest. This man was rather intriguing. He seemed far from an ordinary official. His articulate speech and orderly manner were certainly not traits of the typical lower-tier bureaucrat. Upon reaching the county office, Li Xing directly opened the main door and led him inside. It was Xia Fan's first time stepping into the official territory of the Great Qi. As he contemplated what formality to adopt before the magistrate, a middle-aged man in a green robe and a cap approached him. This man was undoubtedly the magistrate of Fenghua County. Before Xia Fan could bow, the magistrate took hold of his arm. I am Yang Guangrong, the county magistrate of Fenghua. At last, we have you here. No need for excessive formalities, Master Xia. This is not a formal occasion, and there's no requirement to adhere strictly to bureaucratic protocols. Magistrate Yang. Just call me County Magistrate Yang. He waved dismissively. You are an official, as am I. There is no need for such distance. Xia Fan was taken aback by the magistrate's affability. Although scholars held titles, a newly appointed one would typically rank equivalent to the 8th grade, while a county magistrate ranked at least 7th. The minor distinction in rank should still signify a hierarchy. The magistrate's unpretentious demeanor suggested a noble character. Such familiarity was indeed unusual. Here is your appointment order. Please accept it, County Magistrate Yang beckoned. And an attendant promptly presented a bag. May I open it to take a look? Xia Fan inquired. Of course, he replied with a smile. There are scissors in the main hall. It would be better to view it there. Xia Fan readily agreed. The bag felt as though it were crafted from cowhide, tightly stitched at the opening, making it difficult to open by hand. The choice of waterproof, durable leather for a document bag, rather than the common paper or cloth, subtly showcased the prowess of the secret court. As he severed the sealing thread and opened the bag, the seal within was also broken, indicating that no one else had accessed it before. He drew out a sheet of snow-white paper, bypassing the preliminary content to focus on the appointment's location. Upon receiving this order, you were to immediately assume your post in Jinsha City, Shenzhou. He recited aloud, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Why did the name resonate so deeply, as if he had heard it before? Excuse me, where is Jinsha City? He casually inquired of the magistrate. Oh. It seems Master Xia is not well acquainted with Shenzhou, Magistrate Yang chuckled. Jinsha is located to the east of our county, not far at all. On a swift horse. You could reach it in a day. It is also the capital of Xinzhou, our county. To the east? Xinzhou, the capital? Xia Fan's fragmented geographical knowledge suddenly connected. Fenghua County appeared to be part of Xinzhou, and the office he was to serve was not merely some obscure town office, but rather the leadership of an entire state. No wonder the name felt so familiar, before ever settling in Fenghua County. He had traversed Xinzhou's domains with his master for quite some time. Wait, could this be why the magistrate is treating me so kindly? Jinsha was not merely a city, but the heart of Xinzhou, significantly higher in administrative rank than a county. While rank indicated title, it did not reflect the intrinsic attributes of position and authority. Given the nature of the secret court, the magistrate's demeanor towards him was indeed comprehensible. Xia Fan? Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind. Isn't that young Master Wei from the Big Bowl Grain Shop? Magistrate Yang acknowledged with a bow. At last, we have you here too. Wei Wuxuang, startled, hurriedly returned the bow. Greetings, Magistrate Yang. I did not expect you to remember me. My father sends his regards. Unlike his warm reception of Xia Fan, the magistrate merely nodded politely after receiving Wei's greetings. Has your appointment order arrived as well? Indeed, just like yours. Both of you will become members of the Xinzhou Secret Court. Xinzhou? Wei Wuxuang exclaimed in delight. How wonderful. It is so close. And I get to go with Brother Xia. Xia Fan cast a surprised glance at Magistrate Yang. Despite being fellow scholars destined for Jinsha City, his attitude differed significantly. Was his initial assumption incorrect? Unperturbed, the latter clapped his hands cheerfully. In the future, if any evil spirits trouble our county, I will rely on you two for assistance. Chapter 44. Bathed in sunshine, are we embarking on our journey once more? After listening to Xia Fan's narrative, Li shrugged. It was indeed somewhat unexpected how swiftly matters had progressed, yet this allowed us to engage with the Privy Council sooner. Very well, I shall prepare my belongings. Wait. Xia Fan called out to her. Lying in the carriage while pretending to pack was both tedious and stifling. Would you consider being my junior sister and accompany me on this journey? Surely, you do not wish to hide away for eternity. Even if joining you is for the sake of avenging the Privy Council, the cost seems rather steep, Li retorted. Do you realize that if we are discovered, the Taoist practitioner's reputation would be in jeopardy, and we might even be pursued for harboring a fox demon? Thus, we must remain undetected, he replied. I recall you mentioning that demons do not emanate any peculiar aura, correct? Of course not. Li crossed her arms defiantly. I cannot fathom where you conjured such an odd notion. Do animals emit a foul odor akin to demons? We, too, maintain our hygiene, provided the situation is not urgent. Do not imply that only humans desire cleanliness. She then tugged at her collar, lowering her gaze to inhale her own scent. Why don't you take a whiff? No. I believe you, Xia Fan replied decisively. Upon reflection, he realized that her tail could be concealed beneath her robe or tied around her waist, leaving only her ears as a potential giveaway. It was quite common for women to don cloaks and veils while traveling, making it difficult for others to see through her disguise. Moreover, another crucial aspect was that a fox demon need not rely solely on her own wits to evade detection. With his support, the common folk would hardly dare to question a Taoist judgment. Li fell momentarily silent. If you find this approach too precarious, there exists a simpler alternative. You could transform into a fox, could you not? Xia Fan proposed. He believed this to be the most significant distinction between humans and demons. Previously, he had concealed Li from the coachman by employing this very trick. According to Li, she was capable of not only transforming into an ordinary fox but also into a giant fox, significantly enhancing her strength and speed. However, both forms required the expenditure of qi, rendering them unsuitable for constant use. Such drastic transformations were beyond the realm of his familiar knowledge, leaving him to attribute it to the marvels of qi. And then, he continued, we could apply some disguise, perhaps dye your fur yellow and darken your eyes. You'd resemble a dog quite closely. While you may not speak, at least you wouldn't be stifled in the carriage. Suddenly, Xia Fan halted, sensing an ominous energy radiating from her eyes. Let us proceed with the first method, Li finally spoke, if you believe it is viable. Half an hour later, two carriages came to a halt before the entrance of the Welcome Pine Tavern. Xia, I'm here. Upon seeing Xia Fan, Wei Wuxuang waved eagerly. Need any assistance with your luggage? However, his words abruptly ceased mid-sentence. A tall woman emerged from behind Xia Fan. Although she wore a veiled hat that obscured her features, the delicate curve of her chin and the hint of her red lips hinted at her extraordinary beauty. Wei Wuxiang gazed at her with a mix of astonishment and curiosity before turning to Xia Fan. Brother Xia, may I inquire about this lady? Allow me to introduce her. She is my master's newly accepted disciple, namely, Xia Fan gestured. And this is Wei Wuxiang, my fellow examinee from the same cohort, serving in the same city. Pleasure to meet you. Li extended her slender hand, lifting the veil slightly and bowing her head. In that instant, Wei Wuxiang beheld her eyes, as deep and mysterious as the night sky. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, stepping back to clasp his hands in a gesture of respect. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Miss Xia Fan nearly burst into laughter, while Wei Wuxiang had been so familiar with him. He appeared utterly awkward before the fox demon. Ahem, my master wishes for me to take her out for some exposure and to teach her a bit of magic. He fabricated an explanation, ensuring that when she participated in the scholar examination 3 years hence, she would not lack confidence. In any case, Li will be accompanying me to Jinxia City. Understood. Wei Wuxiang quickly expressed his agreement. Can she already sense qi? Indeed. My junior sister began her training a few years after me. Why have I never heard you mention her before? You never disclosed how many relatives you have, either. Ah. My apologies. But the name Li is quite unique. Does she not have a surname? Ah. Like me, she comes from a transient background, unaware of her parents' identities. Perhaps this name is one she chose herself. By the way, she is rather reclusive and prefers solitude, if unnecessary. Please refrain from mentioning her in front of others. Their voices gradually faded, as if drifting away, or perhaps Li's consciousness had shifted from their conversation. She turned her face toward the sun, gently closing her eyes. The summer sun remained relentless, and Li could feel the heat and slight sting against her skin. Yet, this discomfort did not distress her. Rather, it brought a sense of indescribable comfort. How long had it been since she last walked beneath the sun? Li could not recall the exact days, for it had been far too long. In those days, her greatest delight was to lie beside her master, listening to her speak while basking in the sunlight and the rustling of the bamboo forest in the breeze, which formed the primary hues of her memories. It is time to depart. Li pressed her lips together and stepped into the carriage. She understood that Xia Fan had no real need to take such measures. What he sought were insights into the Privy Council and arcane knowledge, with the condition being assistance in locating her master. Remaining active in broad daylight would yield no benefits, but instead, it could invite certain risks. Yet, he not only took these actions, but did so seemingly out of a desire to prevent her from feeling stifled and bored in the carriage. It was truly incomprehensible. It was this very incomprehensibility that caused Li to find her own thoughts beginning to shift. The rules set by the Privy Council were unassailable. However, this person's methods and unconventional thinking, perhaps they could indeed usher in a modicum of change before he was ensnared by those very rules. Chapter 45, Golden Mist City. 2 days later, Xia Fan could vaguely discern the sprawling gray walls of Golden Mist City. Unlike the makeshift walls of Qingshan Town, these were formidable fortifications designed for defense, towering over 10 meters high, with serrated parapets adorning their summits. Near the corners of the walls, he even spotted several siege engines resembling catapults. In terms of area, ancient cities could hardly compare to modern metropolises, yet when enveloped by immense stone walls, the visual impact of an ancient capital was strikingly more pronounced. To his surprise, he also perceived a hint of modernity in the distant silhouette of the city. Xia Fan soon realized the source of this sensation. Unlike the endless forests and fields he had traversed, the vicinity of Golden Mist City was starkly barren. Furthermore, tendrils of black smoke wafted from behind the city, casting a grayish hue upon the sky. The ochre earth combined with the stone walls evoked a certain foggy city atmosphere. Were it not for the horse-drawn carriages still traversing the main road, he might have mistakenly believed that Golden Mist City had leapt into the pre-industrial era. Salt production? He mused in astonishment. Ah, it seems this is your first visit to Golden Mist, young master? The coachman replied with a smile. This city is one of the symbols of Shenzhou. Interestingly, not many locals refer to it as Golden Mist. Most simply call it Salt City or Smoke City. With the East Sea at its back and the great river flowing through, this trade has flourished here for over a century. Over a century? Does that mean it began during the Yongle era? Xia Fan pondered, as Li inquired softly from the carriage. What is the connection between smoke and salt? He deduced that the coachman was likely referring to the process of salt extraction from seawater. After hearing the coachman's words, Xia Fan formulated a hypothesis. The abundance of salt in the sea could be harvested by evaporating excess water, resulting in salt production. With the smoke arising from the burning of firewood, you possess keen insight. The coachman nodded. This industry is precisely why Salt City became the capital of Shenzhou. It is said that the entire salt supply of Dachi relies on Salt City for 30%. Without this advantage, it would be impossible for it to overshadow the other 3 cities and 6 towns. And the price of this prosperity is the desolate land beyond the walls? Li muttered. What can be done? People must survive, the coachman replied. Once salt production commences, there is no turning back. Indeed, Xia Fan silently agreed. In ancient times, the salt trade was state-controlled, a resource governed by the government. Since it became a salt-producing region, the locals no longer had autonomy over how much salt was produced. Those in charge of this industry could amass great wealth, yet failing to meet the demands of their superiors could result in swift retribution. In no time, they completed the final few miles. After verifying their documentation, the carriage slowly passed through the city gate and onto the main thoroughfare. The grayish atmosphere had become more pronounced, and the faint scent of firewood lingered in the air. Xia Fan noticed that, perhaps to mitigate the bothersome dust, most pedestrians wore wide-brimmed hats, while those in better attire donned scarves or soft caps, a common practice to shield their hair. This unexpected detail further bolstered his confidence in the hidden presence of the fox spirit within the city. However, one aspect did not align with his expectations. Given its proximity to the river and sea, one would anticipate a bustling marketplace. Yet the streets lacked the vitality he had anticipated. While shops and vendors were present, there seemed to be an intangible absence of something vital. Xia Fan voiced his curiosity to the coachman. Even under the watchful eyes of the Privy Council, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. But noticing the coachman's reluctance to elaborate, he chose not to press further. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted before an imposing wall. "Young master, you have arrived at your destination," the coachman announced. "Please wait here." Xia Fan exchanged a knowing glance with Li in the carriage before retrieving his belongings and disembarking. Wei Wuxiang approached, stating, "Though I have visited Golden Mist City several times, this is my first time entering the Privy Council. To be honest, I feel a bit anxious. As cultivators, what is there to be nervous about? This should be considered our domain," Xia Fan replied with a smile. "Wei, I admire your composure in every situation," Wei Wuxiang remarked, his tone filled with admiration. "Flattery is unnecessary. Let us proceed inside," Xia Fan suggested as they made their way to the main entrance. After submitting their documentation, they were informed to report to the Jiwei Hall located to the west. This Privy Council is quite expansive, Wei Wuxiang marveled as they walked. Xia Fan shared his sentiments. Within the walls were not merely 1 or 2 structures, but rather a dozen or so, arranged around a central stone-paved square in an orderly manner. The main building, facing the entrance, approached 4 stories high, its red bricks and golden dome exuding an air of solemnity. He estimated that the entire Privy Council was larger than a standard athletic field, occupying over 20 acres. Such substantial financial backing explained how they could maintain examination venues akin to Qingshan Town. The new appointees are remarkably swift. They haven't even finished August yet. The welcoming official remarked cheerfully. With the addition of the 4 who arrived earlier, the Jiwei Hall can commence its first lesson. What does first lesson entail? Do cultivators also require classes? Both inquired almost simultaneously. To expedite your acclimatization, the Jiwei Hall conducts sessions whenever there are 6 individuals present. Even if newcomers arrive later, they can adjust the timing of the lessons accordingly, the official explained. Those who have been appointed together will form their own contingent for further missions. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you will collectively serve the Privy Council. No, our great Dachi. After addressing Xia Fan's question, the official turned to Wei Wuxiang. Of course, cultivators must attend classes. Do you presume you have mastered all techniques and grasped the true essence of the heavenly path? Certainly not. I was being presumptuous, Wei Wuxiang admitted. It's quite all right, the welcoming official chuckled. In truth, cultivators must not only learn techniques but also gain a thorough understanding of malevolent entities, their characteristics, and the best methods to counter them. You will repeatedly practice this knowledge during missions, and only those who excel will advance. As for those who do not perform as well, I believe you can guess the consequences. Wei Wuxiang shivered slightly at the thought. This certainly sounds plausible, Xia Fan mused. At the very least, the Privy Council appeared to be compiling intelligence on malevolent entities, emphasizing the importance of practical experience and comprehension, something far superior to the anecdotal wisdom of his master. The ability to correctly confront phenomena beyond ordinary comprehension, rather than attributing them to myths and legends, suggested that the Privy Council had at least grazed the threshold of scientific understanding. Indeed, Science, as a methodology, is not as lofty or mysterious as it appears. If deities exist, science does not compel reverence. Rather, it inspires inquiry. Whether or not one's understanding is accurate, the pursuit of truth remains paramount. By the way, the welcoming official added, the Privy Council possesses a parcel of land to the east of the city, where housing is available for cultivators to rent at a low cost. Of course, you are free to arrange your own accommodations. The council will impose no restrictions, as long as it does not interfere with your duties. Encounters with malevolent entities are not a daily occurrence, so cultivators generally enjoy considerable freedom. However, as newcomers, you will be busier at first, but by next year, life will become much more relaxed. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Sir? I am merely a gatekeeper, the official laughed. After expressing their gratitude, the two exited the Jiwei Hall, and Wei Wuxiang exhaled deeply. Phew. Truly, Privy Council officials are remarkably warm and kind. You cannot imagine the challenges I faced dealing with bureaucrats when conducting business. Even a minor clerk could be a source of endless frustration. Xia Fan, however, observed that the attire of the individual was not that of a government official, which implied that despite both being civil servants, he and the other person were evidently not part of the same system. Perhaps this was the reason behind the other party's particularly amiable demeanor. Could it be that this era also recognizes distinctions between permanent and temporary positions? Yet, Xia Fan refrained from voicing this conjecture. After all, he was now an 8th-rank official. And who would dare to impose arbitrary difficulties upon him? Ah, had you not mentioned it, I might have forgotten, Wei Wuxiang exclaimed. Pondering what being an official should entail, striding with legs apart, no longer having to kneel upon entering the court, keeping over a dozen charming companions at home, dining out without the establishment demanding payment. The further he spoke, the more preposterous his notions became. Xia Fan cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "You ask me. But who should I inquire of? Perhaps we could change into new garments and take a stroll around the city later? No time for that. If you wish to go, then go alone. Xia, my friend, no name-calling would suffice. Let us not even discuss it." Observing his eager compatriot, Xia Fan could only shake his head in resignation. Nevertheless, this did not imply that his spirits were devoid of excitement. In fact, he was brimming with anticipation for the future. In terms of yearning to further comprehend the world, he had already taken his first step, officially crossing the threshold. Chapter 46. The Foundation of the Family. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jinxia City, at the Wang family mansion. Master, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. The Donghai gang will take action tonight, said Steward Liu, bowing respectfully as he pushed open the door to the head of the family's chamber. Is that so? You've worked hard, Wang Yan replied, setting down his pen and leaning back in his chair to massage his neck, hoping this would deter those lowly scoundrels engaged in illicit salt production. Ever since the Wang family was appointed by the court to oversee the salt industry in Jinxia, such disturbances had been relentless. As the head of the family for over 20 years, he had grown adept at managing these matters. He did not regard dealing with a few lowly citizens as a significant issue. It merely vexed him. Outsiders often spoke of Jinxia City, with the Wang family reigning supreme, capable of turning the tides with a mere flick of their hands, even commanding respect from the authorities. Life for the Wang family was akin to that of deities. Yet, Wang Yan scoffed at such notions. He could not afford to be complacent and was constantly strategizing for the future, considering matters far beyond the comprehension of the unremarkable populace. However, Master, has the salt price been somewhat elevated recently? What? Is there discontent? Public dissatisfaction is secondary. Steward Liu hesitated before revealing the truth. I have heard that the Qingwu gang is also contemplating salt trafficking. If they secretly incite unrest, the issue of illicit salt will likely resurface before long. And so, Wang Yan raised his head, fixing his gaze on the steward. Let me pose a few questions to you. The steward paused. Please, Master. Who is responsible for salt production for the court in Jinxia City? Only the Wang family possesses that qualification. What punishment should those who produce and sell salt clandestinely receive? Death. How does the Qingwu gang's strength compare to that of the Donghai gang? The Qingwu gang is merely a disorganized rabble of porters and traders. They cannot be compared to the Donghai gang under your command. Then what should be done about this? Isn't it quite evident? At this point, Wang Yan's tone darkened. Steward, when did you become so indecisive? Steward Liu shivered under Wang Yan's piercing gaze. If someone offends again, we shall deal with them as we did before. If the Qingwu gang intervenes, we shall eliminate them as well. For the head of the Wang family, this was not even a dilemma. He swallowed hard and lowered his head, responding, Yes, I understand what must be done. He approached Steward Liu and patted him on the shoulder. Now is the time to utilize our wealth. You must ensure we navigate this wisely to elevate the Wang family further. Yes, I shall not fail in my duties. The steward felt both awe and joy. He had watched Wang Yan grow up. Unlike other heads of families, he sensed something unique in him, as if others were inherently meant to obey him. Although he was the steward, he found it increasingly difficult to offer any substantial advice as Wang Yan rapidly matured. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a wise leader. Father, I hear you called for me. Suddenly, a series of knocks sounded at the door. A tall and handsome young man entered the room briskly, glancing around before bowing twice. Father, greetings, steward. This young man was Wang Yan's second son, Wang Renji. If his elder brother, Wang Qingji, was steady and seasoned, bearing a resemblance to their father, then the second son was quite the opposite, fond of indulgence, extravagant, and often mingling with the young scions of other families, making him ill-suited for the family's significant responsibilities. However, this second son awakened his innate abilities at the tender age of 15. Your modesty is noted. Who does not know of your good relations with the 4 departments of the Privy Council? Of course, I shall not cause any undue trouble. Please rest assured, father. Wang Renji dismissed his father's concerns nonchalantly. Moreover, I have not been entirely idle. After the appointment decree was issued, I took the time to visit the Privy Council. Oh, rarely do I see you so conscientious. Just tidying things up, as you know. Wang Renji continued, shifting topics. By the way, father, during my visit, I encountered several newly appointed officials, and guess what? I saw a lovely girl from the Luo family. Could it be that these abilities not only enhance one's physique, but also beautify one's appearance? Enough of that talk. Do not speak of it at home. And refrain from discussing it outside as well, Wang Yan interjected impatiently. From today onward, you must temper your behavior and speak with discretion, especially regarding women. It would be best to sever any past entanglements. If you cannot manage that, I can have the steward assist you. Wang Renji was taken aback. What is wrong, father? You never used to concern yourself with this. That was then. This is different now. Wang Yan slowed his speech. You must be aware of the recent imperial decree regarding titles, correct? I know. Observing his father's serious demeanor, Wang Renji grew earnest. I have gathered news from the capital. The first to be conferred is the 3rd princess, titled Princess Guangping, and her territory is precisely Jinxia City. Are you certain? Wang Renji exclaimed in surprise. Jinxia is remote and impoverished. Aside from salt, it has nothing to offer. Not to mention, how could it compare to the comforts of Jiangnan's 3 provinces? The emperor's wishes cannot be defied merely because you desire it, Wang Yan asserted in an unyielding tone. In any case, you need only understand that this city will soon fall under the princess's rule, and the official decree will be issued shortly. Do you comprehend? I understand. No, I still do not quite grasp it. What does this have to do with my search for a partner? Surely the princess would not care about that? Steward Liu gently reminded him. The princess is without support. Her arrival here is akin to a rootless reed, and the Wang family's backing is precisely what she requires. Oh, you mean establishing connections? But isn't that my elder brother's responsibility? He's the one maintaining relations with the officials, after all. It was you who assigned him that task. Wang Yan could hardly suppress a sigh. Were it not for the steward's presence, he would have readily expressed his exasperation. His second son, despite possessing a handsome visage, paled in comparison to his elder brother in every other regard. Had he become so complacent with Wang Qingji that he neglected the education of his second son? Yet, this very son had become a practitioner of the arcane arts. It seemed that while such abilities could enhance one's physique, they did little to refine the mind. Wang Yan fixed his gaze on Wang Renji. Understanding that relying solely on wealth to solidify connections would never be as robust as iron. To truly command the authorities, this conferment was a rare opportunity. Listen closely, Renji. I wish for you to wed the princess, that is, to enter her family. Enter her family? Wang Renji exclaimed, aghast. This simply cannot be. Father, please reconsider. If my elder brother were to pass away, would our family then have no heir? More importantly, who knows what she looks like? It is not open to negotiation. Wang Yan slammed his hand on the table, feeling his patience dwindle. Truth be told, upon learning of his second son's awakening powers, he had felt for the first time that fortune smiled upon the Wang family. With regard to Jinxia City, there was little he could not influence, save for the Privy Council. Although practitioners of the arcane arts also required funds, they treated him more as a means to an end. In their eyes, those without innate abilities were akin to ordinary folk, distinctly separate from their kind. Such disdain could not be offset by wealth, as long as he remained an ordinary man. He could never truly align himself with them. While the Donghai gang had promised to provide him with sufficient power to overshadow the Privy Council, Wang Yan himself harbored reservations about such incomprehensible strength. Never should one overly rely on the power granted by others. This was a principle he adhered to. Wang Renji's awakening of abilities presented him with the first glimmer of hope in fully controlling Jinxia City and the Privy Council. If we could manage to bring the princess aboard, it would undoubtedly expedite this process significantly. However, the only flaw in this plan may very well be the second son himself. It must be done, regardless of the obstacles. Wang Yan reiterated, once the princess arrives, I shall create an opportunity for you. Until then, refrain from approaching any other women. Moreover, the success of this endeavor is not guaranteed. You must exert your utmost effort. Could it be that after I have given my all, the princess would still overlook me? Wang Renji clenched his fist and declared, perhaps she might even willingly consent to marry me. Oh? Wang Yan replied non-committally, the princess is no naive village girl unfamiliar with the world. If she were to voluntarily marry me, then there would be no need for me to become a son-in-law, would there? Certainly, at that time. You would be free to guide her as you see fit. I understand. Father, Wang Renji nodded emphatically. Chapter 47. Training the Fox Demon after all. The sea lies to the east of the city, and the closer one gets to this side, the more pronounced the scent of firewood becomes. However, the housing prices are indeed affordable. A room costs only a couple of silver coins every 3 months, a far cry from the extortionate rates in Qingshan town. By modern standards, this could be considered a countryside villa area. Xia Fan quickly selected a residence he favored. Situated at the edge of the wall and at the end of a dirt road, it remains discreet, enabling easy access while allowing for a swift leap over the wall when necessary. With the decision to bring the Fox Demon along, he had to make certain concessions regarding convenience, always prudent to maintain a watchful eye. Wei Wuxiang chose a house adjacent to Xia Fan's. Given his family's wealth, he could certainly afford to stay in an inn rather than a place where he had to fend for himself in terms of food and lodging. Yet, when he saw Li also intending to enter the same house, his expression became quite intriguing. Aren't you all going to live separately? This residence has only 1 bedroom. Ah, is there a problem? I and she are fellow disciples. During our travels, we have often shared a blanket. Xia Fan feigned a nonchalant demeanor, remarking that such arrangements are common among fellow students, especially since the bedroom could easily accommodate another bed. Wei Wuxiang opened his mouth several times, ultimately only managing to utter, Xia, I envy you. Upon entering the house, Xia Fan winked at the Fox Demon and cleared his throat, stating that this was merely a necessary pretext for their cover. So, do you truly wish for this? She suddenly inquired. What? He was momentarily taken aback. Despite her lack of excessive expression, that sly glance was utterly enchanting. Starkly different from any feigned allure. Her soft murmur held no hint of desire, yet penetrated to the very core, each word plucking at the strings of his heart. What is happening? Is it truly acceptable to drive before nightfall? Xia Fan felt an overwhelming surge of information flood his mind. The conflict escalating from verbal exchanges to an all-out brawl in mere moments. Would it be too hypocritical to decline at this juncture? He had professed that demons and humans ought to be treated equally, and now seemed the perfect opportunity to prove it. He considered himself above baseness. Yet even if he stepped back, this was a rare chance to explore the anatomy of a demon. In a matter of seconds, he felt as though he were deliberating for an eternity, and in those early years of that eternity, the clash of consciousness had already devolved into a one-sided assault. Xia Fan suddenly realized something was amiss. Just now, was it not my mind that wandered? Not entirely. You have fallen under my spell. He recalled the dream he had in Qingshan town. Illusion. This was indeed a natural ability of the Fox Demon, capable of being conjured without any external aid at any moment. Ah, so that's how it is. What a convenient ability. Wait a moment. Why are you suddenly using this on me? Because you have officially become a practitioner, Li stated with unexpected seriousness. Since you are to assist me in tracing my master's whereabouts, you will inevitably engage with higher-ranking practitioners. Their methods are certainly not as clumsy as those of the candidates from Qingshan town, should they harbor any suspicion. The most direct approach would be to use their inscrutable techniques to extract the truth from you. Moreover, psychological attacks are also common tactics among practitioners. After all techniques are initiated from one's thoughts, and disrupting one's mindset can obstruct the effectiveness of their spells. If your will is not steadfast, You will find yourself at a disadvantage right from the start. But it's merely an investigation. How has it escalated to practical combat? He had come to the Privy Council to gain a better understanding of the techniques and unravel the mysteries of the world, not to engage in such perilous affairs. Despite this, Xia Fan could not help but inquire, but was it not you who intentionally left a flaw for me to discover? Your ability to perceive that while under the influence of the spell already qualifies you as competent. Li nodded, noting that the illusion-based techniques are not without their weaknesses. While an opponent is plotting against you, they will inevitably expose certain vulnerabilities. Naturally, the quicker you can identify these flaws, the better to achieve this. You will need ample practice. Practice. Indeed, I will do this from time to time until your will is as solid as a rock. Xia Fan nearly choked on his own breath. Who could endure such a trial? He was not the strongest monk, and being forced into such rigorous training was undeniably torturous. Have you not considered that should an accident occur, we might find ourselves in grave danger? Fear not, I will exercise restraint. Should you become entirely ensnared by the spell, I will naturally dispel it. Li replied dismissively, the spell may cloud your mind, leading you to perceive me as delicate and charming, but once it is lifted, those illusions will vanish, and the demon-like aspects will resurface. What danger could there be? You did mention that my ears were not unattractive, yet I can still discern what is mere flattery. Xia Fan fell silent. In that earlier illusion, the fox demon's traits had not been obscured. If anything, they had become more pronounced. Yet, in this atmosphere, he found it difficult to speak the truth. When Li was gravely injured and disoriented, anything he said would not be taken to heart, but the present circumstances were different. Facing societal pressures and expressing himself against the wind would surely lead others to label him as a pervert. Let us consider this a winding road to progress. By the way, it would be better for you to sleep in the inner room. Li's voice suddenly grew softer, as sleeping in the hall would seem rather peculiar, potentially arousing unnecessary suspicions. Anyway, as you mentioned, there is indeed enough space for 2 beds inside. Xia Fan readily agreed. After solving their dining needs with the remaining provisions from their packages, the time for private instruction for the Qing Jian disciples arrived. Has your master mentioned the structure of the Privy Council? He had joined the Privy Council of Shenzhou, but was utterly ignorant of the organization's composition. Inquiring with the reception officer would seem quite presumptuous, making Li the perfect source for questions regarding who held authority in the Privy Council and what significant figures were involved. Li pondered for a moment and shared little, most of which pertained to matters concerning the capital. Since the Privy Council became independent, it no longer fell under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries. Aside from the emperor, no one could intervene in the council's affairs. From what I understand, local privy councils are generally divided into 4 departments: the order department, the learning department, the finance department, and the record department, each responsible for handling supernatural incidents, teaching practitioners, managing resources, and documenting classified orders respectively. The ranks of the supervising practitioners vary, with those from Yuanqing being the most esteemed. It seems the general framework of the Privy Council mirrors that of the imperial court's 6 ministries, though the disparity in their naming reflects the varying depths of their foundations. If I wish to investigate your master's whereabouts, it appears I need to seek connections with the record department? No, you must first ascend the ranks. Li countered, do not even think about accessing secret documents. Not even routine paperwork would be available to an 8th grade practitioner. If you approach them now, you would merely be walking into a trap. How high must I rise? Xia Fan queried. The other party raised 3 fingers. You must reach at least the 3rd grade rank, which is equivalent to the position of a local garrison commander. You mean, I must rise to the same level as the one who defeated me? Only then will you be qualified to know the complete secrets of the local Privy Council and able to submit inquiries to the Yuanshan Privy Council. Xia Fan could not help but click his tongue. Does that not imply a wait of many years? Do you think confronting the Privy Council is child's play? Li's voice rose sharply, her tail standing erect in agitation. If it takes merely a decade, that would be extraordinarily fortunate. Even if it takes several decades. Even if by then my master may no longer be present, I will not forget this grudge. It dawned on him that he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. This individual had been prepared to dedicate half her life to this resolve from the moment she agreed to collaborate. Xia Fan's expression shifted from his usual lightheartedness to one of understanding. Seeing him in such a state, the fox demon also calmed down, apologizing. I should not have been so agitated. Now, let us continue discussing the matters of the Privy Council. Thus, their conversation extended for over an hour. Just after the sound of the 2nd watch bell faded, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the tranquility of the night. The two exchanged a glance and instinctively fell silent. Soon, more cries of despair echoed in the air, interspersed with footsteps and shouts. The sounds grew closer, momentarily seeming to originate from beyond the walls. However, just as swiftly as they had arrived, the cacophony retreated, disappearing into the eastern darkness. What on earth is happening outside? Xia Fan furrowed his brow. I shall go investigate. The fox demon rose, donned her outer garment, and placed her hat upon her head. Li cast a glance in her direction before turning to leave the hall, vanishing into the night. A twinge of unease stirred within Xia Fan. That silhouette bore an unsettling resemblance to a flag of irreversible departure. Should he accompany her? Yet, she was a demon, well-versed in nocturnal escapades. While he lacked the agility for such pursuits, he would likely struggle to keep pace with her. Sitting idly only invited overthinking. So he decided to brew a pot of tea to distract himself. As Xia Fan rummaged through the kitchen, he unearthed a relatively clean porcelain jar. Just as he emerged, he was startled to find a shadow in the hall. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the jar. You are remarkably swift. Xia Fan resolved to stand firm and endure the impending inquiry. What, exactly, is transpiring outside? Chapter 48. The First Lesson: Humanity. Slaughtering humanity? Xia Fan refrained from probing further into what she had witnessed, sensing a palpable rejection and a sense of normalcy in her gaze. The fox spirit was unwilling to elaborate on the matter. Realizing this, Xia Fan suppressed his lingering curiosity. The following morning, Wei Wuxiang appeared at Xia Fan's doorstep. Clad in a robe befitting a practitioner of the mystical arts, exuding a spirited energy, aware of his own fatigue. Having sat in meditation until 2 or 3 in the morning to make up for lost cultivation time, he yawned as he stepped outside. Now accustomed to the routine of a civil servant, rising at dawn and retiring late, he found himself struggling to adapt. The dawn had barely broken. The sky still a pale azure, and the scent of smoke had significantly dissipated overnight. The summer heat was tempered by the sea, and the morning breeze carried a refreshing coolness, a deep inhalation even revealing a hint of saltiness. Following Wei Wuxiang's gaze, Xia Fan scanned the surroundings, soon landing his eyes upon a patch of brown, evidence of dried blood. Isn't this merely the favored pastime of your kind? He recalled the words spoken by Li the previous night. Could this be the origin of the anguished cries heard yesterday? Did you hear anything unusual last night? He inquired of Wei Wuxiang. No, I went to bed quite early and awoke to find it was already dawn, she replied, scratching her head in confusion. What transpired? Truly, she was a carefree daughter of privilege. Xia Fan recounted the sounds he had heard, omitting the part regarding the fox spirit. I see, Wei Wuxiang exclaimed, furrowing her brow. I suspect it may have been the work of a gang. A gang? Xia Fan queried. Indeed, Jinxi City is not like Fenghua County. It is populous and rife with power. When I arrived here for business, I was accosted by them and had to pay a fee to extricate myself. As for the specific gangs operating here, I am not well informed. It was evident that a prolonged pursuit had occurred as the bloodstains trailed down the street, indicating that there had likely been multiple victims. After walking several hundred meters toward the Ministry of State, they encountered an increasing throng of onlookers, with a dozen officials encircling a residential compound, preventing anyone from approaching. Clearly, this was the epicenter of the incident. I recall that the Ministry of State can also be involved in investigations, correct? Xia Fan whispered. Indeed, but only in matters concerning malevolent entities. This case does not involve us, Wei Wuxiang replied, her voice equally subdued. How can you be so sure? He pressed, gesturing toward a pile of iron implements at the entrance of the courtyard. Those must be the weapons unearthed by the authorities, stained with blood. I have never heard of malevolent entities wielding blades. That does sound plausible, Wei Wuxiang conceded. Among the iron implements lay several swords, but there were also numerous hoes, shovels, and kitchen knives, evidence that the attackers had the advantage in weaponry. Xia Fan noticed officials continuously removing bodies from within the courtyard, through the wall of onlookers. He caught a glimpse of several corpses adorned with peculiar embroidery. They bore the likeness of a white flower, and the shape of the petals felt eerily familiar. Perhaps Wei Wuxiang was correct. This incident was likely an ordinary murder. What troubled him, however, was the way the officials, upon noticing the black robes of the two practitioners, instinctively drew closer together, forming an even tighter barrier, as if they were not civil servants, but rather suspects in the case. This act of exclusion dissuaded Xia Fan from pursuing the matter further. Upon reaching the Ministry of State, the sun had just crested the walls, and the two entered the Jiwei Hall as the clock struck 6. The spacious room already housed 4 individuals awaiting their arrival. Evidently, these four, along with Xia Fan and Wei Wuxuang, constituted the first cohort of newly appointed practitioners. Flower thief? A woman exclaimed in surprise. Xia Fan looked closely and recognized her as Luo Yuer. The moment the words escaped her lips, the expressions of the other three shifted to one of curiosity. Flower thief? What do you mean by that? Xia Fan questioned, perplexed. To sneak into the boudoir of an unmarried woman typically refers to a flower thief, she explained. That was an examination. He quickly defended himself. And my intentions were not directed at her. My true aim was the source of spiritual fire. You and your senior sister would surely agree to this. Well then, shall we amend it to soil thief? Luo Yuer countered logically. Xia Fan chose to concede the argument. What a trivial farce. A dapperly dressed young man, adorned in fine attire, averted his gaze and took a seat. I am Shangwan Kai, having journeyed here from Shiyuan City. The girl beside Luo Yuer introduced herself with grace, offering a courteous bow. It is a pleasure to meet you. A double surname. Xia Fan couldn't help but scrutinize her further. With straight bangs, a single ponytail, and a stature neither tall nor short, her face bore freckles, her nose slightly flat, rendering her appearance rather ordinary. However, her expressive eyes and elegantly arched eyebrows lent her an air of spiritedness. Yufeng from Suzhou, the last individual succinctly introduced himself. Compared to the previous young nobleman, this man's attire was far more casual. He wore no crown, merely binding his hair with a cloth strip, exuding a relaxed demeanor. I am Xia Fan, and this is my fellow townsman, Wei Wuxuang. We hail from Fenghua County. Xia Fan offered a warm smile, acknowledging that these practitioners would be his long-term colleagues, and nurturing amicable relations was undoubtedly wise. The others took a moment to process this, gradually responding. We shall remember your names. Is this the customary demeanor of those of the 6th rank? Xia Fan mused in astonishment. The bonds formed between masters and disciples often rivaled blood ties, with entire lineages developing factions through generations. Yet here, they appeared utterly indifferent. Chapter 49. Nature of the Heart has finally arrived. This is not merely the experiential knowledge of a humble master or the tricks of the trade, but rather a systematic teaching of the arcane arts in this era. With a soft crack, a hidden compartment approximately 1 meter square appeared in the wall. The crowd gasped in astonishment, not expecting such a mystery to lie concealed within the seemingly empty inner chamber. Xia Fan's gaze was captivated by the object within the dark cabinet, a magnificent bronze artifact. It stood nearly half a meter tall, with a base resembling a trident goblet. Its body elongated to the point where it could not be grasped with one hand. Above it rested an octagonal disc, each side adorned with a small square box. A beam connected the disc's center to the goblet's body, from which dangled a slender golden needle, setting aside its unclear purpose. Its mere appearance was that of a refined work of art. The cup's edges and body were embellished with intricate reliefs, and the disc featured an openwork design. Its upper section significantly larger than the lower half, yet it maintained perfect balance without appearing top-heavy. If unearthed in later generations, it would undoubtedly be classified as a national treasure. Luo Yuer scrutinized it closely. Indeed, the Luo family's Yuzhou estate possessed an object known as the spirit platform, though it lacked such beauty and could only be touched by disciples recognized by the master. Ah, little girl, your notion of beauty is worth less than a coin. The value of the spirit platform lies in the materials used. Casting the base in such a manner is merely ostentation, utterly unnecessary in my opinion. He dismissed what could be considered a masterpiece, urging, come now, extend your hand to grasp the cup and guide your energy towards it, just as you would infuse chi into a wooden sword. Luo Yuo hesitated. After all, this was a metallic object. In terms of affinity for chi, living beings surpass inanimate objects, while deceased living beings occupy a space in between. This was why practitioners typically wielded wooden swords. That is merely an exterior, he continued, which is why I assert that the quality of the spirit platform depends on its internal materials. Enough of this idle chatter. Proceed swiftly. Startled, Luo Yuo retracted her neck and quickly extended her hand. After a few minutes, Xia Fan observed the golden needle atop the spirit platform begin to tremble gently. After rotating twice, it ultimately pointed toward the Sun position. Simultaneously, a talisman floated from the box at the Sun position. The two objects drawing closer as if pulled by an invisible force, hovering in midair. Very well, this is your heart's nature. You may descend now. Master Zhang squinted at him, his brows slightly furrowed. The sudden silence thickened the atmosphere within the room. Wei Wuxuang beside him exchanged several meaningful glances. likely urging him to apologize swiftly. Some of you hail from distinguished families, while others are from scattered sects, possessing differing knowledge. Must I inquire each time whether you understand this or that? In any situation, raise your questions directly. This is not the 6 ministries of the court. So refrain from bringing outside influences here. Pay attention. Innate nature determines one's ability to perceive the existence of qi, while the nature of the heart dictates which type of arcane arts one excels in. The former is innate and immutable. The latter varies from person to person, influenced by various factors. Together, they constitute a complete individual. Luo Yuer stood in stunned silence. Xia Fan was equally astonished, recalling how Luo Qingqing had once compelled her to sense the fragrance on her body, and indeed, there were similarities to what was just stated. However, there exists a distinction between a gentle breeze and a tempest, as the woman claiming to be Shangwan Kai interjected, since we all belong to the Sun element. How do we discern which type the tester truly embodies? Shangwan Kai paused for a moment before bowing and saying, I stand corrected. This teacher from the Privy Council possesses quite a bit of skill. Xia Fan mused, observing that in terms of both structure and eloquence, he far surpassed his own humble master. Magic arises from the heart. Thus, the nature of your heart determines which type of arcane arts you are more adept at utilizing. The speaker continued, of course, this does not imply that you cannot perform other types of magic. It merely means that you will find it more laborious to learn, with far less effective results than those whose heart's nature aligns with the practice. Furthermore, even among those who share the same elemental attributes, the execution will differ greatly depending on proficiency, comprehension, and personal insight. Therefore, do not be greedy, rather than dabbling in many arts. It is far wiser to master one to its fullest potential. When collaborating with other practitioners to eliminate malevolent forces, do not forget to introduce your elemental affiliation and most practiced arcane art. No one can master everything. Mutual cooperation, leveraging each other's strengths, is the correct approach. I have encountered many geniuses, yet those who are obstinate and self-righteous seldom endure long. Next, you foam. One by one, the remaining 4 took the stage, yielding results as follows. You foam, belonging to the Zhen element. Shangwan Kai, belonging to the Li element. Wei Wushuang, belonging to the Dui element. Wang Rini, belonging to the Qin element. Finally, it was Xia Fan's turn. Approaching the dark cabinet, Xia Fan grasped the cup as the others had, feeling the qi not merely clinging to the exterior of the spirit platform, but rather diffusing along the internal structure. This bronze artifact perhaps served only a stabilizing function. The qi was directed by an internal material reminiscent of wood. Moreover, his close observation revealed that the square boxes hanging from the disc contained various peculiar herbs. It was likely these materials interacted with the qi, enabling the golden needle suspended above the disc to exhibit its directional effect. The intricately crafted reliefs might not be mere decoration, but rather some form of symbolic imprint. In essence, this spirit platform constituted a rudimentary technique, one that transformed the intangible qi into tangible force. After a few breaths, the golden needle settled upon the Jin position, and arcs of electricity flickered between its tip and the square box. Chapter 50, QA the Master, surprisingly, did not rush to a conclusion but instead pondered for a moment before speaking. Is it associated with the attribute of thunder? It does seem to reflect your earlier style. How rare to encounter such a disposition. At this moment, Wang Rinji, who had previously been too lazy even to state his name, appeared suddenly interested. Why not consider a career change? Being a sorcerer may not suit you. I hear that materials for thunder techniques are exceedingly rare. You can't possibly rely solely on a wooden sword to vanquish demons. Perhaps being a bodyguard or instructor would be more fitting for you. Isn't that a bit excessive? Luo Yuer interjected. The examination of Qingshan town was only possible thanks to Xia Fan. Excessive? Wang Rinji shrugged. We are to be a team, and having someone who lags behind poses a risk to us all. As for your mention of the examination, I believe it cannot be deemed a singular achievement. With hundreds of candidates participating, how can one person claim all the credit? Is it to suggest that without him, not a single qualified individual would emerge from Qingshan town? Luo Yuer was momentarily at a loss for words. However, if Yuer insists, I am not adamant about expelling him from the team, Wang Rinji sighed. After all, I have grand ambitions. I can endure a little hardship for the greater good. Xia Fan felt a stir of emotion within him. He had assumed the young girl had always rejected him, but here she was, defending him, even at the expense of a handsome fellow. Nothing was more gratifying than witnessing someone more attractive than oneself stumble. At that moment, Luo Yuer turned to him and subtly made a clawing gesture with her hand. What does this mean? Xia Fan puzzled over it for a while, nearly spitting out his drink in laughter. Master, Yufeng suddenly spoke up. Since you assert that disposition is acquired, then surely the attribute of this hexagram can be artificially altered as well? According to the records of the Privy Council, there have indeed been instances where a sudden change in hexagram attribute did not impede one's cultivation, but those cases were exceptional and difficult to replicate, such as after severe injuries leading to memory loss or instances of mental disarray. He turned to Xia Fan. Do not despair. While the thunder attribute is challenging to master, it is not impossible for a sorcerer to break through. Consider exploring other techniques or even martial arts until you accumulate sufficient merits to apply for materials from the Privy Council. The existence of a control group for experimentation was indeed impressive, showcasing the Privy Council's centuries of accumulated knowledge. Yet, the thunder technique, which even his master could not master, merely by mimicking the instructions given to him, he could already sense the chi within him stirring with unprecedented vigor, surpassing any technique he had previously learned. Consequently, he dedicated most of his energy to experimenting and refining the thunder technique. At last, Xia Fan received a systematic response. As for categorizing by disposition, he found it entirely understandable, akin to how some excel in engineering while others thrive in the arts. Thought shapes character, and character, in turn, reinforces thought. You mentioned merits earlier. Luo Yuer inquired, what is the promotion process within the Privy Council? How many ranks are there in total? But you have also dealt with malevolent entities. Indeed, thus I am a 6th rank questioner, but merely that. There was a hint of regret in his tone. As for the titles, part of it is for ease of address, while another part facilitates interaction with the 6 ministries of the court. Those who cannot sense the chi will never comprehend that one's status is determined not by the chair beneath them, but by their own capabilities. May I ask, is any type of sorcery permissible? Wei Wuxuang queried, surprised. Is there no additional cost? Huh, my plump friend, do you think sorcery can be learned at will? Wang Renji seemed to have regained his spirits, redirecting his mockery towards Wei Wuxuang. Sorcery may be free, but that does not mean the materials and preparation are without cost. Be cautious not to bankrupt yourself by attempting to learn too much at once. If the materials aren't overly expensive, I should be able to manage. Wei Wuxuang retorted softly. Oh, I must admit I underestimated you. However, money can only resolve the most basic issues. How much one can learn depends on this. He pointed to his own head. I have only awakened for less than 3 years, and yet ranked among the top 10 in the examination. Top 10. Why does Wang Xiong not go to Shangyuan City? You all envy Shangyuan, but I do not. That place is accessible with wealth at any time, yet for freedom. Nothing compares to Jinxia City. Alas, only simpletons blindly yearn for the grandeur of big cities. He did not seem to target anyone in particular. It was merely his habitual manner of speaking. I would like to pose a question. Shang Wankai stood up. I have witnessed battles between sorcerers, and honestly, they were utterly inept. Against a seasoned rogue or martial artist, they would stand no chance at all, especially when they announced their techniques. Is this true for high-ranking sorcerers as well? This angle of questioning immediately captivated everyone's attention. Even Xia Fan was eager to learn the answer. If the opponent is malevolent, shouting out the technique is often beneficial, right? Luo Yuer exclaimed, clapping her hands in realization. After all, they cannot comprehend human language. Precisely. The master burst into laughter. Once the laughter subsided, Xia Fan raised his hand again. May I ask a question unrelated to techniques? Oh, proceed. When I was in Fenghua County, I encountered an elderly woman. He recounted his experience from 3 days prior in detail. The Privy Council is the court's agency for handling malevolent incidents. Why do they charge fees so exorbitantly that an ordinary household cannot bear them? Shouldn't sorcerers protect their domain and shield others from malevolent harm? Chapter 51. Personal reflection. Xia Fan was momentarily stunned as the words of Li suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Surely, you do not believe that the Privy Council exists solely to combat the malevolent? Haha. Wang Renji, beside him, laughed heartily. Do you, Xia, truly comprehend that you are already an 8th rank official? In this world, are there more commoners or officials? Which holds greater significance, the common people or the officials? If we were to intervene in every misfortune that befalls an individual, would you not find yourself overwhelmed? However, I distinctly recall encountering practitioners from the Privy Council who actively sought to eliminate evil. Do you believe they serve without compensation? Wang Renji spread his hands. Consider this. Can the ordinary folk discern between true malevolence and their own fanciful delusions? Without a threshold, we would merely exhaust ourselves. ultimately discovering that the real issues are but snakes lurking in the rafters or wildcats hiding at the foot of the bed. Moreover, is a few dozen tales of silver truly exorbitant for a life? This sum at least compels them to engage their minds prior to seeking assistance from the Privy Council, rather than mistaking their whims for reality. And what if someone cannot even muster that paltry sum? Xia Fan furrowed his brow. Then they shall perish. Each day, countless souls depart this world, by illness, starvation, exhaustion, suffering, or poverty. The loss of one more to malevolence bears little distinction. What do you truly desire? Did you not join the Privy Council for wealth and status? If you genuinely wish to aid the people, you could traverse the realm, becoming Daoist Xia in the eyes of the masses. But, is that a trivial matter? Xia Fan instinctively retorted, what then is of greater importance? Such a counter already bore the weight of inquiry. Master Zhang's tone grew noticeably displeased. He gestured toward the north. What else could it be? It is, of course, to safeguard the emperor and protect our great Qi. It is precisely because the world is at peace that you find yourselves here. Should war erupt, you will bear the responsibility to serve our nation. Are we truly to go to battle? Wei Wuxiang exclaimed in astonishment. Would you not know that by now? Wang Renji scoffed. Practitioners can vanquish malevolence, and naturally, they can also extinguish lives. If one side possesses a practitioner while the other does not, the latter will undoubtedly face ruin. You see, practitioners are of such vital importance that they can determine the rise and fall of a nation. Your concerns are mere trifles in comparison. Master Zhang continued. Once you ascend to higher ranks, you will comprehend the irreplaceable roles practitioners play in intelligence, diplomacy, governance, and strategy. This is precisely why this institution is termed the Privy Council. It is the Emperor's central authority over the realm and the guardian of worldly mysteries. Regrettably, with your current mindset, it seems unlikely that you will advance further. Having said this, he turned away from Xia Fan, as if he believed his guidance to be of little value. If there are no further questions, I shall escort you to the recording department. By late afternoon, the group gradually departed the Privy Council. Xia, are you all right? Wei Wuxiang inquired with concern, patting his shoulder. It's nothing. I was merely rash. Xia Fan exhaled deeply, realizing he had made a fundamental error by imposing his past preconceived notions upon the Privy Council. From a rational perspective, Wang Renji was not mistaken. There were 189 qualified candidates from Qingshan Town. Even if 5 examination sites were opened in a single session, that would amount to a mere 1,000 individuals. In contrast, Shenzhou alone boasted 3 cities and 16 counties, with a population exceeding 1 million. Such a vast disparity, coupled with the primitive state of transportation, rendered it impossible for practitioners to address every incident of malevolence. The so-called threshold of dozens of tales of silver was merely a fade. As the Privy Council did not require practitioners to respond to every request, those towns and counties near major cities might receive some consideration, but in far-flung villages, merely relaying messages could take 10 days or more. Practitioners willing to make such a journey would be exceedingly rare. This likely explained why the Privy Council chose to turn a blind eye to certain matters outside of their purview. Yet from an emotional standpoint, he found it difficult to accept the Privy Council's seemingly nonchalant attitude. Hey, you two, wait up. A voice called out from behind. Miss Luo, Miss Shangguan. Wei Wuxiang exclaimed joyfully. Do you also reside in that large courtyard to the east? Yes, I live right next door, Luo Yuer nodded. Though the house is a bit shabby, my senior sister always says it's wise to save money. How fortuitous, we can return home together, a compatriot remarked with a smile. I had no idea you would be here. Xia Fan collected himself and addressed Luo Yuer. Wei Wuxiang's gaze toward Xia Fan suddenly became peculiar. But I recall when we first met, you called him a flower thief, Shangguan Kai remarked suspiciously. That was indeed the case. And primarily because my senior sister holds him in high regard, Luo Yuer pouted. My senior sister's judgment is invariably correct. If she deems him acceptable, then I believe. He cannot be as ill-natured as one might presume. Your senior sister is. The illustrious Luo Qingqing from Yuzhou, Wei Wuxiang's expression turned indescribably complicated. No. Brother Wei, please allow me to explain later, Xia Fan thought bitterly. By the way, why did you not defend yourself at the end? Luo Yuer shifted the topic, demanding, my senior sister was upset for several days afterward, believing that your silence undermined the integrity of the examination and propagated injustice. To put it mildly, it jeopardizes your future. To put it gravely, it threatens the very foundation of Qi. She paused, adding, those were her exact words. Your senior sister truly embodies the light of righteousness, Xia Fan replied somewhat awkwardly. My sole purpose in joining the Privy Council was to study the art of divination. whether in the capital or in Jinxia, was of little consequence. Thus, at that moment, "You're lying," the young lady interrupted his defense. "What? If your sole aim were such, then why engage in a debate with the master just now?" Luo Yuo asserted boldly. "Does the salvation of others bear any relation to your study of divination? Xia Fan, do you truly grasp your own intentions?" Xia Fan was taken aback, his mind echoing with the impact of her words. Chapter 52. The sudden incident. He intended to respond affirmatively, but the two simple words eluded his tongue at that moment. Xia Fan introspected, recognizing that his original intention had not wavered. However, as time progressed, certain ineffable matters obstructed his aspirations. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an image of the elderly lady, filled with joy as she expressed her gratitude, suddenly surfaced in his mind. "I believe it is prudent for you to refrain from contemplating such matters," Shangguan Kai interjected unexpectedly. "The arrangements of the Privy Council are undoubtedly grounded in reason. You may possess your own thoughts, yet why should they heed your counsel? Do you truly expect them to regard you with any significance?" "What are you talking about?" Shangguan Jie? Luo Yuer inquired, perplexed. "Nothing of consequence. I have resided in the capital long enough to witness numerous individuals oblivious to their own limitations. They are brimming with ideas yet lack the vigor to realize them, ultimately accruing naught but vexation." She shrugged. "I too am guilty of this, which is why I found myself assigned to Shenzhou. I fail to comprehend your meaning." Xia Fan shook his head. "In simpler terms, it is imperative to recognize reality and refrain from contesting the Privy Council," Shangguan Kai stated, her hands clasped behind her back as she walked forward. "As practitioners, we ought to obediently follow the directives from above. It is quite beneficial to lend a hand to ordinary people and earn some additional income. Who knows? Perhaps in a few years, you may grow weary of it all. Will he even have a few good years left?" Luo Yuer expressed her skepticism. "Given that atmosphere, I feared the master would expel him on the spot." Her words struck a chord, and unexpectedly, Xia Fan found his emotions settling. Indeed, daydreaming served no purpose. His inability to effect change now did not imply that the future would be the same. Moreover, the study of the arts and the eradication of malevolence were not mutually exclusive. He need not be constrained by the present. "My actions are of no concern to you." "I appreciate your concern," he replied. "No need for thanks," she responded without a hint of reluctance. "All right, enough of this," Wei Wuxiang suggested as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. "Shall we dine together today? My treat, to celebrate the establishment of the first squad of practitioners in Jinxia City." "Agreed." Luo Yuer immediately chimed in. "I have no objections." Shangguan Kai glanced at Xia Fan. "It depends on him." "Xia Xiong." Wei Wuxiang nudged with a wink. Xia Fan sighed. Although he had received a sharp retort from Shangguan Kai, it was she who had facilitated his swift recovery. To refuse now would seem petty. Considering the camaraderie of their hometown, accompanying them posed no issue. Furthermore, he could also bring back some delicacies for Li. "I understand. Let us go." In the week that followed, Xia Fan's life took on an unexpectedly structured rhythm, much like civil servants checking in for work. Practitioners were required to report to the Privy Council each morning to ascertain if there were any new tasks to undertake. Furthermore, novices were obliged to spend their mornings undergoing training, which encompassed techniques for casting spells and discerning malevolence to exploit its vulnerabilities, particularly in the realm of spellcasting techniques. The Privy Council had implemented numerous enhancements. For instance, practitioners' garments were equipped with 6 to 8 pockets for categorizing medicinal materials. The actions involved in retrieving materials followed specific guidelines. The 2-finger and 4-finger methods allowed for the retrieval of 2 to 4 distinct types of materials with one hand, exuding a certain elegance akin to that of heroic duels. In stark contrast to the haphazard postures observed during examinations. In more extreme cases, some practitioners opted to tattoo talismanic symbols onto their arms, enabling them to perform complex spells without the need for materials. However, this practice contradicted the belief that one's body is a gift from one's parents and once inked, the tattoos could not be modified. Consequently, few practitioners chose this path. Additionally, Xia Fan discovered that repeated practice of the arts indeed bolstered their efficacy. For instance, since he had wholeheartedly demonstrated the thunder technique in Qingshan Town, he noted a tangible enhancement in his spellcasting ability. This was not a mere nebulous sensation. It was something he could concretely observe. Previously, when casting a basic spell without the aid of incantations or talismans, he could only feel a slight tingling on his skin. Now, he was able to summon a small arc of electricity at his fingertips, accompanied by a sharp sting. This realization diverged from the conventional principle of controlling variables, the paramount prerequisite for spellcasting. intention, had also become a variable in its own right. Regrettably, the energy consumption for both the basic and advanced spells remained nearly identical, rendering enhancements negligible. After the morning classes concluded, the afternoons were left to their discretion. The group frequently visited the recording department, where numerous books and manuscripts were stored, though the quantity of spells was not as extensive as Xia Fan had anticipated. For example, concerning the thunder technique, aside from the thunderclap he had already mastered, only 2 complete manuscripts remained: flowing light technique and serpent shadow technique. Master Zhang explained that most techniques circulating in the world were foundational spells. Through prolonged practice and insight, these spells would bear individual imprints, exhibiting unique characteristics when cast. As for the improvements made by practitioners and the experiences they amassed, such knowledge remained private to them. And whether they chose to disclose it was entirely up to the individual, with the Privy Council having no authority to intervene. This explanation corroborated why. Among the 8 schools of spells, the thunder technique required substantial expenditure for experimentation. Even merely attempting to test new insights could cost dozens or even hundreds of taels of silver, often yielding no results. A reasonable person would likely retreat at the prospect. The newly learned thunder technique flowing light was quite comprehensible. It was essentially a weakened variant of the thunderclap, unaffected by terrain, and could be performed even in caves or enclosed spaces, manifesting as an arc of electricity erupting from the palm. The thunder technique serpent shadow, however, was rather peculiar. It required fresh snake vertebrae as material. According to the manuscript, this technique could temporarily enhance one's reflexes and sensory acuity. Unfortunately, the required materials were somewhat esoteric, leaving him without a means to experiment. In contrast to the exorbitant cost of learning the arts, another category of literature piqued Xia Fan's interest. He discovered a considerable collection of martial arts manuals within the recording department. Among them were the lightness techniques previously mentioned by Luo Qingqing. However, these techniques did not possess the fantastical quality of leaping into the sky with a mere step. Rather, they revolved around the synergy of footwork and breath to achieve heightened efficiency in movement. In addition to the common lightness techniques in various martial arts, Xia Fan even stumbled upon a few tomes bearing titles such as acupoint striking, secret transmission, and divine skill. Yet, prominently affixed to the covers of these books were conspicuous red labels proclaiming, unverified, lacking theoretical description, effects uncertain, please practice with caution. Evidently, the scientific acumen of the Privy Council was commendably high. Moreover, within the recording department, he discovered several volumes detailing the lineage of prominent families. It turned out that both the Fong and Luo families originally descended from meritorious officials possessing the ability to summon dragons. To ensure the longevity of their clans, the sovereign entrusted the responsibility of gathering individuals with innate abilities to these distinguished figures, thereby alleviating the burden on the Privy Council. The prohibition on the dissemination of arcane knowledge further intertwined the fates of these families with the Privy Council. To ascend the social ladder, one had to become a practitioner within the system. In other words, Luo Yuer and Luo Qingqing bore no familial ties. They merely happened to be embraced by the illustrious Luo family of Yuzhou. This revelation also addressed a lingering question in Xia Fan's mind. Since innate ability was predetermined and beyond human control, how had these families amassed such a plethora of individuals endowed with innate talents? Simultaneously, the existence of independent sects became clearer. Individuals like him, who were adopted at an early age, entered the world of the arts through alternative avenues, while others, such as Wei Wuxuang, hailed from families of some standing who preferred not to entrust their sons to the prominent families, even if it meant foregoing the chance to learn the arts. He even had reason to suspect that truly powerful science, even without reliance on these families, could attain an education in the arts comparable to that of Luo Qingqing or gain direct entry into the Privy Council without examination. After all, the phenomenon of special recruitment has existed in every era. Over the course of a week, Xia Fan has significantly enriched his knowledge of fundamental techniques, effectively catching up with the pace of the disciples from noble families. Given that the majority of esoteric knowledge is monopolized by the Privy Council, the advantage of the latter primarily lies in their literacy and the duration of their energy cultivation. In addition to his studies, he also managed to visit a few blacksmith shops in Jinxia City 2 or 3 times, dismantling his hidden cards for them to forge. The price of pure copper, specifically red copper, is relatively low, even slightly cheaper than wrought iron, while magnetic magnetite is priced like cabbage. The material cost pales in comparison to that of thunder-stricken wood. The only challenge lies in refining the copper into wire, as ancient methods lacked specialized drawing equipment, relying solely on the blacksmith's manual labor. Consequently, efficiency was significantly diminished. Within the span of 7 days, he produced 4 magnetic copper rings, averaging half a tael of silver each, with the majority of the cost attributed to labor. A 6th-rank practitioner took on the leadership role. I am Zhang, a judge of the Privy Council, skilled in Kuan techniques. You may refer to me as Judge Zhang. Yesterday, I received a report from Gao County and Xinzhou regarding suspected cases of malevolent spirits, which currently pose a threat to the safety of the entire county. He surveyed the crowd and continued, the department has tasked me with leading the response, and this presents a valuable opportunity to assess the fruits of your studies. I grant you half an hour to prepare. We shall depart promptly at the hour of Chun. Chapter 53. Cloudy Peaks. The title of Divine Judge does not refer to an individual's exceptional ability to adjudicate cases, but rather denotes a specific position within the Privy Council, akin to that of an instructor. When the Department of Justice investigates a case, it typically dispatches 1 or more teams, often composed of a mix of seasoned and novice members, numbering between 5 to 10 individuals, with the Divine Judge serving as the team leader, generally holding a rank between the 7th and 5th grades. The report regarding this case did not originate from an individual but was submitted by the county magistrate of Gaoshan, indicating that it was beyond the resolution capabilities of the unregulated cultivators. Subsequently, Xia Fan witnessed the remarkable efficiency characteristic of the Privy Council. The entire team rode. Those unable to mount a horse were accompanied by dedicated riders, each managing 2 steeds, maintaining a brisk pace. Upon reaching the relay station, the team swiftly changed their mounts and arrived at Gaoshan County in just over 2 hours, a journey that would typically require more than half a day. Lord Zhang, we have finally awaited your arrival, greeted the county magistrate, who had been waiting at the entrance of the yamen. Would you prefer to rest first, or shall we proceed directly to the scene? Lord Hu, let us prioritize the investigation. We must see the scene at once, replied Zhang, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Understood, the magistrate responded, gesturing to his head constable to lead the way to the site of the incident. Yes, my lord. During their journey, Divine Judge Zhang had already briefed Xia Fan and the others regarding the basic circumstances of their destination. The magistrate, surnamed Hu and given the name Huiren, was of the 7th grade, overseeing a population of approximately 50,000. In terms of scale, Gaoshan County would be considered an utterly ordinary county in other regions. Yet here it bore unique significance. As the closest county to Jinxia City, Gaoshan's primary responsibility was to supply grain to the capital. Despite its name containing the character for mountain, this did not hinder its status as a granary for Jinxia. A mountain range running from north to south merely separated it from the sea, while a vast plain lay to its west. Xia Fan observed that much of the landscape on the way was filled with orderly rice paddies, which in 2 months would likely turn a brilliant gold. It was precisely due to the critical nature of grain supply that the Privy Council responded so swiftly to Gaoshan's report. After traversing 2 streets, the head constable halted and pointed towards a sealed courtyard. Divine Judge, this is the primary scene of the incident. Before approaching the courtyard gate, Xia Fan was met with a nauseating stench of decay. Please describe the situation at the time. Who was the first to discover the issue? Zhang inquired, stepping over the threshold, prompting the others to follow suit despite their trepidation. What transpired afterward? Zhang pressed impatiently. I swallowed hard. Upon arrival, I found 4 corpses. The entire Qian family met their end, and the manner of their demise was horrifically brutal. As they entered the courtyard, the stench intensified, compelling Xia Fan to hold his breath to endure it. While the others fared little better, Luo Yuo appeared on the verge of retching. He recalled her keen sense of smell. On the ground lay 4 burlap-covered bodies. Lift the coverings, commanded Zhang. Yes, the head constable signaled to the coroner, who sluggishly removed the cloth. Ugh. Luo Yuo was the first to cover her mouth and flee outside, followed closely by Wang Rini and Wei Wushuang. Shangguan Kai wore a grave expression, though she remained steadfast, while only Yufeng maintained an unperturbed demeanor. No wonder his companion struggled to endure the sight. Had Xia Fan not been accustomed to the gruesome realities presented by Defeng and Xiaofeng, he too would have likely fled. Beneath the white cloth, the bodies exhibited a grotesque uniformity, appearing as if they were neatly arranged wooden blocks. The problem lay in the fact that they were not mere blocks. The Qian family seemed to have been forcibly compressed into irregularly sized square spaces, with any protruding parts flattened. This unnatural compression resulted in extensive skin ruptures, broken bones, and a chaotic interior. Yet despite the body's horrific disfigurement, Their surfaces remained eerily smooth, even the hardest skulls. Xia Fan could not help but think of the game Minecraft. However, witnessing such squared figures in reality filled him with a sense of dread. Are there any other victims besides the Qian family? Zhang inquired. Yesterday, there was another household. The Xia family, merely a street away. 2 individuals perished, but one managed to flee the house. 2 incidents within 2 days. It certainly warrants a report. He appeared contemplative. What of the survivor? You have not lost track of him, have you? How could we? My lord is jesting. The head constable chuckled. We are experienced individuals. We secured him immediately. He is currently waiting in his own courtyard. Unless one possessed the ability to recreate the scene directly, the sorcerers could only commence their investigation through inquiry and observation. Xia Fan proposed dividing the group into 2 teams. He and Wei Wuxuang along with Luo Yuer would examine the scene, while Wang Rini, Yufeng, and Shangguan Kai would conduct inquiries. This suggestion was promptly met with agreement from most, except for Luo Yuer. Are you not deliberately seeking revenge against me? She exclaimed, tightly pinching her nose, glaring with a muffled tone. If I suffocate from this stench, how will you explain it to our senior sister? Hey, your choice of words seems peculiar. When did I become your guardian? Luo, Xia Fan half-squatted, placing his hands gently on her shoulders, his expression earnest as he spoke slowly. We are a team, are we not? She nodded hesitantly. In order to uncover the true culprit, we must trace their steps. Who, besides you, possesses such efficient tracking abilities? Her face reflected uncertainty. This is our team's inaugural task. Our performance will undoubtedly influence how swiftly we rise within the Privy Council. Everyone is relying on you now. She bit her lip, contemplating. I understand this is no simple task, but it is precisely this challenge that underscores your irreplaceability, much like when your senior sister, Luo, boldly stood before the multitude of candidates during the Great Wilderness Night. Can I be like my senior sister? She murmured. Of course you can. Provided you possess a resolute heart, surpassing her is not beyond possibility. I understand. Luo Yuer seemed to have made a firm resolution. Excellent, thought Xia Fan, satisfied. It appeared his motivational skills remained intact. Gazing at her innocent smile, he suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. Chapter 54. The scene once Luo Yuer finished inspecting the room and ventured outside in search of clues. He and Wei Wuxuang busied themselves within the disarrayed confines of the dwelling. The room was in utter disarray, resembling the aftermath of a wild boar's rampage. Bloodstains, distinctly explosive in nature, marred both the floor and walls, outlining the final position of the deceased. From the moment they beheld the victim, it became clear that the case could be classified as a malevolent event. Ordinary humans could not possibly have inflicted such a transformation upon the corpse. Even with strength akin to a hydraulic press, a smooth surface could not be guaranteed, enduring the putrid scent of congealed blood. The two soon ascertained the causes of death for the 4 victims. Both the male and female members of the Qian family had perished due to the crushing force of a wardrobe. However, due to a partition within the cabinet, the woman's body was notably shorter. Their eldest son had been fatally trapped by a drawer, while the youngest daughter's fall had taken her furthest from the bedroom, stopping only at the gate of the courtyard. Regrettably, a wooden barrel positioned there claimed her life. The remnants of flesh and blood within the wardrobe and drawer further substantiated that they had once housed the deceased. Under such extraordinary pressure, the containers themselves had not ruptured. A phenomenon that bordered on the supernatural, indicative of chaotic forces at play. Only a malevolent entity, formed by the accumulation of negative energy, could possess such capabilities. When the malevolent presence manifested during the night, it was likely that the first victim was the head of the Qian household. Xia Fan pinched his nose as he approached the bed, facing the blood-soaked wardrobe. He might have risen in the night, oblivious to the fact that the wardrobe door was ajar. Agreed, Wei Wuxuang nodded. The man had offered no resistance when pulled inside, leaving one hand still tucked in his trousers. However, the agonizing cries of the victim awakened his wife, whose immediate reaction was to push her daughter, less than 6 years old, off the bed while warning her elder brother in the adjacent room. Xia Fan glanced at the hoe marks left upon the wardrobe and then shifted his gaze to the shattered oil lamp on the floor. Had the eldest son engaged in combat with the malevolent entity? It seemed more likely that he had merely sought to save his mother. The outcome was evidently futile. A mere hoe was insufficient to repel such a dark force. The subsequent events unfolded with clarity. The eldest son, attempting to flee with his sister, was dragged into the drawer of a table by the malevolent presence. Although the sister was the last to be targeted, her youth ultimately proved to be her undoing. The two then visited the Shui household, where circumstances were strikingly similar. save for one peculiar detail. One of the bodies had been contorted into the shape of a water tank. Xia Fan and Wei Wuxiang exchanged glances, their minds already forming preliminary conclusions. The erratic movements of the entity, coupled with its insensitivity to light, effectively ruled out the possibility of a mere specter. Its overt hostility towards living beings and proactive assaults on the residents of the county did not align with the characteristics of either a monster or a phantom. Hence, the conclusion was unmistakable. The perpetrator was either a ghost or a malevolent spirit, the most formidable adversary among the malevolent entities. Determining which specific entity was responsible would have to await the inquiries conducted by the investigative team. Uncertain of Li's current whereabouts, Xia Fan found himself glancing towards the west. The speed of the carriage surely could not rival that of a mounted rider. It would take at least half a day. He hoped she would encounter no unforeseen mishaps along the way. At that moment, a commotion erupted across the street. Curious, Xia Fan exited the courtyard, observing a clash between local residents and officials. Among them, two elderly individuals knelt on the ground, pleading with tearful voices. Were they family members of the victims? His suspicions were quickly dispelled by their words. They were beseeching the authorities not to allow the Privy Council to intervene in the malevolent event. This is the 6th time in 3 years. We truly cannot afford this expense. Please, allow us to see Lord Hu. With each visit from the Privy Council, the neighborhood was burdened with a fee for exorcism, and those who had not succumbed to the malevolent entity were being driven to ruin by financial strain. Officials, we implore you to show mercy. Do not wail here. Do you not see those officials are currently engaged in an investigation? An official impatiently brandished a club to disperse them. If you do not wish to summon the Privy Council, then go slay the demons yourselves. If you wish to die, simply hang yourselves from the rafters. Do not involve others. Others can afford this fee. Why cannot you? My husband was ill before, and we spend a considerable amount of our savings. Can't this fee be postponed? Bah, that is your own affair. Did you not sell your land when you ran out of money? The county magistrate has provided you with solutions. For every acre of land sold, you can reduce 30% of the tax. If you cling to your property, do not blame anyone else. But there are simply too many malevolent entities. The elder's voice cracked with sobs. Twice in a year, and we cannot keep selling land for long. Indeed, officials, if we lose our land, we are left with no path forward. Nonsense. You could work on the magistrate's lands, the official scoffed. You are both worthless and lazy, if you die. It serves you right. Let me be clear. Notifying the Privy Council is a rule set by the Emperor. The primary expenses of those officials are borne by the county office. The few taels of silver you pay in tax do not entitle you to summon the Privy Council as 6th-rank judge. It merely compensates the county for its losses and provides aid to the victims. As for the abundance of malevolent entities, that is merely your ill fate. Is it the fault of Lord Hu? Now get out of my sight, or I shall make you regret it. With that, a flurry of blows scattered the crowd. Xia Fan found himself at a loss for what to do. Moreover, could this situation truly be changed? The exorcism tax could easily be rebranded, even termed as a donation or levy. As long as the magistrate had the will, this money would inevitably be collected. He felt utterly powerless in the face of it. Xia, what is wrong with you? Wei Wuxiang's voice interrupted his thoughts. He had called out several times without receiving a response. It's nothing. Xia Fan hesitated before asking, how much money did you bring this time? Let me see. Wei Wuxiang rummaged through his pouch, revealing only a collection of copper coins and small silver pieces, totaling around 2 or 3 taels. Indeed, most people would not carry large sums of cash on their person. 1,000 or 2 would be considered substantial. Oh, and I also brought 2 gold leaves for emergencies. Wei Wuxiang added. Xia Fan's spirits lifted. A single gold leaf was roughly equivalent to 5 taels of silver, making 2 leaves worth 10 taels. Coupled with the pouch of copper coins he carried, it should suffice to support those individuals for a while. Could you lend me the gold leaves? I will return them to you once my salary is disbursed next month. Xia, there is no need for such formality. Take what you need, Wei Wuxiang replied without inquiry, producing the rolled gold leaves from his sleeve and handing them to Xia Fan. Thank you, my comrade of the bourgeoisie. With the funds in hand, Xia Fan pursued the departing county residents. He understood that this was merely a temporary remedy, but it was preferable to remaining an idle observer. At the very least, it would grant him a fleeting sense of peace. Chapter 55, Abyssal Ghost as Dusk Fell. The county magistrate cleared an entire inn to accommodate their party for the night. Summer Fan, gazing at the lavish spread before him, found himself devoid of appetite. Let us exchange our findings, share what each of you has uncovered. Judge Zhang beckoned, clapping his hands. Time is of the essence. We can converse while we dine. Allow me to begin. Yufeng succinctly recounted the survivor's account. In essence, the individual, in a state of panic, failed to clearly discern the visage of the malevolent entity but confirmed its ability to instantaneously shift between containers, its size comparable to that of a 3-year-old child. After considerable discussion, the 6 of them reached a consensus. The entity exhibited no fear of light, displayed a marked hostility towards living beings, was not overly large, and its chaotic nature manifested through spatial manipulation. Its method of attack involved ensnaring living creatures within narrow confines, leading to their suffocation. Given its perilous and anomalous characteristics, it was undoubtedly a ghost. A similar entry could be found in the records of various evils from the Privy Council, abyssal ghost. Its movements are erratic, resembling a specter. Its hiding place is akin to the depths of an abyss. That assessment shall suffice for now, Judge Zhang nodded, though he added, if I were to assign a perfect score, I could only grant you 5 points. Why so? Wang Ren inquired, surprised. Have we overlooked something in our investigation? Quite simply, the abyssal ghost is unaffected by sunlight. How can you be certain it isn't still lurking at the scene of the incident? Upon uttering these words, a shiver ran through everyone. Summer Fan suddenly recalled how Judge Zhang had halted at the entrance, showing no inclination to inspect the interior. Lo Yu paled slightly. I had asked her to search. Summer Fan felt a dryness in his mouth. He had not considered such a possibility at the time. No wonder his master had warned him that without thorough preparation, one should never recklessly engage in matters involving malevolent spirits. What, then, is the correct course of action? Wang Ren pressed curiously. Naturally, it is to send others in first. Judge Zhang remarked, tossing a date into his mouth. Gao County has constables, catchers, and numerous residents. Anyone will suffice. If all else fails, it wouldn't be bad to trick the county magistrate into going in. Are you serious? Remember this. Until you possess the ability to protect yourself, this is the most prudent course of action. His voice rose in intensity. The sorcerers should prioritize the completion of the Privy Council's tasks. If others cannot handle the malevolent spirit, you must safeguard your own life and let those mundane beings create opportunities for you. What if all are sorcerers? Shang Wankai asked expressionlessly. You already know the answer, do you not? Judge Zhang spread his hands. In the battle against malevolent spirits, suffering casualties is an exceedingly common occurrence. This truly feels like a rehearsal for a real situation. Summer Fan mused inwardly. No, it should be termed actual combat, at the very least. Judge Zhang had vividly demonstrated what it meant to protect oneself. Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, Judge Zhang pressed down with his hand. Do not exhibit such grave expressions. I merely wish to reinforce your memories. Should the ghost indeed be concealed within, I would not stand idly by. Now that we have a target, let us discuss the plan to eradicate the ghost tomorrow. Tomorrow? What about tonight? Fear not. That naive young lady has already confirmed the ghost's approximate range of activity using her wind-seeking technique. While it can move swiftly between containers, it cannot pinpoint an exact location. However, the area of scent diffusion will not deceive us. I have instructed Huda to scatter spiritual fire powder nearby and have evacuated the residents within. It should ensure a peaceful night. The source of spiritual fire serves not only as a catalyst for certain sorcerous techniques, but also weakens the presence of the living. Disrupting the judgments of malevolent spirits, knowledge Summer Fan had acquired since joining the Privy Council. It turned out that while they were investigating, their adversary had not been idle. According to the records of various evils, the movements of the abyssal ghost are elusive. One must first shatter the container it occupies to reveal its true form before seizing the opportunity to strike. Judge Zhang grabbed a handful of dates, swept aside the dishes on the table, and quickly arranged several dates to depict the layout of the incident scene, including the streets and residences. Thus, rather than searching for it, it would be better to let it seek us. In just an afternoon, he had memorized a significant portion of the county map. Indeed, none of the ascending sorcerers were ordinary individuals. Summer Fan couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Finally, Judge Zhang pointed decisively at the center of that area, which coincidentally marked a grand residence in Gao County. Tomorrow night, we shall set our trap here to draw it into our snare. The group involuntarily swallowed hard. Do not be so tense, he chuckled, noticing their lack of response. With careful planning, malevolent spirits are merely prey. You will soon realize that days with malevolent spirits are the days of fortune. What do you mean by that? Wei Wuxiang asked, perplexed. Humans should be 100 times more fearsome than they are, he proclaimed, bursting into laughter. After his mirth, he pocketed the remaining dates, casually declaring, I like this, before striding upstairs. Rest well, everyone. By tomorrow's end, you will have taken a significant step on your path to promotion. Not long after returning to his room, Summer Fan heard a soft knock from outside the window. Upon opening it, a figure nimbly slipped inside. His anxious heart finally settled. "I was just wondering what I would do if you got lost," he remarked. Li removed her hat and shot him a glance of disdain. "You think a mere novice sorcerer can elude my tracking? Do not forget my master is Qing Jian." "Ah, I see," Summer Fan replied, curiosity piqued. "How did you find your way here? Did you also rely on scent? Do you take me for a dog?" Li retorted with a look of distaste. "Finding you requires no effort. Just casually ask someone on the street for information about the sorcerers of Jinxia City, and you'll know everything." This was indeed a straightforward and effective method of tracking. Summer Fan sighed in admiration. Chapter 56. The Training of the Fox Demon 2. He unwrapped the food he had brought from below and laid it out meticulously on the table. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Li drew her tail from behind, leapt onto the table, and sat cross-legged, seizing a meat bun with both hands and devouring it. Compared to their first encounter, she had become noticeably less reserved. "You certainly didn't have to follow me," Xia Fan said, pulling a chair to sit across from her. The threat was a yuan gui, which should be dealt with by tomorrow. It wasn't that he had confidence in the team's strength, rather, it was the reliability of the Ministry of Rites exorcism procedures, first investigating to ascertain the type of demon, then devising a plan of attack based on its weaknesses, perfectly aligning with his mentor's incessant advice to prepare thoroughly before taking action. Who knows? Gulu. In the blink of an eye, Li had already swallowed her third meat bun. From what I understand, the initial tasks for newly promoted sorcerers are the most perilous, with the highest attrition rates. Otherwise, do you think I wanted to come here? Xia Fan pondered for a moment. "Wait, are you worried about me?" "Ah, cough cough." Li's fourth bun suddenly lodged in her throat, and she had to pat her chest several times before catching her breath. "Why would I worry about a human? Listen well, you saved my life, and I agreed to cooperate with you. Beyond that, there is nothing else." Her reasoning for following him was simply to avoid wasting her initial investment. After all, if you were gone, who would I turn to for news about my mentor's whereabouts? That makes sense. Humans love to be self-important, Li concluded, shifting her gaze to a piece of roasted lamb chop and quickly acting upon her desire. Xia Fan leaned back in his chair, admiring the sight of her eating. She chewed with great focus, and when she bit into a particularly fatty piece, she would slightly squint her eyes, as if savoring the rich flavor of the meat. Naturally, the most captivating aspect was her plump, fluffy tail that occasionally swayed. When tucked away, it could blend seamlessly into her clothing, but when fully unfurled, it seemed capable of enveloping her entirely, leaving Xia Fan immensely curious about its softness. "Hey, could you stop staring at one spot?" Li sighed, adjusting her tail behind her. "I know it looks odd, but keeping it cooped up in my clothes is quite uncomfortable." "No, that's not what I meant." Xia Fan waved his hand. "In fact, I wanted to tell you this since the last time you used your illusion on me." "Tell me what?" "Under the illusion, I still saw you with long ears and a tail." Li was taken aback. "What I said earlier was not meant to comfort you. It's simply how I perceive things." Xia Fan cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "From the moment I first met you, I was curious about the real texture of a fox demon's tail. So, could I touch it?" This was the first time Li had encountered such a request, leaving her momentarily stunned. What was this situation? Could there truly be a human who found fur, beast ears, and scales appealing? Yet, given his peculiar nature, it seemed plausible. Should she refuse? Li pondered, unable to draw from any prior experience. After all, humans did not possess such traits, and even with her observations of them, she had never encountered a similar scenario. Occasionally, her mentor would stroke her back and tail, but that was only after she transformed into a little fox. Since she could find no reference, perhaps she should simply ask herself? To her surprise, she felt no aversion in her heart. After all, a tail was not a vital area, unlike the heart or neck, which, if seized, could render one powerless. Touching it shouldn't pose much risk, right? Thought surged through her mind like a tide, and in a matter of moments, it felt as though time had stretched. Ultimately, she imperceptibly nodded, and her tail, previously concealed behind her, was presented once more. At first, Li felt a bit uncomfortable, but she soon realized that he seemed genuine in his curiosity. At least at the moment of touching her tail, his expression appeared entirely serious, devoid of any hint of forcefulness. This guy truly wishes to study demons? If so, then let him touch it for a while. She wouldn't have to keep hiding her tail, and at least when she returned home, it could hang freely behind her. For some inexplicable reason, She suddenly felt her appetite improve significantly and resumed eating with enthusiasm. Xia Fan, meanwhile, was thoroughly satisfied. It must be said that the joy of petting a fox demon far surpassed that of petting a cat, restoring his previously dulled spirits. Just the tail alone could entertain him for a year. Unfortunately, Li did not grant him that opportunity. The moment she finished her dinner, so too did his exploration of biological diversity come to an end. You should begin your practice, she said, tucking her tail away. Channeling energy is the foundation for all sorcerers. One must never slacken, no matter the time. All right. Xia Fan reluctantly flexed his fingers. I'll comply. This time, we shall employ a different training method. It isn't another illusion, is it? No, it's simpler than that. Li leapt effortlessly onto the beam above, which was also the area cast in shadow by the candlelight. Once you start channeling energy, I will strike from above. You must not only engage in basic practice, but also remain vigilant. If you get hit 20 times, you'll sleep on the floor tonight while I take the bed. Wait, is that even feasible? Xia Fan questioned. Channeling energy requires focus. It's difficult enough to pay attention, let alone defend against attacks. Your demands seem rather unreasonable. In comparison, illusions might be easier to endure. If you're relying solely on your senses, that would indeed be nearly impossible. Li's voice echoed from above. But don't forget, energy is omnipresent. If you can notice its subtle changes, you might sense an impending attack. This was why sorcerers of a higher rank were so challenging to deal with. Their heightened perception granted them exceptional alertness, making it difficult for ordinary attacks to pose a threat. Such a technique exists? Indeed. So, are you ready? Just as Xia Fan closed his eyes, he was unexpectedly swept off his chair by a sudden lash of her tail, landing flat on the ground. I haven't even sensed the energy yet. Quickly getting into the zone is also part of the training. 1. The room was filled with the sounds of slaps and cries, a cacophony that persisted for quite some time. Chapter 57. Ambush. The bed had ultimately been occupied by the fox spirit. Gazing at the slumbering Xia Fan on the floor, Li felt a tinge of sentimentality. In retrospect, he had indeed failed to pass the test. Being struck over 40 times within the span of an hour, the hardships he endured from falling alone were enough to wear anyone down. Li was not surprised by this outcome. The leap from merely sensing the ambient energy to comprehending its fluctuations was akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. It required not only innate talent, but also relentless practice until it became instinctive. What astonished her, however, was that during her 15th ambush, Xia Fan had already exhibited a reaction. Evading her strike had clearly been impossible, yet she noticed his body tensing up, his head tilting slightly away from the path of her attack. This was nothing short of astonishing. She recalled how, when her master had trained her, it took her nearly half a month to perceive the subtle tremors around her, as if she were opening an eye that had never existed before. Yet this human had grasped the essence of it in less than 2 minutes. What kind of profound foundation must he possess to comprehend such nuances so swiftly? The crux of the matter was that she, as a fox spirit, had an inherent advantage in sensing energy, while Xia Fan was merely an ordinary human who had not even received the education of a prominent family. Frankly, Li questioned whether her own restraint had inadvertently allowed him to discover flaws through other means. This prompted her to intensify her efforts. Still, even with increased vigor, Xia Fan's evasive maneuvers became increasingly pronounced, and astonishingly, during the final strike, he managed to avoid being knocked off his seat by her tail, only swaying slightly. When she declared the session over, he surprisingly expressed a desire to continue practicing. Li, citing the need to exorcise malevolent spirits the following day, unhesitatingly declined. As she observed his peaceful visage, a sense of loss washed over the fox spirit. He had come to know her past, yet she remained woefully ignorant of his. Aside from his years of wandering and having a somewhat scattered cultivator as a master, she knew nothing else. Should she not inquire further? For instance, what trials had he endured to lay such a solid foundation? With a sigh, she reclined on the bed. Her purpose for coming this time, beyond safeguarding her investment, was to ensure he focused solely on dealing with the sinister entities. She had often mocked humans for their self-deception, fixating only on profit while remaining blind to the evils lurking beneath the surface. Yet now, she found it increasingly difficult to voice such sentiments as freely as before. For she too had become entangled in this profit. Perhaps the divide between demons and humans was not so vast after all. A fleeting sense of disillusionment crept into Li's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Indeed, her motives were solely to rescue her master at the earliest opportunity, and her own desires and honor had long been cast aside. The following day, there were indeed no new victims in Gao Mountain. However, The spiritual fire's potency waned under the sun's rays. To truly resolve the issue, the abyssal ghost had to be eradicated entirely. By evening, Xia Fan and his companions had gathered in the designated mansion. After a day of preparations, this temporary residence had been transformed into an ideal ambush site. All furniture had been removed, leaving no containers for the abyssal ghost to conceal itself. Surrounding the house, the divine judge had set up formations, allowing only malevolent spirits to enter, while preventing their escape until the formation was dispelled. The 6 individuals stood in corners, forming a converging circle that confined the ghost's movements to the center of the hall. Zhang, the divine judge, took on the role of the primary assailant, responsible for luring out the ghost and delivering the fatal blow. As several bronze candlesticks were lit, the mansion finally flickered to life with firelight. Yet, the meager illumination from a mere 10 or so candles was insufficient to banish all the darkness within. Many areas of the room remained shrouded in pitch black, sending a shiver down Xia Fan's spine, particularly when the flames flickered, making him feel as though something might suddenly emerge from the synchronously stretching shadows. Indeed, studying malevolent spirits was no trivial matter. This was not a testing ground with invigilators to maintain order. It was a genuine exorcism operation, and should anyone perish, it would not raise eyebrows. One of the few sources of reassurance for him was the fox spirit, who was also concealed in the shadows. Although Xia Fan had no idea when she had entered or where she was currently hiding, the mere thought of having a fox spirit ready to assist him bolstered his confidence in confronting the malevolent entity. May I ask, Divine Judge? Wei Wuxuang, attempting to ease the tension, could not help but inquire, since the abyssal ghost is unafraid of sunlight, why do we not set our ambush during the day? Wei Wuxuang's head promptly drooped at the question. Not wishing to see a fellow townsman in an awkward position, Xia Fan quickly interjected. But we only know the general area where the abyssal ghost lurks. To lure it here, we would need some bait, wouldn't we? Looking around, there's nothing here. Would it really take the bait? Bait? Zhang, the divine judge, revealed a peculiar smile. How could there be none? The bait has long been set. What? Malevolent spirits thrive on energy. Without it, they are merely lifeless, cold husks. So, whose energy is more abundant? An ordinary person or a cultivator? Xia Fan paused, then comprehended the implications of the judge's words. Considering that an excessively potent energy could deter the target, he continued, I have already scattered spiritual fire powder throughout the room. Zhang grinned, reveling in the shock he loved to witness on the faces of newly ascended cultivators. For ordinary individuals, it would diminish their presence. For cultivators, it served as the perfect seasoning. What would draw the abyssal ghost to them was, in fact, their own essence. A collective gasp escaped the group. What is so strange about this? The hunter and prey can always switch roles. While it hunts us, we are simultaneously hunting it. Overall, it is quite fair. With that, he set up the assembled wooden apparatus before him. Phew, finally done. Is that a box? Wang Renji asked, intrigued. Indeed. It is also a trap that leaves it nowhere to hide. Zhang unsheathed the wooden sword at his waist and sat cross-legged. Now, all that remains for us is to wait. Chapter 58. The hunter and the prey flames danced before him, descending at an excruciatingly slow pace. Perhaps aware of the presence of the Privy Council, the outside world had fallen silent. Even the watchmen had ceased their rounds, as though none dared to approach this place. In truth, from nightfall until now, the entire county lay shrouded in an eerie stillness, devoid of the usual sounds of barking dogs or chirping insects. How long had they waited? An hour? 3. Xia Fan had lost all sense of time, the only testament to its passage being the half-burned candles upon the candelabrum. Seated at the center was Judge Zhang, motionless and statuesque, as if he had transformed into a mere sculpture. This protracted wait gnawed at Xia Fan's nerves, making him question whether the abyssal ghost would truly choose their group from among the myriad of prey hidden within the forest. Just then, a series of crystalline chimes pierced the oppressive silence, a sound so incongruous with the tense atmosphere that it shattered the night stillness. The source seemed to emanate from within the box. In an instant, Judge Zhang's eyes flew open. He seized the wooden sword beside him and deftly flicked it, causing the box's lid to spring open. From his corner, Xia Fan caught a glimpse of what lay inside. It was a face devoid of a nose, with a mouth grotesquely stretched vertically, splitting the visage into 2 halves, flanked by 3 eyes of varying sizes. These eyes lacked sockets and brows, resembling mere flesh beads embedded in the skin. As the lid was lifted, 2 emaciated arms shot forth with alarming speed, reaching out to grasp the sorcerer before them. But Zhang's reflexes were swifter. With a tug of his left hand, he pulled a rope connected to the box, triggering a mechanism that caused the wooden structure to disintegrate. The very essence of a container lies in its ability to form a sealed space. However, as the box splintered into fragments, that space vanished. At the moment the abyssal ghost's form was exposed, its outstretched arms fell limp, losing all strength. This was its vulnerability. Once stripped of its hiding place, its menacing power dissipated entirely. Witnessing this rapid transformation, Xia Fan understood why Judge Zhang remained so composed. He need not endure the agonizing weight like the others. The box had contained a bell, which, upon the intrusion of an external object, would trigger an alarm. He merely had to remain focused once the bell tolled. Knowing that the mansion was secure in the meantime, the ghost, in a frenzied attempt to evade the sorcerer, found its escape thwarted by the now standing Zhang. He hurled a talisman, striking the abyssal ghost squarely in the forehead, freezing it in place. Then, he thrust his sword forward, piercing through the talisman and the ghost with effortless ease, as though penetrating tofu. A soft thud echoed as the ghost's head exploded, black liquid splattering across the ground. How swift, Xia Fan mused. The execution was executed with fluid grace. There was no visible preparation for the herbs, nor did he vocalize his intent. From the moment the target emerged to its collapse, mere seconds had elapsed. The prowess of a 6th-grade sorcerer was indeed formidable. So this is what a ghost truly is. I had thought the leader of evil spirits would be far more troublesome. Wang Rinni approached the remains of the abyssal ghost and disdainfully kicked at it, exclaiming, "What a grotesque sight! Is it dead?" Wei Wuxiang leaned in to inquire. "Dead? It never lived to begin with," Wang retorted, rolling his eyes. "This creature was merely a byproduct of malevolent energy. If the malice is potent enough, some evil spirits can return repeatedly, like the great wild's night of malevolence. But a ghost, it has but one chance. Where could this abyssal ghost have originated?" Shangguan Kai suddenly interjected. "What do you mean?" Wang looked at her, puzzled. "Are you unaware? The primary distinction between ghosts and other malevolent beings lies in their origin. They are born from corpses. In other words," she gestured towards the remains of the abyssal ghost, "this was once a human." Who knows?" Wang faltered momentarily, adding, "Its origin is hardly significant." "Is it?" Judge Zhang regarded Shangguan Kai with unexpected scrutiny before taking over the conversation. "Indeed, the mission of the Privy Council sorcerers is to eradicate evil spirits. Their origins are of little concern. For instance, this abyssal ghost may have been a lost herbalist or a hunter who fell into a ravine. Knowing this does not prevent harm, one must simply eliminate it. It seems that Ling need not make an appearance tonight." Xia Fan waved towards the darkness, signaling her, before turning to exit the hall. However, he found it curious that, despite several individuals preceding him, none pushed open the heavy doors, as if they were all waiting for him. If only Wei Wuxiang and Luo Yu were present, it would be understandable. When had the rest become so united? He instinctively quickened his pace, noticing Wei Wuxiang straining to turn around, his eyes wide with urgency, as though imploring him to act. Wait, is that a look of urgency? In the flickering candlelight, Xia Fan discerned the blood vessels in Wei Wuxiang's eyes, a clear sign of impatience. How could he be so agitated? This was not the Wei Wuxiang he remembered. Xia Fan halted, puzzled. Was this merely an illusion? No. Something was watching him. In the dim light, a figure towering nearly 2 meters began to materialize before him. Chapter 59. A sudden turn of events. Xia Fan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. At first glance, the creature resembled a half-crouched kangaroo, broader at the bottom and tapering at the top, with a massive pouch on its abdomen. However, upon closer inspection of its head, it became evident that this entity was far from benevolent. It bore multiple faces, as if someone had deliberately stitched together several bloodied visages. The expressions were varied, some contorted in anguished screams, others twisted in fierce rage. From the faintly discernible brows and lips, it was clear that these faces belonged to women. The creature raised its arm and swung it down. In the front row, Zhang Xinpan's head flew off silently, blood gushing forth in a thin fountain. The familiar metallic scent of rust filling Xia Fan's nostrils. Only then did the team leader's body slowly crumple to the ground. Had he died? A colossal alarm blared in Xia Fan's mind, but no matter how he struggled, his body remained utterly immobile. The monster took 2 slow steps forward, raising its hand towards Yufeng. At that moment, a sharp clang echoed from behind the crowd. A bronze candlestick had toppled over, sending its 2 candles rolling towards the doorway. The flickering flames caused the shadows to disperse. Almost simultaneously, Xia Fan felt a rush of regained control over his body. The force of it nearly sent him reeling backward. Others began to move as well, the hall erupting into a cacophony of frantic shouts. There's another ghost. To the light. Avoid the shadows underfoot. In an instant, everyone realized that this creature could bind the living through darkness. The extinguished candles left the room in darkness. Rather than pursuing the panicked crowd, the monster moved directly to the center of the hall. As it bent down to scoop up the remnants of the abyssal ghost and place them slowly into its abdominal pouch, an ominous premonition surged within Xia Fan. It then threw back its head and let out a piercing shriek, a painfully high-pitched feminine wail that threatened to rupture eardrums. The others were not idle, however. Yufeng was the first to retaliate, holding several talismans in both hands, which he hurled at the female ghost. The talismans transformed mid-flight into swift currents of air, darting like arrows towards their target. Following closely was Shangguan Kai, wielding not mystical arts but rather metal weapons. For the first time, Xia Fan witnessed her draw two short sticks from her waist, twirling them together to form a spear, launching herself at the creature with relentless ferocity. Her strikes as fierce as a tempest. The ghost parried the attacks with its scythe-like arms while quickly retreating. Their efforts were not in vain. Yufeng's projectiles carved several wounds into the creature's form, while Shangguan Kai's spear shattered the edges of its skeletal scythe. Just as they were poised to strike a decisive blow, the female ghost stepped into the shadows, its massive figure vanishing from sight as if it were merely an illusion. It fled? Xia Fan exclaimed, but then he noticed the shadows behind Luo Yu were shifting. What had once been an empty void now billowed like a veil, the monster's flowing robe. It suddenly surged from the darkness, striking down towards Luo Yu, who barely managed to evade the lethal blow, only to be caught by a sweeping strike. The creature's hand slapped down, sending the young girl flying. Luo Yu, Yua, Wei Wuxuang and Wang Rinji rushed to her aid, but Yufeng's roar halted them. Perhaps the shout drew the ghost's attention. It turned and lunged at Yufeng, who hastily unsheathed his wooden sword to block the incoming attack. Xia Fan readied a copper wire pendant, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the monster. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The creature's abdominal pouch suddenly opened, and the abyssal ghost, thought to be vanquished, poked its head out once more. A chill gripped the hearts of all who beheld this sight. Yufeng, in a panic, attempted to retreat, but the abyssal ghost's arms shot out, seizing his wrist with a vice-like grip. Before anyone could react, half of his body was rapidly pulled into the pouch. Though it was wide enough, its depth was insufficient to contain an adult male. As he was forced inside, blood erupted from the pouch's opening, staining the ghost's front, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering and the agonizing screams of his demise. Wang Rinji, clearly terrified by the scene, turned pale and tried to flee from the malevolent specter. In his haste, he stumbled and fell heavily at Xia Fan's feet, sending one of his shoes flying. To make matters worse, he inadvertently knocked over a nearby candlestick. The flames dimmed considerably, and the expanding shadows enveloped one of Wang Rinji's hands. In terror, he attempted to rise, only to find himself paralyzed. The shoe that had fallen before him had morphed into a new vessel. Wang Rinji could clearly see a noseless face gradually emerging from within. He cast a pleading glance towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan understood that if he did nothing now, no one would blame him for Wang Rinji's death later. In such dire circumstances, self-preservation took precedence over others. Moreover, Wang Rinji's demeanor was rather irksome. Yet, despite his flaws, the man had not yet reached the point of deserving death. Without further hesitation, Xia Fan delivered a swift kick to Wang Rinji's waist, propelling him out of the shadowy area. Simultaneously, he rolled aside, quickly increasing the distance between himself and the shoe. True to his instincts, the next second, the female ghost appeared where they had just stood, as if the walls of the room posed no barrier at all. Had he not acted swiftly, Xia Fan would have surely met the same fate as the others. Everyone's expressions were grim. Dealing with an unrestrained abyssal ghost was already daunting enough, let alone the unknown pouch-wielding female ghost, and the two seemed to coexist without conflict. This was a dire predicament for a team that had already lost 2 members. To make matters worse, their movement was confined to a 10-foot square in the center of the hall, with the swaying shadows surrounding them like a perilous chasm. Any misstep could lead to utter disaster. With each fallen candlestick, their temporarily safe haven would inevitably be swallowed by darkness. They needed to formulate a response swiftly. Chapter 60, Doubles in Truth. The options before the 4 were rather limited. They could either use the technique of separation to conjure flames and attempt an escape from the Grand Mansion, or they could ignite the entire house, forcing the malevolent spirit to confront them in the raging inferno. However, both methods bore significant drawbacks. No one knew if Zhang Shenpan would dismantle the formation at the last moment. It not only restricted the malevolent entities but also encompassed the practitioners drawing energy into their bodies. Should the formation remain intact, those opting for the first method would find themselves ensnared in a perilous dilemma, and even if they managed to break the formation, it would merely pave a path of devastation for the monster. The second method offered no retreat. While the fire could provide illumination, it would also generate a suffocating smoke, rendering the interior battle distinct from the defense of Qingshan Town's walls. The scorching smoke, if not swiftly dissipated, could prove as lethal as the malevolence itself. They had to eliminate the evil presence before the flames consumed the house. Yet how much combat effectiveness the practitioners could retain amidst the fire remained a question. Moreover, regardless of the chosen approach, it was challenging to consider the fate of Luo Yuer, whose survival was all but impossible if they abandoned her now. Wei Wuxiang involuntarily glanced at Xia Fan. In his memory, this fellow townsman always had an inexhaustible array of solutions, even in desperate circumstances. He could invariably uncover an unexpected path. However, this glance sent a chill down his spine. The place where Xia Fan had been standing was now utterly empty. Although the fire cast its glow, he heard neither sound nor cries. How could such a substantial figure suddenly vanish? It was over. Wei Wuxiang felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Indeed, he should not have heeded his father's advice to participate in the scholar examination at Qingshan Town. Can you please be quiet at a time like this? Wang Renji's voice quaked with fear. You're not the only one terrified. Xia Fan, he has gone. Focus, everyone. Only Shangguan Kai remained impassive, slightly raising her spear's tip, aiming at the approaching creature. If you wish to live, grip your swords tightly. It is coming. Meanwhile, moments earlier, as Xia Fan pondered strategies, he suddenly sensed a faint breath behind him. Before he could react, a hand covered his mouth. Yet in that instant, his tense body relaxed, allowing the newcomer to silently draw him into the shadows. He recognized the hand's owner. How can you move freely in the shadows? Once the grip loosened, he whispered, perplexed. Li's familiar tone gently responded, this malevolent spirit cannot command all darkness. Otherwise, it could easily annihilate an entire city at night. If we liken this grand mansion to a battlefield, as long as you remain opposite it, you will not be affected by its power. You mean a control radius of 5 to 6 meters? Xia Fan felt a surge of relief. Fortunate were they to have selected the largest mansion nearby for their ambush. If they had chosen a mere common dwelling, the moment it revealed itself, everyone would have been ensnared like birds in a cage. But it can traverse the darkness at will. Indeed, that is the chaotic nature of the blood crow. The darkness you perceive is essentially its tainted blood. Should you become stained by it, you will be at its mercy. Blood crow? Xia Fan silently repeated. Indeed, Li knew more than he did. This meant that merely contemplating escape would not suffice to evade its pursuit. Not necessarily. Li's south voice was close, and he could almost feel the heat of her breath. At least for now, you are safe. Safe? Xia Fan was taken aback. Behind you lies the courtyard, and the so-called formation fundamentally utilizes energy to create constraints. You can easily break it with a stronger technique. If you wish to conserve resources, I can assist you. Li whispered against his back. Once we pierce through the wall and the formation, you may exit through the back courtyard. This was quite similar to his initial method, yet it entailed sacrificing much more. Does this monster not possess any weaknesses? If it were my master, the blood crow might be manageable, but for you, it is indeed a formidable challenge. Li pointed at the malevolent spirit's arms. You must have noticed that its previously injured areas have now nearly healed. In other words, the darkness can mend its wounds. If you cannot slay it in the shortest time possible, it will be your demise. Moreover, I have never encountered such a blood crow before. Logically, it should not be so closely allied with the abyssal ghost, and the pouch in its abdomen seems tailor-made for its counterpart. You will have to confront two malevolent entities simultaneously, which heightens the danger. But I cannot abandon Wei Wuxiang and the others to flee alone, Xia Fan stated solemnly. Li paused for a moment. If you truly wish to confront the malevolence head-on, there are still opportunities. You have devised a plan? He inquired eagerly. The risks are considerable, and it requires your cooperation. At that moment, Shangguan Kai was locked in combat with the malevolent spirit, evidently having learned from Yu Feng's lessons. Each strike she unleashed was accompanied by a change in position, denying the abyssal ghost any chance to capture her. Although a practitioner, her fighting style resembled that of a seasoned warrior on the battlefield, channeling all her energy into enhancing her strength and speed. When her spear's tip clashed with the blood crow's forearm, sparks flew in all directions. This woman was singularly holding back two malevolent spirits at the edge of the candlelight. Yet, the energy and stamina of a practitioner are finite. Forget the risks for now. Quickly explain your plan, Xia Fan urged impatiently. In simple terms, you must relinquish your body to me. What? At a time like this? His heart skipped a beat. However, the seriousness in Li's tone quickly made him realize his initial thoughts were misguided. The tainted blood of the blood crow could not genuinely control your will. It merely severed the connection between you and your body. This was why once a person perished, they were no longer influenced by the darkness. The fox spirit spoke quickly. But what if your body does not belong to you in the first place? The blood crow would never anticipate that one who has already been ensnared by its tainted blood could still move again. Xia Fan began to grasp her intention. The separation technique could create illusions and also enchant the mind. The latter's ultimate manifestation would be the practitioner being manipulated by the caster. The dilemma lay in the fact that as long as the practitioner held any resistance, the technique would struggle to achieve its fullest potential. Li paused momentarily, thus. To make the plan succeed, you must abandon your resistance and completely let down your guard. Only then can I control your every movement. Chapter 61, Thunder, Flame, and Thorns. Understood. Let us proceed. Xia Fan nodded. The fox spirit paused, asking, are you not going to reconsider? What if I make a mistake or deliberately hesitate? But you will give it your all, and I am fully aware of that. Xia Fan sighed. We are no strangers to one another. Why do you still doubt yourself? Mutual trust is what partners ought to uphold. Li felt as if something had suddenly constricted around her chest, causing a mix of discomfort and pain. Indeed. Why had she uttered such words? Perhaps it was because she had never truly believed she could earn human trust. Yet here was a sorcerer of high standing, willing to be controlled by a shadowy fox spirit, venturing into peril when autonomy was stripped away. If this could not be deemed trust, what could? Li bit her lip. In that case, I hope you are prepared. With that, she cradled Xia Fan's face and pulled him close. Their faces were mere inches apart. So close, Xia Fan felt as if their noses were nearly touching. But in the next moment, his attention was captured entirely by her eyes. Khonshu for the rabbit. Summon the soul. In an instant, Xia Fan felt himself plunge into the depths of her gaze. A boundless ocean of hues surged towards him. He envisioned a topological web woven from nerves and myelin, and glimpsed stars composed of ethereal energy. When the myriad phenomena coalesced into her golden pupils, he realized he remained rooted in place. With hesitation, Xia Fan moved his fingers, and his body swiftly obeyed his mind's command. Had he failed? No. The technique had succeeded. I have embedded a wedge in your consciousness. A mere thought will trigger it. Am I to become your puppet? He remarked lightly. That is your own doing. Li shot him a look. Fear not. The effect of the technique is singular. Regardless of success or failure, there will be no second chance. You must know what the foremost principle of sorcery is, don't you? It is thought. Precisely, any control over your body will not hinder your ability to devise spells. Prepare your strongest incantations and catalysts. I shall position them where they ought to be. Go. Xia Fan ceased his words and turned to charge towards Shangguan Kai's direction. At that moment, she had successfully fended off the second wave of attacks from the blood crows, her breath noticeably quicker than before. Although Wang Rin and Wei Wuxiang had engaged in battle, their contributions were minimal. Without Shangguan Kai's astounding prowess, they would not have endured this long. Thus, when Xia Fan reappeared, everyone could not help but feel a surge of joy. Although he could not immediately reverse the unfavorable situation, an extra ally was indeed a boon. However, to their astonishment, after skimming through the fiery region, Xia Fan's stride did not falter as he surged towards the ghost hidden in the shadows. Xia, stop. It's dangerous there. Are you seeking death? Shangguan Kai attempted to intercept him, but the distance was too short. In the blink of an eye, Xia Fan had stepped into the darkness. He then felt a shudder coursing through him as he halted before the malevolent entity. This is truly the end. Wei Wuxiang could not help but shut his eyes, not wanting to witness the demise of his compatriot. Yet Xia Fan, at the center of their gazes, experienced something entirely different. Having realized that his subsequent actions were beyond his own volition, the unnecessary fear and panic dissipated, leaving behind the repetitive incantation steps. His heightened concentration allowed him to keenly observe every movement of the malevolent spirit, including the grotesque visage emerging from beneath its cloak, slowly raising its emaciated, elongated forearm. Without a doubt, should that bony sickle strike him, being cleaved in two would be the best outcome. He sensed that time itself had slowed. However, had he truly gained control over her body? What if she failed to activate the technique or was hindered by the tainted blood? Was she desperately reminding herself to abort this plan? Though fear had vanished, distracting thoughts began to emerge, as if splitting his mind in twain. one half preparing the sorcery, fixated on the enemy, while the other indulged in wild speculation. Yet no matter how slow time felt, it was merely a fleeting moment. With a raspy shriek, the blood crow swung its scythe-like arm. Xia Fan felt his breath stutter. Move. Surely, nothing could have gone awry? Just as the bone sickle approached within mere inches of his head, his perspective abruptly shifted. Without conscious thought, he advanced rather than retreating, stepping forward until he pressed against the entity's abdomen. The sickle brushed past his skull, severing the bindings atop his head. His tightly bound hair cascaded. Perhaps taken aback by the failure of what should have been a fatal strike, even the ghost stood momentarily stunned. Yet the sinister specter swiftly reacted, likely enticed by the scent of blood. Its grotesque head emerged from the shadows, revealing a gaping maw. Xia Fan, or rather, Li, responded more directly. Simultaneously, Xia Fan noticed his other hand had pinched a talisman between his fingers. There could be no better opportunity than this. He silently proclaimed, "Jinshu for the monkey." Thunder. A torrent of energy surged forth, along with the catalyst and talisman, transforming into a force that could summon heaven and earth. Was this what he referred to as the improved sorcery? It appeared that his previous tales of a decisive blow during the trials were not merely blusterly gazed at the indistinct silhouette enveloped by the frenzied silver serpents. A fresh pang of pain striking her chest, she began to comprehend the nature of the binding force that had ensnared her. It was a thorn of distrust, cultivated over time. It was simply that it had entwined with her heart for so long that she had grown accustomed to its presence, taking it for granted. Now, it began to peel away. It was precisely because it was being stripped from the hardened flesh that new pain arose. Li closed her eyes, allowing the sensations to flow through her chest. She was uncertain of what her heart would ultimately become, but she resolved to embrace it. In the town of Gaoshan, all residents heard the thunderous roar of the earth-shattering lightning. Before it, even the night's veil seemed to retreat. As the blinding white light faded, local inhabitants emerged onto the streets, gazing towards the direction from which the lightning had descended. Is the master exorcising the evil spirits? How impressive. A child's voice chimed. What master? He is charging for payment. Should speak carefully. Someone covered the child's mouth. Yet this thunder is exceedingly loud. I never witnessed such a terrifying dry thunder. Me too. It feels as though the house trembled a few times. It seems the malevolence is not easily vanquished. I hope Gaoshan can endure a bit longer after this exorcism. The sentiment resonated with the majority. In the grand estate, the heat from the lightning strike had ignited the entire ceiling. Much like that fateful night in Xishan town, the roaring flames would soon spread along the beams and walls, transforming the entire house into a colossal furnace. The power of the triple technique exceeded Xia Fan's expectations, to the point where his ears now buzzed, and the bricks of the floor had been cleaved into a shallow pit. As for the two ghosts, only charred remnants remained. It turned out that Luo Qing's words that day had not been incorrect. The decisive blow against evil had been delivered by him. Wei Wuxuang gazed at him in astonishment. Xia, when did you master the Jun technique to such an extent? During my wanderings with my master, we fortuitously encountered a piece of wood struck by lightning. Even if one were to find such a treasure, it would be impossible to reveal it in the presence of that specter, wouldn't it? Wang Renji's expression mirrored utter astonishment. I am curious. How did you manage to perform your incantation from the shadows? One would think it would render you immobile. It was Su Guancai who intervened, cradling Luo Yuer in her arms, admonishing the two, urging them to speak outside as the flames raged around them. Only then did they come to their senses, supporting each other as they made their way towards the exit. Xia Fan and Su Guancai followed closely behind, departing the scene of the fire together. Chapter 62 Inquiry of the Privy Council. What followed was an arduous journey through the night. In contrast to the swift arrival, the return trip was considerably slower due to Luo Yuo's grievous injuries, necessitating the use of a carriage for transport. Additionally, considering that the medical facilities in Gao Mountain County were evidently inferior to those in Jinxia City, and that injuries are best treated promptly, traveling by night became the only viable option. Fortunately, the journey proceeded without incident, and just as the first light of dawn began to appear, Xia Fan and his companions successfully arrived at Jinxia City. Next came the task of notifying the Privy Council. The official responsible for logistics swiftly took charge of Luo Yuer's transport. On the way, Sheng Wankai had conducted a preliminary examination of her injuries, concluding that she had fractures in her ribs and arm, particularly in the area directly struck by the malevolent entity, which had swollen alarmingly. For an ordinary person, amputation might have been necessary. However, for a practitioner, timely treatment offered a high probability of complete recovery. This news brought a measure of relief to Xia Fan. He was also curious about where Shangwan Kai had acquired such remarkable marksmanship and her combat technique, which relied not on sorcery, but sheer skill. Given her age and the experience she had gained in the military before participating in the scholar examination, she was certainly no ordinary soldier. Even if her family background was modest, she must have hailed from a lineage of warriors. "Lord Xia, the esteemed Lord Yuan requests your presence for questioning," came the announcement. Indeed, although this mission had successfully eradicated the malevolent presence in Gao Mountain County, it had also resulted in the loss of 2 lives, one of whom was a 6th-rank practitioner. The Privy Council would undoubtedly inquire in detail. Xia Fan also wished to seize this opportunity to clarify why 2 malevolent spirits had manifested in Gao Mountain County without any prior warning or indication, unlike other malevolent entities. The formation of ghosts was not a matter of mere days. They were founded upon corpses, but not every corpse could become a ghost. Particularly with dangerous creatures like Blood Crow, as Lee had previously stated, a significant accumulation of unrest was likely required. Upon entering the main hall of the Privy Council, Xia Fan was immediately enveloped by a solemn atmosphere. Approaching the head table, he bowed respectfully and performed a formal greeting. "I am Xia Fan, here to pay my respects." "Esteemed Lord Yuan." "So it is you," Lord Yuan remarked, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip. "I have heard from the other 3 that it was your exceptional performance that saved the team from total annihilation. Now that I see you, I must say you are indeed a promising talent." "Your praise is undeserved," Xia Fan replied, understanding that he should not take such flattery to heart. Lord Yuan appeared to be in his 40s, and to achieve the rank of an official at such an age required both talent and capability. The number of malevolent cases he had likely handled surpassed what Xia Fan's master had encountered, demanding his utmost focus and caution. "While I have already heard your teammates recount the events, I still wish to hear your version directly. Could you recount the details for me?" "Of course. It is my duty." Xia Fan began to narrate the events meticulously, from the ambush of the Abyss Ghost to the emergence of Blood Crow. This narrative unfolded smoothly. With one notable exception, he had to ensure that the story was coherent while concealing the existence of the Fox Demon. This was not mere fabrication, but rather grounded in Li's assertion that Blood Crow immobilized individuals by severing the connection between their consciousness and physical form. Thus, a direct electrical charge to the body could, in theory, disrupt such a severance, much like a pacemaker uses pulses to enhance the electrical signals that stimulate heart muscle contractions. As for controlling the technique's power to avoid incapacitating oneself, that was another matter entirely. At least, the principle held a degree of feasibility. And the Privy Council placed considerable emphasis on principled descriptions. "I merely intended to make a desperate attempt. Many have yearned to fight back in the face of despair. Yet the number of those who succeed and are recorded remains perpetually scarce." He shook his head. "You may not be aware, but the higher-ups place great importance on methods to break through the barriers of the technique. Excruciating pain may be effective but comes at a steep cost. For instance, the practitioner I mentioned ultimately could not be saved. You have provided an alternative approach, and once validated by the higher-ups, this achievement would undoubtedly surpass merely eliminating malevolent entities." "It was a mouse," Xia Fan stated calmly. "I noticed a mouse scurrying in the corner behind me, completely unaffected by the malevolent presence, so I decided to experiment. When you realized you were out of control, did you not consider fleeing alone?" "To be honest, I did contemplate it. However, as a practitioner of the Privy Council, I could not abandon my comrades and flee from the malevolent entity." The moment those words left his lips, Xia Fan felt a chilling presence fixate upon him. The atmosphere in the hall shifting abruptly, as though the earlier amiability had been a mere fade. Which fool divulged such an inconsequential detail? He mused inwardly, pretending to appear uneasy. "I am not aware. In fact, the incident with the candlestick was something they informed me about later, being entirely uninformed. I felt it necessary to ensure the authenticity of my account, hence I refrained from mentioning it." "I do not know" is the standard answer. Given that no one was privy to the details, he could simply state ignorance, leaving the Privy Council with no means to investigate. After all, luck was an unpredictable variable. After a brief silence, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. "I suspect it was merely a startled wildcat." "I must say, you were fortunate," Lord Yuan remarked, closing the record book and stroking his beard in contemplation. "Despite the losses sustained by our council, I have witnessed the emergence of a remarkable new generation. It is this cycle of succession that has allowed the Privy Council to thrive until today. That will be all for the questioning. I shall inform the academic department and grant you 3 days of respite. You may take this time to rest well. Furthermore, Commendations will be forthcoming. And I extend my early congratulations to you all. And thus, it was over? Xia Fan blinked in disbelief. He had anticipated an exhaustive investigation into the death of a 6th-rank practitioner and a newly initiated sorcerer, yet judging by Lord Yuan's demeanor, it seemed he intended to conclude the matter there. Chapter 63, Tracing the Roots. Sergio, what do you think? Xia Fan furrowed his brow, aware that this was his only opportunity to voice his thoughts. Isn't it rather peculiar that the malevolent spirits in Gaoshan County have manifested so suddenly? Are you referring to the abrupt appearance of 2 ghosts? Precisely. From what I understand, this likely indicates there have been several unnatural deaths in Gaoshan County. Otherwise, such formidable malevolence would not have emerged. He resolved to speak plainly. Had we been aware of this situation in advance and prepared accordingly, the team leader and Yu Feng might have avoided their tragic fates. I understand your frustration, but this is the duty of the sorcerers. The Privy Council only intervenes when malevolence arises, and now that it has been eradicated, our task is considered complete. There was a pause, moreover. What you describe as unnatural deaths is merely conjecture. Gaoshan County administers 4 villages. To the west lies vast plains, while dense mountains stretch to the east. Any unexpected occurrences are hardly unusual. Do you truly believe that a single county magistrate can grasp every aspect of the situation? Xia Fan hesitated. No, I cannot. Exactly. You cannot. Yuan, the official, sighed. Refugees, bandits, pirates, and strange creatures constantly wreak havoc, and we can only act against the latter. The very nature of confronting malevolence is fraught with uncertainty. To ensure absolute safety, one must enhance their adaptability and magical prowess. So, the Privy Council merely eradicates existing malevolence? What other course is there? Resettling refugees and suppressing bandits are matters for the government. Do you wish to meddle in the affairs of the 6 ministries? The tone of his response grew subtly impatient. We are already viewed by scholars as a new threat following the suppression of smuggling. It is wiser to refrain from meddling in matters beyond our jurisdiction. Even if there were indeed unnatural deaths, it is the duty of the local magistrate to address them. Now, you may leave. Xia Fan had no choice but to exit the Grand Hall. Outside, Wei Wuxuang and the others awaited him. What did Sir Zhao say? Upon seeing him emerge, a fellow townsman rushed forward. I felt immense pressure in his presence. My thoughts came spilling out without restraint. Xia Fan shook his head. This matter ends here. Ah. Wei Wuxuang exhaled deeply. I told you, Brother Xia, you were overthinking this. If there were truly such incidents, the locals would have surely hinted at them. No? Gaoshan County appears quite peaceful and serene to me. What nonsense. Serene? Serene enough for 2 ghosts to emerge? Wang Rinzi spat on the ground. With Luo Yuer absent, he seemed disinclined to maintain his gentlemanly facade. Had it not been for my fortuitous survival, I would have perished there. Without a doubt, there is something amiss in Gaoshan County. It could also be the work of bandits from the mountains. Only if someone is missing from the county. Missing persons are a grave matter, especially since we do not even know if there are bandits in the vicinity of Gaoshan County. You're dismissing this too hastily. You ought to provide a rationale. Wang Rinzi exclaimed. Those 2 ghosts surely did not spring forth from the crevices of stones. Young Master Wang, you are placing me in a difficult position. If you cannot think of an explanation, then be silent. I refuse to bear the risk without accountability. Enough of this bickering, Xia Fan retorted, exasperated. Wei Wuxuang remained calm, while Wang Rinzi, surprisingly, did not argue back. I am merely seeking the true instigator. What do you intend to do? Asked Shangguan Kai, who had been observing silently. Xia Fan fell into a contemplative silence. The scene he witnessed at the entrance of the Shui family estate lingered in his mind. 6 unusual incidents in 3 years, with the county residents pleading for the Privy Council to cease its interventions against malevolence. And the look of disdain that transformed into disbelief when he approached with money. What was the underlying issue? As those tasked with eradicating malevolence, should they not be revered and cherished? No. They had valid reasons for their disdain. For the sorcerers had never truly severed the roots of malevolence. At least, not in Gaoshan County. Was it mere coincidence that malevolence appeared so frequently here? Brother Xia. Wei Wuxuang's face reflected concern. I will accompany you, Wang Rinzi declared, suddenly invigorated. With 3 days off, if I do not uncover the truth behind this matter, I shall write my name backward. I have a premonition that this will mark the beginning of my fame. Ah, if that is the case, I shall join as well, another townsman chimed in, scratching his head. Though I may be of little help. And you? Xia Fan turned his gaze to Shangguan Kai. To be honest, I am not particularly interested, she shrugged. However, I do have a fondness for that little girl. If we can truly ascertain the cause of this malevolence, a visit would not be unwelcome. Seeing that everyone was willing to participate, Xia Fan felt a surge of confidence. Then let us not delay. We shall convene at the Privy Council's entrance in half an hour. Upon returning to his residence, Li awaited him at home. Do not go. Li shook her head. What? Xia Fan halted his activities in surprise, as this was the first time he had heard such a clear admonition from her. Do not pursue this matter any further. She reiterated. It will bring you no benefit. Do you know something? Xia Fan inquired, astonished. The Privy Council believes this matter should be concluded. Am I right? Yes. I am unaware of the circumstances in Gaoshan County, but I am familiar with the Privy Council. Li lowered her ears. My master once said that every action they take is for a reason and is beyond reproach. Though this is not Shang Yuan, I doubt it differs much. Since they believe this matter is resolved, it would be best for you to adhere to their wishes. What good would it do to uncover the truth? Li seemed increasingly agitated. The outcome will yield only two scenarios. Either you find no answers or you receive answers that are difficult to accept. In either case, knowing is far worse than ignorance, as you cannot alter the status quo. Xia Fan could not help but raise an eyebrow. He had not anticipated the fox demon to express such sentiments. I thought you were indifferent to authority. That is not the case. Li suddenly paused mid-sentence because it may hinder the rescue of my master. I do not intend to confront the Privy Council. Where are you drawing such conclusions? Xia Fan chuckled softly. Even if I uncover something, I need not rely solely on the Privy Council to resolve the issue. There is still the provincial governor's office above the county magistrate. Are you planning to report this to the authorities? Without even needing to go myself. The Privy Council may refrain from intervening. But surely the magistrate's office will not overlook this case? Xia Fan gazed intently into her light golden eyes. Furthermore, if one has never encountered the facts, how can they know whether they can affect change? You should understand this principle better than anyone. A grin spread across his face. Had you not chosen to collaborate with me, you would never have discovered that fox demons and sorcerers can coexist. This time, Li fell silent for a long while before finally sighing in resignation and beginning to gather her belongings. Understood, but I shall accompany you. Are you certain? This investigation primarily concerns the source of the malevolence, and it is unlikely to pose any danger. Who can say? Li looked westward, her voice barely audible. Malevolence has never been the most terrifying thing. Chapter 64. Clues. On that afternoon, in the city of Gaoshan, a yawn escaped. Having endured a sleepless night and continuous travel, even a practitioner like Feng Shi could not help but feel a sense of weariness. Wei Wuxuan patted his cheeks, summoning his spirits, and said, At last, we have arrived. Although we aim to trace the origins of the malevolent forces, how should we proceed? Please secure accommodations for tonight. I will seek out acquaintances to gather information, Xia Fan replied, glancing around before stepping towards the street corner. Do you have acquaintances here? Wang Ren inquired, surprised. Indeed. I met someone on the day of the exorcism. Xia, is that in from yesterday suitable? Navigating the sparsely populated streets, they turned into an alley where Li, who had arrived a step earlier, caught up with them, offering a similar straw hat. Without pausing, Xia Fan donned the hat and asked, Did anyone notice you on the way? No, this is not my first journey afar. But is it necessary to wear this? There is nothing to conceal. Yet you insisted I prepare an extra one. This is an identity disguise. Since we are to investigate discreetly, we cannot don the official garb of the Privy Council. What identity do we assume now? Xia Fan inquired, glancing at the fox demon whose features were partially obscured by the black veil, a slight smile gracing his lips. How about we play the role of gallant wanderers? Li paused for a moment, then shook her head, muttering, I can't shake the feeling that you harbor unrealistic fantasies about both yourself and me. What did you say? She averted her gaze. Nothing. Just wondering if you have devised a plan. Not yet. But it is indeed peculiar that in 3 years, there have been 6 incidents requiring the Privy Council's intervention, all concentrated in a single county. You have told me that malevolent forces do not arise without reason, and I have inquired with locals. There have been no significant disasters in these 3 years. Everything has been quite favorable, Xia Fan analyzed. Given the frequency of these disturbances, which have caused much suffering, perhaps we can extract overlooked information from those affected. With little effort, he located a villager he had aided 2 days prior. Hello, is anyone home? Xia Fan knocked on the door. Who might it be? A frail voice responded from within. I am Xia Fan, and it is you, benefactor. The door swung open swiftly to reveal an elderly man, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, aged around 60. In this era, such an age was considered quite advanced. Thanks to your assistance, My family has managed to sustain ourselves. Please, come in. Are you not on duty today? Today I happen to be resting. Is Zhou Dafeng not at home? He vaguely remembered the name of the person he had assisted. My wayward son is still toiling in the fields. Are you looking for him? So this man was Zhou Dafeng's father, Xia Fan mused, noting the calloused fingers and the sun-kissed, weathered skin that spoke of years spent laboring in the fields. Clearly, this elder had dedicated his life to agriculture, but age had rendered him incapable of bearing heavy burdens. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Oh ho ho, you can ask me as well. I have grown up here, and whatever Dafeng knows, I am certain I know too. Then I apologize for the intrusion. Why be so formal, benefactor? In this humble abode, I fear I may have inconvenienced you. I shall remain at the door. Li lowered her hat's brim and cast Xia Fan a glance. Xia Fan nodded, bending to enter the modest dwelling. The air within grew noticeably cooler, with scant light filtering through the roof, revealing only a few faint rays. The ground was uneven, evidently unrefined since its construction, retaining the original earthen surface. However, years of foot traffic had rendered it dark and firm. As the elder had mentioned, the house was indeed small. The main room measured no more than 3 or 4 meters square, cramped with a dilapidated cabinet and a square table. Even when accounting for the back room, firewood shed, and privy, it could hardly be said to have ample space. The antiquated furniture revealed much about their economic standing, making it difficult to envision the life of those who had toiled here for a lifetime. Benefactor, I have no tea, only well water. Water will suffice. Xia Fan casually selected a chair to sit. I primarily wish to understand the occurrences of malevolent forces. Do you recall any unusual events over the years, particularly surrounding their appearances? Let me think carefully. The elder pondered for a moment before beginning to recount the incidents involving malevolent forces in Gaoshan County. Although his pace was slow, his words were clear, making it easy to comprehend. He spoke for over 2 hours, spanning nearly 8 years. Throughout the account, Xia Fan gleaned little about unusual deaths. Apart from natural causes such as old age or illness, the elder mentioned only a few incidents resulting from neighborhood disputes, petty thefts, and clandestine affairs, all of which had been swiftly addressed by county magistrate Hu. Setting aside the collection of the exorcism tax, Hu Huairan could indeed be regarded as a diligent official. Wei Wushuang had not been mistaken. Aside from frequent incursions by malevolent forces, life here had been relatively uneventful. Could it be that this place was inherently conducive to the emergence of such entities? No, malevolent forces are not a matter of geomancy. They are born of genuine energies. Even a cyclical calamity must be founded upon tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of souls lost. Meanwhile, Zhou Dafeng's father continued narrating tales of demons wreaking havoc. Going back further, we must reach 16 years ago, when Dafeng was still a child. There was an incident by the Tujiang River when a water ghost washed ashore here. Suddenly, Xia Fan sensed something amiss. The last incident 8 years ago. And now 16 years ago? I cannot be mistaken. Dafeng was but a few months old then, and he is now 17. And what about before that? Well, the elder displayed a contemplative expression that is more challenging to recall. At least 5 or 6 years, I suppose. The disparity in frequency is rather stark, Xia Fan mused, calculating in his mind. If he were to tally the incidents described by the elder, there had only been 2 from 20 years ago to 8 years ago. While from 8 years ago to the present, there had been a staggering 10, increasingly concentrated, 6 of which occurred in the last 3 years alone. What transformation had transpired during this time? So, Gaoshan County had not witnessed many malevolent forces previously? Not exactly, the elder rubbed his neck. In my youth, there were quite a few. However, we enjoyed a decade or so of peace. Back then, it was better. At least there was no exorcism tax. If the officials from the Privy Council were overwhelmed, we could pool our resources to invite a renowned Taoist priest from the prefecture to dispel calamities. But now, alas. He sighed deeply. There are few kind-hearted benefactors like you left. Chapter 65. The pattern. Was there really no exorcism tax before? Xia Fan inquired. Indeed. This is something that only emerged after Lord Hu assumed office. He claimed that malevolent spirits had become increasingly rampant, and that relying solely on the allocations from above was insufficient, thus requiring the county residents to share the burden. Oh, benevolent one, could you perhaps speak to the higher-ups? We truly cannot afford this fee. The old man trembled as he leaned against the doorframe, attempting to rise as if he wished to kneel. But Xia Fan quickly stood up to support him. I will find a way. There is no need to rush. By the way, when did the county magistrate take office? I recall it was about 10 years ago. 10 years and 8 years, not much of a difference. Especially with the subsequent introduction of the exorcism tax. Could this be some sort of coincidence? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Xia Fan. If this speculation were to be pursued, then the years of stability prior could be called into question. He took a sip of the cold well water, hoping to make his voice sound less parched. Do you remember how many magistrates have served in Gaoshan County? The old man hesitated. I am not certain about my father's generation, but in these past few decades, there should have been 4 or 5. The shortest term was 3 to 4 years, while the longest was over 10. And how long did the previous magistrate serve? Quite a long time, perhaps 15 or 16 years. 15 or 16 years. Could this not perfectly align with the frequency of malevolent occurrences? A chill ran down Xia Fan's spine. He had sought clues from unusual cases or missing persons, only to realize that the answers may lie right before him. By the way, do you remember the name of that magistrate? Did he get promoted and transferred? Or how did he die? Xia Fan instinctively asked. It is said he was afflicted by unclean spirits and eventually succumbed to illness. In order to avoid omissions and errors, he took the initiative to visit several households that had received aid. The frequency of malevolent appearances displayed an eerie correlation with the turnover of local officials. After settling the fox spirit, Xia Fan summoned his companions into a private room and recounted all he had learned. Upon hearing the final account, Wei Wuxiang gasped in disbelief. His eyes wide. Are you suggesting that magistrate who is involved in this matter? For now, it is merely conjecture. I would like to hear everyone's thoughts. But there hasn't been any major issues in the county, Wei Wuxiang protested. The lack of major issues is itself a problem, Wang Rinji interjected. To make a dozen lives vanish without a trace, having an official's protection would certainly facilitate the process. But where do these people come from? They are brought in from outside. For profit. Isn't there an exorcism tax? I suspect he merely intends to profit from this. Wang Rinji clapped Xia Fan on the shoulder appreciatively. Ah, you possess quite a bit of courage. I misjudged you before. However, that doesn't amount to much money. Wei Wuxiang murmured. What? Not much? Wang Rinji raised an eyebrow. While listening to Brother Xia, I did some mental calculations. The exorcism tax is only levied on households affected by malevolent attacks, charging 10 taels of silver per household. A neighborhood may have around 300 households. And with land sales eligible for discounts for the magistrate's farming, they can be exempted from payment. Collecting 2,000 taels from 300 households would be quite good. Additionally, he would distribute this money to the families of the deceased, with 35 taels per death, plus compensation for the laborers and constables. After all of this, the magistrate would likely retain this sum. Wei Wuxiang held up a finger. 1,000, roughly, and that is already a generous estimate. Is it truly only that much? Of course, 1,000 taels in cash cannot be considered a trifling sum. Wei Wuxiang cast a furtive glance at Xia Fan, but compared to what needs to be done, it seems rather unprofitable. What if it isn't for the money? Shangwan Kai suddenly suggested. What else could it be? If it were merely about money, collecting taxes uniformly would be illogical. Instead of establishing so many exemptions, it would be wiser to broaden the tax base and extract more from wealthier families. She drew half of a long spear and lightly traced a line on the ground, indicating that the purpose of this line was to force those in financial distress into a corner while not affecting the majority of the county's populace. Are you implying farmland? Wei Wuxiang quickly grasped the implication. Not quite. He desires both land and people, or rather, he seeks the grain produced from the fields. Shangwan Kai's lips curled slightly. You may not be aware, but last year, Fenghua suffered a locust plague that affected several western provinces, driving food prices to astronomical heights. And the situation has yet to fully stabilize, leading to unrest in numerous regions. Similar occurrences have arisen 7 or 8 years prior. Where did you hear this news? Wei Wuxiang asked in astonishment, as his family was in the grain trade and he was entirely oblivious to it. The capital is never short of well-informed individuals, provided one knows where to look. She spread her hands. Of course, attempting to resell grain during such times would be tantamount to courting death. Your family's dealings, sanctioned by the government, make little difference in this context. Only unsanctioned private grain can be sold at high prices, and it must also be channeled to Fenghua. A mere county magistrate is likely just a partner in this scheme. I suspect neither of these motives are the primary ones. After listening to everyone's discourse, Xia Fan spoke slowly. What insight do you possess? Shangwan Kai inquired with keen interest. It may not be profound insight, but the county magistrate from over 20 years ago did not mention the exorcism tax, and locust plagues cannot occur every year. Xia Fan surveyed the group. Yet, during the time, malevolent occurrences were still frequent. Therefore, let us simplify the situation. Simplifying means someone is orchestrating this, be it through bribery or coercion, compelling the magistrate to act in such a manner. This already encompasses risk compensation. And the only distinction between Magistrate Hu and his predecessor is that the former is merely more avaricious. His conclusion cast a momentary silence over the room. Brother Xia, Wei Wuxuang finally cleared his throat after a pause. Having said so much, it ultimately remains conjecture. Without concrete evidence, no one will believe us. And speaking out may even lead to accusations of slandering court officials. Indeed, but at least we have a direction for further investigation. Xia Fan rose, resolute. Our next step is to uncover their vulnerabilities. Do you already have a plan? Certainly, he decided to act swiftly, denying the adversary any opportunity to regroup. By tomorrow, I will have the answers. Chapter 66. Disturbing the serpent. On the following morning, the residents of Gaoshan County witnessed a peculiar scene. Two individuals clad in black robes of a Taoist priest pushed a small cart adorned with a banner, making their way through the market area while vociferously calling for clues regarding the sinister occurrences from the day before. They urged anyone who had observed or heard anything unusual, regardless of its apparent relevance to the supernatural, to come forth with their accounts, promising a reward of 10 copper coins for any information, and 100 coins if deemed useful. The cart was filled to the brim with coins, igniting an overwhelming enthusiasm among the populace, who quickly gathered around the cart in a large circle. My lord, I have something to report. There were strange noises at the Wang household last night. My lord, I saw Zhang Mozi sneak something up the back mountain. Step aside, I was here first. Why should you claim all the credit for this 100 coins? My lord, I am from the Wang family next door. I assure you I have no connection to the malevolent spirits. Various voices clamored, some eager to share their leads while others contested who would be the first to present the same account. The fervor of the crowd was beyond expectations, teetering on the brink of personal encounters. Upon seeing the official black robes of the two men, one onlooker quickly subdued his voice, bowing respectfully. Might I inquire what investigation you are conducting? The captain glanced at the expectant crowd surrounding them, feeling somewhat awkward. If you wish to ask something, why not pose your questions to them directly? There is no need to spend silver on unnecessary inquiries. Given the current situation, I fear it may impede the flow of traffic. Moreover, if you seek to investigate the matter, you could easily approach the magistrate. The county magistrate and the record keeper would certainly assist you. I do not believe they possess comprehensive knowledge of the county's affairs. Besides, the matters I wish to ascertain will surely not be documented, so I shall not trouble the magistrate. But my lord, the malevolent spirits have already been vanquished. The captain retorted stubbornly. Yet who can guarantee their non-recurrence? What I seek to gather are any signs that may herald their return. Are you attempting to obstruct the workings of the Privy Council? Of course not. I would not dare. Then I shall proceed. Xia Fan pushed the cart past the officials, addressing the crowd. Do any of you have further strange occurrences to report? My lord, I do. Please allow me to speak first. The crowd quickly closed in once more, understanding that the captain would not dare to impede the Taoist priests of the Privy Council. A similar scene unfolded at the entrance of the county, though the individuals pushing the cart were now Wang Rinji and Shangwan Kai. Xia, do you truly believe we can collect any useful evidence this way? Amidst the cacophony, Wei Wuxuang leaned closer to Xia Fan and inquired, while there are indeed many strange tales, how can we verify them? I fear that in a single day, we cannot piece together these fragmented rumors into a credible testimony. Not to worry, for all we are doing is promoting awareness, Xia Fan replied with a slight smile. He had not anticipated that the staunchest supporter of his investigation would be the young master from the Wang family, who immediately volunteered to cover the cost once the idea was proposed. Promoting awareness? Precisely. Thus, the questioning is not the focal point. Rather, the emphasis lies in how to cause a stir in the shortest time possible and disseminate news of the investigation throughout the entire county. But what if I mean? What if, as you suspect, this merely serves to disturb the serpent? If we do not see the serpent, then indeed it would be a futile endeavor. However, should we catch sight of it, the very moment it stirs will reveal its presence. See it, dear? Wei Wuxuang questioned, puzzled. Do not fret. You will understand in due time. In the government office, Hu Huairan furrowed his brow after hearing the captain's report. Yes, not a word has been altered. What sort of play is this? A few newly appointed Taoists wish to comprehend the ins and outs of the malevolent spirit incident? Could it be that something has gone awry within the Privy Council? Or perhaps the demise of their two companions has compelled them to fulfill their duties? Fools. Who? The county magistrate, inwardly cursed, recalling how many times he had admonished those two to adhere to protocol. Who would have thought such a blunder could occur? Surely they have not stumbled upon any critical clues? Especially that statement about matters not being recorded. It seems rather pointed. While I can comprehend the actions of other Taoists, why is it that the second son of the Wang family is involved? Does he even understand what his father does? No. I must write a letter to Wang Yan immediately. My lord, are you all right? The captain inquired cautiously, after succinctly conveying the situation. He folded the letter and entrusted it to a servant waiting outside, instructing him to deliver it to the Wang family in Jinxi City for their master to peruse. Hurry. Next, Hu Huairan made his way to the backyard, summoning his subordinates, Du Mingjin and Du Mingyan. Upon their arrival, his ire flared. If it were not for these two fools, the Privy Council would not have encountered such a mishap. Are you certain you were not spotted during your ascent the other day? My lord, we assure you. The Du brothers, aware of their grave misstep, dared not breathe a word. We departed at night without being seen by anyone. Even the hunters did not venture up the mountain at night. Very well. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Today, go to the stone cave, dispose of everything within, and seal the entrance to ensure no one can discover it. But once the stone door is sealed, it will be exceedingly difficult to reopen. What if someone seeks you out later? That is a matter for another day. We can devise a plan then, Hu Huairan retorted. Until we ascertain the Privy Council's stance, I do not wish to hear any more news of malevolent spirits. Do as I instruct. If you botch this again, I shall have both of you imprisoned. Yes, my lord, we will ensure it is done. The Du brothers hastily pledged. Begone. Excuse me for a moment, my lord, a melodious and gentle female voice interrupted Hu Huairan. The two men looked up, their eyes brightening. From the inner chamber emerged a tall and graceful woman, her hair elegantly coiffed, her collar open to reveal her pristine neck and a glimpse of collarbone. She held a wooden tray adorned with a vessel of wine, each delicate step exuding an air of allure, while her visage radiated a pure and ethereal beauty akin to a lotus emerging from water. The juxtaposition of these contrasting qualities rendered her every smile and gesture irresistibly enchanting. Chapter 67. Qingzi, what brings you out here? My lord, the matter of the grotto is of utmost importance. Those two have always been diligent. It is understandable that they might occasionally falter. You should not be so harsh on them. Is it not true that one should encourage rather than chastise when preparing for battle? Indeed, is that so? Hu Huairan found himself at a loss for words. Although this was not a battlefield, it would not be detrimental to offer some encouragement. She slowly approached the two men, gracefully holding out a wooden tray, her knees slightly bending. This is the rice wine I have just brewed. Though it lacks the pungency of strong liquor, it is far superior to mere tea. I hope you both will give your utmost efforts to safeguard the secrets of the grotto for my lord. Du Mingjin and Du Mingyan exchanged glances and quickly lifted the porcelain bowls, drinking heartily. Thank you, milady, for the wine. Another intriguing aspect was that the Du brothers felt a certain affection in each other's gaze, as if merely looking into one another's eyes allowed them to hear her whisper. If one day Lord Hu is unable to accompany me, perhaps I too would obediently approach you in this manner. Then, my lord, we take our leave. Once the two departed the courtyard, Hu Huairan stepped forward and pulled the woman tightly into his embrace. You should not have given that wine to those fools. It was meant for me. Ha ha. Is my lord feeling jealous? Now that there are no others around, what should you call me? She blinked playfully. Master, perhaps? Just as I expected. Hu Huairan felt a flame of desire rising within him, though he reminded her, do not forget your duties. Of course, to protect you. And also to alleviate your loneliness. She laughed lightly. What a captivating creature you are. Hu County Magistrate could no longer bear to wait until evening. He seized her arm and impatiently led her into the inner chamber. Just then, the woman raised her head and uttered a soft "Oh." What is it? Hu Huairan inquired. Nothing. I just thought I saw a fox darting across the ceiling. What is so remarkable about a fox? This place is surrounded by mountains. All manner of creatures can be found. Indeed, she murmured softly. This place is far superior to the empty vastness of the sea. Enough of such nonsense. Hu Huairan urged impatiently. Come inside with me. What a peculiar woman. Li traversed the streets, still haunted by the scene she had witnessed in the courtyard. Her attire set her apart from the common women, and her accent was distinctly strange, but what was even more bizarre was her use of sorcery. As a fox spirit, she was particularly sensitive to such arts. She could sense that the woman was employing a form of enchantment to influence the perceptions of those around her. However, what was unusual was that she had never encountered such a method that did not yield instantaneous effects, but instead maintained a prolonged influence. Relying not solely on the magic itself, but also on her appearance and demeanor, making her allure an intrinsic part of her being. Otherwise, given the strength of the spell, such a seamless integration would be impossible. Yet to wield such enchantments solely for seduction was utterly shameless. Moreover, Li pondered, regardless of the type of magic employed, the practitioner should possess some innate superiority. Why would she bother to curry favor with a mere county magistrate? Even if she did not participate in the civil service examinations, she could live freely as a wandering cultivator or join a sect, both of which would afford her far more liberty than her current situation. However, it seemed that Xia Fan had indeed made an accurate guess. Li leaped swiftly, scaling the rooftops, and from her elevated position, she spotted the Du brothers moving through the crowd. Tomorrow morning, we will create quite a commotion in the county center. Xia Fan's words echoed in her mind. That is when the magistrate will surely be at the yamen. As long as we take our positions on the rooftops, you should be able to hear everything he says. Given your keen hearing, the news of the sorcerer's investigation will inevitably reach the magistrate's ears. If he is uninvolved, he will likely remain indifferent. However, if he knows something, he will surely not remain passive. Once the snake is startled, the initiative will fall into our hands. What if you're mistaken? She had asked at that time. Then young Master Wang will have lost 2 chests of copper for nothing. As it turned out, Hu Huiran did not merely react. He reacted quite strongly. This indicated that he was likely not only aware of the matter, but was also significantly entangled in the affairs of the malevolent spirits. With this thought, they could not help but sigh. She had initially wished to prevent him from delving deeper into the investigation, yet now she found herself inadvertently aiding him. Surely, in her past life, she had not owed anything to humanity? At the hour of the rat that night, the sound of the watchman's clapper gradually faded into the distance. Brother Xia, do you think those 2 will really ascend the mountain at this hour? Wei Wuxiang lay hidden in the grass, unable to suppress the urge to scratch at his arms, which had been bitten by insects. The 3 of them had spent nearly all their funds, and just as they thought they would return empty-handed, Xia Fan had directed them to a location near the western side of the high mountains. If they did not want to be discovered, the night served as the best cover. After receiving Li's intelligence, he had shared the pertinent details with Wei Wuxiang and the others, substituting Li with an old hunter who had suffered greatly from the tax on evil spirits and was willing to assist them, being well-versed in the mountain trails. Although they were somewhat skeptical, they decided to give it a try, swayed by his earnestness. After all, they too were eager to uncover the connection between the grotto and the malevolent spirits as mentioned by Hu Huiran. Suddenly, a flicker of light flashed in the distance, followed by 2 quick glimmers. They are on the move. Chapter 68. The group collectively held their breath, burying their heads in the tall grass. The terrain on either side of the mountain path sloped upward, making it challenging for those on the trail to detect the lurking figures above unless they searched diligently. Through the underbrush, Xia Fan could faintly discern the silhouettes of 2 men carrying oil lamps, advancing one after the other. They bore neither bows nor hunting dogs, but instead sported long swords and axes at their waists. This posture indicated that these individuals were certainly not here to hunt or gather herbs. Judging by their agility, it seemed they possessed some skill, yet their proficiency likely exceeded that of an ordinary person only slightly. They remained vigilant, frequently glancing around. But the night not only concealed the prey but also shrouded the hunters, making it exceedingly difficult for merely 2 pairs of eyes to pierce the vast darkness of the mountains. In this manner, the 2 men swiftly passed the concealed position of Xia Fan and his companions, moving deeper into the mountain. Shall we not follow? Wang Renji could not help but inquire as the glow of the oil lamps receded into the distance until it vanished completely. No, we shall not pursue. We will merely follow our guide, Xia Fan decisively replied, shaking his head. Such professional tasks should be left to the professionals. Now that the other party has finally revealed their tale, should we startle them, we may never have another opportunity. We must ensure a single success. Professional tasks left to the professionals? Wang Renji mused, appreciating the sentiment. Who would have thought you had experience in trailing? It's merely a matter of practicality. Shang Wankai interjected. I think Brother Xia is quite upright. Wei Wuxiang staunchly defended Xia Fan. Good brother, you truly deserve to have faced the scholar's examination alongside me. Xia Fan estimated the time and stood up after about a quarter of an hour. It's about time. Do you all remember the gestures I taught you? Everyone nodded in unison. Very well, let us proceed. He produced a prepared oil lamp, ignited it, and led the way, with the others closely following. Although not using a light would render them more concealed, their pace would be significantly hampered. Furthermore, traversing the treacherous mountain paths in pitch darkness posed numerous dangers. The uneven ground could easily lead to sprained ankles, and the lurking snakes and insects in the shadows were also considerable threats. This was the very reason he had decided to assign Li the task of tracking. With an intermediary, they could maintain a greater distance. Even with the light in hand and the noise of their passage, they would not attract the target's attention. It is said that even the most battle-hardened of warriors might not sense when a fox had set its gaze upon them. Before long, Xia Fan discovered a mark left by Li. She had tied a white cloth strip among the low branches to indicate the direction of the target's movement. This way. Soon, they realized they had deviated from the usual mountain path and were deeply ensconced within the dense forest. Without the guiding marks, losing their way would have been a matter of mere moments. The ground beneath their feet was now obscured, blanketed in thick fallen leaves and underbrush. To facilitate their movement, the group had to shorten their robes and use wooden swords to clear the branches obstructing their path. Xia Fan suddenly pondered whether it might be wise to equip himself with an additional iron sword. These two fellows are indeed suspicious, Wang Rinji grumbled. What kind of cursed path have they chosen? I doubt anyone has ever ventured here. Not necessarily, Shangguan Kai remarked, plucking a broken twig and inspecting it closely. Judging by the break, someone has been here within the past week, and not just a few. How can you tell there were many? Wang Rinji challenged. Aren't you claiming to be among the top 10 in the scholar's examination? That pertains to the art of tactics and has no relation to sorcery, he retorted. Enough. Shangguan Kai dismissed, tossing the twig aside. This is a common method used by scouts in the military. The more individuals advancing through the forest, the greater the frequency of broken branches. People cannot maintain a perfectly straight line while moving. You will inevitably encounter more obstacles. Ah, so there is such reasoning. Wang Rinji marveled. So, have you ever killed anyone? Shangguan Kai shot him a sidelong glance. Of course. Wang Rinji was taken aback. You truly have? Isn't it normal to fight for one's life on the battlefield? What is there to be astonished about? You don't believe the borders of Dachi are as stable as a mountain, do you? He instinctively slowed a few steps, creating some distance from her. Shangguan Kai furrowed her brow. What do you mean by that? Have you never killed anyone? Certainly not. Wang Rinji protested loudly, then abruptly covered his mouth. Why would you think that? Naturally, because you are the second son of the Wang family, she scoffed. What is there to hide? In a place like the Wang family, filled with tyrants, who does not have blood on their hands? Of course, I have no interest in blaming you. That is simply the way of the world. I admit I have oppressed others and entangled myself with numerous maidens, but as for killing Shu, Xia Fan suddenly gestured for silence, extinguishing the oil lamp in his hand. The three immediately fell silent and crouched down. What is happening? They halted. A mark on a tree had transformed into two intersecting white lines. This signified that the target had ceased their advance and was hiding in place. Ah, counter-surveillance? Shangguan Kai raised an eyebrow. These two men possessed some experience, but only to a point. If they were to hastily advance now due to losing the target, they would be spotted. Do you believe they have not executed their plan effectively? Naturally. If it were me, I would arrange for one to advance while the other remained on guard. With more personnel, we could even conduct a reverse search. For an unprofessional team like ours, being discovered is inevitable. Xia Fan was left speechless. Who was it that had just claimed they were not a paragon of virtue? Clearly, in terms of trailing, she was far more skilled than he. After another quarter of an hour, a glimmer emerged once more. All right, let us continue. They resumed their movement. In this manner, they ambled and halted for about an hour until an ancient stone door, half hidden within the mountainside, appeared before the four of them. The interior of the stone door was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the maw of a colossal beast, and standing at the entrance. One could feel the chilling winds emanating from within. The cracked and moss-covered stone walls suggested that this structure had existed for a considerable duration. Is there still such a thing around the high mountains? Wei Wuxiang swallowed hard. Xia Fan's expression grew grave. The stone cave that Hu Huiren spoke of must be right here. The answer he sought regarding the periodic fluctuations of malevolent forces likely lay within. In the end, there are only two outcomes. Either you will find no answers, or you will receive answers that are difficult to accept. Regardless of either, both are far worse than ignorance. However, in truth, he wished to argue that Li was mistaken. For him, ignorance was the most dreadful outcome. It signified that he would remain perpetually ensnared within the deceptions of this world. Now let us see what secrets the magistrate wishes to conceal. Xia Fan raised the oil lamp and was the first to step through the stone door. Chapter 69, Bronze casting clearly, this was not an ancient tomb or a mausoleum. It had witnessed not only the passage of individuals, but also the presence of permanent guardians. After traversing approximately 20 to 30 meters, Xia Fan suddenly heard a peculiar sound, akin to the static emitted by a radio devoid of signal. an unsettling rustling that sent shivers down his spine. Radios, being products of the electronic age, could not possibly exist in this era, making the sound all the more eerie. Someone tugged at the hem of his garment from behind. What is that sound? He initially assumed it was Wei Wuxiang, but upon turning, he discovered it was Shangwan Kai, her voice unusually wavering. But you're not afraid of the ghosts from before. That sounds quite reasonable, Xia Fan replied. Brother Xia, I am a bit frightened as well, Wei Wuxiang chimed in. This place feels quite ominous. The rustling sound intensified, transforming from a mere whisper to an omnipresent din, increasingly resembling electromagnetic noise. This unnerved Xia Fan. Yet the thought of the answer being tantalizingly close propelled him forward, for it implied that the Du brothers were not far away. They had finally caught a glimpse of their quarry. Xia Fan extinguished his oil lamp and gestured to the others to prepare for confrontation, drawing forth his peachwood sword. This action brought a sense of reassurance to the other three. Although the strange noise persisted, the discovery of Hu Zhixian's men indicated that this place was not as perilous as initially feared. As the group crouched and slipped through the second stone door, they advanced several paces before the figures of their targets finally came into view. It was a cavern resembling a melting cave. Adorned with torches, whether original to the site or added later, it was unclear. Surrounding the cavern were several openings, shallow enough to see to the bottom, suggesting they might have been used as cages, given the barred entrance. The Du brothers were preoccupied with sorting through a pile of clothing, seemingly intent on burning it, completely oblivious to the intruders at the entrance. There would be no better opportunity than this. Xia Fan raised his hand, signaling 3, then 2, then 1, action. The four surged forth from 4 directions, charging directly at the brothers. The distance of fewer than 10 meters was negligible. The overwhelming background noise masked their swift approach. The moment the brothers perceived the commotion, Xia Fan and his companions had already closed in. Although the brothers might have possessed some martial skills, they stood no chance against such overwhelming speed. One brother was swiftly knocked to the ground, while the other attempted to roll away but was struck in the ankle by a precisely thrown dart from Shangwan Kai, causing him to tumble. What transpired next was truly terrifying. The fallen man vanished the instant he hit the ground, as though he had melted away. No, indeed, the remaining brother cried out, twisting to reach the spot where his companion had disappeared, only to be pinned down by Wei Wuxiang, unable to move an inch. How could such a large living being simply vanish? Xia Fan stepped forward, only to halt abruptly, taking a deep breath and almost instinctively muttering an expletive. Before his eyes loomed a colossal bronze disc. It measured nearly 5 meters in width, lying horizontally in the center of the cavern, initially hidden due to the low terrain. Within its expanse were around 20 hexagonal openings, each nearly 50 centimeters in diameter, sufficient to accommodate an adult. These openings were arranged in tight formation, resembling a metallic hive. In Xia Fan's memory, the largest bronze artifact discovered by archaeology, the Haomu Wu Ding, measured just over a meter in length. Yet this bronze creation before him was 5 times that size, with a complexity that transcended comprehension. More importantly, what necessity could there be to forge such an immense bronze disc in this lightless cavern? Cautiously, Xia Fan traced the edge, soon finding evidence of the fallen man within one of the openings. Since the man had referred to him as Di, it was likely that Du Mingyin was the one who had fallen. He appeared to have lost consciousness from the impact, his body wedged about half a meter above the ground, with only his head visible from above. However, Xia Fan quickly noticed that the inner side of the bronze wall above him was lined with barbs, evidently designed to prevent anyone from climbing out. Moreover, he observed that the entire casting hive was covered in brown scabs, particularly concentrated within the openings, some of which appeared relatively fresh, glistening a dull crimson under the torchlight. This was a mixture of blood and bronze. He realized that over the years, the bronze had oxidized, causing the surface to gradually flake away, and these raised layers, soaked in blood, had formed clots similar to scabs. My brother, can you save him? Du Mingjin pleaded despairingly, gazing at the spot where his brother had fallen. The metallic barbs above posed a significant hindrance. Without the right tools, it would be impossible to extricate him. If you divulge everything you know, I might consider saving his life. No time left. It's about to contract, he replied. What does contract mean? Xia Fan shouted, gripping his collar. What is that thing for? Du Mingjin, shaken, looked bewildered. You haven't interrogated anyone, have you? Shangwan Kai approached. Do you have experience? Xia Fan instinctively stepped aside. Shangwan Kai knelt, signaling Wei Wuxiang to lift him into a seated position facing her. then delivered a sharp slap that caused blood to immediately trickle from Du Mingjin's mouth. "Look at me," she commanded, brandishing the tip of her gun before thrusting it down. A piercing scream erupted, drowning out the rustling noise within the cavern. Chapter 70. The Abyss of Evil. Huff, huff, you. After a moment, Du Mingjin finally recovered from the excruciating pain. He gasped for air, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Have you all gone mad? Or has the Privy Council sent you to intervene? If not, you are finished. This Fashion Prefecture may not even accommodate you." Huff. You. Huff. She raised her weapon for the third time. "Stop. Stop, stop. I beg you cease. Huff. I will tell you everything." In his desperation, Du Mingjin sprayed saliva as he spoke. "It should have been this way from the start, shouldn't it?" Shangguan Kai nonchalantly wiped the blood from the gun's tip. "So let us not linger. This place is a site for disposal." He gritted his teeth, yet it was not merely a site for disposal. "What cryptic game are you playing?" Shangguan Kai coldly glared at him. "Please, spare me. I don't know much. This is all I have observed myself. Lord who merely instructed me to bring people here and place them into those cubes." The cubes presumably referred to the hexagonal honeycomb patterns on the bronze disc. What benefit lies in placing them inside? Underneath that disc lies a hidden river, its currents fierce and unknown in direction. And this disc will be propelled by the flow of water, emptied every 7 days, with all those inside swept away, never to be seen again. "Ah, so it is a hidden river?" Xia Fan exchanged glances with the others, suddenly enlightened. The strange rustling sound did not emanate from some anachronistic artifact, but rather from the tumultuous water crashing against the riverbed, merely rendered less resonant by the disc's interference. Yet, this revelation did little to unravel the confusion that had long plagued Xia Fan. "You bring people here solely to dispose of them silently? Who are you trying to deceive? Take this mountain as an example. Simply discarding a body in a secluded spot would suffice. Within days, scavengers would consume it entirely. Why go to such lengths to select this particular location? In this era, once you leave the city, the outside world is essentially a blind spot. If the intent is merely to dispose of a body, there is no need to bring it into the cavern. Furthermore, the bronze disc was evidently not a trivial creation, constructing such a facility underground. Solely to dispose of bodies every 7 days? Xia Fan found this utterly nonsensical. It is not for corpses, but for the living, Du Mingjin emphasized. Albeit some individuals might arrive here deceased. However, it is primarily meant for the living. Moreover what? He clenched his teeth. Moreover, there are specific requirements regarding the quantity. It is said that once this disc reaches a third capacity, it can summon malevolent spirits. The more it contains, the more terrifying the spirits become. At this pronouncement, Wei Wuxuang and Wang Renji displayed incredulity. "How is this possible?" Xia Fan murmured, bewildered. "This object can generate malevolent spirits? Aren't spirits formed from restless energies? How does it achieve this?" The ground beneath them began to tremble. "What is happening now? Look at the disc!" Wang Renji exclaimed. "The disc is moving. How can that be? Such a massive bronze artifact. Who could possibly move it?" Xia Fan focused intently and realized that they had not been mistaken. The disc was indeed trembling, slightly contracting, compressing the hexagonal spaces. Such a colossal creation was not a singular entity, but a mechanized apparatus. Each opening's edge was synchronously converging, indicating a remarkably intricate transmission mechanism beneath it. After several minutes of trembling, the disc ceased its contraction, as if they had merely experienced an illusion. Yet Xia Fan knew it was no illusion with a simple gesture. He noted that the size of the opening had reduced from 40 centimeters to approximately 35, while the spaces between the honeycombs had evidently widened. Where am I? Damn it, hello? Is anyone there?" The recent tremors had also roused Du Mingjin, whose voice echoed from the aperture before he was even visible. Where are you? Hurry and help me. My leg is trapped. It hurts so much." "Enough. You two stop shouting." Shangguan Kai interrupted sharply. "Was that phenomenon you described the contraction? To what extent can it shrink?" No gaps." Du Mingjin struggled to close his eyes. "Does that mean?" Wei Wuxuang gasped. "The people inside will be suffocated to death? Are you suggesting this is a torture device?" Wang Renji asked incredulously. "No. Its original purpose is not torture, but to instill endless fear and suffering in the dying." Xia Fan suddenly spoke. "I comprehend it all now." "Xia?" Wei Wuxuang looked at him in surprise. "It will not cause immediate death. It will merely gradually reduce the size of the opening. The power likely derives from the hidden currents below, possibly a type of energy storage device. Once sufficient energy accumulates, it will activate the mechanism, causing the disc to move. This cycle occurs every 7 days, repeatedly. Those placed inside have no chance of escape. They are confined in this minuscule space, unable to even raise an arm or turn their bodies. The oppressive, dim confinement will induce immense panic. Even a few hours in such a stifling environment could shatter one's sanity. But that is not the most lethal aspect. As the contraction continued, the interior gaps of the disc would become inadequate to fully accommodate another person. At such a moment, limbs would be forced into the abdomen, making even the expansion of the chest arduous. Those within must exert every effort to draw a breath. This agonizing struggle for air would not last long. At most a few hours, and they would perish. Yet in those final moments, they would experience the utmost despair. What about that other female ghost? Wang Rinji instinctively inquired. Perhaps one of those cast into the disc was pregnant, Xia Fan said, stepping towards Du Mingjin, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. After a cycle, the bodies not absorbed by the spirits will be cast into the water, while the spirits will follow the living's essence to Gaoshan County. The malevolent entities we eliminate are not naturally formed, but are deliberately manufactured vengeful souls. So, do you still wish to save your brother? Have you not considered the blood on your hands? I was forced into this, my lord, Du Mingjin wailed. This is all Hu Jishin's doing. He never informed us that this wicked thing could summon malevolent spirits. We figured it out bit by bit ourselves. We do not wish to be entangled with the malevolent spirits. I beg you, spare our lives. Was the requirement of filling it to a third your own deduction as well? Du Mingjin trembled as he extended a hand, pointing towards a corner of the cavern. Xia Fan followed his gesture, discovering engravings on the wall. He brushed away the accumulated dust with his sleeve, revealing an illustration resembling a schematic. And the inscriptions appeared eerily familiar. Chapter 71. Variables. Although the script was indecipherable, the illustration was sufficiently clear. On the left side lay a hexagonal beehive, evidently symbolizing a bronze disc. To the right, humanoid symbols were etched, likely representing malevolent entities. As one gazed downward, the solid beehives increased in number, and the humanoid figures also proliferated, culminating in the last row where all beehives transformed into solid forms, while the right side had been scraped away by a sharp instrument, leaving behind deep grooves. Below the image, there was an extensive display of ancient text. Each line commenced with a few simple horizontal or vertical strokes, which, considering the continuity of the script, Xia Fan surmised were akin to dates or numerical designations. Similarly, numerous segments appeared deliberately destroyed, as if someone wished to conceal the records from being disclosed. As he pieced together the engravings on the entire wall, a profoundly shocking vision emerged in Xia Fan's mind. This underground facility, constructed during the era of the Eternal Kingdom, was likely a site dedicated to the study of malevolence. The diagram indicated that they had not only identified the characteristics of the abyssal spirits, but had also advanced into a deeper realm of inquiry. What, after all, did they witness when the holes in the disc were entirely filled? Or rather, what did they create? Xia Fan felt a dryness in his mouth. Yet now he realized that the ancients had likely made considerable progress in their studies of malevolent phenomena. Brother Xia, what should we do next? Wei Wuxuang's voice interrupted his thoughts. Indeed, these questions could be set aside for future exploration. He must first address the dilemma regarding Gaoshan County. I do not know. Truly I do not, my lord. The latter replied, shaking his head. I only go out to meet people when notified by County Magistrate Hu. Just the two of you brothers? If there are more people, they could lend a hand over there. However, they all wear black clothing and hoods, so I genuinely cannot discern their identities. In addition to sending people, did they bring anything else? They brought silver in large chests, which was all sent to Lord Hu's estate. We brothers only received a meager share. Oh, they also sent a woman to Magistrate Hu, a very beautiful woman. That is all I know. Xia Fan turned to look at Shengwan Kai, who shrugged her shoulders, indicating she had nothing to add. Whether you are hiding something or not, it will soon be verified. He examined the ropes binding the other and forcefully lifted him. Come with us. Where are you taking me? To Jinxia City. To the governor's mansion. My lord, if I go there, I will surely die. Du Mingjin's face turned as pale as paper, and he struggled to kneel down. I was merely following orders. I beg you, spare my life. Listen well, Xia Fan declared sternly. Your only chance of survival is to expose County Magistrate Hu Huiran of Gaoshan County. There is no other way to preserve your life. Moreover, even if you cannot escape death, at least you can inform the authorities in time to rescue your brother before the disc closes completely. You wouldn't want him to endure torment here, ultimately becoming an abyssal spirit, would you? Du Mingjin's body softened, as if he had lost all strength. Xia Fan, not wishing to waste more words, grasped him and led him towards the stone cave. The return journey was significantly expedited, within the span of less than an hour. The five had arrived at the foot of the mountain. However, just as Gaoshan County came into view, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Du Mingjin's complexion turned as pale as a sheet, and foam began to spill from the corners of his mouth. The group had to stop to assess his condition. What happened to this fellow? Perhaps he has been poisoned. Shang Wankai pressed on his pulse. I estimate he won't last until we reach the city. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately Xia Fan only heard the words that bowl of wine. After a few moments, Du Mingjin ceased to tremble altogether. He is dead, Shang Wankai shrugged. Is this an execution? Xia Fan clenched his fist involuntarily. Since they had resorted to such measures with Du Mingjin, it was unreasonable to expect they would spare Du Mingjin. In an instant, they had lost 2 witnesses, and the once favorable situation had abruptly reversed. As long as the cave remains, we still have a chance, Wei Wuxiang reassured. Are you implying we have been discovered? I cannot say for certain, but it is indeed a possibility. Xia Fan felt his mind racing, as the information of this brief day bombarded his consciousness like a tempest. Although he had long known that the lies of the lower classes in this era were as inconsequential as blades of grass, the stark reality of experiencing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. If this were indeed the case, Hu Huairan would undoubtedly dispatch another group to seal off the cave, with the worst outcome being that both witnesses and evidence would be entirely eradicated. What should we do? Wei Wuxiang asked anxiously. I need someone to go to Jinxia City to deliver a message, preferably someone light on their feet, as swiftly as possible. Xia Fan turned to Wang Renji. Young Master Wang, your horsemanship is exceptional, and you are the only one who can enter the city at night. It seems it falls upon me again. Wang Renji perked up. Rest assured, with my family standing in Jinxia, they will not dare to disregard my message. I shall take my leave. After the other departed, Xia Fan shifted his gaze to the remaining 2. Can you both hold this route for me? If Hu Huairan sends people again, they will likely be no more than yamen runners or constables. As a practitioner of the 8th rank, it should not pose a significant issue to stall them for a while. I should be fine, Wei Wuxiang nodded. Brother Xia, what about you? I will personally visit the county magistrate's residence, Xia Fan replied resolutely. Only by controlling Hu Huairan can we ensure the preservation of the cave as physical evidence. Moreover, he is the most significant witness in this entire affair. In other words, if he is rendered immobile, we can seize the initiative, even if he discloses nothing. At the very least, we can prevent him from relocating the illicit funds. I believe Hu County Magistrate will find it difficult to explain why such a vast amount of silver is hidden within his residence. I apologize, but I must withdraw. Shang Wankai suddenly interjected. Wei Wuxiang momentarily failed to comprehend. Why? Shang Wankai, however, ignored him, fixating her gaze on Xia Fan. Do you truly comprehend what you are undertaking? Although the county magistrate holds a low rank, he is nonetheless a principal officer registered with the Ministry of Personnel. Should anything unfortunate befall young Master Wang, or if you fail to subdue Hu County Magistrate, resulting in the total loss of evidence, your 8th rank status as a practitioner would likely meet its end as well. Of course, if that were the extent of it, it would be bearable. But have you considered a possibility? Why has the Privy Council prohibited practitioners from intervening in this matter? Besides the inconvenience of meddling in governmental affairs, could there be no other reason? At this point, Shang Wankai paused. Do you think they are utterly unaware of the underlying causes behind the frequent emergence of malevolent entities? Chapter 72, Confrontation. Wei Wuxiang's expression suddenly stiffened. He glanced at Shang Wankai, then at Xia Fan, unsure of what to say. No, at this juncture. Xia Fan had nothing left to conceal. He had contemplated this issue. Even if the Privy Council was unaware of the specifics, they must have inferred the general situation. The emergence of malevolent spirits was inherently tied to intense energy, and given that energy embodies the will of living beings, it was evident that the high mountains were rife with abnormal deaths. If he was aware of this, the Privy Council could not possibly remain oblivious. In fact, during his dialogue with the agency, he had sensed their attempts to divert the conversation, but at that time, he had no tangible evidence and lacked the firm conviction to counter them. After all, one cannot speak without investigation. A fellow townsman expressed surprise. Why then does the Privy Council remain indifferent? Even if they cannot intervene in governance, surely they could inform the provincial governor to investigate? Xia Fan pondered. I fear they do not wish to eradicate malevolent spirits. Shang Wankai chuckled lightly. So you have noticed too. What do you mean? Wei Wuxiang asked in confusion. Consider what the divine judge once said, Xia Fan sighed. That is the answer. Scholars rise through political achievements. What do we rely on? Is it not our merit in vanquishing demons and spirits? If the malevolent spirits were completely eliminated from a region, wouldn't the practitioners be left idly in their offices, wasting their time? Days rife with malevolent spirits are indeed good days. Initially, he had dismissed this notion, understanding that practitioners cherish their achievements in exorcism much like soldiers value their military exploits. However, as he delved deeper into the investigation, his growing unease suggested that the Privy Council had likely crossed a critical line. The rationale for the upper echelon's inaction lay precisely in this merit. It not only facilitated promotions, but also upheld the Privy Council's influence. Could it be? The townsman could only murmur. Xia Fan's thoughts ran deeper still. He recalled the elder of the Zhou family mentioning the cause of the previous county magistrate's death, entangled by something unclean, ultimately succumbing to illness. Perhaps it was a spirit he had encountered before. If handled by a sufficiently skilled individual, such intangible malevolence could gradually deplete a person's vitality without their awareness. Offending a magistrate might be manageable, but to offend the Privy Council could lead to a lifetime of misery. You surely do not wish to return to that tumultuous life? Shangguan Kai spoke candidly. Now is the time to cease. The Privy Council is still unaware of this matter, and for county magistrate who, losing 2 subordinates, is inconsequential. If you do not seek him, he will not provoke you. Ultimately, I have only just become a practitioner. I do not wish to abandon this promising future, so I withdraw. I understand. Xia Fan nodded. You do not blame me? I comprehend you. Had I not encountered other matters, I likely would have made the same choice. Shangguan Kai's pupils constricted sharply. Other matters. What are they? You previously stated that the world is inherently this way. Yet the so-called world is precisely what people have forged with their own hands, each individual, including you and me. Upon finishing, Xia Fan turned to Wei Wuxiang. Regardless of your choice, I have no objections. You have already assisted me greatly. Thank you. Xia brother. Xia Fan waved his hand, swiftly departing from their sight. Beside a large tree along the path, he spotted a familiar figure. You heard everything? Yes. Li adjusted her hat and stepped forward. I had warned you. Indeed. You were aware before I was, but I did not expect you to uncover the truth. Knowing is sufficient. Xia Fan hesitated. Are you coming with me? Otherwise? Li countered. I fear I cannot remain in the Privy Council. You no longer wish to study the arts? Not quite. It is for the sake of aiding the people of the high mountains? Not entirely. Part of it is for myself. For yourself? Yes, in simpler terms. It is said that an unsettled mind hinders cultivation. I have not heard such a saying, Li bluntly pointed out. Even when angry, you can still channel energy. Ahem. It is that I cannot reconcile with myself. Xia Fan decided to be forthright. I cannot regard the extermination of malevolent spirits as a means of upward advancement or a primary source of funding, especially after learning of their origins. So, I apologize for discreetly inquiring about your master's whereabouts in the Privy Council. Of course, there is no need for an apology. For the foundation of our collaboration lies in your willingness to assist me, rather than solely in your status as a practitioner. The fox spirit paused slightly, moreover. I must confess something. What is it? Although I initially did not wish for you to pursue this matter, given how things have unfolded, I do not feel much regret. Rather, I feel somewhat relieved. Xia Fan was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the fox spirit, her golden eyes and natural smile captivating him. By the way, my injury has healed. This statement bore an air of arrogance, as if she had consumed beef. So, Xia Fan found himself momentarily at a loss. So we can run even faster. With that, Li grasped Xia Fan and swiftly leaped into the air. He felt himself lift off the ground. With a single leap, the fox spirit increased their speed significantly, no longer following the road but bounding across rooftops. The stars and moon above illuminated their path. Is this the true power of the fox spirit? Xia Fan relinquished his grip, allowing her to carry him at great speed, although his posture was less than dignified. Since no one was watching, he chose to indulge her. Strangely, he sensed that Li, now running at full speed, seemed somewhat different from before. I believe so. She held Xia Fan tightly. Prepare yourself. We have arrived. Chapter 73. Deceit and Sorcery in Comparison to the Residences of the Zhou and Tian families. The county magistrate's mansion exudes a far greater opulence. The courtyard features a front garden, a stone-built hillock, a main hall at its center, and 3 additional 2-story buildings at the back, all of which collectively form a square. According to local customs, the main hall is typically reserved for receiving guests, while the side rooms accommodate relatives and children. Thus, the magistrate's bedroom is likely situated directly behind the main hall, although there are servants standing guard at night. For a fox demon capable of seeing in the dark, they are no more than mere stationary obstacles. Stealthily avoiding the guard's gaze, the two ascended to the second floor, effortlessly reaching the magistrate's quarters. As it turned out, their instincts had not led them astray, even at this late hour. A large room within the building remained illuminated by candlelight, and they could faintly hear the anxious voice of Magistrate Hu. If I catch them, I will surely flay their skins. Were those two fools directed at the Du brothers? Xia Fan paused slightly, wondering if the one responsible for their poisoning was not Magistrate Hu himself. However, this was not a moment for hesitation. The pivotal figure in the entire incident was present within that room. If they could apprehend him, the balance of the seemingly precarious situation would undoubtedly tip in their favor. With this thought in mind, he exchanged a glance with Li. Then, with a firm shoulder, he pushed the door open. The spacious bedroom contained only the solitary figure of Magistrate Hu, which was undeniably the most favorable scenario among all conceivable outcomes. Yet, his astonishment quickly dissipated. You truly are unrelenting. This reaction completely took Xia Fan by surprise. He had anticipated that the magistrate would be terrified or would immediately call for help, allowing Xia to swiftly incapacitate him with a single strike, after which they could meticulously interrogate him. This unexpected turn of events left Xia Fan filled with doubts, preventing him from closing the distance right away. Indeed, Xia Fan replied, choosing to follow the magistrate's train of thought. You must be acutely aware of the heinous crimes you have committed. Maliciously plotting against the common people and employing malevolent spirits for personal gain warrants a sentence of extermination for your entire clan. I acknowledge that, Magistrate Hu retorted. Since you confess your guilt, you should now detail the origins of this matter, including the identities of the victims and the individuals behind their demise. Perhaps this will spare your family's lives. Haha. Hu Weiren suddenly laughed. I had thought the attitude of the Privy Council had shifted, but it appears not. Xia Fan furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Although I have never directly engaged with those individuals, I am aware of their modus operandi, at least in this matter. The Privy Council would not inquire about the details, nor would they spare my family. If you had acted just now, perhaps I would have believed you. Hu Weiren's tone turned colder. Even if the Privy Council sought my life, I would not surrender it willingly, as the saying goes. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Just as his words fell, Xia Fan suddenly felt a chilling presence. Be careful, Li exclaimed. Everything transpired too quickly. A figure descended from the rooftop, landing directly before Xia Fan, accompanied by a fleeting flash of a blade. It sliced down close to Xia Fan's shoulder, cutting from his chest to his side. Blood erupted. Xia Fan fell backward, rolling several times on the ground, leaving a streak of crimson in his wake. The assailant offered no respite, pursuing him with the intent to deliver a fatal blow, but Li had already positioned herself in front of Xia Fan. After deflecting the opponent's thrust with one hand, the fox demon used her other hand to force the assailant to relinquish her weapon, creating distance through a series of agile movements. Ignoring the wound inflicted by the short blade on her left hand, Li helped Xia Fan to his feet, intending to assess his injury, but he pressed his hand against her, urging her to not worry. Rest assured, I am fine. Xia Fan stifled the excruciating pain and took a deep breath. The sudden strike had caught him completely off guard, allowing no time for defense. What saved him was Li's intensive training over the past few days. At the instant he sensed the change in the atmosphere above him, he instinctively leaned back, thus transforming what could have been a fatal blow into a mere gash the length of a palm on his body. Who would have thought an ordinary practitioner could evade such a strike? This is truly unexpected. The opponent gradually straightened, revealing her full form. I recall you were not particularly skilled in combat. She was indeed a strikingly beautiful woman, donned in a short, slit robe with a low neckline that revealed part of her well-rounded bosom. Her thighs were completely exposed from the side, down to her feet, which were adorned with white stockings. While this attire might not raise eyebrows for Xia Fan, it would be deemed extraordinarily bold in this era. I've seen her, Li whispered. Be cautious. She employs cunning techniques, and her methods differ greatly from those of practitioners. Understood. Xia Fan retrieved a roll of emergency bandages from the inner pocket of his robe, tightening them around his shoulder and chest while marveling internally. Could this woman be the beautiful envoy mentioned by Du Mingjin? However, finding someone of exquisite beauty was not uncommon. What was rare was one who also possessed sorceress abilities. What kind of origin did she hail from? to be so freely gifted to others. Furthermore, while she concealed herself atop the roof, neither he nor Li had detected her presence, indicating that she was either exceptionally skilled at remaining hidden or possessed strength beyond the 6th rank of inquiry. Qingzi, you will protect me, won't you? Hu Weiren snarled, kill these 2 thieves. The woman known as Qingzi flashed a seductive smile, of course. It is the duty of a humble servant. As she spoke, she produced 2 uniquely shaped daggers from her bosom, casting them towards Xia Fan and Li. And then lunged at them. Li dodged aside, while Xia Fan could only raise his sword to parry. While the wooden sword might suffice against malevolent spirits, it faltered against the metal and iron of the daggers. Although the strike deflected the daggers, it also shattered the sword. Li was the first to close the distance, her hands transforming into lethal claws, augmented by an illusionary technique to intimidate her opponent. In an instant, the magistrate's bedroom became a nightmarish realm awash in blood. Even Xia Fan felt as though his feet were mired in a viscous sea of flesh, rendering him unable to move. Qingzi was the first to be affected, her face displaying fear as her limbs stiffened, rendering her incapable of resistance. With no mercy, Li's hands pierced through her. Yet, in the next moment, the enemy's figure dissipated into a cloud of smoke. What kind of sorcery is this? Xia Fan pondered in astonishment, just as Qingzi reappeared before him. Indeed, she had determined that the fox demon was a formidable adversary and opted to eliminate the seemingly weaker Xia Fan first. However, he was prepared. He threw forward the copper wire pendant he had gripped in his hand. After several combat encounters, he had discerned the characteristics of the thunderclap technique, once activated. If there was a catalyst, it would strike down with a thunderbolt capable of tearing through the air. In other words, he need not wait for the enemy to close in before casting the spell. As long as he kept the copper wire pendant in his sight, he could invoke the thunder from a distance. The dual-layered technique's power was sufficiently lethal. However, the opponent did not charge outright. Instead, she abruptly halted, her hands moving rapidly to form a series of peculiar gestures. The motions evoked a sense of familiarity within Xia Fan. Without any catalyst or talisman, the woman gestured several times before unleashing a searing flame that erupted from her mouth. Chapter 74, Deadly Struggle. The moment Xia Fan beheld the flicker of flames, he instinctively understood that calamity was imminent. He was compelled to abandon his spell casting and dove towards a nearby wooden pillar. The flames grazed his cheek, scorching heat searing his skin, while the sparks ignited the collar and cuffs of his robe. Shielding himself behind the wooden column, Xia Fan frantically removed the burning talisman robe. Had he delayed even a moment longer or insisted on casting the thunderstrike, he would undoubtedly have been engulfed in flames. What was that just now? In Xia Fan's recollection, only one form of magic bore resemblance to it: ninjutsu. The woman turned her head, using flames to repel the approaching Li. And from her bosom, she produced a dagger, charging towards Xia Fan, who was concealed behind the pillar. Xia Fan, realizing that aid would arrive too late, Li hurled the short blade he had previously wrested from their foe towards the pillar. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Fan drew the short dagger, positioning it defensively to barely block the woman's downward thrust. This close encounter revealed to him the immense strength of his adversary. Were he not a practitioner of talismanic arts, or had he trained for a few years less, the sheer force could have easily driven the blade into his skull. At this proximity, he could discern the peculiarities of the dagger. It was double-edged, sharp, and rhombus-shaped, with a short, straight handle resembling a kunai. "Why are you not enchanted by me?" Qingzi's voice, smooth as orchid fragrance, held an unsettling allure, and in their face-to-face confrontation, Xia Fan saw the shimmering depths of her eyes, as if they might weep. "Enchanted? Don't jest. Have you seen my companion? She is 1,000 times more captivating than you. Is that so? Then, may you perish." Qingzi bared her crimson lips, revealing a thin blade concealed beneath her tongue. If this blade were to slice across his throat, the fragile equilibrium they maintained would shatter instantly. Yet this delicate balance was equally precarious for her. "Your weapon appears to be made of iron." The woman's brow arched, as if to question, "What of it?" Drawing a deep breath, Xia Fan growled, "Thunderous quake, flowing light." This was a spell enacted without external aid. A bolt of electricity erupted from his palm, connecting with the short dagger and the dagger of his adversary. Crack! With a soft crackle, a dazzling burst of electric sparks ignited between them, and Xia Fan simultaneously felt a sharp sting and numbness in his hand. However, as the direct recipient of the spell, Qingzi's experience was palpably more intense. She grimaced in pain, her hands involuntarily relinquishing the dagger, her palms now scorched and red. The potency of the spell had been significantly diminished, compounded by his limited practice. He could neither deliver a fatal blow nor penetrate her defenses, merely scorching her skin. Yet this was sufficient to disrupt the standoff. With her grip loosened, the pressure on Xia Fan lessened dramatically. He raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling away. Qingzi landed just as Li, who had circled past the flames, was racing towards her. She tumbled to her feet, swiftly forming seals with her fingers, attempting to replicate her previous tactic. Monster! Monster! Li raised her palm and swept towards Qingzi with the force to obliterate. Any furniture in the path of her strike was shattered to smithereens. Cough. Qingzi violently coughed up blood, judging by the shattered pillar behind her. This blow was undoubtedly severe. The adversary struggled to rise, but after several attempts, she remained on the ground. Xia Fan understood that he could not afford to relax his vigilance. It was imperative to strike while the enemy was vulnerable. For a foe armed with lethal weapons could not be underestimated. He gripped the hilt tightly, stepped forward, and thrust towards the woman's chest. The blade met little resistance, piercing directly into her body. A warm flow soaked his palm. It was only then that Xia Fan noticed the open flesh on her chest. Adorned with the intricate pattern of a blooming flower, 5 petals arranged in a pentagon, 3 of which were a deep crimson, as if smeared with blood. I must say, you performed admirably. Qingzi grinned, blood staining her lips, suddenly seizing Xia Fan's arm, while her other hand retrieved the talisman. The moment the talisman appeared, it sparked to life. Xia Fan, are you well? Qingzi murmured in a weakened tone, though dead, still alive. He yanked the dagger free, exerting all his strength to sever her grip on his arm, and then dashed towards Li, bringing her down to the ground with him. In that instant, a violent explosion erupted behind them. The rushing shockwave hurled them against the wall, splintered wood raining down like a torrential downpour. The cacophony of debris showering them for several breaths before calmness reigned once more. Are you mad? Li grasped Xia Fan tightly, her teeth gritted. Knowing the monster's regenerative abilities are far superior to ours, why would you bring me along to evade? Cough, cough. What else could I do? Xia Fan forced a smile. Hide behind you and use you as a shield? That would have been the most prudent choice. But it is not what a companion would do. He patted her hand reassuringly. Fear not, this impact, cough, cough, will not be fatal. Just a bit of numbness in my back. He had not anticipated that the talisman she produced was indeed an explosive one. Outside, the chaotic shouts and clanging of weapons echoed. Clearly, the recent turmoil had drawn the attention of the guards. And now a significant number of the county magistrate's men were likely converging upon their location. We must depart at once, Li urged. However, Xia Fan found himself unable to stand upright, his legs feeling as though they belonged to someone else, rendering him powerless. A wave of dizziness swept over him, his previously clear vision becoming increasingly blurred. Is this the after effect of the explosion? A heavy dread filled Li's heart as she turned him over, only to discover several splintered pieces of wood had pierced through his dark robe, further embedding themselves into his back. A wave of panic surged through her. Go on without me. Xia Fan gasped. I'll rest for a moment and follow. She shook her head, wishing to carry him away as they had come, yet fearing the violent jostling might be too much for him. Li understood one thing deeply. In comparison to monsters, humans were indeed far too fragile. As he spoke, several guards armed with clubs and sabers burst into the room. Sir, are you unharmed? Intruders have breached the estate. Sound the alarm. Everyone, protect Lord Hu. Why have you only now arrived? Seize these 2 at once. Hu Huiran stomped his foot in fury. How dare you consort with monsters? Even the talisman's facade cannot save you. Li extended her claws, emitting a threatening growl. The memory of the giant fox made the magistrate instinctively shrink back. Yet seeing she remained steadfast beside the talismanist, his confidence swelled. Deal with this fox demon first. Whoever subdues it shall be rewarded 100 taels. Upon hearing such a substantial bounty, the guards could hardly suppress their eagerness. Who dares to touch them? Suddenly, a cool, feminine voice interjected, causing all present to pause in astonishment. Xia Fan, through increasingly hazy vision, turned towards the voice, and to his surprise, the newcomer was none other than Shangguan Kai. Chapter 75. The princess this fellow, had he not already departed? Xia Fan felt his consciousness growing increasingly heavy. With his last ounce of strength, he squeezed Li's hand, hoping she would leave first. With her nimble fox spirit capabilities, no one here could possibly hinder her. Yet, if she insisted on bringing him along, the odds of either escaping were slim. He hoped she could grasp his meaning. However, Li merely tightened her grip on him. Another practitioner? Hu Huiran could not restrain himself from shouting, What on earth are the others doing? The alarm bell, why has it not rung yet? Are you referring to these individuals? Shang Kai remarked, gesturing with her fingers. A soldier clad in armor entered the room and unceremoniously tossed a corpse onto the floor. Hu Huiran focused his gaze, realizing it was the very body of the housekeeper he had arranged for protection. His complexion paled significantly. It was common for local gentry and noble families to maintain a number of private retainers equipped with various weapons. However, armor was a different matter entirely. The concealment of armor could lead to accusations of rebellion, and yet this man's subordinates brazenly wore chainmail. Such audacity blatantly disregarded the law. Simultaneously, the clamor from below began to diminish, replaced by the faint sounds of clashing blades and urgent cries of distress. This transformation unmistakably signified that the reinforcements he had relied upon had dissolved into thin air. What do you mean by this? Hu Huiran trembled as he pointed at Shang Kai. You invade the magistrate's residence, assault a court official, and conspire with demons. I see you are brazenly courting death. The soldier stepped forward and delivered 4 resounding slaps to Hu Huiran's face. The force of the blows caused his cheeks to visibly swell. You dare. Enough. Do not be disrespectful to Her Highness, the third princess. Princess? Hu Huiran was left utterly dumbfounded. You mean this person is? His response was met with 2 more slaps. The magistrate was rendered completely speechless. The remaining retainers in the room, having never witnessed such a scene, hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. Yet Shang Kai paid them no heed. From the moment she entered, her gaze was fixed solely upon Xia Fan. Forgive me for being a tad late. Noticing Xia Fan's lack of response, she turned her attention to Li, scrutinizing her closely. So you are the old hunter guiding us. Li's tail stood erect, her magical energy coiling in preparation. She had witnessed the other's prowess during the battle against the Blood Crow, and with her current strength, she would have to fight desperately to have any chance of victory. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions of exterminating demons, at least not at present, Shang Kai remarked nonchalantly. I wonder if you might step aside and allow me to take the person behind you? You wish to hand him over to the Privy Council? No. I desire to place him in charge of the Privy Council, if he is capable of it. What? Do you believe I would expend so much effort in selecting him merely to send him to the gallows? She tilted her head slightly. Do not think you are the only one who views the Privy Council as a thorn in your side. Li was momentarily taken aback, her ears twitching in disbelief. Could it be that the princess also harbored animosity towards the Privy Council? I understand you do not trust me. That is of no consequence. Shang Kai chuckled softly. But I hope you comprehend that there is no one but me who can save Xia Fan now. With that, she turned to walk towards the door. In truth, you do not have many choices, do you? If you wish for him to survive his injuries, then take him and follow me. When Xia Fan awoke, he found himself reclining upon a sumptuous bed, draped in smooth silk blankets that emitted a faint fragrance. Not only the bed, but every piece of furniture in the room exuded an air of comfort and refinement. Even the simplest of chairs bore exquisite carvings upon their backs. This was the first time he had resided in such opulent quarters since arriving in this era, and this experience was perhaps the closest to his previous life. Had he not been engaged in a fierce battle with a woman who appeared to be a ninja in the magistrate's residence? Fragmented memories flooded his mind, culminating in the image of Shang Kai's arrival and her indistinct words. She is the princess of the Qi Kingdom? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The essential question is, where is the fox spirit? With a sudden motion, Xia Fan flung off the covers and rolled out of bed, the pain from his wounds gnawing at him like a relentless fever, nearly causing him to topple to the floor. Yet this minor hindrance could not deter him. He needed to locate Shang Kai swiftly to inquire about Li's whereabouts. In such a rush, are you searching for me? Xia Fan paused, turning to see Li entering the room carrying a platter of dishes and hot porridge. Oh. Li placed the platter on the table, her expression impassive as she regarded him. It appears you do not care for my well-being. That is not what I meant. Xia Fan twitched his mouth, ultimately conceding. All right, I admit I was indeed looking for you. Li's scrutinizing gaze softened into a slight smile. Well, that is more like it. Your attire. Xia Fan seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Where did it come from? At that moment, Li was clad in a short-sleeved long dress. The style distinctly unlike the contemporary fashion of the Qi Kingdom, reminiscent instead of an improved Hanfu from his previous life. The combination of white and blue hues presented an air of elegance while retaining a lively charm. The Y-shaped collar descended to her waist, seamlessly connecting with a high-waisted belt that accentuated the fox spirit's lithe figure. The blue skirt hovered about half a foot above the ground, revealing her delicate feet and creating a striking visual impression. However, Xia Fan suddenly realized that the focal point was not the dress itself. Rather, it was the pair of ears and the tail that rendered Li complete. She had not concealed her fox spirit features, but instead displayed them openly before him. Your ears. Having already been discovered, concealing her identity was of little significance. Li's eyes narrowed slightly. I recall you once mentioned you did not mind furry things. If you dare say I look unappealing now. No, Xia Fan hastily chose his words wisely. You look more beautiful now than ever before. Li's tail swayed with delight. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, the kitchen has been preparing hot meals. Now that you are awake, let us dine together. She had changed, Xia Fan realized anew. Her demeanor and smile were markedly different. He could not claim that the previously was lacking. But he sometimes sensed that her choice to remain with the practitioners was primarily to rescue her master. Yet at this moment, she was living for herself. By the way, the princess said that if you awaken, I should inform her immediately, Li stated as she offered a bowl of porridge to Xia Fan. From her attitude, it seems she wishes to recruit you. Xia Fan nearly choked on the porridge. Recruit? I do not quite grasp the insincere platitudes and formalities you humans employ. Speak with her directly, and you will understand. Li spoke slowly. Regardless of your choice, I will accept it. If you wish to remain here, that goes without saying. If you wish to leave, I can take you anywhere you desire. No wall can hinder a fox spirit. Wait, that statement seems inverted. Should it not be I who takes you away? Chapter 76. The conference was held in the bedroom. However, when Shangwan Kai entered the room, Xia Fan nearly failed to recognize her. She seemed to have transformed completely. Her features, once flat, now appeared exquisitely delicate, making her appear a year or two younger. It was evident that the freckles and prominent cheekbones she had previously displayed were mere disguises. The only unchanging aspect was her willow-shaped eyebrows and upward-turned eyes. In fact, her gaze seemed even more spirited after her transformation. Yet, there was an impression that she appeared shorter. Nevertheless, considering her identity and her previous conduct on the mountain, Xia Fan resolved to keep these thoughts to himself. How is my chamber? Quite comfortable, I hope. Shangwan Kai spread her arms, especially that bed. I've tried it, and it's no less than those in the palace. This opening statement made him involuntarily twitch his lips. Is that your bed? Fear not, I possess more than one bed. Allowing you to lie down is no trouble at all. Are you truly a princess? A maid accompanying her approached. How dare you speak to her highness in such a manner? However, her words were cut short by Shangwan Kai's icy glare. Should I then rise to pay my respects? Xia Fan sighed. Impeccable. Thank you for the compliment. My true name is Ning Wanjun, but in the absence of outsiders, you may continue to address me as Shangwan. To be honest, I rather enjoy the identity of an 8th-rank sorcerer. Xia Fan had indeed heard of the royal family's surname. Commoners rarely dared to claim such a name. Why disguise yourself as a sorcerer and alter your appearance? He inquired, puzzled. Surely, it cannot be solely for matters concerning Gaoshan County. He would not take her pleasantries to heart. After all, addressing her as your highness could never be a mistake. Of course not. Before you investigated this matter, I knew nothing of Gaoshan County. My reason for coming here is rather simple. This is my fief. A fief? Granted to a princess? Xia Fan was astonished. The administrative decree of the enfeefment should have already reached the boundaries of Xinzhou. I merely slipped out of the capital a month in advance. The princess spoke lightly. The news within the palace is tightly controlled, so very few are aware of my whereabouts. Your Highness, the maid reminded softly, if you find yourself so idle, perhaps you could brew us a cup of tea? She waved her hand dismissively. The maid could only lower her head in resignation, as you wish. The purpose of your stealthy departure was to conduct a private inspection of your territory? Xia Fan's curiosity was piqued. What is there to see? Observing from a personal perspective is merely a case of missing the forest for the trees. It is not much better than being deceived by others. Shangwan Kai, or rather Ning Wanjun, shook her head. To truly understand a place, one must have complete dominion over it. I do not have the luxury of time to waste. So before coming to Jinxia, I visited Qinshan Town. Xia Fan was taken aback. Qinshan Town? I observed a scholar's examination and selected a sorcerer to act as my representative in the Privy Council. She pointed a finger at Xia Fan, and that person is you. I know you wish to ask why it is you. The reason is not overly complex. Your performance was sufficiently outstanding, and you hail from a humble background. With little entanglement in the aristocracy, making your origins verifiable, a basic requirement. Ning Wanjun continued without waiting for him to speak, but that alone is not enough. If a person becomes complacent, even reveling in the convenience and privileges afforded by the sorcerer identity, they will inevitably align themselves with the Privy Council. Therefore, I replaced a newly appointed sorcerer to closely observe your every action. This is something no one else can do. I only trust what I see with my own eyes. Your performance exceeded my expectations. At this moment, the maid brought in the brewed tea. Xia Fan took a cup first, catching a discreet eye roll from the maid. Is it good or bad? If it were bad, then you would have already perished in the Gaoshan County Magistrate's office. Ning Wanjun smirked. You are indeed quite audacious. And your temperament is exceptional. Xia Fan noticed that Li, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. I admire your actions. Not everyone possesses the courage to confront the Privy Council. Moreover, I must thank you, for you have recently rid my territory of a grievous blight. With you in the Privy Council, I shall undoubtedly feel much more at ease in the future. Xia Fan could not help but furrow his brow, upon reflection. Were not her previous words a veiled test? This matter was not orchestrated by you, was it? From decades ago? I do not possess the ability of foresight. However, as a member of the royal family, I have more channels to understand the Privy Council, and naturally, I think further ahead. This statement aligned with Li's words. I am unaware of the situation in Gaoshan County, but I am familiar with the Privy Council. The princess paused. Do not doubt your significance, Xia Fan. Had I discovered this matter only after formally arriving in Jinxia City, it might have persisted for many years. For I cannot directly command sorcerers to heed my will, even if you can select individuals in advance during the scholar's examination. Indeed, I cannot allow second or third rank sorcerers to return to the local Privy Council from the capital. Furthermore, those individuals are under constant scrutiny. Adjusting rankings slightly and selecting a newcomer is already the limit. Does that mean your ranking initially was not at the Ding level? Do you wish to control the Privy Council? Xia Fan asked. But such a matter of enfeoffment is, in essence, a form of delegation, is it not? After all, the East is not like the West. Fiefs are akin to nations within a country. To distance oneself from the court is to distance oneself from the center of power. Finding a remote location to peacefully enjoy the remainder of one's life is the natural state of an enfeoffed individual. Why do you wish to truly claim your fief as your own? Xia Fan was yet to grasp the specific reasons, but he was acutely aware of one thing. The other party harbored ambition. It is normal for members of the royal family to possess ambition, yet for him, it was far from a favorable situation. Such levels of power struggle often resemble celestial beings clashing, and in this era, one could hardly hope for any protection of human rights. He had no desire to become a victim of political strife. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind consideration. But I believe I am unworthy of such responsibility. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. You have yet to hear the rewards, have you not? Xia Fan remained unmoved. Rewards were merely high positions and wealth, but the premise was to have a life to enjoy them. Ning Wanjun leisurely sipped her tea. What if I allowed you to act with complete freedom? He could not help but splutter, water spraying from his mouth. Li also perked up his ears. Chapter 77. The source of confidence, how audacious, truly impolite. The maid clenched her fists, evidently straining to contain herself. My apologies. Xia Fan set down his cup and wiped the corner of his mouth. This time, he was indeed at fault. The implication of the other party's words seemed to suggest a missing qualifier. Were you referring to the Privy Council? The third princess spread her arms slightly, her eyebrows arching in a subtle manner. You may shape it as you desire, provided it does not conflict with my objectives. You are free to utilize it for any purpose. This is my reward, including interference in local governance? Certainly. If not, how could you fully pursue your intentions? Your Highness. The maid interjected once more. Yet, the princess remained indifferent. It must be said, this reward stirred something within Xia Fan. He understood its implications. If the princess merely sought to recruit an informant or establish her influence within the Privy Council, he would merely be a pawn. However, if she entrusted him with the helm of the Privy Council and allowed him to intervene in the local government under her control, the possibilities would be vast. Images of the Zhou and Tian families, their elders expressing boundless gratitude, and his mentor, Zhao Dehai, flashed through Xia Fan's mind. There is risk involved for you. If one only acts without risk, what merit is there? Anyone could achieve that. Ning Wanjun stated matter-of-factly, akin to how you stepped forward for the people of Gaoshan County. Pursuing the truth. Was there not risk in that? It is precisely because one acknowledges the risks yet chooses to act that such courage is commendable. Since you are willing to take risks, why should I not? Xia Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Do you trust me so readily? This applies to him as well as to the princess. Reflecting upon this, Xia Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly. I had expected you to entice me with titles or wealth. Relationships forged through benefits may arise swiftly but can vanish just as quickly, easily supplanted by more lucrative offers. Conversely, bonds built on trust, though gradual, are far less prone to severance. Ning Wanjun spoke candidly, and moreover, your ambitions align with mine. Indeed, only I can provide you with ample room for your endeavors. Thus, ensuring I maintain control over every corner of the fief is also in your own interest. It is difficult to believe such words could emanate from a girl of merely 15 or 16 years. Nonetheless, this lent Xia Fan a measure of confidence. At least those he dealt with could be considered intellectually mature. What is your true objective? It cannot merely be for the sake of Xia City, can it? After all, even without exerting herself, this place could guarantee her a life free of worries. Do you wish to know? I could tell you, Ning Wanjun said, her interest piqued. But once you know, refusal is no longer an option. At least for now, you still have the opportunity to choose. Xia Fan resolutely opted to defer. I shall not listen. Allow me to consider. How ungrateful. The maid bit her lip in frustration. If you utter another word, you may take your leave. The princess retorted with irritation. Understood. She had made her intentions clear, just as she had previously stated. What should I do first? Naturally, you must first become the deputy of the Privy Council. Wait, did you not just say the Privy Council would be entrusted to my management? Xia Fan suddenly realized the situation was not as simple as it appeared. I will support you, but I cannot meddle in the affairs of the Privy Council. Ning Wanjun replied slyly. Should they inquire for my opinion, I would certainly express my agreement. Furthermore, I am not merely reaping the benefits. All that you have accomplished in the county magistrate's residence has been reported to the emperor, primarily regarding your timely rescue of the princess, which thwarted the magistrate's schemes. I expect a commendation will be forthcoming. Xia Fan noted that she had refrained from using the term father. This diverges greatly from reality, does it not? Do you believe the populace's reduced exorcism taxes are of greater significance, or is the merit of saving the princess more substantial? Besides, I am the party involved. Even if there are doubts, they would prove difficult to investigate. The princess shrugged. Do not misunderstand. I am aiding you, even within the Privy Council. Protecting royal family members is a significant achievement, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it should elevate you by 3 ranks. From an initial 8th rank directly to a 5th rank trial position. Indeed, that is the lowest rank for the successor to the position. Given this incident, for every promotion, there will inevitably be someone departing. The responsibilities of the command department should fall to them, so according to past practices, you are highly likely to be directly promoted to the new position therein. I see, Xia Fan exclaimed. Then does that mean, if I save you a few more times, I could ascend to the deputy's position? You think too highly of yourself. Ning Wanjun laughed lightly. I am a princess. I may indulge myself on occasion. It is not unusual to find oneself in peril. But repeatedly? Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving the emperor? Presumably. It would lead to a tragic fate worthy of being chronicled in history. How troublesome is it to progress from the command position to deputy? Theoretically, it may never be attainable. The princess held up 2 fingers. First, you must ascend 1 more rank to become a Byrin. However, it is quite challenging to earn merit through the eradication of evil. You must achieve accomplishments in other areas, which typically entails dealing with adversarial forces, presenting danger far beyond that of the malevolent spirits. Second, you must secure the support of at least 2 of the 3 departments to qualify for that position. The only piece of good news currently is that the original deputy of the Xia City Privy Council was recently promoted to a garrison and will likely be reassigned shortly. So you need not worry about facing suppression from both ends. It has become impossible. Are you certain you are not making things difficult for me? For others? Perhaps. But I believe you will always find a way, Ning Wanjun stated nonchalantly. Xia Fan wore a perplexed expression. Where does this confidence in the other party stem from? He himself could not comprehend. Chapter 78. The Overseas Kingdom. Since you have consented to serve me, we may discuss other matters. The third princess crossed her legs and shifted into a more comfortable position. What transpired within the high mountain residence? I had presumed that with your capabilities, even if you could not subdue Huairen, you would be safe enough. Yet, I did not anticipate the commotion that arose with the addition of a fox spirit. A mere county magistrate, even if he had privately recruited a few skilled individuals from the underworld, should not have been able to corner you to such an extent. When the events of that night were mentioned, Xia Fan suddenly recalled that aside from Shangwan Kai, there were 2 other individuals, Wei Wushuang and Wang Renji. Were they unharmed? As for the second son of the Wang family, he did not relay the news to the governor's office. I currently remain unaware if there were any unforeseen developments. Is that so? Xia Fan felt a moment of contemplation, and after adjusting his thoughts, he recounted the events of that night in detail. Did you not extract any information from Hu Huiran? Xia Fan expressed his surprise, as the county magistrate did not seem to possess a resolute spirit. He is dead, the princess stated. What do you mean dead? He perished in the dungeon of the Xia City Hall. When did he die? This morning. Your Highness. He suddenly thought of a crucial question and stared at her, demanding, could it be that you do not have control over the local authorities? Ning Wanjun unconsciously averted her gaze. Is that not a commonplace occurrence? Not to mention that the imperial edict has yet to arrive, even if it did. The officials in the governor's office and the Xia City Hall would not instantly pledge their loyalty to me, would they? Then what you spoke of, allowing me to act as I please, indeed reflects ambition. Xia Fan rolled his eyes silently. In any case, you have a path to traverse. And so do I. However, it is foreseeable that I shall advance far more swiftly than you. The title of Princess of Guangping is no mere ornament. Ning Wanjun appeared exceedingly confident. My understanding of Xia City is no less than yours, yet I have heard whispers of the peculiar sorcery you mentioned. Ning Wanjun mused. It is said that beyond the East Sea lies a small nation named Siema, renowned for training assassins. Their technique is characterized by gestures that replace talismans, often employing dual techniques in their execution. However, the Privy Council does not hold them in high regard, deeming their specialization excessive and their gestures incapable of conveying more intricate spells, restricting their prospects. Why is it merely said? Xia Fan noted the inconsistency. Has there been no news of this nation recently? The East Sea lies just beyond Xinzhou. How could there be no information? Is it possible that no merchant vessels traverse this route? Suddenly, he paused, recalling that this question had arisen on the day of his arrival in Xia. Due to disturbances at sea? Indeed. Ning Wanjun nodded. Over a century ago, Xia City was a battlefield between the coalition of 6 nations and the Yong Kingdom. A place of utter desperation. How that battle unfolded remains a closely guarded secret by the Privy Council. Yet, the outcome has led us to the present state, where no vessels are seen traversing the waters. Xia Fan could not help but draw a parallel to Qingshan Town. However, Qingshan Town is nestled within the mountains, and with some effort, people can reach it, while the unpredictable sea presents a wholly different concept, which is likely why the malevolent spirits remain difficult to eradicate. If that woman truly hails from across the sea, does that not imply they have discovered a new means of crossing it? Ning Wanjun narrowed her eyes. This is indeed a matter that requires thorough investigation. Is this merely a coincidence, or is there veracity to it? If it is the latter, Xia City may well become quite lively. How shall we investigate? You cannot even control the city hall. Ning Wanjun hesitated, and after a moment, continued. This will be entrusted to you. Devise a solution. What? You are about to be promoted to the position of a minister, and the other party is a person of influence. It would be most fitting to have the Privy Council manage it, as if he had a vast number of personnel at his disposal. Your Highness, the time is drawing near. A maid coughed discreetly. Is that so? Then let us conclude our discussion for now. Ning Wanjun rose. You should continue to rest here. Do not venture out until your injuries have healed. Do you have any matters to attend to? After saying this, she pushed open the door and exited the chamber. The villa? Xia Fan looked towards Li. The latter shook his ears, indicating a rather large residence outside Xia City. So, this is indeed the other party's palace? Your Highness, you have gone too far. As soon as she stepped out, the maid could not help but advise. Even if Xia Fan meets your expectations, he is merely a novice sorcerer. The greater your hopes, the more profound your disappointment will be. Let alone the Xia Privy Council. He may not even secure his position as a minister. Having uttered these words, she braced herself for reprimand. Xiao Yue, you are commendable in many aspects, but your words are excessive. Ning Wanjun rubbed her forehead. I did not initially plan for such grand designs. After all, subduing a local Privy Council is a long-term endeavor. Yet, that individual is different. He is not an ordinary person. Xiao Yue blinked. Today, not even the slightest reprimand was given, merely a few verbal admonishments. Is the princess in an exceptionally good mood? No. If she is in a good mood, that is concerning. She would prefer to be reprimanded than to misplace her trust in another. Young Master Yun, your princess is on the verge of straying from her path. What makes him extraordinary? The maid asserted he appears to be an entirely ordinary sorcerer. Let me ask you, what is his background? He hails from a lineage of refugees, is homeless, and has a master named Zhao Dahai. These investigative results she had already memorized thoroughly. How could someone like that speak so freely in front of the princess? Xiao Yue was momentarily taken aback. He is unlike you, who has served me since childhood. Ning Wanjun reflected. Even after learning my true identity, I perceive no fear in his eyes. Everything is as natural as it was before. It seems there truly are such individuals in the world. What kind of individuals? She inquired, puzzled. The princess smiled without responding. That is not for you to know. He speaks of the world not being as it should be. I am curious to see what his ideal world resembles. Chapter 79. The sole reliance outside the reception hall. Wang Yan finally received permission to meet. He followed the guards into the hall and then knelt before the young woman seated in the main chair. Commoner Wang Yan pays his respects to Your Highness, Princess Guangping. Rise. Thank you, Your Highness. As Wang Yan slowly stood up, he seized the opportunity to gaze upon the princess's true appearance. Indeed, she was merely a girl of 15 or 16 years, and although she feigned authority and carried herself with poise, her youth was undeniable. Yet, he would not underestimate her. After all, his eldest son, Wang Qingxi, had also begun to shine at this tender age. I have heard of Your Highness's peril in Gaoshan County, and I was truly worried. Seeing you safe now brings me great relief, Wang Yan said earnestly. Please forgive my boldness in coming to pay my respects before the official document arrived. At the mention of this, Wang Yan felt a surge of anger. When he received the letter from County Magistrate Hu, his first thought was to break Wang Rinji's legs. Why investigate the source of the malevolence in Gaoshan County? It was utterly absurd. Such matters were beyond his reach. Later, upon learning of the princess's disguise as a Taoist priest in Gaoshan County, Wang Yan realized his second son's delusions had been shattered. Having accompanied the princess for over 10 days without recognizing her true identity, and with the frequent mentions of a girl from the Luo family, it was clear that Wang Rinji's reckless behavior had likely not escaped the princess's notice. Her hidden identity was undoubtedly a means to observe discreetly, a game where first impressions were paramount, and his son's performance was predictable. He had given him opportunities, yet all he received in return was disappointment. Wang Yan began to question whether his decision to allow Wang Rinji to grow up without engaging in the family's affairs, in an attempt to shield him from the ruthless competition of the salt trade, had been a mistake. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling within him, Wang Yan's face remained sincere. Please, Your Highness, prioritize your safety. Your presence is a blessing to the people of Jinxia City. Everyone eagerly anticipates your arrival, and we cannot afford any missteps. Yes, I understand. The princess acknowledged. It is indeed a slight that we were unable to greet you at the gates upon my arrival. Therefore, the Wang family has prepared a modest gift as an apology. I hope you will not hold it against us. Wang Yan clapped his hands, and a servant, bowing, stepped into the hall, laying out 3 rolls of red paper before the princess. He personally unfurled the scrolls. The first detailed a list of names. The second enumerated various silks and satins, and the third listed gold, silver, and jewels. Regardless of the life the princess had led within the palace, that was now a thing of the past. A girl of imperial lineage, suddenly leaving behind the comforts of palace walls for this unfamiliar city. What could she possibly be lacking? Beyond all else, she needed people, goods, and wealth. The Wang family could provide all of this. In Jinxia City, the Wang family was the greatest support the princess could find. I hope you find this humble gift to your liking, Wang Yan said, bowing deeply. Once the official proclamation of her title arrived, the Wang family had a grander gift prepared for her. You are thoughtful, the princess replied. However, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed a lack of enthusiasm in her eyes. What was the matter? Did she not realize that this was the Wang family's gesture of goodwill? Even so, the gifts presented were tangible items that could alleviate the princess's current circumstances. Based on information from the capital, her traveling entourage and provisions were exceedingly limited. Such a gift should have elicited a more favorable response. Furthermore, if there is anything else you require, please feel free to inform me. Whatever the Wang family can accomplish, we shall strive to fulfill. Oh, a flicker of interest finally graced the princess's eyes. If I desire the salt fields, would you grant them to me? Wang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Your Highness? The salt in the Salt City is managed by the Wang family, is it not? Therefore, would it not be within your capacity to offer me the salt fields? That is a jest, is it not? He replied awkwardly. The Wang family has overseen the salt trade in Jinxia City for decades. A sudden change would likely disrupt operations. The loss to the Wang family might be minor, but failing to meet the established quotas and the consequent inability to pay sufficient taxes would be a grave matter. The duties bestowed upon us by the court are not to be taken lightly, so this matter is not a question of willingness, but of capability. Indeed. I was merely jesting. You need not concern yourself. The princess waved her hand. Even if you were to grant them to me, I have insufficient manpower to manage the salt production. Your Highness speaks true. By the way, I recall your family has a certain Taoist named Wang Renji. What is his current condition? Wang Yan's spirits lifted. My son recently sustained an injury from a fall while hurrying home at night and is currently recuperating at home. A fall, you say? The princess paused for a moment. I hope he recovers swiftly and returns to the Privy Council. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. After all, we were colleagues for several days, she yawned. I am rather fatigued. If there are no further matters, I shall conclude our meeting here. Wang Yan was momentarily stunned. Was this the end? However, he realized that after presenting his gifts, he truly had no further discourse to offer. He bowed and said, Then I take my leave. Once she confirmed his departure, Ning Wanjun stretched her arms lazily. I indeed have many shortcomings. Why do you say that? Your Highness? Qiu Yue immediately approached to massage her shoulders. This servant believes you exhibited great authority just now, completely overshadowing him. Yet those pleasantries vexed me. To the point where I spoke words of folly. You mean, about the salt fields? Yes, which chamber should I prepare? The maid quickly arranged for the necessary arrangements. The previous one. I understand, Your Highness. Are you perhaps going to seek out that Taoist again? Now that the first objective has been achieved, we must deliberate further on our subsequent plans, Ning Wanjun instructed her maid. This time, you need not follow. Simply wait by the door. Your Highness, please don't. Upon returning to the carriage, Wang Yan felt an inkling that something was amiss. Typically, during such visits, it would be entirely customary for the host to invite the guest for a meal to foster camaraderie. Although he held no official title, he was not to be compared with ordinary local officials. Even a governor would treat him as an equal in private. Was the princess's reaction too subdued? Yet, upon contemplation, he found no fault in her demeanor. After all, whether to invite for a meal was contingent upon one's disposition. If she felt fatigued, it was indeed beyond reproach. Wang Yan pulled out a slip of paper from his pocket, which detailed the life of the third princess. To acquire this information, he had spent a fortune exceeding 10,000 taels. Each word on that paper was worth a lifetime to an ordinary family. Princess Ning Wanjun was the only child of the emperor not born of a noble family, and she had lost her mother at a young age, resulting in her being neglected within the palace. There were even hints that not only was she unloved, but she often faced exclusion from multiple quarters, a fact underscored by her remote fief of Jinxia City. If one were to swap places with the princess, receiving unwavering support from the most prominent family in the fief would undoubtedly represent the most favorable outcome. Apart from this, what else could she hope to gain? Or rather, what did she still desire? Wang Yan could not fathom an answer. Like other princesses granted fiefs, living a carefree life in their territories alongside their sons was not the sole option. Perhaps he was overthinking it. After all, the princess had only just arrived. Even if she had not yet adjusted to her new surroundings, she would inevitably come to understand in due time. Wang Jiatsai is her reliable support. Chapter 80, The Final Hope, Part 1. 2 days later, as the official decree arrived, the grand announcement of Princess Guangping's entry into the city stirred a commotion in the misty salt city. The red silk banners hung throughout the streets added a touch of change to the otherwise monotonous brown hues of the town. For a brief moment, lively discussions erupted among the populace, primarily revolving around the princess's beauty and speculations regarding who she might choose as her esteemed husband. However, this fervor was short-lived. For the princess was a figure exalted above the common folk, and her arrival would not alter their lives in the slightest. The Fengnong Mountain Villa, located on the outskirts of Jinsha to the north, had once served as the emperor's palace during inspections of Shenzhou. It was now the residence of the princess. Most would never set foot there in their lifetimes. Moreover, the princess's suitor would undoubtedly not be selected from among ordinary citizens. In Salt City, there were only a handful of eligible young gentlemen, and regardless of whom she chose, their connection to the lower classes would be minimal. Without a solid foundation for discussion, the topic naturally lost its momentum. Just when the people of Jinsha believed this matter had come to a close, a shocking piece of news erupted 3 days later, captivating the entire city. County Magistrate Hu of Gaoshan had committed an atrocious murder, unleashing malevolent forces upon the land. It was only through the intervention of the princess that the calamity was averted from escalating further. Among those who bravely vanquished the evil was a sorcerer named Xia Fan, who not only dispelled the malevolence, but also safeguarded the princess during the critical moment, earning him a promotion of 3 ranks, making him one of the fastest ascending sorcerers in the Privy Council. Concurrently, due to the negligence of the department, Yuan Soshi was reassigned from Shenzhou, with Xia Fan taking over his position. Additionally, those involved in the case, Wei Wuxuang, Luo Yuer, and Wang Rini, were also promoted by a rank, reaching the 7th grade. Unlike the princess's arrival, the crimes of the magistrate and the ensuing evil were events that directly affected the common people. As soon as the news broke, it spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys, with nearly everyone discussing this bewildering incident, making Xia Fan a focal point of attention in the eyes of the populace. Those clad in black robes seldom engaged in benevolent deeds. Their appearance often signified misfortune, whether in the form of financial loss or calamity. To their surprise, it seemed that these sorcerers could indeed perform commendable acts. As a result, the reputation of the Privy Council experienced a notable boost, with whispers emerging about Xia Fan selflessly providing aid to the impoverished citizens of Gaoshan County from his own pocket. This revelation propelled his fame to unprecedented heights, transforming him from an inconspicuous figure into a household name overnight. The byproduct of this newfound notoriety was an influx of matchmakers, so numerous that they nearly blocked the entrance to the Privy Council's residential area. This was news relayed to him by Wei Wuxuang during her visit. It appeared that the sentiments of his compatriots remained palpable. Not the first choice? Above you, there are the eldest son of the Wang family and the talented Zhou. And you? Have suitors approached you? Wei Wuxuang revealed a mischievous smile. Xia brother, that is a secret. It seemed that the bonds of hometown camaraderie faltered in the presence of potential suitors. The disparity between local and central privy councils was considerable, and even within the capital, perceptions of malevolent forces varied widely. It was not only between you and me, even among the third-tier guards, deciphering the intentions from above was no simple task. Why was this so? Perhaps it was the vast gap in understanding. Ning Wanjun spoke candidly, stating that for over 20 years since the fall of the Yang Kingdom, the Privy Council had endured nearly 30% casualties while managing to control the rampant malevolent forces to an acceptable level, underscoring its significance. Moreover, during that time, opportunities for merit and swift ascension were plentiful across various regions, unlike now, where the Privy Council offered limited avenues for advancement in certain areas, resulting in a decline of control from above and, consequently, the emergence of dissent. Thus, the conduct of Shan Yuan appeared contradictory. He had come to realize that this was a bureaucratic institution in decline, not in terms of personnel changes, but in ideology. Furthermore, the so-called rewards served merely as a veil to obscure the true origins of malevolent forces, which the Privy Council preferred to keep concealed. Xia Fan discerned that, in a certain sense, there were no naturally occurring malevolent entities in this world. The stone caves of Gaoshan County had been discreetly sealed. Yet the inherent nature of malevolence suggested that similar effects could be achieved without intricate facilities. The principle of causality remained, be they ghosts or demons. They were inextricably linked to human actions and activities. To eradicate malevolence was no longer a task achievable by a mere spell or a wooden sword. Master Mei, here is today's ration. Shan Hui crouched down, extending a dry flatbread towards the princess. Thank you. Mei Yao accepted the bread and, lifting her hand, gently rubbed it against Shan Hui's long ears. He promptly closed his eyes, swaying his tail from side to side. Although Mei Yao could not comprehend the connection between ear rubbing and comfort, she endeavored to satisfy him as best as she could. After all, in this narrow, dim storage room, every morsel of solace was precious. Is this the food you have procured for the princess? The green-faced demon Nagi Ching frowned, even in these dire circumstances. The priestess should not be consuming such meager fare. Foolish dog, I could dispatch you with a single stroke. Provided you could catch me, Shan Hui scoffed. In your next life, perhaps. Enough of this bickering, Mei Yao interjected. We have already sacrificed many to reach here, and countless lives hang in the balance back home. Compared to their suffering, what does it matter if I eat poorly? With that, she began to nibble on the flatbread, which was dry and reminiscent of sawdust, with an unpleasant odor. Nevertheless, she refrained from spitting it out. It was food that Shan Hui had risked his life to procure, and she could not waste it. After finishing, Mei Yao licked her parched lips. We can delay no longer. The lords are rising in rebellion, and the country is engulfed in turmoil. In an effort to re-establish contact with the mainland kingdoms, they dispatched several ships, but none returned. In desperation, I had to embark on the journey myself. Only to encounter monsters, our vessel was destroyed before we could reach shore, with only 10 survivors remaining. Just when we thought we had finally arrived on the other side, we found ourselves in an unfamiliar land. The former dynasty is no more, and the territory of the Qi Kingdom has become exceedingly perilous. with not only enemies from the feudal states but also the threat of direct pursuit by the Privy Council. They have attempted to reach out to the provincial governor's office and the capital, yet every diplomatic correspondence sent has vanished without a trace, only to be met with attempts on their lives. Over the course of 2 months, they have exhausted all their resources, and 6 have perished one after another. Mei Yao felt her physical condition deteriorating daily, as the constant evasion had left everyone on edge, compounded by their lack of clothing and food. Continuing in this manner would be tantamount to waiting for death. The only glimmer of hope lay in the news of the arrival of the kingdom's third princess. If she were indeed a legitimate ruler of the Qi kingdom, perhaps she would remember the connections that once existed between their realms. Chapter 81 The Last Hope, Part 2. I had surveyed the villa where the princess was located from the outside. Shanhui wore a troubled expression. Although the guards were few in number, they exhibited a disciplined demeanor, suggesting they were elite. Furthermore, it was highly likely that there were sorcerers stationed within, making the risk of infiltration exceedingly high. If you are determined, I shall clear the way for you, Na Qing said in a low voice. You cannot possibly mean to force your way in. If we resort to violence, they will have even less reason to trust us. Rest assured, I have no intention of striking first. Should they choose to attack, I will allow them to take their best shot. In doing so, they will come to recognize the sincerity of the princess's intentions. Have you lost your mind? Even if the resilience of a ghost is formidable, it cannot surpass the steel of blades and the thrust of spears. You will perish. What is so surprising about dying for Lady Miko? I have long since prepared myself for this. You. Shanhui glared at her for a moment before finally retorting, rather than relying on your sacrifice. It would be wiser for me to transform and charge in. As long as I can run, no one will be able to catch me. Your abilities are only suited for running in open spaces. You think you can burst into the villa? They would merely discover a demon dog that met its untimely end. That would be preferable to you dying at the entrance. Sorrowfully, Mayu closed her eyes as she witnessed their reckless competition for danger, reminiscent of those who had followed her. She wished to see no more sacrifices, yet understood the futility of her desire. If not for her role as an envoy, it would have been her duty to pave the way. Let us set our course for tonight. After a prolonged silence, Mayu made her decision. We shall proceed to the villa together. Only under the cover of night will Na Qing be less likely to be detected. The longer we wait, the more variables arise. The princess has only just arrived and should not yet have made contact with the enemy. If we delay until she is entangled with them, all will be lost. Leave a message? She mused. If I am no longer here, ensure she continues to thrive in this place. A rare smile graced her face as she spoke. With her cleverness, concealing herself should pose no great challenge. Wait. Na Qing suddenly turned towards the storeroom entrance. An enemy? Shanhui drew her dagger, positioning herself protectively in front of Mayu. No, it is Na Hong. I sense her presence. He sighed in relief, sheathing his blade. The twins' sensing ability truly proved invaluable. A quarter of an hour later, the storeroom door creaked open, and a petite figure stealthily slipped inside. The newcomer stood barely half a person's height, clad in tattered burlap, resembling a young girl. Only after removing her head coverings could one discern her distinguishing features, 2 short red horns protruding from her forehead, shorter than Na Qing's. Step aside, foolish dog. I had my reasons for taking so long. Na Hong disregarded the others completely, striding directly to the princess. Lady Mayu, my sister has already conveyed your decision to me, but I believe you have a better option. Do you have new information? Mayu asked eagerly. Indeed. Recently, a rumor has circulated in the city about a significant figure being appointed within the Privy Council, one who saved the princess of Qi Kingdom and was subsequently promoted. After sustaining injuries, he was sent to the villa for recuperation, indicating a noteworthy connection between the two. Sister, do you suggest we reach out to him? It would be far easier to approach him than the princess. Na Hong nodded, explaining, sorcerers typically do not travel with guards and tend to be solitary. Once he exits the villa, we can seize our opportunity. I do not believe contacting an official from the Privy Council is a prudent choice, Shanhui interjected. Let us not forget their attitude towards demons. How does it differ from those in the Eastern Rising Kingdom? This feels like walking into a trap. If it were merely that, I would not have made this suggestion, Na Hong retorted, casting Shanhui a withering glance. The reason I took 3 days is that I visited a neighboring county. She then recounted the rumors she had gathered in detail. As she spoke, Na Hong presented a fragment of a broken dagger to the princess. Mayu picked it up, examining it closely. This is a weapon of the Murakami. Does this imply he has engaged with them? Indeed, this at least proves that he is not allied with them. Yet it does not guarantee that he wishes to ally with us, Na Qing remarked earnestly. True, Na Hong conceded. Thus, to ensure safety, we should let him come to us. Leaving a trace and exposing our whereabouts carries considerable risk, yet it is far less perilous than approaching him directly. This understanding was shared among the three. So, must we continue to wait? Mayu asked softly, scanning the faces of her companions. The demons also required substantial sustenance. To provide her with limited food, both Na Qing and Shan Hui appeared visibly worn. Na Hong was in the best condition. Yet her horns had lost some luster compared to their state before setting sail. As for attire, aside from her own, the others had discarded their outer garments during a water incident and had since endured a tumultuous journey, leaving their remaining clothing in tatters. With the sea's dampness and the chilling, humid hideouts, they had no choice but to huddle together at night to ward off the cold. She feared that should the situation deteriorate further, they might lose their chance to act entirely. Lady Miko, if the previous weight was born out of necessity, this current weight serves to enhance our chances of success. Na Hong knelt, stating, before he exits the villa, we too require time to prepare. I implore you to endure a few more days. Mayu stifled the discomfort and dizziness brought on by the heat, carefully retrieving a piece of yellowed parchment from her inner lining. Despite its age, it remained well preserved, the inscriptions still legible. It was indeed the proof of the pact signed by both parties a century ago. I understand, she nodded slightly. Then let us proceed as you suggest.